Chapter 1 I, an E-level cultivator, am entangled with a cold and aloof school beauty? Li Ran, awakened life skill, E-rank instructor. Nanshan transferred to number 1 middle school and stood on the awakening platform. After the mentor in charge of awakening finished announcing the information, he called on the next student. Next up, Lin Yue. A chorus of boos erupted from below the awakening platform. Isn't Li Ran's academic performance pretty good? How come he awakened such a useless profession? A cultivator? The kind who grows flowers? You can only be a support staff member, right? It's alright, the cultivator is not bad either. We don't even need to go to dungeons anymore. We can just stay in the back and grow flowers and survive. Where's the problem? Would you trade this profession for it? Of course I'm not willing, I'm a noble combat-oriented class. Seriously? I've traveled through 18 years, finally made it to this day, and you're pulling this trick on me? Shouldn't we awaken an overpowered hidden class now and shock everyone? Feeling a sense of desolation as he experienced his newfound professional identity. He wasn't a local, he was reincarnated into this world. This world has been invaded by games, with various dungeons and abysses existing. At the same time, it also gives every person who has turned 18 the opportunity to awaken their class. Although in advertising there is no distinction between different professions in terms of superiority or inferiority, high-level combat professions are more sought after than other types of professions. His awakened E-level trainer status is arguably the worst kind of profession. It's virtually impossible for them to attend a vocational college. Going straight into the factory and barely making ends meet wouldn't be a problem. But having been given a second chance at life, how could he be willing to waste it all like this? Li Ran walked off the awakening platform with a gloomy expression, brushing past Lin Yue. At this moment, no one paid attention to him, the E-level trainer. Everyone's attention was focused on Lin Yue. Lin Yue, the school beauty of Nanshan No. 1 High School, has an exceptional appearance, an ethereal temperament, a gentle personality, and outstanding talent. Even in a loose blue and white school uniform, her natural charm still shone through. Everyone was eagerly anticipating what profession Lin Yue would awaken. Lin Yue walked to the awakening stone and placed her fair right hand on it. Moment. A dazzling white light erupted from the awakening platform, enveloping the entire school. A holy phantom appeared in the sky, as if angels were bestowing blessings. What an amazing phenomenon! Could it be that Lin Yue has awakened an S-rank profession? Very likely. I saw the situation when Gun Yanxi awakened her S-rank profession, and the commotion was similar to this. Even if it's not S-rank, it's at least A rank. In short, it's not something trash like us can afford. Soon, the awakening phenomenon disappeared, and the instructor in charge of the awakening, with trembling hands and an excited expression, announced Lin Yue's information. Lin Yue, awakened support type class, S-rank priest. The moment Lin Yue's profession was announced, a tremendous cheer erupted from the audience. Holy crap, an S-rank priest? Even among all S-rank professions, that's one of the top tiers, right? Indeed, although priests are classified as support classes, they are actually exceptionally well-rounded and not at all as weak as typical support classes. I heard that priests can later become inquisitors, whose healing abilities are not low and whose combat power far exceeds that of ordinary combat professions. With the awakening of this profession, Lin Yue is probably guaranteed admission to Peking University, right? Everyone was watching Lin Yue. Even the leaders and the principal on the dais couldn't help but stand up, their faces full of smiles. Okay. Principal Lu Yuntao clapped his hands, sincerely congratulating Lin Yue. Other leaders quickly echoed this sentiment. In a corner of the playground, Li Ran turned to look at Lin Yue on the awakening platform, his eyes filled with envy. At this moment, Lin Yue's lips parted slightly, her eyes were bright, and she was surrounded by white light, making her look incredibly holy. I heard that Lin Yue's family was of average means, but she awakened the S-rank profession of cleric, which can be considered a miracle. They will definitely be sought after by countless high-level teams in the future, and their future is bright. Compared to Lin Yue, this transmigrator was like a firefly facing the bright moon, utterly incomparable. These exceptionally beautiful women are from completely different worlds from Li Ran. Once I leave school, the next time I'll probably see it will be on TV. I wonder which lucky guy will have the chance to bring this fairy down to the mortal world. With a forlorn expression, Li Ran turned away from the crowd and walked towards the school gate. No matter how outstanding Lin Yue is, it's none of his business. What he cares about most now is to understand his own professional characteristics and find a stable way to become stronger. Even after awakening as an E-level trainer, he did not want to succumb to despair. There have been examples of E-level trash making a comeback before, although not many, but at least it proves it. As long as you find the right method, even an E-level professional can turn the tide. As Li Ran walked down the street, a thought struck him, and he brought up his status panel. Name, Li Ran. Occupation, trainer. Level, 10.00%. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 5. Talent, nurturing contract level 1, unique. Active skill, breeder's eye level 1. These stats are terrible. Looking at the panel, Li Ran couldn't help but complain in his heart. Normal professionals typically have initial attributes of around 10, while some advanced professionals can even have initial attributes of 20. As a result, apart from his physique, his other 3 attributes were all only 5. All I can say is that an E-rank profession is an E-rank profession, utterly trash. Wait, what's this? Li Ran looked down with a gloomy expression and suddenly discovered that he had actually awakened a talent. Talent, something even advanced professionals might not be able to awaken. I never expected it to happen to someone like him, an E-level professional. Moreover, it possesses a unique talent, making it truly extraordinary. With a heart full of excitement, Li Ran began to examine his talent information. Cultivation contract level 1, form a contract with the eligible individual, sharing life and death with them. When both are within 10 meters of each other, their growth rate will accelerate. The closer the distance, the stronger the effect. Li Ran was stunned. What's with this talent? Can't you explain it more clearly? What does it mean to enter into a contract with a suitable candidate? Does that mean he has to plant flowers? Li Ran was preparing to find a place to properly explore how to use his talent, etc. Just then, a clear female voice came from behind him. The voice was very pleasant, but it carried a hint of urgency. Li Ran paused, then turned around in confusion to look behind him. He's already an E-level waste, who would bother him at this time? Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Ran was immediately surprised. The other person was dressed in a black, close-fitting outfit, with an exquisitely beautiful face and a somewhat aloof air. It turned out to be Gu Nianxi, another school beauty from Nanshan High School who had transferred to number 1 high school. So here's the problem, not only has the other party awakened the S-level profession of 5 Thunder Celestial Master, but their family power is also not to be underestimated. They are the well-known Gu family in Nanshan City. Li Ran had never had any interaction with such a beautiful and talented woman. Now that he has awakened as an E-level trainer, he is even more useless, so why is he taking the initiative to come to my door? Chapter 2, The Celestial Master points the way. Li Ran has a great opportunity. Gu Nianxi? What do you want with me? Li Ran asked curiously. This isn't the place to talk. Could we find another place to discuss this in detail? Gu Nianxi parted her red lips slightly and spoke calmly. Sure, but why did you come to me? Li Ran was puzzled. I can't go into details right now, but I can tell you it's related to my profession. Gu Nianxi answered calmly. All right. Li Ran nodded and decided to go with Gu Nianxi. Given Gu Nianxi's strength and background, there's no need for her to resort to such convoluted methods to target an E-level good-for-nothing like him who has no parents. He can say anything, and a bunch of lackeys will rush to deal with him. So, I guess he really has something important to discuss. All right, come with me. Gu Nianxi's expression remained unchanged. After saying a few words, she walked towards the school gate. Li Ran followed. Upon arriving at the entrance, a black luxury sedan was seen parked on the side of the road. A female driver in a black uniform with a resolute face stood beside the car, her back ramrod straight. Upon seeing Gu Nianxi approach, the driver immediately bowed and respectfully opened the car door. Miss, please get in the car. The driver saw Li Ran, but she didn't say anything. Although Li Ran looks ordinary and is probably a poor boy with no ability, he is also a friend of the young lady. How dare a driver like her discuss the affairs of her master's family? Gu Nianxi nodded slightly, let Li Ran get into the car first, and then got in herself. The car doors closed, the engine started, and it began speeding down the road. Sitting in the back seat, Li Ran looked around at the interior of the car, a relaxed expression on his face. It's no wonder it's a car for the wealthy, it's so comfortable to ride in. The air inside the car is also very fresh, with a faint floral fragrance, which can effectively reduce the possibility of motion sickness. After a moment of reflection, Li Ran turned to look at Gu Nianxi. Gu Nianxi sat upright, revealing her slender figure. Her face was aloof and cold even just looking at her profile. She was stunningly beautiful. Li Ran asked, "Can you tell me now?" "It's not the right time yet." Gu Nianxi replied casually, glancing at the driver at the same time. Li Ran understood immediately and said nothing more. The car sped along and soon arrived at a beautifully decorated villa area. This is a well-known upscale residential area in Nanshan City. Not only are the prices exorbitant, but without the corresponding status, one doesn't even have the right to buy a property here. A short while later, the car stopped in front of a villa. Without waiting for the driver to open the door, Gu Nianxi got out of the car, followed closely by Li Ran. After casually dismissing the driver, Gu Nianxi led Li Ran towards the villa. Following behind Gu Nianxi, Li Ran looked around, his eyes filled with curiosity. At this moment, he was just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden for the first time, curious about everything around him. The only difference was that Li Ran managed his expression very well. He was calm and composed, not at all like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. The villa's interior was luxuriously decorated and spacious, but there were no servants. It was very quiet, without a single sound. Gu Nianxi led Li Ran into the living room and pointed to a row of sofas. "Don't be shy, find a seat and make yourself at home." Li Ran naturally didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. Gu Nianxi then asked, "Would you like something to drink?" Li Ran replied, "No need, let's get straight to business." "Okay, but before that, let's sign a contract first. Having a contract as insurance is good for both of us." Gu Nianxi nodded slightly, opened her inventory, and took out a contract document. After taking the contract, Li Ran glanced at it and his impression of Gu Nianxi improved even more. The agreement was not complicated. It simply stipulated that the conversation must be kept secret and neither party could reveal what had happened that day. Furthermore, neither party was allowed to lie during the conversation. Gu Nianxi could have used her power to force Li Ran to sign a unilateral, unequal treaty, but she didn't. All I can say is that Gu Nianxi is not as aloof as rumored. She is very polite. "No problem." Li Ran decisively signed his name on the contract. Immediately, the contract document transformed into a beam of light and vanished. However, Li Ran could sense that the power of the contract was restraining him. If he fails to abide by the contract, he will likely be subject to exceptionally severe punishment. "Okay, I'll start." After finalizing the insurance policy, Gu Nianxi explained the reasons. "The reason I sought you out is because of my hidden talent, the Heavenly Master's guidance. This talent can help me avoid misfortune and seek opportunities. Just as you were awakening your profession, I suddenly noticed that a great opportunity had appeared in your life." After listening to Gu Nianxi's explanation, Li Ran was somewhat confused. How could an E-level trainer from a poor family possibly have the great opportunity that Gu Nianxi needs? But Gu Nianxi couldn't possibly be lying. Wait a minute, Li Ran suddenly remembered his hidden talent, the ability to cultivate contracts. Forming contracts could accelerate growth. Could it be? Thinking of this, Li Ran silently used Eye of the Trainer on Gu Nianxi. When a class awakens, everyone will receive at least one initial skill, which is the Eye of the Trainer. On his way to the villa, he had already taken the time to check the information about the skill. Active skill, Breeder's Eye Level 1. Description, allows you to view information about potential contractors. It's a basic appraisal skill, and it's still quite useful. He just hadn't understood what a culture was before. Looking at Gu Nianxi, a simple and clear panel immediately appeared in front of Li Ran's eyes. Flower name, Gu Nianxi. Age, 18. Gender, female. Height, 170. Weight, 55. Basic attributes, 96, 60, 94. Charm, 97. Compatibility, 0. Really? Looking at the completely different panel information, Li Ran suddenly realized what was going on. What kind of appraisal service doesn't identify occupational information but instead displays data like height, weight, and body measurements? His profession as a trainer is clearly not a respectable one. Although everyone is cultivating flowers, his flowers are somewhat different. But you have to admit, Gu Nianxi truly deserves her title as the school beauty of Nanshan No. 1 High School. Her figure is practically perfect. Li Ran, what's wrong? Seeing that Li Ran didn't reply and kept looking at her, Gu Nianxi couldn't help but ask. No. It's nothing. Li Ran waved his hand, bringing his thoughts back to the present, and said in a deep voice. Although I am an E-level cultivator, I have awakened a hidden talent, cultivation contract. After forming a contract with a suitable candidate, when you are within 10 meters of the candidate's growth rate will be faster. In other words, you will gain more basic attributes when you level up. The closer you are, the stronger the effect. However, the life of the qualified person will also be tied to the trainer. If the trainer dies, the qualified person will also die. As I understand it, suitable candidate actually refers to. Li Ran pointed at Gu Nianqi without saying anything more. However, Gu Nianqi had already understood the meaning behind the words and made further connections. A blush suddenly appeared on her usually aloof and ethereal face. She never expected that the great opportunity that Li Ran had was actually referring to this. She has to form a contract with Li Ran, which means her life will be tied to his. Chapter 3. It's the perfect time to plant flowers. Wait, let me think about it. Gu Nianqi waved her hand, her voice becoming somewhat urgent, no longer as calm as before. At this moment, her brain was working at an extremely fast pace, thinking about everything. Does she, a dignified S-level 5 Thunder Celestial Master and the eldest daughter of the Gu family of Nanshan, really need such unorthodox methods to enhance her potential? This is a great opportunity that even those with hidden talents acknowledge. It's no exaggeration to say that it can defy fate and change one's destiny. After cultivating her flower, she will definitely become stronger. She might even surpass S rank and become an epic level professional, or even higher, a legendary or mythical level. As for the cost, it is very small compared to other methods that can enhance potential. Other methods are even more heinous, often involving the slaughter of entire clans and the sacrifice of bloodlines. Seeing Gu Nianqi deep in thought, Li Ran was not in a hurry. This is something that anyone who isn't easily swayed should definitely think about carefully. After all, it means binding one's life and death to others. Even if it can accelerate one's own growth, one still needs to consider the price behind it. Li Ran's strength is far inferior to Gu Nianqi's, and he is likely to be affected by the AoE of a high-level professional during the battle, dying inexplicably. No matter how much Gu Nianqi wanted to become stronger, she would never easily entrust her life to someone else. Looking at Gu Nianqi's pretty face, Li Ran felt happy. Unexpectedly, things took such a turn for the better. Even if the effects of the hidden talent are discovered, a suitable contract target still needs to be found. As an E-level trainer, at the very bottom of the world, it is difficult for him to find suitable individuals willing to entrust their lives to him and form a contract with him. During this period, I don't know how much time will be wasted. However, Gu Nianqi took the initiative to find him, which greatly shortened his development period. If all goes well, he will soon be able to enter into a contract with Gu Nianqi. Moreover, the quality of the qualified individuals is exceptionally high. They are campus geniuses that the ordinary and unremarkable man could never have come into contact with before. I wonder how much his growth rate will be accelerated by forming a life and death contract with a suitable individual like Gu Nianqi. After a long while, the blush on Gu Nianqi's face faded, and she returned to her usual cool demeanor. Gu Nianqi took a deep breath and spoke in a cool, clear voice. I've thought it through. Please enter into a contract with me. Li Ran's heart skipped a beat, and her legs trembled involuntarily, as if something dormant inside her was about to awaken. He couldn't imagine how Gu Nianqi could do it, to say such things with such a serious expression on her usually aloof face. To be honest, it feels pretty good. By the way, how much would it cost to form a contract with you? Gu Nianqi remained calm and continued. If you don't mind, I'm fine with it. As for the payment. Li Ran remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was overjoyed. By binding himself to Gu Nianqi, the eldest daughter of the Gu family in Nanshan, his safety would be greatly guaranteed. This is something most people could only dream of, and yet he managed to make money from it. Just give me whatever you think is appropriate. Li Ran did not make a direct offer, but instead handed over the bargaining power to Gu Nianqi. In that case, how about a flat price of 100,000 great xia coins? After a moment's thought, Gu Nianqi spoke calmly. 100,000? Upon hearing this, Li Ran's mind stirred slightly. The great xia currency in this world is very durable. 100,000 great xia currency is enough for him to live comfortably for more than 10 years. As expected of a wealthy person, he uttered figures that Li Ran could hardly imagine. Okay, what's the next step? Gu Nianqi asked with some curiosity. She had no experience whatsoever when it came to breeding. How about we go to your bedroom first? We can't exactly make a contract in the living room, can we? Li Ran spoke up. Good. Gu Nianqi nodded, stood up, and walked upstairs. Li Ran's suggestion was exactly what she wanted to hear. Although no one would come to this villa, she didn't want to make a contract with Li Ran in a place like the living room. After all, this was a matter of life and death for her. Li Ran followed behind Gu Nianqi without hesitation. After going up to the second floor, the two walked through the corridor and came to a room at the end. Pushing open the door, the view of Gu Nianqi's bedroom came into view. To Li Ran's surprise, Gu Nianqi's bedroom was not as luxurious as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was unusually simple. Not only is the decorating style simple, but the room layout is also very simple. Unlike other girls who have various cosmetics or plush toys, Gu Nianqi's bedroom only has a bed, a desk, and some daily necessities, nothing else. As soon as she entered the house, Gu Nianqi closed the door and locked it from the inside. After doing all this, Gu Nianqi looked at Li Ran and asked calmly, "And then, what's next?" Li Ran activated his brain, and detailed information about his own talent instantly flooded into his mind. "Wait a minute, I'll be right there." Guided by his innate talent, Li Ran channeled his spiritual power, condensing a pristine white contract document in his hand. The contract was covered with lines of unusual text, like a celestial script, but Li Ran could understand it and knew that this was the price of power. Form a contract, share life and death with the trainer, and achieve rapid growth at the same time. Is signing the contract all that's needed? Gu Nianqi asked curiously. Right. Li Ran nodded. Seeing this, Gu Nianqi no longer hesitated, stepped forward, glanced at the words on the contract, and placed her hand on it. Moment. The contract was completed, and the contract documents transformed into starlight, merging into Li Ran and Gu Nianqi's bodies. The contract is complete. Li Ran can now clearly feel that there is a close connection between his soul and Gu Nianqi. The initial contract formation has officially activated the cultivation of contractual talents. The longer you spend with the suitable individual, the faster your growth will be. The information panel appeared before his eyes, but Li Ran glanced at it and then turned to check it, turning his attention to Gu Nianqi. Now that they had shared life and death, he naturally wanted to care about Gu Nianqi's health. After all, contracts are two-way, and it's impossible to disregard the fact that Gu Nianqi is stronger than him. By the way, it's getting late, shouldn't we get some rest? Looking at the sunlight outside the window, Li Ran spoke in a serious tone. It's time to rest. Gu Nianqi nodded and spoke calmly. Having just completed the awakening ceremony, she immediately sought out Li Ran. Guided by her talent, she was indeed quite tired. Then why don't you take a shower first? Li Ran sniffed the tip of his nose and then spoke. Although Gu Nianqi had a faint fragrance about her, Li Ran still wanted her to take a bath. I think it's very clean. Hearing this, Gu Nianqi was speechless. She took a bath every day and her body was very clean. However, Li Ran is right, one should indeed take a shower during rest. Thinking this, Gu Nianqi spoke calmly. Alright, I'll take a shower then. Want to shower together? Upon hearing the word together, Li Ran's expression suddenly changed. Is Gu Nianqi naive or bold? She actually made such a provocative suggestion right from the start. Li Ran really wanted to agree, but after thinking about it again, she decided against it. He didn't want to take advantage of Gu Nianqi while she was still completely unaware of everything. He'd rather wait until she understood everything before proceeding. I'll wash first. With that, Li Ran walked toward the washroom. Chapter 4, Diligent Cultivation Pays Off. Li Ran walked into the bathroom and found that it was much bigger than the one in his house, and even had a bathtub. Tub? Li Ran thought of something, but quickly dismissed the thought. Now is not the time for imagination. Li Ran quickly took off her clothes, put them in a clean basket, and began to wash her body. Li Ran usually takes a very quick shower, typically finishing in 3 to 5 minutes. But at this moment, he felt that time was passing very slowly, and each day felt like an eternity. The faint fragrance of flowers in the air made him restless. Forcibly suppressing his excitement, Li Ran was finally able to properly wash his body. 3 minutes later, Li Ran dried himself off and came out. As soon as I stepped out of the restroom, I saw a blush creep up Gu Nianqi's face, her expression full of embarrassment. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Li Ran was puzzled. The other person had just wanted to take a bath with him, so why was he shy now? However, he still gave an answer. There are no clean clothes, and even if I wear them, I'll have to take them off later, which is a hassle. Okay, alright. Gu Nianqi stared at Li Ran's face, her voice trembling slightly. At this moment, she dared not look down, because if she looked down she would see something she shouldn't see. Okay, go take a shower. Li Ran waved his hand, strode to the bedside, sat down, and waited. Gu Nianxi walked to the bathroom door, about to enter, when she seemed to remember something and reminded him. Let's close the curtains, it's too bright. Actually, it has nothing to do with whether it's lit or not. Gu Nianxi is simply shy. Although the windows in her bedroom are one way, allowing her to look out, the outside world cannot see into the bedroom. However, due to psychological factors, she still wanted to draw the curtains. No problem. Li Ran waved his hand, quickly walked to the window, and drew the curtains. In an instant, the bedroom fell into darkness, with only the bathroom emitting a faint light. Relieved, Gu Nianxi went into the bathroom and skillfully locked the door from the inside. Then, she began to take off her clothes. Through the glass door of the bathroom, Li Ran could vaguely see a blurry, graceful figure. The rustling sound of clothes being taken off was incredibly exciting. This sense of mystery made Li Ran's imagination run wild. Splash! Soon, the sound of running water could be heard, and Gu Nianxi officially began her bath. In this situation, Li Ran felt his blood surging, his heart rate suddenly increased, and his blood and qi rushed to his head and gathered in one place. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful, wondering if he should have agreed to take a shower with Gu Nianxi a few minutes earlier. That way, you won't have to suffer this torment. Li Ran gritted his teeth, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Reason ultimately prevailed over desire, and he still felt that the first time should be more formal. Time ticked by, and Li Ran maintained his state of high blood pressure, patiently waiting. Finally, the sound of running water stopped, and Gu Nianxi picked up a towel and began to wipe her body. Looking through the glass door at the blurry figure in the bathroom, Li Ran couldn't help but swallow hard. Is it finally coming? Clatter. The bathroom door opened. Thick steam billowed from the bathroom. Gu Nianxi walked out of the bathroom wearing a pink nightgown. Her long hair, casually draped behind her, was adorned with a few glistening water droplets. This made Gu Nianxi less aloof and more gentle. Gu Nianxi casually turned off the bathroom light, and in an instant, the bedroom was plunged into complete darkness. The qualified individual has remained within 10 meters of you for a sufficient period of time. Gained accelerated growth reward, passive skill body of a breeder level 1, eye of a breeder has been upgraded to level 2. Body of a trainer level 1, to become an excellent trainer, a healthy body is essential. Your physical fitness will be significantly improved, and your energy recovery speed will be accelerated. Breeder's Eye level 2, the ability to see through everything, an essential skill for breeders. It allows them to view information about cultivars and discern their weaknesses. Looking at the information on the panel, Li Ran couldn't help but smile slightly. I never expected that the rewards after signing the contract would be so substantial, something that a Miri level trainer could not possibly possess. The nurturing contract truly lives up to its reputation as a hidden talent. It's incredibly powerful. He could feel that his physical fitness had indeed improved significantly, and even the fatigue after the fierce battle had been relieved a lot. That said, after the trainer's eye was upgraded, it became able to see through weaknesses? Li Ran looked at Gu Nianxi lying beside him and silently activated the eye of the nurse. Suddenly, several red circles appeared on Gu Nianxi's body, distributed in different parts. It seems that these are Gu Nianxi's weaknesses. Li Ran suddenly realized that he had to find an opportunity to tell Gu Nianxi this valuable information, so that Gu Nianxi could protect these weaknesses and not let anyone find out. On the battlefield, having weaknesses exposed can have very serious consequences, potentially leading to defeat. Despite being stronger, they still lose to someone weaker. He and Gu Nianxi were bound together by a deep spiritual connection, sharing life and death. Gu Nianxi's life was as precious as his own, and he could not allow it to be harmed in any way. On the other side, Gu Nianxi lay flat on the bed, carefully feeling the changes in her body. My physical condition seems to have improved. There is something warm flowing through my body, constantly nourishing me. However, his professional level remains at S rank, without any breakthrough. It seems that the time since the contract was formed with Li Ran is still too short. A longer period of interaction is needed to achieve a qualitative change. How is it? Has anything changed? Li Ran asked curiously. As a nurturer, he naturally wanted to know what kind of growth the eligible individuals would experience after forming a contract with him. A little, but not much. Gu Nianxi shook her head, her words tinged with regret. So what do we do next? Continue, or? Li Ran asked with concern. Having just acquired the body of a cultivator, he was somewhat tired, but fighting for several more hours was still a piece of cake for him. Gu Nianxi was a virgin not long ago, and even an S-level professional might not be able to handle it. Continue. Gu Nianxi gritted her teeth, her beautiful face flushed with a resolute look in her eyes. Alright, then I'll risk my life to accompany you. Li Ran took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Time passed, and before we knew it, the sun had set and night had quietly fallen. Late at night, more than 10 hours after the contract was signed, the results were finally achieved. Gu Nianqi lay weakly on the bed, her face showing fatigue, but her brows held an indescribable joy, her lips slightly upturned, and even her breathing became somewhat rapid. She broke through. She really broke through. In just half a day, she went from an S-class professional to an epic-class professional. Chapter 5, Perseverance reveals the true nature of a mentor. You broke through? You seemed so happy. Stroking Gu Nianqi's pretty face, Li Ran smiled and asked with concern. Yes. You've broken through. Gu Nianqi opened her arms and hugged Li Ran's back tightly, feeling the warmth of Li Ran's chest, her face full of joy. Indeed, the Celestial Master's guidance was correct. Li Ran was only an E-level cultivator, and she had some doubts before about whether she could help her achieve a transformation. I didn't expect to get results so quickly. After forming a contract, he helped her break through from S rank to epic rank in just half a day. Such methods are simply unheard of. If word got out, there would probably be a line of people wanting to form a contract with Li Ran that could stretch for dozens of streets. Even male S-class professionals would probably be tempted. Congratulations. Li Ran breathed a sigh of relief, a genuine joy appearing on her face. It's not just for Gu Nianqi's breakthrough, but also for myself. The cultivation contract is so effective that it means he will no longer be the useless E-level trash he was before, but a highly sought-after master in the eyes of others. Those qualified individuals who struggle to break through will become his strongest shield, ensuring his safety. Thank you, Li Ran. Gu Nianqi expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her gaze towards Li Ran becoming even more tender. Originally, she had no feelings for Li Ran, only regarding him as a great opportunity she had found. But after a long period of mutual understanding, her feelings for Li Ran gradually increased, and now that Li Ran is helping her break through, these feelings have become even stronger. Without a doubt, Li Ran already occupies a significant place in her heart. No need for words of thanks, after all, we've been through thick and thin together. Li Ran waved his hand and said calmly. Gu Nianqi nodded, a hint of excitement on her face. Suddenly, she thought of something and said seriously in a solemn tone. By the way, don't go around telling everyone about how you can help people break through their limitations, it could be dangerous. After signing the contract, her soul became entangled with Li Ran's, inseparable. Li Ran's safety also represents her safety, so she naturally cares about it. I know. Li Ran nodded. He knew, of course, that this talent was extraordinary, and that if it were leaked, the consequences would be severe. It is highly likely that he will be kidnapped by someone with malicious intent and imprisoned in a secret place that no detector can find, thus losing his freedom. Although he needs to cultivate flowers, he only wants to cultivate delicate flowers with a charm rating of 90 or higher. Not just any flower will do. Once he's caught, he has no say in what kind of flowers he can cultivate. It's considered good if the female flowers aren't attractive enough. The worst thing is that a bunch of bizarre male flowers line up to come to him. If you really end up in that situation, even if you survive, it will be worse than death. At this moment, Li Ran was also relieved that the first flower he encountered was Gu Nianqi. Gu Nianqi not only didn't intend to take advantage of his talent, but also sincerely reminded him to be careful. She was not at all as aloof as rumored. On the contrary, she was unusually gentle. Thinking of this, Li Ran couldn't help but show a gentle look in his eyes. Gu Nianqi treated people with such gentleness, so he naturally had to repay her with the same courtesy. Can we continue? Gu Nianqi asked with a smile. After becoming an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master, her physical fitness improved significantly, and her stamina remained relatively abundant. However, there is some bad news: the benefits of spending an hour with Li Ran are now minimal. Roughly estimated, one would probably have to stay within 10 meters of Li Ran for 10 days to half a month to have a chance to break through to the legendary level. So she doesn't want to waste any time she has. No. I can't take it anymore. Li Ran waved his hand and replied weakly. That's not enough? Gu Nianqi felt a little regretful and tried to encourage Li Ran. Didn't you say you'd risk your life for me? I didn't even say no, how could you? It really won't work. Li Ran looked helpless and let out a heavy sigh. He was like that incompetent husband, powerless in the face of Gu Nianqi's somewhat resentful gaze. But he couldn't do anything about it. He was only level 1, and an E-level trainer. How could he compare to Gu Nianqi, who had already grown into an epic level professional? Even with the blessing of being a cultivator, it's still far from enough. Oh well. Gu Nianqi felt a little regretful. She wanted to continue. But looking at Li Ran like this, it seems he really can't go on. Then let's leave it at that. Gu Nianqi sighed, pulled the covers over herself, closed her eyes, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Good. Li Ran breathed a sigh of relief and fell into a deep sleep. Before long, dawn broke. As the gentle sunlight fell on her face, Li Ran slowly woke up. The room was unfamiliar yet strangely familiar. Li Ran opened his arms and found that there was no one beside him. However, the lingering sensations in his body told Li Ran that what happened yesterday was not a dream, but something that actually happened. Li Ran looked around and noticed a set of black men's clothing neatly arranged on the bedside table. It was brand new, with the tags still on. It was clearly prepared by Gu Nianqi. Li Ran slowly got up, changed her clothes, and got out of bed. You're in good shape. Li Ran took a step forward, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Last night, things got to that point, and he was already prepared to wake up with a sore back and aching muscles in the morning. Surprisingly, nothing happened at all. It seems the cultivator's body is still quite powerful, even able to restore this. In this way, he no longer needs to worry about physical strength. Once you level up and gain higher physique, you can play however you want. Pushing open the bedroom door, Li Ran walked towards the lobby on the first floor. The villa was quiet, and Li Ran's footsteps could be heard clearly. Soon, Li Ran arrived at the lobby on the first floor. Looking around, there was no one in sight, but Li Ran could smell a fragrance. Following the aroma, Li Ran arrived at the kitchen on the first floor. In the kitchen, Gu Nianqi was wearing a white apron and preparing food very seriously. Her gentle appearance resembled that of a virtuous wife. Seeing this scene, Li Ran felt a surge of tenderness in his heart, and his blood began to rush to his head. The early bird catches the worm, and in this situation, how could he not have any thoughts? Li Ran pushed open the kitchen door and strode towards Gu Nianqi. You're awake? Don't worry, breakfast will be ready soon. Hearing the noise, Gu Nianqi turned her head and saw Li Ran with a gentle smile. Li Ran didn't say anything, but silently walked behind Gu Nianqi and pulled her into his arms. Stop fooling around, I'm cooking. Gu Nianqi twisted her waist and struggled symbolically a few times. It's okay, I won't move, I'll just give you a hug. Feeling Gu Nianqi's warmth, Li Ran leaned down to Gu Nianqi's ear and asked the question that had been bothering him. He was very touched that Gu Nianqi was willing to get up in the morning to cook for him herself. But Gu Nianqi is a young lady from a wealthy family, yet she is so skilled at cooking. Does she cook for herself like this every day? I don't like having outsiders in my home. Apart from a few cleaning ladies who come to clean at specific times, I haven't hired anyone else. Gu Nianqi responded calmly. Chapter 6: The Spring of the Trainers. I see. Li Ran nodded, his opinion of Gu Nianqi rising another point. I never expected Gu Nianqi to be this kind of person. Rumors really shouldn't be believed. Li Ran's nose twitched as she smelled the fragrance in the air, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Gu Nianqi is clearly a young lady from a wealthy family, but her cooking skills are quite good. These dishes not only look good, but also smell delicious, making people's appetites increase. All right, stop making a mess in the kitchen. Go back to the table and sit down. Dinner will be ready soon. Gu Nianqi was carefully stir-frying the vegetables in the pan, her tone wistful. All right. Li Ran lost both her parents at a young age and has cooked countless meals since childhood, so she naturally knows that she needs to be quiet enough when cooking. Therefore, she obediently stood aside. As an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master, Gu Nianqi's physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, and she quickly adjusted her condition. Without Li Ran causing trouble, she cooked with ease and quickly reached the final stage. Gu Nianqi took a plate from the cupboard, washed it with clean water, and then deftly plated it by flipping it with a spatula. Gu Nianqi picked up the plate and prepared to leave the kitchen. At this moment, Li Ran stopped Gu Nianqi's actions, then whispered something in Gu Nianqi's ear. I'll agree to your request since you're honest. After a moment's thought, Gu Nianqi decided to agree to Li Ran's request. She was also a little curious about what made the kitchen different from the rest of the house. Gu Nianqi put down the plate in her hand, smoothed her long, loose hair, took a hair tie from the pocket under her apron, and tied her hair up. Then he looked around and made sure that the doors and windows were closed, and that he could not see or hear anything from the outside. Gu Nianqi placed her hands on the kitchen stove and slowly bent down. Delicious. Your cooking is really good. At the round dining table, Li Ran ate the breakfast that Gu Nianqi had made and couldn't help but praise it. This is not flattery, but a sincere expression of my feelings. Even though it wasn't anything expensive or rare, just ordinary ingredients, Gu Nianqi made it taste incredibly delicious. Li Ran ate quickly with the steaming hot rice porridge. Gu Nianqi ate her breakfast in small bites, her movements very elegant. Seeing Li Ran eating so intently, Gu Nianqi couldn't help but laugh. I'm glad you like it. It was just a simple compliment, something she had heard countless times before. For some reason, it still made her feel warm inside, as if her efforts had not been in vain. Let's go level up together after dinner. I know a good dungeon. After finishing a small bowl of plain porridge, Gu Nianqi wiped her mouth with a tissue and spoke. The vocational college entrance examination is less than a month away. Although she wants to spend time with Li Ran, she also has to consider the issue of academic level. With Li Ran's selfless help, she became an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master, not only increasing her initial attributes significantly but also gaining a powerful passive skill and 2 powerful active skills. Even with Li Ran, a trainer with no combat ability, by her side, she was confident she could solo the dungeon. Li Ran nodded in agreement. Gu Nianqi's willingness to help him level up was clearly out of kindness, since in terms of efficiency, Gu Nianqi could level up much faster by soloing. How could he possibly refuse such a kind offer? Moreover, his profession itself is not good at combat. Without Gu Nianqi's guidance, when will he be able to level up? A pitiful sense of self-esteem should be abandoned. There's nothing shameful about being a kept man after all, many people want to be one but don't have the opportunity. Okay, let's eat. Gu Nianqi said with a smile, eat more, you'll have the strength to fight when you're full. Li Ran smiled and replied, then buried his head in his food. To be honest, he was actually quite hungry. I didn't eat anything all day yesterday, just drank some water, and then I just had a major battle in the kitchen. Fortunately, he had the body of a cultivator to support him, otherwise he would have been too hungry to walk long ago. While Mimi was eating, Li Ran had a sudden thought and brought up his status panel. Yesterday, when he was nurturing Gu Nianqi, the panel appeared several times, but he was busy at the time and didn't have time to look at it, so he just turned it off. Now that we have the time, it's time to investigate properly. Name, Li Ran. Occupation, trainer. Level, 10.00%. Strength, 7. Agility, 7. Constitution, 14. Spirit, 7. Talent, nurturing contract level 1, unique. Passive skill, breeder's body level 2. Active skills, breeder's eye level 2, 5 thunder technique level 1. The attributes have increased quite a bit. Looking at the information on the panel, a smile appeared on Li Ran's face. Although the level is still 1, all 4 attributes have increased to varying degrees, especially the constitution, which has been raised to 14. Sure enough, he also gained a lot while cultivating flowers. Although he did not experience a qualitative change like Gu Nianqi, he did become stronger. Continuing to scroll down, Li Ran's expression immediately changed when he saw the active skills section. The 5 thunder technique? The 5 thunder technique sounds extraordinary, unlike something a cultivator like him could master. Clearly, he must have obtained this skill from Gu Nianqi, a legitimate 5 Thunder Celestial Master. The fact that you can acquire the skills that flowers possess when you cultivate them is important information. Doesn't that mean that as long as he cultivates enough flowers, he will transcend the limitations of his profession and become the ultimate professional who is all around capable? Thinking of this, Li Ran couldn't help but feel excited. Although he is only level 1 now and his basic stats are extremely low, his potential is limitless. Collecting his thoughts, Li Ran ate his meal earnestly, his eyes filled with determination. Unlike the confusion and helplessness he felt when he first discovered his profession, he now has a clear goal. Cultivate flowers, upgrade levels, and continuously grow stronger. Soon, Li Ran finished several large bowls of white porridge and devoured all the dishes prepared by Gu Nianqi. My stomach wasn't completely full, but it was almost full. After finishing their meal, Li Ran helped Gu Nianqi clear the table. After everything was taken care of, Gu Nianqi went to the bathroom to tidy herself up and then helped Li Ran clean up. Once she confirmed that everything was alright, the two of them left the villa. After closing the villa gate, Gu Nianqi naturally took Li Ran's arm and walked towards the garage located at the back of the villa. The location of the instance is some distance from the villa, so driving is the most convenient option. Gu Nianqi didn't call her private driver, nor did she plan to. She could drive herself, and usually only had a driver pick her up and drop her off for convenience. Just then, a clear, crisp sound suddenly came from afar. "Oh, Miss Gu, you seem so aloof on the outside, but I never expected you to have learned how to date men behind the scenes? Wouldn't it be heartbreaking if those who are pursuing you saw this?" Li Ran turned around in the direction of the sound and saw a slender girl wearing a black sailor uniform. He was grinning, looking at them with an arrogant expression. Although the girl's appearance was inferior to Gu Nianxi's, she could still be considered a rare beauty. Li Ran looked at the girl and silently used the breeder's eye. Flower name, Song Xie. Age, 18. Gender, female. Height, 165. Weight, 50 g. Basic attributes, 90, 60, 92. Charm, 95. Compatibility, 0. Chapter 7 The Arrogant Neighbor. With such high charm, the ability to live in a villa area, and the courage to speak to Gu Nianxi like that, his talent must be considerable as well. He's a promising talent. However, she has far more weaknesses than Gu Nianxi, practically all of them, which doesn't match her outward arrogance at all. Even a slight touch would probably make them incredibly nervous. Outwardly fierce but inwardly weak, a coward at heart. Li Ran looked at Song Xie and couldn't help but think to himself. Song Xie felt a sudden tremor in her heart. She suddenly had a feeling that her weaknesses had been seen through. "What business is it of yours, Song Xie? What kind of man I look for?" Gu Nianxi glanced at Song Xie and said coldly. As she spoke, Gu Nianxi pulled Li Ran into her arms, her soft skin pressed tightly against Li Ran's arm, making them appear even more intimate. Gu Nianxi then pulled Li Ran along towards the garage. It's nothing, I was just reminding you. I'm already level 5, not far from level 6, while you're probably still only level 1, right? The college entrance exam is just around the corner. Don't get caught up in male beauty at this time and ruin your chances of getting into a good university. Upon seeing this, Song Xie immediately snorted coldly, a hint of panic showing on her arrogant face. She never expected that Gu Nianxi, who was known for her aloofness, would be so bold as to be so intimate with a boy in public. She thought the boy was just average looking, except that he had a slightly handsome face. Among Gu Nianxi's suitors, there must be quite a few guys who are better than her, right? What is it about this person that makes them so captivating to Gu Nianxi? This even led Gu Nianxi to not go to the dungeon all day yesterday, staying in the villa the whole time. Thinking this, Song Xie looked at Li Ran with intense curiosity. No need for you to worry. Gu Nianxi didn't turn around, said coldly, and walked straight into the garage. Soon, Gu Nianxi pulled Li Ran into a black sedan. Sitting in the driver's seat, Gu Nianxi skillfully started the car and drove it out of the villa area. Seeing that Gu Nianxi had simply driven away without paying any attention to her, Song Xie felt a surge of annoyance. It's always like this. She is the eldest daughter of the Song family in Nanshan. She is of similar status to Gu Nianxi, lives nearby, and grew up together. They can be described as childhood sweethearts. However, Gu Nianxi surpassed her in every aspect: appearance, strength, and even the number of suitors. She couldn't compare to Gu Nianxi. This led her to develop a competitive spirit with Gu Nianxi, determined to beat her at least once. This time was no different. She awakened her S-rank magic archer first, intending to show off to Gu Nianxi. As a result, Gu Nianxi awakened an even more powerful S-level 5 Thunder Celestial Master, surpassing her. Even when she tried to talk to Gu Nianxi ignored her and left on her own. Based on what just happened, it's not hard to imagine who Gu Nianxi went to see. The more Song Xie thought about it, the more annoyed she became. In the end, she was the only one who considered Gu Nianxi as her rival. Fine, let you waste your time on such meaningless things. You didn't even bother leveling up yesterday. Song Xie muttered to herself as she quickly walked towards her garage. Gu Nianxi is probably going out to level up this time, and she can't fall behind. We must suppress Gu Nianxi severely and let Gu Nianxi know that Song Xie is no weaker than Gu Nianxi. Driving her black sedan, Song Xie sped out of the villa area. Nanshan City Professionals Association, Instance Hall. After parking the car, Gu Nianxi and Li Ran walked together towards the dungeon lobby. The moment the two entered the dungeon lobby, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. There was no way around it. Gu Nianxi's appearance was simply too outstanding. She was so beautiful that both men and women were captivated at first glance. Li Ran's looks are not bad. He can be described as handsome. However, standing next to Gu Nianxi, he appears somewhat ordinary. Hey! Isn't that Gu Nianxi? Who's that guy next to her? If you don't know her, can you please get lost and not stand next to Gu Nianxi? Isn't Gu Nianxi supposed to have very high standards? I heard that many geniuses were pursuing her, but she ignored them all. How did she end up with such an ordinary man? Holy crap, isn't that Li Ran? The useless guy who awakened an E-level life skill. What luck Li Ran has to be able to catch Gu Nianxi's eye. The dungeons in the dungeon lobby are not very high level, they are specifically used by the Nanshan City Professionals Association to train newcomers. The awakening ceremony just ended yesterday, so the dungeon lobby is full of students from various job change schools. Gu Nianxi was a renowned figure, and Li Ran had some acquaintances among them, so he was naturally recognized. Li Ran was completely unaffected by the discussions around him. Having lived 2 lives, his temperament was naturally stronger than that of the average person. He almost laughed when he heard these words filled with envy and jealousy. He could do whatever he wanted to Gu Nianxi, so what? Gu Nianxi was the same, her expression was indifferent, her face cold, as if she belonged to a different world from everyone else. That tenderness from not long ago was probably something only Li Ran had ever seen. In the crowd, a young man dressed in fine clothes and with an arrogant expression noticed Gu Nianxi's presence. He quickly put on a fawning expression, led several powerful followers, and stepped forward to block Gu Nianxi and Li Ran's path. He is a direct descendant of the Gao family of Nanshan, named Gao Changkuan. Relying on his family's influence, he is quite well known at Nanshan No. 1 Middle School. He once pursued Gu Nianxi openly, but Gu Nianxi ignored him completely and treated him like air. Gao Changkuan ignored Li Ran beside Gu Nianxi, stared intently at Gu Nianxi, and spoke in a fawning tone. Nianxi, are you coming to run a dungeon too? I've awakened an A-rank Fireblade warrior, and I'm level 5 now. I can help you. Gao Changkuan's words immediately caused a stir among those around him. Even though most of them were giving it their all, they were only at level 2, but Gao Changkuan was already at level 5? The difference is considerable. As expected of a direct descendant of the Gao family of Nanshan, he is truly exceptional. However, Gu Nianxi didn't say a word. She simply took Li Ran's hand, bypassed Gao Changkuan who was blocking the way, and walked towards a dungeon entrance in the distance. When Gao Changkuan saw that Gu Nianxi completely ignored him, the eldest son of the Gao family, and cared more about Li Ran, an ordinary person, he immediately felt that he had lost face in front of many onlookers. He closed his eyes, as if he could hear the mocking laughter of those around him. Enraged, Gao Changkuan's once handsome face contorted in rage, but he dared not lash out in front of Gu Nianxi, so he turned his gun on Li Ran instead. A mere rank trash, I really don't know what face he has to come to the dungeon lobby. If I were to awaken a life-related profession and only be at the E rank, I would have already dug a hole and disappeared into it by now. Chapter 8 Gu Nianxi's powerful protection of her husband. Although Gao Changkuan did not name names, everyone understood who he was talking about. No one around stood up to refute this, not only because they feared the power of Gao Changkuan's family, but also because they thought so too. Li Ran, an E-level life skills professional, should be preparing to enter the factory now. Why should I come to the dungeon lobby like those who have awakened their main combat and support classes? At that moment, Gu Nianxi suddenly turned her head, her beautiful face showing a hint of frost, and her tone was icy. Li Ran is my man. How dare a good-for-nothing like you, who only relies on family power, comment on him? If you like digging holes, then hurry up and go back to digging holes. Upon hearing Gu Nianxi's cold words, Gao Changkuan's face immediately turned red as a cooked shrimp. However, he dared not utter a single harsh word. The Gu family, to which Gu Nianxi belongs, is more powerful than the Gao family, to which he belongs. Moreover, Gu Nianxi has awakened to be an S-level 5 Thunder Celestial Master, which is far more promising than his A-level Fireblade warrior. If he dared to provoke Gu Nianxi, he would be dealt with by the Gao family members before the Gu family could even make a move. His pursuit of Gu Nianxi stemmed not only from her beauty but also from a desire to leverage her influence to advance his own career. Now it seems impossible. Okay. Let's go. Gao Changkuan gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and led a few followers out of the dungeon lobby in a dejected manner. Before leaving, Gao Changkuan turned around and gave Li Ran a fierce look. This guy is the one who made him lose face. He miscalculated. He never expected that Gu Nianxi, who was so aloof and indifferent to everything, would actually protect such a good-for-nothing whose only redeeming quality was his appearance. However, Gu Nianxi can protect Li Ran for a while, but not forever. Once he finds an opportunity, he will definitely vent his humiliation on Li Ran. Those around them were all surprised when they saw this. They never expected that Gao Changkuan, who relied on his family's influence to bully others at school, wouldn't even dare to utter a harsh word in front of Gu Nianxi. Even more unexpectedly, the aloof Gu Nianqi would actually protect Li Ran, an E-level professional, in such a way. What's so great about Li Ran that made Gu Nianqi fall for him? Let's go. Ignoring the stares of those around her, Gu Nianqi took Li Ran's hand and walked back to the dungeon entrance they had just chosen. Li Ran nodded, looking at Gu Nianqi with eyes full of tenderness. He was deeply moved by Gu Nianqi's protectiveness of him. At the same time, he secretly resolved in his heart that he must grow up quickly and become a man worthy of Gu Nianqi. Otherwise, if he just lives off a woman like this, even if he wanted to have a harem, he wouldn't have the face to do so. Soon, Gu Nianqi and Li Ran arrived at the entrance to the dungeon. The dungeon entrance connects to one unique world after another. In a typical instance entrance like this, when not in a party, each person enters an independent world without interfering with others. This is why a large number of novice professionals can get training. Gu Nianqi and Li Ran had already teamed up before arriving. Without hesitation, they entered the instance hand in hand. No, am I seeing things? Gu Nianqi entered a level 3 grassland instance, right? Didn't Gu Nianqi just arrive? Why aren't they going into the beginner dungeon, and instead they're going straight into the level 3 dungeon? Even if Gu Nianqi is an S level 5 Thunder Celestial Master, she shouldn't be so bold with a burden on her, right? Those around gasped in surprise upon seeing this. Level 3 dungeons are quite different from beginner dungeons. The purpose of beginner dungeons is to help new players get used to combat. Therefore, the monsters are not very difficult, and there is no need to find an exit. You will be automatically teleported out when the time is up. Even those in professions focused on daily tasks can potentially complete the game solo if they have weapons at their disposal. Level 3 dungeons are different. The strength and density of monsters increase exponentially. Even if they team up, people like them wouldn't dare to challenge a level 3 dungeon right now. Who would have thought that Gu Nianqi would be so bold as to put on weight training and take Li Ran, this good for nothing, to challenge a level 3 dungeon? The shouts of the crowd did not reach Gu Nianqi and Li Ran's ears. At this moment, they had already arrived in the level 3 grassland instance world. As its name suggests, the grassland instance is set in a vast grassland surrounded by lush, over half-meter high weeds. Many smaller monsters are hidden in the grass and are difficult to spot. Upon entering the grassland, Gu Nianqi immediately changed her equipment, switching from her black-fitted outfit to a loose-fitting black Taoist robe. This is an ability that is automatically gained after awakening a profession. Some people call it the one-click outfit system, while others call it the activation of combat form. Whatever it's called, that's basically it. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the city, and no one dares to run around with conspicuous weapons. In addition, everyday clothes are more comfortable than cold equipment, so this function is exceptionally convenient. Stand behind me, and leave the fighting to me. Gu Nianqi gently gave Li Ran a message. She then slightly opened her beautiful eyes and warily surveyed her surroundings. Li Ran nodded. Yesterday he fought tirelessly, today it's Gu Nianqi's turn, that makes sense. Li Ran looked around warily, then suddenly perked up when he saw Gu Nianqi dressed in a black Taoist priest's robe. I must say, this outfit is quite nice. Gu Nianqi looks particularly charming in it. Now is not the time. When the opportunity arises later, I will definitely make Gu Nianqi wear this outfit and have a good fight with him. Gu Nianqi's eyes were sharp, and she quickly found a plump unicorn rabbit hiding in the grass. Then Gu Nianqi swung her slender right hand, and countless arcs of electricity gathered in her palm, making a sizzling sound. The next moment, a violent arc of electricity erupted and rushed towards the unicorn rabbit. Sizzle! The unicorn rabbit was paralyzed by the electric shock and remained rooted to the spot, unable to move. In the blink of an eye, he was electrocuted and burned beyond recognition, unable to get up again. Successfully killed a level 3 unicorn rabbit. In a team, the experience is split equally, and you gain plus 15 experience. Although I didn't participate in the battle, the information on the panel still appeared. Li Ran checked his level and found that his experience bar had increased by 1.5%. So, killing a level 3 monster can increase your experience by 3%, which is pretty fast. Without him as a burden, Gu Nianqi estimated that she could level up to level 2 in about 10 minutes, which was incredibly efficient. Gu Nianqi did not stop casting the spell, but turned her head and aimed at another patch of grass. With the help of her hidden talent of being guided by a celestial master, her intuition was terrifying. No monster can hide from her no matter how well it is hidden, it will be found precisely. Coupled with the exaggerated 5 thunder technique, which is enough to instantly kill level 3 monsters, the monster killing efficiency is extremely high. Half an hour later, Li Ran experienced his first upgrade. Chapter 9, Unrivaled Grass Cutting, but Gun Yinshi. Name, Li Ran. Occupation, Trainer. Level, 21.00%. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 10. Talent, Nurturing Contract Level 1, Unique. Passive Skill, Breeder's Body Level 1. Active Skills, Breeder's Eye Level 2, 5 Thunder Technique Level 1. Did you add 15 points to the base attributes? Looking at the information on the panel, Li Ran couldn't help but feel excited. Generally speaking, even combat-oriented professions of E rank will not gain 10 points of base attributes per level. The gap between professions is not so easy to bridge. His ability to gain 15 points in one go must be due to the effectiveness of his contract cultivation talent, which has significantly increased his potential ceiling. With more than half more basic attributes, it's no exaggeration to say it's a complete transformation. It is very likely that his current professional level has reached D level. Li Ran guessed that this was probably related to the fact that the first flower he cultivated was Gun Yinshi. Gun Yinshi is a flower of exceptional high quality, which is why the harvest after nurturing her is so great. If it were just an ordinary wildflower, he might work hard all day and not even be able to raise its potential by a little bit. This further solidified Li Ran's determination to cultivate only high-quality flowers. A day has a fixed and limited amount of time. Even if someone becomes a master of time management, they cannot conjure up more time out of thin air. To achieve both cultivation and upgrading, we must start with improving the quality of the flowers. Composing himself, Li Ran looked at Gun Yinshi, who was also smiling, and asked with concern, "How was it? How was the harvest?" "Excellent. I gained nearly 60 points of basic attributes in one go, which is much higher than that of an S-rank profession." Gun Yinshi's face lit up with a bright smile as she ran to Li Ran's side and gave him a big hug. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Li Ran's heart trembled. As expected of an epic level class, its potential is ridiculously exaggerated. The attributes Gun Yinshi gained from leveling up were higher than all his current attributes combined. No wonder the gap between professions is so difficult to bridge. For a senior professional to advance one level is equivalent to a junior professional advancing several levels. How can a junior professional possibly compete with a senior professional? Wait, it seems like you can actually win by using your head. At least if you keep trying, Li Ran might have a chance to beat Gun Yinshi. Li Ran was not afraid of the professional gap. Instead, his eyes lit up and a desire for training arose in his heart. As long as he cultivates enough flowers, sooner or later he will also possess or even surpass this potential. Wait, now is not the time. Sensing something amiss, Gun Yinshi's expression changed, and her tone became somewhat heavy. She took a few quick breaths, shook her head, and released Li Ran's embrace. Gun Yinshi looked around, her fair and jade-like palm crackling with electricity. After finding her target, she continued to engage in the battle. After the upgrade, Gun Yinshi's lightning magic power increased significantly. Even when facing level 4 or 5 monsters, a single lightning spell can still kill them instantly. Successfully defeated a level 4 elder cat. In a team, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 20 experience. Successfully killed a level 5 great mouth dog. In a team, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 25 experience. Li Ran followed behind Gun Yinshi, silently watching her unleash her full power in the level 3 grassland dungeon. He has personally experienced what it feels like to be carried by a big shot. Li Ran also challenged a level 3 monster to a duel earlier, but without using the 5 thunder technique, it took him more than 10 seconds to win, much slower than Gun Yinshi. Clearly, the reason these monsters were instantly killed was not because they were too weak, but because Gun Yinshi was too strong. Lightning is an incredibly powerful force, and Gun Yinshi is an epic level 5 thunder celestial master who is in charge of orthodox thunder magic, so her destructive power is naturally terrifying. Gun Yinshi pushed forward relentlessly, while Li Ran silently calculated the efficiency. At this rate, I can level up again in a little over an hour. For the average professional, reaching level 3 in a day is already quite impressive. Even with Li Ran by her side, Gun Yinshi only needed less than 2 hours, which was incredibly efficient. Given Gun Yinshi's demonstrated potential, getting into one of the top 10 prestigious universities in the country would be a piece of cake. Even without a full-scale upgrade, it's a sure thing. Gun Yinshi walked ahead, mercilessly dealing with every monster she encountered. Suddenly, an orange-yellow, round-headed cat rushed out of the bushes and pounced on Gun Yinshi, who was walking in front. The level 3 round-headed cat was missed by Gun Yinshi. watch out behind you. Li Ran quickly gave a reminder, instinctively spreading out his right hand and activating the five thunder technique. The next moment, the power of lightning gathered in his palm, and violent arcs of electricity began to surge. Li Ran could feel the surging power in his hands. This was not something he, as an E-level cultivator, could have mastered, but with Gun Yanqi's help, he actually possessed it. Just as Li Ran was about to unleash the electric arc, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared on Gun Yanqi's body. Golden light surrounded Gun Yanqi's body, making her shine like the sun. The Golden Light Mantra is a powerful technique used by the Five Thunder Celestial Masters, combining both offense and defense. Seeing this, Li Ran breathed a sigh of relief and silently withdrew the Five Thunder technique from his palm. As expected of an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master, he is incredibly well-rounded and unlike ordinary spellcasters who are afraid of being ambushed. Ha! The round-headed cat let out a soft shout, leaped up, and brandished its sharp claws as it attacked Gun Yanqi. Its claws reached for Gun Yanqi's slender waist, seemingly trying to tear the Taoist robe and leave several scratches on the back that was a work of art. As a result, it crashed straight into the golden light, its claws not even breaking through the golden light's skin, and was directly blasted away, collapsing into the grass. Gun Yanqi turned her head, raised her slender right index finger, aimed at the round-headed cat, and shot out a terrifying arc of electricity from her fingertip. Unsurprisingly, the round-headed cat was electrocuted. Upon seeing this, a glint of light flashed in Li Ran's eyes. Gun Yanqi's understanding of the Five Thunder technique seems to have deepened a lot. Now she doesn't need to perform the spell so formally anymore, she can shoot out arcs of electricity with ease. It seems that skills become more powerful through continuous practice and use. Li Ran also needs to find an opportunity to properly practice the skills he has already mastered. After this little incident, Gun Yanqi continued her journey across the grassland, cutting grass with unparalleled skill. After some time, Li Ran suddenly felt that his strength had once again experienced a rapid increase. It's been upgraded. 15 more basic attributes were added, the other 3 attributes increased by 3 points, and Constitution increased by 6 points. At the same time, Li Ran also discovered that he had acquired a new active skill. Hypnosis Level 1 interferes with the target's will, causing them to fall into hallucinations. The effect depends on the user's mental strength and skill level. Chapter 10: The Imperial Uncle's 3 Wonders. Holy crap, no wonder he's a breeder. I have to admit, the skill is actually quite fitting. Looking at his newly acquired skills, Li Ran couldn't help but complain in his heart. His profession is really a bit unorthodox. So far, he has not received any normal training methods, and now he has even obtained one of the 3 great skills of the Imperial Uncle, hypnosis. He couldn't help but wonder if there would be further disappearances and time freezes next. It must be said that these skills, though strange, are incredibly powerful. If he could truly obtain the complete version of the Imperial Uncle's 3 wonders, then probably no one in this world could withstand him. After all, that's an unlimited time stop. 5 seconds of time stop is enough to save the world, so an unlimited time stop can't just be used for Emperor Wen of Wei, right? Li Ran shook his head, clearing his mind of those strange and wonderful thoughts. His hypnosis is only at level 1 now. Not to mention, compared to the unlimited cognitive modification in the complete version of the Imperial Uncle's 3 wonders, he might not even be able to win against ordinary illusions. Let's not think that far ahead, let's focus on the present. Li Ran looked at Gun Yanqi, his eyes showing concern. How was the harvest? Just like the last upgrade, I only gained nearly 60 attribute points and didn't get any new skills. Gun Yanqi turned around and said with some regret. The 5 Thunder Celestial Master is an incredibly powerful class. Each new skill significantly increases her strength. Unfortunately, I didn't get a single new skill after leveling up twice. I clearly gained 3 new skills when Li Ran was training me, including the golden light spell I just used, but now that I'm seriously leveling up, I don't even have a single new skill. Gun Yanqi couldn't help but wonder if she should ask Li Ran to spend more time nurturing her. It's okay, it will happen eventually. Li Ran comforted him, keep leveling up. Although he said that, Li Ran was actually extremely envious. Gun Yanqi, listen to what you're saying. Are you even speaking human language? Li Ran couldn't imagine why such cold words would come from Gun Yanqi's warm, 36-degree mouth. What do you mean by only gaining 60 attribute points? If those low-level professionals who don't even get 10 attribute points per level heard this, wouldn't they be furious? Gun Yanqi nodded and walked on the grassland, her hands bursting with powerful arcs of electricity, ravaging this level 3 dungeon that was terrifying in the eyes of a novice. Successfully defeated a level 5 Black Panther beast. In a team setting, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 25 experience. Successfully defeated a level 6 Ironback beast. In a team setting, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 30 experience. For Gunyanshi, killing level 1 monsters and killing level 6 monsters are equally efficient. So unlike others, for her, the higher the monster's level and the greater the monster density, the better. What others avoid like the plague are nothing more than moving experience packs in her eyes. Li Ran noticed that his experience points were increasing rapidly, no slower than before. As Gunyanshi's strength increased, her monster killing efficiency also increased dramatically. At this rate, he and Gunyanshi will be able to level up again in about an hour. In one day, I can probably level up to level 8 or 9, which is more efficient than what others can achieve in several days. After I reach level 10 tomorrow, I will be qualified to leave the city and will be able to go to the higher level dungeons in the wilderness to grind monsters. I just don't know what Gunyanshi's plans are. Li Ran thought about it for a moment and felt that he didn't need to worry about this matter. After all, Gunyanshi is the eldest daughter of the Gu family in Nanshan, and her perspective is far superior to his, an orphan without parents. Gunyanshi definitely knows where to grind monsters and how to grind monsters most efficiently to level up. If he were to use his brain to give advice and suggestions, that would be truly chaotic. The slackers should just sit back and wait for the pros to carry them to victory. Successfully defeated a level 7 Kumamoto brown bear. In a team, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 35 experience. As Gunyanshi continued to delve deeper into the dungeon, she began to encounter level 7 monsters. The level 7 monster was somewhat powerful, but it still couldn't withstand Gunyanshi's palm lightning attack, which killed it instantly. For Gunyanshi, an epic level 5 Thunder Mage, level 3 dungeons were as easy as going home. No wonder Gunyanshi dared to bring Li Ran, this burden, into the dungeon. While Gunyanshi was diligently grinding monsters, Li Ran wasn't idle either. Having just acquired the hypnosis technique, I definitely need to practice it diligently to see if I can upgrade my skill level and make the hypnosis technique even more powerful. Li Ran looked around, searching for monsters of lower level. A higher level opponent doesn't necessarily guarantee victory. It's easier to experiment with a lower level opponent. The first thing Li Ran found was a beige level 3 round-headed cat. The round-headed cat was not strong and could not compare to other monsters of the same level, so it was relatively easy to capture. However, the round-headed cat that Li Ran caught was an anomaly, extremely fierce. Even though Li Ran had grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, it kept opening its mouth and hissing at Li Ran. And every 3 times it exhaled, it would wave its sharp claws, trying to scratch Li Ran. This suited Li Ran's intentions perfectly. The more ferocious the round-headed cat was, the more valuable it was for his experiments. Li Ran held the round-headed cat tightly by the back of its neck and used hypnosis on it. Hypnosis. You're an obedient kitten, you're an obedient kitten. Under the influence of hypnosis, the unusually fierce round-headed cat actually calmed down and stopped hissing. Seeing that the experiment was successful, Li Ran couldn't help but smile slightly. Although he was only hypnotizing a level 3 round-headed cat with low intelligence, it was undoubtedly a good start for him. He can hypnotize a level 3 round-headed cat now, and in the future he will be able to hypnotize a level 300 high-class beauty. The Imperial Uncle's 3 unique skills will surely shock the world. After confirming that the round-headed cat had indeed become docile, Li Ran tried to loosen the back of the cat's neck and put it on the ground. Even after being freed from Li Ran's control, the round-headed cat remained incredibly docile, showing no signs of having been a ferocious wildcat before. Go, round-headed cat, tear your enemies to shreds. Li Ran smiled slightly and gave instructions to the round-headed cat he had hypnotized. Upon receiving the command, the round-headed cat immediately took nimble steps and rushed towards a level 3 black dog that was drooling with a foul stench not far away. Not long after, the round-headed cat collapsed to the ground, unable to get up, and was bitten by the black dog, losing most of its life. Li Ran observed the entire battle and summarized several weaknesses of hypnosis. Under the influence of hypnosis, the round-headed cat did become more obedient, but it also lost its wildness and its fighting ability declined significantly. If the round-headed cat were still as wild as before, with a heart as bold as Kimmy who dared to hiss, although it couldn't beat the black dog with its elbow, it wouldn't be completely outmatched by the black dog. Moreover, under extreme conditions, such as death, hypnosis seems to be forcibly dispelled. Before being killed by the black dog, the round-headed cat seemed to regain a bit of its wildness. Chapter 11: Dragons Fight in the Wild. Walking on the grassland, Li Ran kept looking for suitable prey and experimented with hypnosis. To use hypnosis more skillfully and achieve the desired effect of changing other people's thoughts at will, repeated practice is necessary. With practice, Li Ran's understanding of hypnosis is gradually improving. He can now briefly hypnotize level 5 monsters, making them work for him, and the casting time has been greatly reduced, taking less than 5 seconds. Although this level of hypnosis is still of little help in combat, and all that effort is not as effective as Gu Nianqi's 5 Thunder technique, it is indeed a good start. Feeling his brain getting tired, Li Ran finished his practice and caught up with Gu Nianqi. At this moment, Gu Nianqi was still invincible on the grassland. Any monster she encounters on the road will be instantly killed by her terrifying lightning magic, as expected of an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master. Looking at Gu Nianqi, Li Ran couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After practicing hypnosis, Li Ran realized just how exaggerated Gu Nianqi's behavior was. He had only practiced hypnosis for a short while when his mental energy was almost depleted, and he felt a bit drowsy. Gu Nianqi had to unleash the 5 Thunder technique every time she encountered a monster. Even though the 5 Thunder technique consumed less energy than ordinary spells, it still consumed a lot of mental energy. Even now, Gu Nianqi still shows no signs of fatigue, as if she possesses inexhaustible spiritual energy. It's possible that Gu Nianqi's mental attributes have reached a certain level, creating a positive cycle. The time it took to find a monster was enough for Gu Nianqi to recover her lost mental energy. In the 3rd hour after entering the instance, Li Ran and Gu Nianqi leveled up once again. Name, Li Ran. Occupation, Trainer. Level, 0.10%. Strength, 16. Agility, 16. Constitution, 32. Spirit, 16. Talent, Nurturing Contract Level 1, Unique. Passive skill, Breeder's Body Level 1. Active skills, Breeder's Eye Level 2, 5 Thunder Technique Level 1, Hypnosis Level 1. Compared to before entering the dungeon, Li Ran's attributes have more than doubled. In particular, his physical fitness score exceeded 30 points. Li Ran even felt that he had inexhaustible energy. In future battles with Gu Nianqi, I won't experience the exhaustion I did last night. Coming to his senses, Li Ran looked at Gu Nianqi, who was looking down with a hint of regret on her beautiful face, probably because she hadn't acquired any new skills. It's okay, it will happen eventually. Li Ran walked over to Gu Nianqi, patted her on the shoulder, and comforted her. Gu Nianqi responded softly, then fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, Gu Nianqi looked up at Li Ran, a resolute glint in her eyes, as if she had made up her mind. Gu Nianqi pursed her red lips, tiptoed closer to Li Ran's profile, and whispered something in his ear. Li Ran was immediately shocked, not expecting Gu Nianqi to be so bold as to want to cultivate in the grassland instance. Yesterday she was an aloof and ignorant flower, but now she's even more eager and proactive than him, her cultivator. The stark contrast made Li Ran's heart beat a little faster. Li Ran naturally had no reason to refuse. Looking at the vast grassland and then at Gu Nianqi, who was dressed in a black Taoist priest's robe and looked serious, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild and look forward to what was about to happen. This place is indeed quite suitable, the scenery is beautiful, and it's just Li Ran and Gu Nianqi, so no one will know what they've been doing in the instance. After confirming that there were no problems, Gu Nianqi's lightning magic became even more fierce. Wherever it went, all the monsters hidden in the grass were electrocuted and their souls were scattered. Successfully defeated a level 7 Kumamoto brown bear. In a team setting, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 35 experience. Successfully killed a level 7 stone-toothed boar. In a team, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 35 experience. The speed at which monsters are killed has suddenly increased by a large margin. Although Gu Nianqi didn't say anything, her actions betrayed her true feelings, as if she longed to be nurtured by Li Ran. Following behind Gu Nianqi, Li Ran silently checked the percentage experience bar. Although Gu Nianqi's monster killing efficiency improved, the rate at which her experience bar increased did not increase. In fact, it slowed down considerably. After a moment's thought, Li Ran understood what was going on. At level 3, killing a level 7 monster will grant approximately 0.4% experience. However, after reaching level 4, killing a level 7 monster only provides a 0.2% experience boost, making it almost half as efficient. If Gu Nianqi were to kill higher level monsters, she should be able to maintain her previous leveling speed. Unfortunately, the highest level monster in this dungeon seems to be only level 7. Fortunately, by this time, the dungeon was almost over, and soon he and Gu Nianqi would be able to enter a higher level dungeon and regain their efficient leveling speed. Not long after, the terrain of the instance changed. The grassland came to an end, and a forest appeared ahead. Clearly, this is the end of the grassland dungeon, and the most powerful monster in the dungeon is hidden in this forest.
Gu Nianqi stopped in front of the woods, but she had no intention of stepping into them. Gu Nianqi stood in front of the woods, spreading out her fair, jade-like hands, with arcs of electricity surging wildly in them.
Sizzle! A violent arc of electricity shot towards the woods ahead, burning down a large tree that was several meters tall. Successfully killed an 8th level camouflage tree. In a team, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 80 experience. Upon seeing the prompt, Li Ran naturally understood that these trees were the final monsters in the dungeon. That's really insidious. If you step into the woods without any precautions, you'll definitely be in big trouble.
Fortunately, Gu Nianqi was strong enough to turn these trees into inanimate experience packs.
I must say, this experience pack is quite large, giving much more experience points than those level 7 monsters before.
The camouflage trees also have offensive capabilities. They can transform their trunks and branches into whips to lash out at enemies.
Unfortunately, the attack range is not far enough.
Gu Nianqi stood there motionless, and those whips couldn't hurt her in the slightest.
However, Gu Nianqi's 5 thunder technique could actually hit the disguised tree.
Before long, Gu Nianqi had swept away all the camouflage trees in the woods, leaving only normal trees.
Li Ran glanced at the experience bar and thought to himself, what a pity.
The experience bar has reached over 90%, and I'm just a little short of leveling up.
Unfortunately, there were no monsters around.
After checking the woods and confirming that there were no camouflage trees around, Gu Nianqi ran towards Li Ran with light steps, eager to see him. A rare look of joy appeared on her exquisite face, and her loose Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, creating an unusually turbulent effect.
Chapter 12 Song Cie's Curiosity.
In the unusually quiet woods, not even a bird could be heard. Li Ran felt the silence and looked relaxed.
That's normal. These dungeons are created for people to conquer, unlike the normal world which has a reasonable ecological cycle. Therefore, once the existing monsters were cleared out, the world fell into tranquility.
No living being will disturb him and Gu Nianqi.
Wait, let me change my clothes first.
Gu Nianqi came to Li Ran's side and said softly.
It's alright, the Celestial Master's robe is the same.
Li Ran, who was in control of everything, spoke with a smile.
What a joke. He was only thinking about Gu Nianqi wearing the Taoist priest's robes. How could he possibly let Gu Nianqi change her clothes? If you change into ordinary clothes, how much fun would you lose? Well, okay then.
Gu Nianqi blushed, her voice trembling slightly.
She couldn't refute Li Ran's words and could only passively accept them.
Li Ran seemed to have seen through all her weaknesses, and she was finding it difficult to cope. Despite facing those ferocious monsters, Gu Nianqi remained completely calm. Thunderous power surged in her palms, and dazzling golden light protected her, showcasing the grandeur of an epic 5 Thunder Celestial Master.
However, when facing Li Ran, whose strength was far inferior to that of a monster, she, an ordinary E-level cultivator, was completely outmatched. They've really disgraced the profession of 5 Thunder Celestial Master. Fortunately, apart from her and Li Ran, there were no other living beings around, and the entire instance was extremely quiet. Even if it's embarrassing, it's only for Li Ran to see, it's not a big deal.
Once she leaves this instance and adjusts her state, she is still the aloof and unapproachable Gu Nianqi in the eyes of others.
Nanshan City Professionals Association, Instance Hall. What's going on? Why hasn't Gu Nianqi come out yet? Looking at the entrance to the level 3 grassland instance not far away, a hint of confusion appeared in Song Cie's eyes. Gu Nianqi drove away from the villa area, and soon after, she followed in her car. Although she didn't see Gu Nianqi when she entered the dungeon lobby, she learned from the classmates around her that Gu Nianqi and Li Ran had entered the level 3 grassland dungeon together. Upon learning that Gu Nianqi had entered the dungeon, she immediately found a suitable dungeon and attempted to maintain her level advantage by soloing it. She had already cleared the dungeon and left, while Gu Nianqi was still stuck in the level 3 grassland dungeon. With Gu Nianqi's strength, she shouldn't be unable to defeat the monsters in this dungeon, right? Could it be that the problem arose because of the burden of having Li Ran with him? Unfortunately, she couldn't find out what happened to Gu Nianqi in the instance and could only guess. Just then, a brilliant light suddenly emanated from the entrance to the level 3 grassland instance. Finally out. Song Cie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, Gu Nianqi and Li Ran emerged from the light. Song Cie revealed an arrogant expression, strode towards Gu Nianqi, and spoke proudly. Humph, Gu Nianqi, you're too slow. It took me 10 minutes to clear a level 4 dungeon.
Upon hearing this, a chorus of exclamations erupted from the surrounding crowd.
The level 4 dungeon is higher than their level.
They would need to wait at least 2 more days before they would have the courage to team up and challenge it.
But now someone can actually solo it.
As expected of Song Xie, who awakened the S-rank magic archer, she is truly incredibly powerful.
Song Xie looked arrogant, her dark eyes fixed on Gu Nianqi, trying to see the expression she wanted to see on Gu Nianqi's face. However, faced with Song Xie's provocation, Gu Nianqi remained indifferent, her beautiful face showing no emotion whatsoever. Upon hearing this indifferent response, Song Xie was speechless. It's always like this, always like this.
No matter the situation, Gu Nianqi always had this aloof expression, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with her.
When will she finally see even a hint of panic on Gu Nianqi's face?
Gu Nianqi ignored Song Xie, took Li Ran's hand, and walked towards the entrance of a level 5 dungeon on her own. For various reasons, she accidentally spent 3 extra hours in that level 3 grassland dungeon, which delayed her original leveling plan. To achieve her planned level today without interfering with her subsequent plans, she needed to help Li Ran quickly clear a level 5 dungeon rich in monster resources to gain a large amount of experience points in one go. With time running out and tasks piling up, she didn't have time to waste here with Song Xie.
Snort.
Seeing that she was being ignored by Gu Nianqi as usual, Song Xie couldn't help but let out a cold snort, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Although I've gotten used to being ignored by Gu Nianqi, I still feel uncomfortable when I experience it firsthand.
Watching Gu Nianqi lead Li Ran towards the dungeon, Song Xie felt a renewed surge of curiosity. Just who is Li Ran? How could Gu Nianqi take such good care of him, even taking him along when leveling up? Song Xie didn't believe it was just simple liking.
She and Gu Nianqi were old acquaintances. Given Gu Nianqi's aloof personality, how could she possibly fall for an ordinary man who was only good-looking? Even if she really fell in love with him, she couldn't possibly waste her precious leveling time by taking Li Ran, who was definitely a burden, along with her. With the college entrance exam just around the corner, even if Gu Nianqi suddenly became love-struck, she wouldn't make such a mistake. Song Xie felt that Li Ran must have something special about him, something so special that Gu Nianqi was willing to bear these visible losses for him. It just so happens that she lives next door to Gu Nianqi. If Gu Nianqi brings Li Ran back to that villa again today, she will definitely try to find out more information tonight. As an S-rank magic archer, she combines the agility and stealth of an assassin with the detection abilities of an archer, making her an expert at gathering intelligence. At this moment, Gu Nianqi and Li Ran had already entered the level 5 dungeon. This was followed by another round of exclamations. Holy crap, a level 5 dungeon? Are you serious? As expected of Gu Nianqi, not content with just clearing the level 3 dungeon with her burden, she actually went straight into the level 5 dungeon.
This is the most difficult dungeon in the dungeon lobby.
It has level 10 monsters. No wonder Gu Nianqi didn't care about Song Xie's provocation. She wants to prove herself with her strength. Hearing the shouts of those around her, Song Xie composed herself, a strong fighting spirit appearing in her eyes. Put aside gathering intelligence for now, she needs to respond to Gu Nianqi.
It's just a level 5 dungeon, right? She's a top-tier S-rank magic archer, almost level 8 already. Why would she be afraid? Even if she really can't win, she can leave the instance through the portal she entered, so there's no need to worry about her safety. Thinking this, Song Xie followed Gu Nianqi and entered the level 5 instance as well. Chapter 13. Gu Nianqi, who had tasted the sweetness of love. After passing through the dungeon portal, Li Ran and Gu Nianqi arrived in the level 5 dungeon. This instance is called the cave instance, and therefore, the terrain inside the instance is indeed a cave. The dungeon was dimly lit, with a faint smell of blood in the air, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Judging from the atmosphere alone, it is significantly different from the previous level 3 grassland instance. Gu Nianqi maintained her aloof expression, her beautiful eyes slightly open as she carefully surveyed her surroundings. Not far away, a small, humanoid monster was patrolling the area, holding a wooden stick. Even though they were very close, the monster did not notice Gu Nianqi and Li Ran. Li Ran knew that this was due to the protection of the rules. When you first enter the instance, there is a safe zone several meters around the instance entrance. Monsters will subconsciously ignore creatures in safe zones, and even if they do notice them, they cannot attack them. Of course, the reverse is also true. At most, those who enter the dungeon can only observe the surrounding situation or buff themselves to prepare for battle. They cannot attack monsters outside the safe zone. The safe zone usually disappears after 2 or 3 minutes, which is enough time for those who enter the instance to find out what's going on. Without hesitation, Gu Nianqi strode out of the safe area, her long legs hidden beneath her Taoist robes.
At the same time, her fair right hand was raised, and violent arcs of electricity began to surge. As Gu Nianqi stepped out of the safe zone, the humanoid monster noticed her presence, let out an excited roar, and charged over, brandishing its wooden club. It was met with the 5 thunder technique from Gu Nianqi's right hand. The humanoid monster was not tall, much shorter than a normal human, and did not appear to be very strong. In contrast, its agility is not low, and its speed is also acceptable. In the blink of an eye, the distance between it and Gu Nianqi had shortened. Unfortunately, Gu Nianqi's 5 thunder technique was even faster. Sizzle. A violent arc of electricity struck in an instant, hitting the humanoid monster and paralyzing it, causing it to convulse violently. It had difficulty moving, let alone holding a weapon. In just 2 seconds, it was electrocuted and fell to the ground with a shrill scream. Successfully defeated a level 6 cave goblin. In a party, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 60 experience. Upon receiving the notification, a smile appeared on Li Ran's face. Although both are level 6 monsters, the cave goblin provides more experience than the monsters in the previous level 3 dungeon. Killing a level 6 monster here is equivalent to killing 2 in a level 3 dungeon, significantly increasing the leveling efficiency. Sure enough, if you're strong enough, you should farm high-level dungeons. Farming low-level monsters in high-level dungeons is much better than dawdling in low-level dungeons. Gu Nianqi continued forward, only to be met by several cave goblins, seemingly a patrol squad, waving wooden clubs and displaying unusually fierce expressions. What greeted them was naturally a raging electric arc. The electric arc emitted a powerful light, illuminating the dim cave and foreshadowing the impending doom of the cave goblins. Unlike ordinary spells, the 5 thunder technique does not have a cooldown period. It can be continuously cast if one has sufficient mental energy. Therefore, even when facing multiple monsters at the same time, Gu Nianqi remained at ease, with an unusually calm expression on her face. Successfully defeated a level 6 cave goblin. In a party, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 60 experience. Successfully defeated a level 6 cave goblin. In a party, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 60 experience. As messages appeared, experience grew rapidly. Li Ran and Gu Nianqi were only a little bit away from leveling up, and after receiving the experience from these goblins, they naturally experienced another level up. Li Ran checked his attributes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Level 50.10%. Strength 20. Agility 20. Physical fitness 40. Spirit 20. After nurturing Gu Nianqi for 3 hours in the grassland instance, the basic attributes he gained with each level up saw a further increase. Now, you get 20 points of basic attributes for every level up, which is comparable to a C-level professional. In just 1 day, he has grown from what everyone called an E-level waste to his current level, which is quite remarkable. Of course, for Li Ran, this is far from enough. He needs to cultivate more flowers and become stronger. Suddenly, Gu Nianqi's somewhat resentful voice came from beside him. Let's continue tonight. Li Ran looked up and saw that Gu Nianqi's beautiful face was filled with a hint of disappointment and a deep longing. Li Ran didn't know if Gu Nianqi was making this request because she wanted to acquire new skills, or if she had simply become addicted to nurturing skills after experiencing the initial success. Regardless of the reason, it didn't affect his nod of agreement. Even if you can't get the cultivation reward, it's still a pleasant thing to be able to connect with someone as unattainable as Gu Nianqi. What's more, there might be additional benefits. I would be delighted. Li Ran responded with a smile. With Li Ran's approval, Gu Nianqi pursed her red lips, a hint of a smile appearing in her eyes. Then, Gu Nianqi turned her head and continued to move forward in the cave. Along the way, many more cave goblins rushed over, as numerous as the weeds by the roadside. Faced with so many goblins, most teams would probably start to panic and lose their composure at this point. However, Gu Nianqi did not feel nervous at all. Instead, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. To her, the mere cave goblins were nothing more than easy minions, like walking experience packs. The more cave goblins there are, the more experience points you can gain, and the faster you level up. If things continue like this, they'll be able to level up again in no time. While Gu Nianqi was bravely fighting monsters, Li Ran was not idle either. With his basic attributes improved, he now has the strength to fight these cave goblins even without using the 5 thunder technique. He sought out lone cave goblins and, through battles with them, familiarized himself with the combat process. Although it was great to be protected by Gu Nianqi, Li Ran didn't plan to continue like this forever. Sooner or later, he will turn the tide and become Gu Nianqi's support. With Gu Nianqi watching over him right now, there's no need to worry about safety. It's the perfect time to gain combat experience. Li Ran found a cave goblin, attracted its aggro, and skillfully dodged its attacks. The cave goblin swung its wooden club, but kept missing, unable to hit Li Ran at all. With a few casual kicks, Li Ran made the cave goblin dizzy and disoriented, even losing his grip on the wooden stick. With another swift kick, Li Ran knocked the cave goblin down, then snatched the wooden club from the goblin's hand and struck it on the goblin's head.
Successfully defeated a level 6 cave goblin.
In a party, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 60 experience.
Chapter 14 Invisibility.
A slight smile appeared on Li Ran's face as he dealt with the cave goblins on his own for the first time. Although the fight with the cave goblin was a bit of a struggle, unlike Gu Nianqi's decisive and efficient approach, it was still a good start. Keep practicing, and your monster killing speed will increase sooner or later.
Moreover, even a professional fighter's first battle probably wasn't as smooth as his.
There's no need to compare yourself to Gu Nianqi, who is a prodigy. After all, she's an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master, so it's normal for her to be a bit outrageous. Continuing forward through the cave, a fork in the road soon appeared, with 3 passages ahead, their destinations unknown. In fact, you can reach the endpoint no matter which path you take, but the number and variety of monsters are completely different, and the difficulty is also completely different.
Choosing the wrong path will lead to facing more monsters and greater dangers. Take the middle road.
After a moment's thought, Gu Nianqi gave her an answer. With the help of the hidden talent of the Celestial Master, she could sense that the middle path would be the most dangerous and would involve the most monsters.
Of course, danger is only relative.
Even the most dangerous road is just an ordinary path for her, posing no danger whatsoever. Since there's no danger, it's better to choose the path with more monsters, as you'll gain more experience that way.
Li
Ran nodded and followed Gu Nianqi into the central passage. He had no talent for finding his way, so he naturally listened to Gu Nianqi. The middle path was indeed the most dangerous. We had barely stepped in when more than a dozen goblins charged towards us. These goblins were larger than the ones we had encountered before, and looked about the same height as a normal person. The weapons they held had also improved. They were no longer ordinary wooden sticks, but swords made of metal.
Clearly, these goblins are far stronger than level 6 cave goblins. Wow! The goblins saw their prey and let out excited shouts.
Seeing the goblin charging towards her, Gu Nianqi's expression remained unchanged, and arcs of electricity began to surge in her hand. This time, she invested more mental energy than ever before, and as a result, the electric arcs became more active and more violent.
Without hesitation, Gu Nianqi aimed at a goblin and activated the 5 Thunder technique. Sizzle!
A violent arc of electricity erupted instantly, carrying terrifying power, and hurtled towards the goblins. The electric arc arrived in an instant, and the goblin at the front had no time to dodge.
It was directly electrocuted and charred, emitting foul-smelling black smoke.
Successfully defeated the level 8 Goblin Cave Guardian. In a party, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 180 experience. Upon seeing the news, the last trace of worry in Li Ran's heart vanished, replaced by a deep sense of joy. As expected of Gu Nianqi, she easily defeated even a level 8 Goblin Cave Guardian. These Goblin Cave Guards offer a lot of experience points, and with such an astonishing number of them, taking them all out should be enough for him and Gu Nianqi to level up 2 levels. Electric arcs surged wildly in Gu Nianqi's hands, and in just a few seconds, she easily dispatched all the Goblin Cave Guards who rushed towards her. These Goblin Cave Guards fell dead, filled with resentment, before they had even touched anything. By this time, they had accumulated enough experience points, and Li Ran and Gu Nianqi had reached level 6. Feeling the surging power within his body, Li Ran immediately checked the control panel. I was lucky. In addition to the 20 base attribute points I was entitled to, I also gained a new active skill. Invisibility level 1 enters an invisible state, reducing the likelihood of being detected by other creatures. The duration and effectiveness of invisibility depend on the user's mental strength and skill level. Looking at the description of the invisibility skill, Li Ran's lips curled up slightly. Surprisingly, he was actually given a skill similar to eliminating his presence, only the effect wasn't that powerful.
But it's enough. With this skill, his strength has increased considerably.
After all, invisibility isn't just for escaping, it's also very useful for attacking. Approaching the monster stealthily and then launching a sudden attack is akin to being an assassin. Li Ran turned to look at Gu Nianqi and found that Gu Nianqi still had the classic disappointed expression, and her eyes were filled with intense desire as she looked at him. Perhaps this is the price of power. The epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master was already extremely powerful from the start, making it difficult to acquire new skills. Gu Nianqi's chest heaved for a moment, then she took a deep breath and continued exploring the cave.
On the way forward, there were naturally many more goblins with menacing eyes.
Gu Nianqi unleashed the Five Thunder technique with frenzy, turning all the goblins blocking her path into nutrients for her growth. As they ventured deeper, more advanced monsters began to appear.
However, he still couldn't escape being instantly defeated by Gu Nianqi. Successfully defeated a level 9 goblin cave warrior.
In a party, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 210 experience. The stronger monsters only allowed Gu Nianqi to gain more experience points at once. As time passed, Gu Nianqi and Li Ran ventured deeper into the cave, heading towards its deepest point.
Several forks in the road appeared during the journey.
With the help of the Celestial Master, Gu Nianqi still chose the most dangerous path in order to gain the most experience points. As a result, halfway through their journey, Gu Nianqi and Li Ran both leveled up, reaching an astonishing level 7, just one step away from their target level 8. Continuing forward, after navigating through a maze-like passage, we finally arrived at the end of the dungeon. The walls on both sides began to widen, and the ceiling above their heads moved further and further away. Ahead, a huge hole appeared, hundreds of meters wide, a space that even a typical stadium wouldn't have. From the hollow came a pungent, fishy smell, and a low growl like that of a wild beast. Further on, we finally saw the monster's true form. A goblin, 3 meters tall, clad in armor, with bulging muscles and a large sword beside him, sat on a seat made of bones, his eyes slightly closed and his expression relaxed. Upon seeing this, Gu Nianqi's eyes gleamed with golden light as she used the unique appraisal technique of the Five Thunder Celestial Masters.
Goblin Cave Warrior Elite Level Monster. Level, 10. Strength, 140. Agility, 70. Constitution, 140. Spirit, 70. Skill, Stump. Its attributes are incredibly exaggerated, with a total attribute value of over 400. Even if ordinary professionals team up, it would be difficult to defeat such a monster. However, for Gu Nianqi, monsters of this level were nothing at all. As an epic level professional, her base stats are now even higher than those of this elite monster. Soloing is not a difficult task. Stay away.
Gu Nianqi reminded Li Ran, her body radiating golden light as she cast the golden light spell to ensure she wouldn't be ambushed. Then, she began to prepare her lightning magic. Without Gu Nianqi needing to remind him, Li Ran had already used his invisibility spell to silently protect Gu Nianqi in front of him. It is important for a person to know their own limitations. If you can't beat someone, you shouldn't force your way in.
Chapter 15 The Unassuming Lin Yue.
Sensing the presence of the outsider, the Goblin Cave Warrior slowly opened his eyes and looked at Gu Nianqi. The Goblin Cave Warrior roared, then leaped up, brandishing his greatsword, and charged towards Gu Nianqi. Each stride he took created a noticeable vibration, and the large sword in his hand moved with ferocious speed, exuding a terrifying aura.
Gu Nianqi remained calm and continued to pour more spiritual energy into her palm. After a short period of accumulation, the electric arcs she had gathered in her hand had reached a certain level and undergone a transformation. The arcs of electricity that were originally mixed with some blue have turned pure white, looking calm, but containing astonishing power. Feeling the pressure from her palm, Gu Nianqi knew that this was her current limit. Even if you put in more mental energy, it won't increase the power of the Five Thunder technique, it will only make it more difficult to control. Fortunately, this level of Five Thunder technique is sufficient to deal with the current situation. Gu Nianqi raised her hands and gently pushed forward, and then a violent arc of electricity erupted, rushing towards the Goblin Cave Warrior. At this moment, the Goblin Cave Warrior had already arrived in front of Gu Nianqi, and was about to swing his greatsword straight at Gu Nianqi's head. Sizzle.
However, the electric arc surged and instantly spread throughout its body, directly paralyzing it. The Goblin Cave Warrior's entire body was crackling with pale arcs of electricity, as if he had been struck by lightning.
For a fleeting moment, the Goblin Cave Warrior couldn't even hold his weapon steady. Roar! The Goblin Cave Warrior glared with scarlet eyes, roared angrily, and broke free from the electric arc's restraints. Its face was contorted, and it endured the pain coming from all parts of its body as it swung its broadsword and slashed straight at Gu Nianqi. Although this strike was not as powerful as the full-force attack of the Goblin Cave Warrior, it still carried terrifying wind pressure. Gu Nianqi neither dodged nor avoided, her eyes were extremely calm, showing none of the panic that a typical spellcaster would have when approached. The seemingly terrifying strike abruptly stopped just centimeters away from Gu Nianqi. Gu Nianqi's body radiated a dazzling golden light, making it difficult for the broadsword to advance even an inch.
The Golden Light Mantra, the signature defensive skill of the 5 Thunder Celestial Masters, requires only a small amount of mental energy to obtain powerful defense. A hint of surprise appeared on Gunyanchi's usually aloof face. She could feel that the Golden Light Mantra had been cut thinner by 1 centimeter. Although she could repair this damage in an instant, it was still enough to surprise her. Even though it's injured, this Goblin Cave Warrior still has such attack power. It truly deserves to be called an elite monster and should not be underestimated. If she were still an S-rank 5 Thunder Celestial Master, it would probably take her a lot of effort to defeat this monster solo, and she might not even be able to solve it. Fortunately, under Liran's selfless guidance, she is now an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master, with significant increases in all her attributes.
Dealing with this Goblin Cave Warrior is not difficult. Thinking of Liran's guidance, a blush appeared on Gunyanchi's usually cool face.
She had never imagined that she would show such an uncharacteristic expression. Liran's training methods are extremely powerful, and she is growing rapidly. Even with the support of an epic level profession and her superior physical attributes, she is finding it difficult to keep up.
However, it doesn't feel bad.
Not only is it very comfortable, but it also improves one's strength. When we get back, we must make sure Liran takes good care of her. Composing herself, Gunyanchi knew that now was not the time to think about those things. There was still one last monster to deal with. Lightning surged continuously from Gunyanchi's hands, rushing straight towards the Goblin Cave Warrior, forcing it to retreat step by step until it knelt on the ground.
After the recent weakening, the Goblin Cave Warrior is not as strong as before. Even without charging up the 5 Thunderbolts, it can still deal considerable damage. A few dozen seconds later, the Goblin Cave Warrior, filled with resentment, collapsed helplessly to the ground.
Successfully defeated the level 10 Goblin Cave Warrior. In a team, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 2,400 experience. As the notification appeared, Liran could feel a surge of new power within his body. He had leveled up again. If word got out that 2 professionals could level up from level 1 to level 8 in just one day, it would absolutely shock countless people. It has to be said that he truly deserves to be called an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master. His efficiency is ridiculously high. As the Goblin Cave Warrior fell, a glowing portal appeared not far away. "Let's go." Gunyanchi turned to look at Liran and said in a relaxed manner. Although she couldn't see Liran with her eyes, she could still sense his location through her mental power. It's rather strange that someone who was supposed to be a cultivator didn't learn any support skills but instead learned the art of invisibility. However, considering that Liran can help people improve their potential through training, Gunyanchi can accept this level of abnormality. Liran deactivated his invisibility spell and strode towards Gunyanchi. The dungeons in the dungeon lobby are specifically designed for new players to level up and get used to combat. Killing monsters will not yield any loot. Therefore, they didn't need to care about the corpses of the Goblin Cave Warriors. After passing through the portal, Gunyanchi and Liran returned to the dungeon lobby. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of some people. After all, it's a level 5 dungeon entrance, and most people don't even have the courage to go in. So when someone comes out of the dungeon, it naturally attracts attention. It's Gunyanchi and Liran. Could it be that Gunyanchi cleared the level 5 dungeon? How long has it been since we entered the dungeon? 4 hours already? And we've already cleared it? That's amazing. As expected of Gunyanchi. There wasn't much discussion. Most people's attention seemed to be focused on a spot not far away. Liran turned his head and looked in the direction everyone was looking. Where everyone's gazes met, stood a familiar figure. She wore a long, flowing white robe, her face was exquisitely beautiful, her temperament was otherworldly, and she exuded an aura of nobility. She was none other than Lin Yue, who had awakened to be an S-rank priest. At this moment, Lin Yue was waving to everyone with a smile on her face as she walked towards the entrance of the dungeon hall. They had clearly achieved their goal and were ready to go home. Looking at Lin Yue, who seemed like a saint descended to earth, Liran silently activated the Eye of the Nurturer. Flower name, Lin Yue. Age, 18. Gender, female. Height, 168. Weight, 52 g. Basic attributes, 96, 58, 94. Charm, 97. Compatibility, 0. Upon seeing Lin Yue's data, Liran couldn't help but feel a slight stirring in his heart. Unexpectedly, hidden beneath Lin Yue's wide robe was a stunning figure that rivaled Gunyanchi's. Lin Yue always wore loose-fitting clothes at school, and probably even had bandages or other restraints on her. Without the help of the nurse's eye, it would be impossible to tell. Standing next to Lin Yue was a girl dressed in black, with her hair tied in a single ponytail and a heroic air about her. She was slightly less beautiful than Lin Yue, but she was still considered a beauty.
Chapter 16: The Story of the Car.
Looking at the spirited young girl who was protecting Lin Yue like a guard, Li Ran activated his eye of the trainer, and her data naturally appeared before his eyes. Actor's name, Zhao Shuiying.
Age, 18. Gender, female. Height, 168. Weight, 55. Basic attributes, 92, 60, 94. Charm, 95. Compatibility, 0.
Upon seeing the name Zhao Shuiying, Li Ran pondered for a moment and recalled information about her. Zhao Shuiying awakened to the A-level blood swordsman, a class similar to a berserker, whose strength increases the more severe the injuries she suffers. Due to the nature of this profession, blood swordsmen spend most of their time licking blood from the edge of a blade, walking hand in hand with death. In terms of output capability alone, it is no less than many S-class main combat classes, but it is prone to dying young and not living long enough to grow.
Teaming up with Lin Yue, an S-rank priest, is a perfect match.
Even if Zhao Shuiying suffers a very serious injury, Lin Yue can help her recover. Of course, this perfect pairing only applies to Zhao Shuiying. As an S-rank priest, Lin Yue would probably have countless professionals who want to team up with her, including many high-level professionals.
Lin Yue probably chose Zhao Shuiying, an A-level blood swordsman, after taking various factors into consideration. Being both female can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble.
Zhao Shuiying's output ability is also enough to maintain their rapid growth in the basic dungeons of the dungeon hall. While they were pondering, Lin Yue and Zhao Shuiying had already walked out of the dungeon hall and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight under the setting sun. Li Ran withdrew his gaze, and Gun Yanqi led him out of the dungeon lobby.
Gun Yanqi noticed Li Ran's strange gaze, but she didn't say anything. Lin Yue's appearance is indeed outstanding, even she couldn't help but sigh in admiration upon seeing her.
It would be problematic if Li Ran could truly resist watching. Gun Yanqi and Li Ran continued forward and soon arrived at the parking area. Gun Yanqi skillfully took out her keys, opened the door of the black sedan, and sat in the driver's seat. Li Ran sat in the passenger seat, within easy reach of Gun Yanqi. From a distance, Zhao Shuiying, who was about to drive away, was somewhat surprised to see Gun Yanqi and Li Ran get into the same car. In her memory, Gun Yanqi was a very aloof person and shouldn't be getting so close to a man.
However, she didn't think too much about it.
Her current task was to safely take Lin Yue, who was sitting next to her, home. It was her good fortune to be favored by Lin Yue, an S-rank priest, among a group of high-level professionals. She knew, of course, that being chosen by Lin Yue was largely due to her gender, so she had to protect Lin Yue from being disturbed by those filthy men filled with lust.
Zhao Shuiying drove away from the Nanshan City Professionals Association.
Inside the black sedan, Li Ran closed the door, and the interior suddenly became somewhat dark. All the windows of the black sedan were one-way and soundproof, which effectively blocked the prying eyes of people outside the car.
No matter what happens inside the car, the people outside will not know.
Gun Yanqi fastened her seatbelt, inserted the key, and started the car's engine. The black sedan started moving and drove away from the Nanshan City Professionals Association, slowly heading towards the villa area. Li Ran naturally placed his hand on Gun Yanqi's leg to help her relax. Having just finished a challenging dungeon, Gun Yanqi must have accumulated a lot of pressure that she needs to release.
As an excellent breeder, he naturally couldn't just leave it unattended.
Gun Yanqi blushed slightly, but did not refuse Li Ran's kindness.
She continued to focus on driving the car, occasionally encouraging Li Ran with gentle words.
Perhaps because she was too relaxed, Gun Yanqi did not drive her car as fast as usual. As time passed and night fell, the black sedan finally drove slowly into the villa area.
"We've arrived, get off the bus."
As she slowly drove the car into the garage next to her villa, Gun Yanqi took a deep breath and spoke gently.
"No rush."
Li Ran waved his hand, but instead of getting out of the car, he leaned down and whispered something in Gun Yanqi's ear. After listening, Gun Yanqi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to listen to Li Ran.
She was already home, not outside. She knew how secure the villa area was, no outsider could possibly get in.
Gun Yanqi took out her car keys and skillfully pressed the button to close the garage door.
As the garage door slowly closed, the interior of the garage was plunged into absolute darkness.
No one knows what happened in the garage.
Nanshan City Professionals Association, Instance Hall.
She fled through the portal at the dungeon entrance and returned to the dungeon lobby.
Call. Song Siya breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of joy at surviving a close call showing on her face.
It has to be said that soloing a level 5 dungeon is still too difficult. Just clearing out the small monsters is exhausting, and there's no way to deal with the elite monster deep inside the dungeon. Fortunately, she was a magic archer, able to probe monsters from a distance with her bow and arrows, and her eyesight was sharp enough to discern the difference between the monster and herself. Sensing something was wrong, she immediately activated stealth and ran away. Otherwise, with elite-level monsters in front and a group of underlings who noticed something was wrong and rushed over from behind, she would really fail miserably in the dungeon. After calming herself down, Song Xia looked around and randomly approached a female classmate she knew, asking her about Gun Yanxi.
Coincidentally, the female classmate witnessed Gun Yanxi walking out of the level 5 dungeon entrance and answered with a smile. "Ha? What? Gun Yanxi has already cleared the level 5 dungeon and returned home? And it was just 2 hours ago?" Song Xie was shaken and couldn't help but speak. "Yes, that's right." The female student nodded.
Seeing the strange looks from her female classmates, Song Xie realized she had lost her composure and quickly composed herself. In other people's eyes, she was a cold and aloof figure, just like Gun Yanxi. How could she be so excited just because she heard news about Gun Yanxi? She took a deep breath, regained her composure, and spoke calmly.
"I see."
After saying that, Song Xie waved to her female classmate to express her gratitude, and then walked with somewhat heavy steps toward the entrance of the dungeon hall. Under the cover of night, Song Xie's slender figure appeared somewhat lonely. She never imagined that the gap between herself and Gun Yanxi was so vast. They are both S-class professionals. Even if the 5 Thunder Celestial Master is much stronger than the Demon Archer, shouldn't things be like this? It's worth noting that when they entered the level 5 dungeon, her level was actually higher than Gun Yanxi's. Song Xie really couldn't understand what went wrong, which caused her, who was of a higher level, to be inferior to Gun Yanxi, who was of a lower level. Chapter 17: The Eavesdropping Scandal. Song Xie drove listlessly, her mind filled with thoughts of Gun Yanxi. She felt somewhat ashamed when she thought about the boastful things she had said in front of Gun Yanxi today. No wonder Gun Yanxi didn't care about her provocation at all. It turned out she had been prepared all along. What followed was a deep sense of confusion. She couldn't understand how Gun Yanxi could ignore the entire day's time difference and overtake her. Could it be that indulging in male beauty will not only not cause one's strength to decline, but will actually make one stronger? So why did her mother teach her from a young age to be virtuous and not waste time on meaningless things, but to focus on her studies? As a result, she never gave the boys who pursued her a friendly look. Filled with doubt, Song Xie drove back to her home. When Song Xie passed by Gun Yanxi's house, she noticed that the doors and windows were tightly closed and the house was pitch black, as if Gun Yanxi had finished her chores and was preparing to rest. Going to bed so early? Song Xie was somewhat confused, but at the same time, a desire to explore arose in her heart. She was just thinking of gathering some information, and Gun Yanxi's early rest made it convenient for her to take action. Song Xie quickly parked the car and returned home to tidy up. With the help of the maid at home, Song Xie finished dealing with many trivial matters in a short time. After dismissing the maids, Song Xie returned to her bedroom. Contrary to her haughty appearance, Song Xie's bedroom was decorated in a very pink and girlish style. Song Xie walked straight to the wardrobe, opened the door, and took out a set of black night clothes from a hidden compartment. She bought this yesterday after awakening as a magic archer, and now it's finally coming in handy. To gather intelligence, one naturally needs to change into professional clothes. After taking off her black sailor uniform, Song Xie changed into a tight-fitting night outfit, which accentuated her already slender figure even more. "Ugh, I feel a little unwell." Song Xie touched her chest and felt a little uncomfortable. "The rest of my body is fine, but these 2 burdens are really troublesome." She remembered that Gun Yanxi's figure seemed even more outstanding than hers, and she wondered how she managed to maintain it. After getting used to it for a while, Song Xie took out a black hair tie and tied up her waist-length hair. Having made all the necessary preparations, Song Xie opened the window, leaped silently, and landed in the flower bed below. Song Xie lowered her body, activated the stealth skill of the demon archer, and moved quickly and quietly toward Gun Yanxi's house. No one noticed along the way, only the faint moonlight witnessed everything. In fact, Song Xie didn't need to be so careful at all, since this was a famous upscale neighborhood where very few people would stroll around. Even if she walked openly to Gun Yanxi's door, no one would notice. Based on her memory, Song Xie arrived at the side where Gun Yanxi's bedroom was located. Through the window of Gun Yanxi's bedroom, Song Xie could only see darkness. She couldn't see anything else. Song Xia lightly touched the ground with her right foot, leaped high into the air, grabbed the windowsill of the bedroom, and hung on the second floor, pressed against the wall. She dared not step on the windowsill, afraid that Gu Nianqi would notice. Subsequently, Song Xia activated the Demon Archer's detection technique, a skill that amplifies her senses, helping her hear surrounding noises and detect enemy activity.
It's perfect for finding out what's going on in the bedroom.
The sound of running water came from the bedroom, indicating that Gu Nianqi was taking a shower.
They even shower together, are they that close? Eavesdropping on the sounds coming from the bedroom, Song Xia blushed slightly.
She really didn't expect that Gu Nianqi, who appeared so aloof and uninterested in everything, would now even shower with someone without any sense of shame.
The contrast was too strong.
Song Xia suddenly realized that she seemed to know a little secret about Gu Nianqi. If others find out about this, Gu Nianqi's previously cultivated aloof image will definitely crumble. However, she would never stoop to using such despicable means to defeat Gu Nianqi. It concerns Gu Nianqi's private affairs, so she definitely won't tell anyone. As a fellow female, she knows the consequences of letting these things get out. The information she overheard should remain only in her knowledge. Song Xia focused her attention on the detection technique and continued to investigate the situation in the bedroom. Soon, she heard two completely different voices. One was a calm male voice speaking in words that were difficult to understand, but sounded related to international current events. She had never heard of the maglev train, which was heading to the British Empire. But since it was called an empire, it must be quite powerful. After all, in the entire eastern region of this world, only the country beneath her feet dares to use empire as a suffix. What dynasty has been established, what legend continues, awaiting a golden reign? The dynasty likely refers to the British Empire, and the second phrase likely refers to the British Empire continuing uninterrupted. As for the golden rain, it probably refers to something golden being sprayed, like rain.
Don't we always spray fireworks during celebrations? That's probably what it refers to.
In short, it was all in a language she couldn't understand. In contrast, Gu Nianqi's words were much simpler, consisting of only a few repeated words, which even a primary school student could understand.
For Song Xia, understanding was naturally not a difficult task.
She was a little confused, however, because Gu Nianqi's voice was not steady and sounded somewhat flustered compared to the calm male voice.
What extraordinary abilities does that man possess that could make the aloof Gu Nianqi feel flustered? Song Xia was a little curious.
Just then, she suddenly realized that this was the perfect opportunity she had been dreaming of. She had been wanting to see Gu Nianqi's flustered expression, and now the opportunity was right in front of her.
Should I have done this?
Song Xia hesitated, her moral values and competitive spirit battling in her mind, her thoughts in disarray, and she couldn't help but recall the past. That year, she faced off against Gu Nianqi in the final exam, with a final score of 700 to 720. She was devastated and slumped in her chair, sobbing uncontrollably. This scene was deeply imprinted in her mind, unforgettable for life. At that time, she thought that if she could awaken and become an S-class professional, she would definitely see Gu Nianqi lose her composure. Now that victory is within reach, she must consider whether this might be her only chance in her life.
Thinking of this, Song Xia secretly made up her mind, and her eyes became resolute. There's no need to hesitate any longer.
She's been fighting with Gu Nianqi for so long, all for this day.
Even if the methods used are somewhat disgraceful, there's no one else present, so what does it matter? She only needs to defeat Gu Nianqi, she doesn't need any spectators.
With a thought, Song Xia gathered her spiritual power, making her body appear somewhat ethereal, as if shrouded in shadow. This is the archer's exclusive skill, Shadow Body, which allows her to transform into a shadow, become immune to damage, and possess the ability to pass through physical objects, making it an excellent tool for escaping.
Chapter 18: The Etiquette of Apology.
After transforming into a shadow, Song Xia exerted force with both hands, her slender figure swaying in the air, easily flipping over to the windowsill. Half crouched on the windowsill, looking at the dark window, Song Xia took a deep breath, then pushed off with her toes, her figure passing through the window and arriving in Gu Nianqi's bedroom.
Song Xia landed gently, holding her breath and making almost no sound. Song Xia raised her head and quickly looked around.
The bedroom was dark, with only a few lights coming from the bathroom, which matched what she had just heard. The bathroom door was tightly closed, and the view inside was very blurry, making it impossible to see anything. However, Song Xia knew that her long-held dream was hidden behind that door.
Song Xia took a step and walked silently toward the bathroom.
Song Xia could feel that as she got closer to the bathroom, her heart was beating faster and faster beneath her tightly bound chest, making a thumping sound. Her long-held dream was finally within reach, and she couldn't help but be excited. Seeing that she couldn't control her heartbeat, Song Xie simply ignored it. In her opinion, Gu Nianqi was so flustered that she was already too busy taking care of herself to pay attention to her surroundings. Moreover, the sound of rushing water would mask her faint heartbeat, so no one should have noticed it. However, at that moment, the bathroom door suddenly opened, and through the hazy mist, a trembling jade hand reached out, its fingertips flashing with electricity.
Sizzle. Song Xie was unable to dodge in time and was struck directly by lightning.
Her whole body trembled from the shock, her eyes glazed over, and she almost fainted. She was a magic archer, and physical strength was not her forte, so how could she withstand Gu Nianqi's 5 Thunder technique? However, before closing her eyes, a satisfied expression appeared on Song Xie's face. So you can make such a flustered expression too. She saw what she had always longed for. Even though she was in pain all over her body, it couldn't dampen her joy. In Gu Nianqi's bedroom. Stop the shock, stop the shock. Sister Gu, I'll tell you everything. A flash of white light appeared, and Song Xie, dressed in a tight-fitting night outfit, knelt obediently on the ground, her expression miserable, her mouth full of pleading words. Although she was trembling uncontrollably from the electric shock, Song Xie didn't utter a single complaint. Having done that, she knew she was in the wrong and naturally didn't dare to be stubborn like before. Gu Nianqi sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the honest-looking Song Xie, without saying a word, but releasing arcs of electricity from her fingertips, while a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Logically speaking, if an outsider were to break into her home, her hidden talent, the Heavenly Master's guidance, should have reacted immediately and given her some hints. But when Song Xie approached, the Heavenly Master guided the way didn't even budge. If she hadn't already been an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master with exceptional spiritual power, she really wouldn't have been able to discover Song Xie while being nurtured by Li Ran. At this moment, Gu Nianqi suddenly realized that it might not be a bad thing for Song Xie to sneak into her bedroom, which was why the Heavenly Master's guidance hadn't worked. So, what are you doing in my house? Gu Nianqi, dressed in a thin nightgown, looked at Song Xie with a cool expression and spoke calmly. I just wanted to see how flustered you looked. Song Xie lowered her head, her tone tense. Anything else? Gu Nianqi's tone was icy, and arcs of electricity surged in her hand. Just want to see her panicked expression? What a strange reason. If she hadn't known that Song Xie wasn't a bad person at heart, just a bit stubborn, she would have really given Song Xie a good talking to. As Song Xie watched the leaping arcs of electricity, her heart trembled slightly, and her chest rose and fell involuntarily. She was truly terrified of being shocked by electricity. If Gu Nianqi were to shock her again, she feared she would lose control and break out in a sweat. Song Xie answered truthfully, her voice trembling. And, I want to know, why did you become so strong? You ran the dungeon for one less day than me. As she spoke, Song Xie couldn't help but glance at Li Ran, who was sitting upright next to Gu Nianqi, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. After witnessing it firsthand, she naturally understood what Gu Nianqi had done in the bedroom. She just didn't expect that Li Ran would be hiding a weapon about the size of her arm. I really don't know how Gu Nianqi managed to withstand it. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't be able to handle it and would probably burst into tears on the spot. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianqi fell into thought. Should I tell Song Xie about Li Ran? If I don't, given Song Xie's persistence, it's hard to guarantee that something like this won't happen again. If it's revealed, it will depend on whether Song Xie's little mouth can keep the secret. That being said, the fact that the Celestial Master didn't react to Song Xie's arrival is probably not a problem. In her memory, Song Xie was not the kind of person who liked to spread things around. However, just to be on the safe side, it's still necessary to add an additional insurance. Thinking this, Gu Nianqi opened her inventory and took out a contract document and a pen. The inventory, like the one-click outfit system, is an ability automatically gained after awakening a class. It allows you to store items in your personal space and access them at any time. As your level increases, the number of items your inventory can hold will also increase, which is great. Placing the contract on her slightly bruised thigh, Gu Nianqi wielded her pen and wrote a confidentiality agreement on it. After finishing writing, Gu Nianqi threw the contract in front of Song Xie and said coldly, "Sign it, and I'll tell you why." Song Xie picked up the contract, her beautiful eyes slightly open, and carefully examined its contents. The terms were not complicated, they simply required Song Xie not to leave the bedroom before dawn, to keep everything that happened in the bedroom a secret, and not to disclose any information about Gu Nianqi and Li Ran by any means. After reading the contract, Song Siye did not hesitate and wrote her name on the document and pressed her fingerprint on it. She thought Gun Yanxi would force her to sign an unequal treaty, but it turned out that she was only asked to keep the secret. Compared to the secret to Gun Yanxi's growing strength, this price is nothing. She hadn't planned to say anything. Such an important matter was best enjoyed on a small scale. The contract then disappeared and merged into Song Siye's body. All right. Feeling the power of the contract, Song Siye spoke with some excitement. Finally, she was able to find out everything. She was so excited that she felt that being electrocuted for so long was nothing. You should say it. Gun Yanxi turned to look at Li Ran, her voice gentle. Li Ran was her mentor and the true owner of this bedroom. She had no reason to reveal Li Ran's information without his consent. Then I'll do it. Li Ran took a deep breath, looked at Song Siye, who was dressed in black and had a slender figure, and spoke calmly. Chapter 19, Arrogance Gone, Nurturing the Humble Song Siye. Li Ran sat on the edge of the bed with his legs spread apart, his back straight, looking down at Song Siye kneeling on the ground. His calm words carried a certain power, showing the majesty of a nurturer. Seeing that she could learn all the secrets, Song Siye's brows furrowed with joy as she listened expectantly to Li Ran's explanation. But as she listened, Song Siye sensed something was amiss. Even though she hadn't understood anything before, after witnessing it firsthand, she should now know what Li Ran was talking about. Thinking of the scene she had just witnessed, a blush and a hint of fear appeared on Song Siye's beautiful face, which was usually adorned with a faint smile. I never expected that the price for gaining power would be this. Li Ran's training is so strict that even Gun Yanxi could hardly handle it. Can she really bear it? What if she bursts into tears? Song Siye was torn between her inner thoughts and her face was filled with hesitation. While pondering, Song Siye subconsciously glanced at Gun Yanxi. Looking at Gun Yanxi, whom she had always wanted to defeat, a resolute look appeared in Song Siye's eyes, and she immediately made up her mind. Gun Yanxi is thriving under Li Ran's tutelage, and her strength has far surpassed that of Gun Yanxi. If she cannot withstand Li Ran's nurturing, she will be suppressed by Gun Yanxi for the rest of her life and will never be able to defeat Gun Yanxi fairly and squarely. Please nurture me, Mr. Li Ran. Song Siye knelt on the ground, looked up at Li Ran, pursed her lips, swallowed, and mustered her courage to speak. Upon hearing this, Li Ran simply looked down at Song Siye calmly, without giving an immediate reply. He was very happy to have new and beautiful flowers to cultivate, but since Song Siye was asking him for help, there was no need to rush. Li Ran turned to look at Gun Yanxi, his eyes asking for her opinion. Gun Yanxi thought for a moment, then nodded slightly, indicating that she respected Li Ran's own idea. To be honest, she didn't want Li Ran to breed other females. She wanted to have Li Ran all to herself so that he would have enough time to nurture her. But as a cultivator, Li Ran knew that she couldn't just cultivate one flower. More flowers would surely join in the future. Moreover, as Li Ran's training methods became increasingly sophisticated, she gradually showed signs of weakness and became somewhat unable to cope, thus needing a companion to share the burden. It's just asking Li Ran to breed other females, so it's fine if she agrees. Just consider it as Li Ran going to practice her skills. Li Ran felt a warmth in his heart when he saw that Gun Yanxi was so understanding. Fortunately, the first flower he cultivated was Gun Yanxi, who was impeccable in every aspect, including personality, appearance, and family background. In this way, he can confidently and boldly cultivate more high-quality flowers. Song Siye knelt on the cold floor, obediently lowering her head. Seeing that she had not received a reply from Li Ran, she couldn't help but swallow, her mind racing. She hadn't expected that even after taking such a proactive step, Li Ran would remain silent and wouldn't reply with a single word. Wasn't her sincerity enough? But this kneeling, begging posture of being nurtured was already humble enough for her. If those who know her well were to see her, especially her mother, they would be absolutely astonished. But then I thought about it again. Even someone as aloof as Gun Yanxi treated Li Ran with such gentleness. What was there for her, a mere loser who couldn't even compare to Gun Yanxi, to be arrogant about? We must be more humble and show all our sincerity to win over Li Ran, the trainer. Please, Lord Li Ran, please nurture the lowly Song Siye. Song Siye knelt on the ground, her forehead touching the ground, adopting the classic posture of a scholar dismounting, based on the etiquette she had learned before, her words filled with pleading. Anyway, both of the people present had seen her ugly state when she was electrocuted, and there were no outsiders around. Dignity was something she could simply abandon. The only thought in her mind now was to get Li Ran to nod and get the chance to surpass Gun Yanxi. Seeing this, a hint of surprise appeared on Gun Yanxi's usually cool face.
Unexpectedly, the arrogant Song Siye would adopt such a humble posture. It seems that Song Siye is truly determined to be nurtured by Li Ran. Such sincerity was touching, even for someone with her personality. Sigh, I just can't do anything with you.
Li Ran was naturally deeply moved, and her gaze towards Song Siye softened.
Get up quickly. You've made such a request, how could I refuse? Upon hearing this, Song Siye's dark eyes brightened, and a faint smile appeared on her lips.
Finally, her prayers were answered, and she finally had the possibility of surpassing Gu Nianxi. Song Siye got up from the cold floor and stood straight in front of Li Ran, looking at him with a docile expression. Seeing this, Gu Nianxi silently stood up and walked lightly to the other side of the bed, giving Li Ran and Song Siye room to do their thing.
Let's get ready to sign the contract. Li Ran looked into Song Siye's eyes and said casually. Song Siye nodded, extremely excited.
Without hesitation, Li Ran activated his talent, channeling his spiritual power to condense a contract document inscribed with complex characters in his hand.
Song Siye glanced at it casually, and then signed the contract with Li Ran without any hesitation.
The next moment, the contract document transformed into light and merged into the two of them. The contract is established, and a relationship of sharing life and death has been formed.
Song Siye, the contract is now in effect. You know what to do next, right?
Feeling the close spiritual connection with Song Siye, Li Ran spoke calmly.
I know. Song Siye nodded and strode towards Li Ran.
With the contract established, she gained some new information that made her understand what she should do. The qualified individual has remained within 10 meters of you for a sufficient period of time. Gained growth acceleration reward, passive skill source of the breeder level 1, breeder's body has been upgraded to level 2. Source of the breeder level 1, as a breeder, you have absolute dominance over flowers. Flowers nurtured by you will never do anything to harm you, and as the number of times you nurture them increases, their obedience will gradually increase until they subconsciously submit to you. Cultivator's body level 2, through tireless efforts, your cultivation abilities have significantly improved, your physical fitness will be greatly enhanced, and your energy will remain abundant at all times. Upon seeing the information appear before him, Li Ran couldn't help but smile slightly. He could feel that his physical fitness had once again seen a significant increase. Moreover, the little bit of energy I had just used up was quickly restored. The level 2 cultivator's body is truly powerful, granting him virtually limitless energy. As a result, he no longer needs to worry about running out of energy and can cultivate flowers to his heart's content. Wait, this skill is. Upon seeing the description of the effects of the source of the nurse, Li Ran's expression suddenly changed. The effects of this source of the nurturer are incredibly powerful, far surpassing even the 3 great skills of the Imperial Uncle. It can be considered the supreme and unparalleled skill in the Imperial Uncle realm. No matter how extraordinary a master is, they must first possess the skill in order to fully unleash their strength, thus earning the title of Imperial Uncle.
Chapter 29 ends, dawn breaks. What's wrong, Lord Li Ran?
Sensing the sudden stop, Song Siye, whose hands were firmly gripping Li Ran's back, couldn't help but open her eyes.
It's nothing, just be prepared.
Li Ran looked down at Song Siye, a smile appearing in his eyes.
We're lucky now is the perfect time to cultivate them. Okay.
Upon hearing Li Ran's words, Song Siye bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly, but her eyes revealed determination. Having finally gotten the chance to surpass Gu Nianxi, she would persevere no matter how difficult it was. Li Ran calmed his mind and focused once again on the great cause of cultivation. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye.
TSK, his constitution is not good, he actually fainted.
Li Ran looked at Song Siye, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and a hint of speechlessness flashed in his eyes. Just like the information he had previously gleaned through the eye of the breeder, Song Siye was a delicate flower who appeared arrogant but was actually weak and vulnerable. He hadn't even done anything yet, just carried out ordinary cultivation, but Song Siye couldn't hold on for more than 2 times. Li Ran could only guess that this was probably related to the fact that Song Siye had been electrocuted by Gu Nianxi with the 5 Thunder technique for a while, and her body was already somewhat tired. Otherwise, given Song Siye's physical condition as a level 9 magic archer, she shouldn't have only been able to last 2 hours. In addition, since he had just signed a nurturing contract with Song Siye, they hadn't spent enough time together and their level of understanding wasn't high enough yet. He was also unable to replicate any of Song Siye's skills, only gaining some ability growth when he formed a contract with Song Siye. Fortunately, he obtained the divine skill of the source of the nurturer, so it wasn't all for nothing. Forming a contract with Song Siye was still a worthwhile endeavor.
It's time to rest.
Composing himself, Li Ran turned to look at Gu Nianqi and waved to her.
It's late at night, time to rest.
Gu Nianqi nodded, let out a long sigh, and closed her eyes.
It's all finally over, and she can finally get some rest.
Sitting there for 2 hours, staring blankly at the scenery outside the window and watching the moon, was nothing short of torture for Gu Nianqi. Even though only 2 hours had passed, it felt like 2 centuries had gone by. Not only because she was bored, but also because Li Ran wasn't by her side. From the moment the contract was signed until now, she realized for the first time how unbearable time could be without Li Ran. Although she didn't say it aloud, Gu Nianqi knew that her heart and soul already belonged to Li Ran.
Before long, dawn broke.
As the gentle sunlight fell on her face, Song Xie slowly woke up.
It really works.
Feeling the changes in her body, a slight smile appeared on Song Xie's proud face. Although she didn't break through from S-rank magic archer to epic rank magic archer in one go, her growth rate did indeed increase significantly. Moreover, his physical fitness has improved, and he is no longer as frail as before. If she stayed by Lord Li Ran's side for a long enough time, she might be able to break through to the epic level like Gu Nianqi and gain even greater power.
Thinking of Li Ran, Song Xie couldn't help but blush.
Everything that happened last night was vividly clear in her mind, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. At the same time, it also aroused some anticipation in Song Xie, who hoped to have the opportunity to be trained by Li Ran again. Unexpectedly, nurturing was not uncomfortable at all, on the contrary, it was a very comfortable thing.
No wonder Gu Nianqi couldn't forget Lord Li Ran. Just then, Song Xie suddenly noticed a series of urgent shouts coming from beside her.
She knew the owner of the voice very well. It was Gu Nianqi, whom she had always wanted to defeat.
Wait, no way. Suddenly, Song Xie realized something, and a hint of panic appeared on her proud face.
No wonder she couldn't compare to Gu Nianqi. Gu Nianqi was able to nurture Lord Li Ran from night until day, while she actually fainted without even using the nurturing technique. The huge time difference meant that what she gained from Lord Li Ran was nowhere near as much as what Gu Nianqi gained.
If things continue like this, not only will she not catch up with Gu Nianqi, but the gap between them will only widen. Song Xie hurriedly put on her clothes, got out of bed, and ran quickly toward the direction from which the sound came.
Although she couldn't match Gu Nianqi's physical abilities, she couldn't let Gu Nianqi monopolize Lord Li Ran. Pushing open the bathroom door, Song Xie saw Li Ran and Gu Nianqi, who were in the process of getting pregnant. Song Xie showed no fear and spoke decisively.
Lord Li Ran, please mentor me as well.
Li Ran was somewhat surprised to hear Song Xie's words.
He hadn't even said anything yet, and Song Xie had already brought it up herself.
As expected of Song Xie, who dared to ask him to sit down and ask for help, she was indeed very bold. Li Ran's gaze passed through Song Xie's body, catching a glimpse of the few rays of sunlight shining in from the window, and he couldn't help but shake his head.
Next time, it's already dawn, and I have important things to do. I should go out and level up.
Unfortunately, Song Xie woke up too late, and there wasn't enough time for him to nurture her multiple times. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded agreeing to Song Xie's request.
Okay, alright. Hearing Li Ran's words, Song Xie couldn't help but feel disappointed and started to blame herself in her heart.
She didn't blame Li Ran, she only hated that her physical condition was too poor and that she hadn't woken up sooner.
Gu Nianqi frowned when she saw Song Xie dressed in tight black clothes, and spoke in a trembling voice.
By the way, there are some of my clothes in the closet in the bedroom. Find a suitable outfit to wear, but don't go out in your night clothes during the day.
Okay, thank you, Sister Gu. Song Xie realized the problem, nodded honestly, and quickly walked towards the wardrobe in the bedroom.
Opening the closet, a pile of almost brand new clothes came into view. After looking at her for a while, Song Xie noticed that Gu Nianqi had good taste in clothes. Every outfit looked great. However, due to differences in height, weight, and measurements, there weren't many outfits that suited her.
Song Xie carefully selected an outfit that wouldn't be too loose on her.
After changing her clothes, Song Xie thought for a moment and decided to go back to her villa first, change into a set of clothes that fit her, and bring some food with her. Lord Li Ran has been working hard all night, he must be quite hungry. She prepared the food so that Lord Li Ran could eat it once he finished his work.
Lord Li Ran would surely be very happy. Thinking of the scene of Li Ran praising her, Song Xie couldn't help but smile slightly.
She took light steps, pushed open the bedroom door, and walked downstairs. Not long after Song Xie left, Li Ran completed another long period of training, and then he and Gu Nianqi tidied up the washroom together.
After a busy night, it's time to go out and level up again.
The bonuses from leveling up are significant, so you definitely can't miss out on them.
Chapter 21 Things That Happened at the Dinner Table. Inside Gu Nianxi's villa. Is breakfast ready? When Li Ran arrived at the lobby on the first floor, he saw that the dining table was already full of sumptuous food, and a smile appeared on his face.
Song Siye is quite sensible, she doesn't seem as arrogant as she appears.
It wasn't especially for you. At the dining table, Song Siye reacted instinctively upon hearing these words.
However, as soon as she said it, she realized something was wrong and quickly lowered her head, saying somewhat embarrassedly,
I'm sorry, Lord Li Ran, that's not what I meant.
Li Ran waved his hand, said nothing more, and strode towards the dining table. Sitting in the chair, Li Ran picked up his chopsticks and began to taste the food prepared by Song Siye.
It tastes good. Li Ran took a few bites and said with a smile.
These foods are delicious and look great, and the portions are very generous. However, it would be too late to make it fresh in just half a day, so it must have been brought from home by Song Siye. Song Siye is now a level 9 magic archer with a high inventory storage capacity, making it easy for her to carry food.
I'm glad you like it. Song Siye, sitting next to Li Ran, couldn't help but laugh when she heard this.
She looked at Li Ran, who was focused on eating, and then at Gu Nianxi beside her. Suddenly, she thought of something and made a respectful request.
Lord Li Ran, could you please? I will be very careful and not disturb your meal.
Upon hearing this, Li Ran turned and glanced at Song Siye. Song Siye, dressed in a black sailor uniform, with black stockings and small leather shoes, sat upright in a chair, staring at him with her big, watery eyes full of hope.
Fine, you decide what to do. Li Ran continued eating, replying calmly. Since Song Siye took the initiative to ask, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Thank you, Lord Li Ran.
Seeing Li Ran nod in agreement, Song Siye's lips curled up slightly, and her brows revealed a hint of joy. In just 2 days, Gu Nianxi had already left her far behind. If she didn't work hard, she would never be able to surpass Gu Nianxi. Fortunately, she was perceptive enough to seize the opportunity when Lord Li Ran was eating. If we make good use of this time, we should be able to narrow the gap between ourselves and Gu Nianxi a little.
Panel.
While eating and feeling a different kind of warmth, Li Ran had a sudden thought and brought up his status panel. After practicing all day and working hard all night, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Now that I have the time, it's time to investigate.
Name, Li Ran. Occupation, trainer.
Level, 80.10%.
Strength, 35. Agility, 35. Physical fitness, 72. Spirit, 35. Talent, nurturing contract level 1, unique. Passive skills, body of a breeder level 2, source of a breeder level 1. Active skills, breeder's eye level 2, hypnosis level 1, invisibility level 1. Flower skills, 5 thunder technique level 1, golden light mantra level 1. My efforts all night were worthwhile. Looking at the information on the panel, Li Ran's face showed a hint of joy.
Normally, after leveling up to level 8, his base attributes should be 64 in Constitution and 32 in the other 3 stats, but now they are all significantly higher, which is clearly the result of his hard work. In addition, he successfully copied the golden light mantra that Gu Nianxi had mastered. Combined with the 5 thunder technique he had already mastered, his strength has greatly increased, and he can even impersonate a celestial master without any problem. Only 2 days have passed since he awakened as a trainer, and everything has changed so dramatically. If he grows for a longer period of time, finds more suitable individuals, and signs contracts with them, his strength will likely surpass the age gap and directly challenge those senior practitioners who have cultivated in seclusion for many years. At that time, there will be no one in this world who can threaten his life. He can enjoy the good life to the fullest, according to his own ideas. Thinking this, Li Ran's lips curled up slightly, and he began to look forward to just how wonderful the future would be. Having ended his daydream, Li Ran began to savor the delicious food on the table. With the blessing of a level 2 cultivator's body, he possessed limitless energy, but energy does not arise out of thin air, it requires consuming some of the energy stored in his body. If he doesn't eat more and fill his stomach, he might become weak from hunger. As an excellent breeder, this was something he could not tolerate. Come on, eat more. Beside her, Gu Nianxi gently placed some food into Li Ran's bowl, her words filled with tenderness, like a virtuous wife, rather than the aloof school beauty in other people's eyes. Li Ran smiled and nodded, quickly picked up his chopsticks, and buried himself in the various delicacies. Watching Li Ran engrossed in his meal, Gu Nianxi gripped her chopsticks tightly and gracefully savored the food on the table. She was exhausted after working all night, and her legs were even shaking. If she didn't replenish her energy, she wouldn't be able to help Li Ran with the dungeon run later.
Gu Nianqi saw Song Siye by the table, but she didn't pay attention and tacitly accepted everything.
Compared to this trivial matter, eating is more important. While eating, Gu Nianqi pondered what to do next. Taking Li Ran to run dungeons is a certainty, the problem is, how to deal with Song Siye. Now that he was already living in the same room as Song Siye, he naturally couldn't treat her as coldly as before.
But letting Song Siye come along is also a problem.
Gu Nianqi pondered for a moment and sorted out her thoughts. When you leave, just act as if nothing happened.
Do what you did yesterday. I'll take Li Ran to run a dungeon, and Song Siye, you can run the dungeon by yourself.
This is the best solution. If you join in, the three of you will be farming low-level dungeons, which will be very inefficient for leveling up. Besides, if the two of us stand together, we'll attract a lot of attention.
You wouldn't want Li Ran to be noticed by others, would you? Upon hearing this, Song Siye struggled to process what she was hearing.
Unfortunately, her mind was already occupied by other things, and she could hardly concentrate.
Song Siye instinctively felt that what Gu Nianqi said made sense.
Although it was sad that she couldn't be with Lord Li Ran, there was nothing she could do about it.
Song Siye took a heavy breath and said in a deep voice, "Sister Gu, whatever you say goes, I'll listen to you."
"Good."
Gu Nianqi smiled and nodded.
Gu Nianqi was somewhat surprised that the troublesome Song Siye was dealt with so easily, but when she thought about how hard Li Ran was working, she felt it made sense. Li Ran, whom even she found difficult to handle, would naturally find dealing with Song Siye a piece of cake. The three of them finished breakfast amicably, rested for a while, and then left the villa, driving towards the Nanshan City Professionals Association. Just like yesterday, there were two cars, with Song Siye driving one herself.
Chapter 22 Confronting Gu Nianqi. Nanshan City Professionals Association, Instance Hall.
As usual, Li Ran and Gu Nianqi walked into the dungeon hall together. This time, although they attracted a lot of attention, there were not many boos. They had all witnessed Gu Nianqi's protectiveness towards Li Ran. Although they didn't know why the aloof Gu Nianqi was so kind to Li Ran, it didn't stop them from keeping quiet.
If I upset Gu Nianqi, I might end up like Gao Chankuan yesterday, getting a severe scolding from her. Li Ran remained calm as, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he took Gu Nianqi's soft little hand and walked with her toward the level 5 cave dungeon they had cleared the day before. Li Ran could have easily put his arm around Gu Nianqi's slender waist, or even been bolder, and Gu Nianqi would never have resisted, she would have just silently endured it. However, he did not do so. Gu Nianqi was a flower he had carefully cultivated, and he would never let anyone else see Gu Nianqi's out-of-control expression that was a pleasure unique to him. In other people's eyes, Gu Nianqi will always be that aloof and unapproachable beauty, seemingly untouched by worldly affairs. Not long after Li Ran and Gu Nianqi entered the instance, Song Siye also entered the instance hall. Instead of a sailor uniform, she changed into a very conservative outfit and entered the level 5 cave instance as well. In order to better please Li Ran, Song Siye knelt on the ground for a long time until Li Ran left on his own after finishing his meal. Song Siye's calves, knees, and arms were red and swollen from kneeling, so she needed to cover them up and naturally couldn't wear the sailor uniform she had just worn. Moreover, Song Siye also had her own selfish motives. She only wanted to wear those beautiful clothes for Li Ran to see. Normally, she only wore ordinary clothes. She had a lot of nice outfits in her inventory, so she didn't have to worry about not having anything to wear when she met Li Ran. In the level 5 cave instance. Standing in the safe zone, feeling the somewhat oppressive environment around him, Li Ran remained calm. If you've already cleared a dungeon once, there's no need to be as nervous as before when you try to clear it again. Li Ran looked around and noticed several cave goblins wandering in the distance. Seeing this, Gu Nianqi released Li Ran's hand, took a step forward, and prepared to leave the safe zone to deal with the cave goblins. "Wait, let me do it." Li Ran put his arm around Gu Nianqi's slender waist and said with a smile, "You're coming?" Hearing this, Gu Nianqi was a little confused. As a trainer, combat was not Li Ran's forte, so there was no need for him to show off. She would not look down on Li Ran because of this. Let her come, finish the dungeon quickly, and save more time for training, wouldn't that be better? Yes, let me try. Li Ran's lips curled up slightly. He didn't explain anything further, but simply gathered his spiritual power in his right palm and activated the 5 thunder technique. While leveling up yesterday, Li Ran was thinking that he didn't need to hide anything from such a good girl as Gu Nianqi, and could confidently and boldly tell her everything. Given Gu Nianqi's character, she would never reveal his secret, and might even be happy for his growth.
He hesitated for a long time, wasting all his time, and still couldn't bring himself to say it. There was an opportunity to show his skills, but Gun Yanxi used the golden light spell to block the sneak attack, so he eventually gave up the idea. This idea became even stronger when the source of the breeder was obtained. After all, it would be a waste to possess a copied divine skill and keep it hidden without using it. The next moment, blue arcs of electricity surged in Li Ran's palm, making a crackling sound.
5 Thunder Technique?
Seeing this, Gun Yanxi opened her beautiful eyes slightly, showing a hint of surprise. She could feel that the electric arcs dancing in Li Ran's palm were similar in nature to the 5 Thunder Technique she had mastered.
But isn't the 5 Thunder Technique an exclusive skill of the 5 Thunder Celestial Master profession? Why is Li Ran using it? Could it be?
Gun Yanxi could only think that Li Ran, as a cultivator, could not only help the flowers grow, but also gain some of the flowers' abilities when cultivating them. In other words, as long as Li Ran continues to cultivate and nurture enough flowers, he can grow indefinitely.
Very good.
Gun Yanxi hugged Li Ran tightly, her beautiful face full of smiles, her words brimming with excitement. She was initially worried that Li Ran wouldn't be able to keep up with her growth and would only be able to watch her level up, which would make her feel unbalanced. But now she doesn't have to worry about that anymore. As expected of her man, he's amazing. With this kind of ability, Li Ran will eventually grow to be as strong as her, or even surpass her. At that time, it won't be her protecting Li Ran anymore, it will be Li Ran protecting her.
At the same time, a deep warmth rose in Gun Yanxi's heart.
Li Ran was willing to tell her such a secret, which shows how much he trusted her. This feeling of being trusted was wonderful, no less than being nurtured by Li Ran. After a long while, Gun Yanxi calmed herself down and looked at Li Ran, who was eager to try, and said in a relaxed manner,
"Go ahead, I'll watch over you and make sure you don't get hurt." Li Ran smiled and nodded, then strode briskly toward the cave goblins not far away.
After telling Gun Yanxi, the flower he was closest to, everything, he felt much lighter. Just as he had thought, Gun Yanxi was wholeheartedly considering his needs, without any ulterior motives. As Li Ran stepped out of the safe zone, the cave goblins noticed his presence and rushed towards him. Li Ran remained calm and, following Gun Yanxi's example, aimed at the cave goblin charging at the front and unleashed the 5 Thunder Technique.
Sizzle!
A surge of electric arcs shot out, heading straight for the cave goblin. The cave goblin was electrocuted, its body billowing black smoke, and it collapsed to the ground.
Successfully defeated a level 6 cave goblin.
In a party, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 60 experience.
Li Ran was not surprised to receive the notification.
Although he is officially an E-level trainer, he is already level 8, and his growth potential is no less than that of a C-level combat profession.
It's not surprising that a level 6 cave goblin can be killed in an instant.
After killing one cave goblin, Li Ran did not stop. He accumulated 5 Thunder Technique and aimed at another cave goblin. With a crackling sound of electric arcs, the dim cave was instantly filled with flashes of electricity as one cave goblin after another collapsed helplessly to the ground.
Successfully defeated a level 6 cave goblin.
In a party, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 60 experience.
Li Ran was not surprised to receive the notification.
Although he is officially an E-level trainer, he is already level 8, and his growth potential is no less than that of a C-level combat profession.
It's not surprising that a level 6 cave goblin can be killed in an instant.
After killing one cave goblin, Li Ran did not stop. He accumulated 5 Thunder Technique and aimed at another cave goblin. With a crackling sound of electric arcs, the dim cave was instantly filled with flashes of electricity as one cave goblin after another collapsed helplessly to the ground.
Successfully defeated a level 6 cave goblin.
In a party, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 60 experience. Soon, Li Ran wiped out an entire squad of cave goblins.
Call.
Li Ran felt the fatigue coming from his brain and couldn't help but let out a long breath. While the 5 Thunder Technique is powerful, it also consumes a lot of energy.
Killing a level 6 cave goblin requires a significant amount of mental energy.
Li Ran roughly estimated that he would run out of steam after another 20 or 30 shots, as he couldn't possibly last as long as Gun Yanxi. Of course, there was also the reason that he didn't control his strength well enough and put too much mental energy into releasing the 5 Thunder Technique. But that little bit of mental energy consumption is probably only enough for him to fire 1 or 2 more shots.
Chapter 23 Learning makes one progress. In the dimly lit cave.
As Li Ran dealt with the cave goblin squad, the entire cave fell silent, with only faint calls emanating from its depths.
Monsters are always scarce near safe zones and are easy to clear out. To find new monsters, you have to keep moving forward and go deeper into the dungeon.
Seeing Li Ran quickly and easily eliminate a squad of cave goblins, Gu Nianqi's face was full of smiles.
As expected of her man, those lowly goblins were no match for him. Gu Nianqi walked briskly towards Li Ran, smiling and asking with concern, "How are you feeling?" "Not bad."
Li Ran smiled slightly and pulled Gu Nianqi into his arms, responding with his actions. There are no monsters around now, so it wouldn't hurt to repay Gu Nianqi a little. Gu Nianqi truly lived up to her reputation as an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master. The skills I learned from her were incredibly powerful, far more effective at monster slaying than the bizarre skills I had mastered myself.
I noticed your 5 Thunder technique wasn't very smooth, huh? You could actually do it like this.
Feeling Li Ran's intense heat, Gu Nianqi bit her lip, forcibly focused her thoughts, and began to instruct Li Ran in a caring tone. Listening to Gu Nianqi's teaching, Li Ran was shocked, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He could feel that after he understood the simple and easy to understand words Gu Nianqi spoke, his proficiency with the 5 Thunder technique was rapidly increasing. Although his skill level has not yet been upgraded, his strength has indeed increased significantly. When he uses the 5 Thunder technique again, not only will its power be increased, but his mental energy consumption will also be reduced. It turns out that in addition to repeated practice, skills can also be improved through learning, which is indeed an important piece of information. Thinking of this, Li Ran perked up and began to repay Gu Nianqi even more earnestly.
And also, the 5 Thunder technique can.
Despite Li Ran's interruptions, Gu Nianqi continued to earnestly share her insights on using the 5 Thunder technique, revealing everything without reservation. Li Ran was the love of her life, and she was naturally willing to give everything she owned to him. While repaying Gu Nianqi, Li Ran also listened attentively to Gu Nianqi's teaching. At first, it was fine, but as the questions deepened, he suddenly felt dizzy and his head was throbbing, as if he was listening to gibberish rather than words.
Even if Gu Nianqi's voice was beautiful and pleasant, he couldn't stand it. Phew. Alright, Nianqi, that's enough.
Li Ran sighed heavily and shook his head helplessly. Admittedly, learning can rapidly improve one's skills, but there are limits to it. His academic performance wasn't bad, but compared to the outstanding Gu Nianqi, it paled in comparison. Therefore, even though Gu Nianqi taught him without reservation, due to differences in comprehension abilities, he still couldn't understand what he was supposed to understand. It wasn't that Gu Nianqi didn't teach well enough, it was simply that his learning ability wasn't high enough. Gu Nianqi helped him pave the way for the 5 Thunder technique, but if he wanted the skill to grow further, he would need to spend some time settling down and slowly comprehend the deeper meaning in Gu Nianqi's words.
Okay.
Seeing Li Ran's uncomfortable expression, and even increasing the intensity to alleviate her discomfort, Gu Nianqi knew that Li Ran must have received too much information at once, and her brain was having trouble processing it. At this point, teaching should not continue. Li Ran should be given some time to digest, understand, and absorb the knowledge he has learned. Simply telling the story will only increase Li Ran's burden and make her feel even worse.
Okay, let's keep grinding.
Li Ran took some time to organize her thoughts and, after adjusting her breathing, left Gu Nianqi and spoke in a gentle voice. Although he longed to continue repaying Gu Nianqi's kindness, he knew it wasn't the right time. He would wait until they returned to the villa before sharing everything he knew to repay her.
Alright, but let me deal with those monsters from now on.
Despite her trembling legs, Gu Nianqi felt a sense of loss and emptiness upon hearing Li Ran's departure. Having grown accustomed to Li Ran's presence, his sudden absence would indeed cause discomfort. However, Gu Nianqi was an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master after all, and had a strong ability to adapt.
She quickly adjusted and smiled as she spoke. Take some time to digest what I just taught you.
Li Ran nodded, slowly stepped aside, and sorted out his somewhat chaotic thoughts. If he could replace the silver merchant with intelligence, he would definitely handle the experience that Gu Nianqi taught him with ease and casualness.
Unfortunately, it can't be replaced.
With his current brain capacity, learning would be a real hassle. It will probably take several days for it to settle before it can be barely absorbed.
This was all thanks to Gu Nianqi's careful guidance.
Without anyone to guide him, Li Ran didn't dare imagine how slow his progress would have been. It seems that although he can acquire the skills that flowers possess through cultivation, these skills are not so easy to master, unlike skills that can be easily upgraded by self-comprehension. Fortunately, every flower he cultivates will surely teach him without reservation in the future, just like Gu Nianqi is now. As long as he is willing to study hard, it won't be a big problem. Composing himself, Li Ran followed Gu Nianqi's steps while diligently trying to understand what Gu Nianqi was teaching him. Walking through the dimly lit cave, Gu Nianqi regained her usual calm expression.
If you've already cleared a dungeon once, you won't feel anything when you do it again.
After all, she is now one level higher than before she cleared the dungeon. After Li Ran nurtured her all night, her potential has increased and her basic attributes have also changed significantly.
Returning to the familiar place now will only make things easier than before.
Ahead, goblin monsters kept rushing out, trying to attack Li Ran and Gun Yanxi, who had stepped into the cave. Faced with these reckless monsters, Gun Yanxi naturally channeled her spiritual power, and arcs of electricity surged from her hands, causing each monster to be struck by a 5 thunder technique.
Successfully defeated a level 7 cave goblin.
In a party, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 100 experience.
Successfully defeated the level 8 goblin cave guardian.
In a party, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 160 experience. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious monster became a source of experience for Gun Yanxi and Li Ran's growth.
Hearing the prompt, Li Ran's lips curled up slightly. At the current efficiency, it would probably only take about 3 hours to complete this dungeon. The experience he gained was enough for him and Gun Yanxi to both reach level 10. In other words, even including the time it takes to obtain the certificate to leave the city, he and Gun Yanxi could leave the city to run the real dungeons by the afternoon at the latest. We can bring Song Xie along then. After all, she's an S-rank magic archer, so her strength is definitely not bad. The dungeons outside the city are vastly different in difficulty from the basic dungeons in the dungeon lobby. I'm still thinking about soloing like I am now, which is possible, but extremely difficult. Bringing an extra person along will not only provide more experience points, but it will also increase the efficiency of monster hunting. Overall, the speed of experience gain is not much different, but the safety is higher than when there are 2 people.
Li Ran and Gun Yanxi ventured deep into the dungeon, easily defeating all the monsters in their path.
No matter how powerful the monsters were, none could withstand Gun Yanxi's 5 thunderbolts technique. Less than an hour after entering the dungeon, Li Ran and Gun Yanxi reached level 9. Li Ran glanced at the attributes and was secretly delighted.
Level 9 0.05%.
Strength 40. Agility 40. Physical fitness 84. Spirit 40.
Having nurtured the delicate flower of Song Xie and spent another night nurturing Gun Yanxi, his growth potential has indeed made a significant breakthrough. Now, leveling up one's physique increases by 12 points, and the other 3 attributes each increase by 5 points, for a total of 27 points, which is even stronger than that of a typical B-level professional. If he continues to grow like this, it won't be long before his potential reaches S-level. Composing himself, Li Ran walked beside Gun Yanxi and together they ventured deeper into the dungeon. With Li Ran's current strength, he no longer needs to hide behind Gun Yanxi as before, and can fight monsters with Gun Yanxi. Although he couldn't compare to Gun Yanxi, dealing with these goblin minions who were not even as high level as him was still a piece of cake.
Chapter 24: Obtaining the certificate to leave the city. An hour and a half later, Li Ran and Gun Yanxi arrived at the end of the level 5 cave dungeon, having already reached their target level of 10 not long ago. This time the speed was much faster than expected. In addition to Gun Yanxi's improved strength, Li Ran also contributed. 2 people fighting monsters together is faster than 1 person fighting alone. Upon reaching the end of the dungeon, Li Ran and Gun Yanxi met their old friend. The goblin cave warrior remained seated on the bone throne, eyes closed in repose. Li Ran and Gun Yanxi did not hesitate. They circulated their spiritual power and simultaneously began to use the 5 thunder technique. Sizzle. Sizzle. With a flash of lightning, before the goblin cave warrior could even stand up, he was blasted away by several 5 thunderbolts, losing half of his life force. The goblin cave warrior picked up his broadsword, leaped up, ignoring his injuries, and charged towards Li Ran and Gun Yanxi. Li Ran's eyes narrowed as he locked eyes with the goblin cave warrior, using eye contact to initiate a hypnotic spell. It has to be said that, given Li Ran's background as a silver merchant, he learned hypnosis, an unorthodox skill, quite quickly, much faster than the 5 thunder technique. With repeated practice, Li Ran's skill in hypnosis has reached a certain level. This glance caused the goblin cave warrior to pause abruptly for a moment. Although the control only lasted for about a second before the goblin cave warrior returned to normal, it was enough. Sizzle. A surge of violent electricity erupted from Gun Yanxi's palm and reached the goblin cave warrior. The goblin cave warrior had no chance to react and was hit directly, his whole body trembling from the electric shock, and black smoke billowing from his head. It didn't stop, the lightning kept flashing. In just over 10 seconds, the goblin cave warrior collapsed once again, powerless. Successfully defeated the level 10 goblin cave warrior. In a team, experience is split equally,
and you gain plus 2,400 experience. Upon hearing the notification, Li Ran subconsciously glanced at the experience bar.
Not bad, I've already accumulated 15%.
If I'm willing to spend the time, I can run this dungeon again and probably reach level 11. At this point, a portal to exit the instance appears.
Li Ran took Gu Nianxi's soft little hand and left the instance. Back in the dungeon lobby, Li Ran and Gu Nianxi did not linger.
They walked straight out of the lobby and headed towards the professional registration area located next to it.
I've reached level 10, it's time to process the departure procedures.
The lobby and registration area are very close together, making it quite convenient to get things done. Seeing Gu Nianxi and Li Ran walking out of the level 5 dungeon side by side, the people around them didn't find it strange. After all, they had already seen them yesterday.
It wasn't until the two walked toward the professional registration office that the crowd couldn't help but start talking. You've already reached level 10? That's way too fast.
I spent 2 days grinding and barely reached level 5.
It's so much slower than level 10, the gap is just too big. You think you can just casually run level 5 dungeons? I get all sweaty just running a level 1 dungeon. As expected of Gu Nianxi, she's incredibly strong.
Numerous praises rang out, interspersed with some voices filled with envy and jealousy.
Li Ran leveled up to level 10 while lying down?
He's got such good luck.
What's so special about Li Ran that makes him so well taken care of by Gu Nianxi?
I envy neither the Mandarin ducks nor the immortals, but I envy Li Ran every day.
Sigh, I really want to be a kept woman like Li Ran. Are there any rich women who would take a look at me? Li Ran and Gu Nianxi ignored the discussions of those around them and walked straight into the professional registration office.
Pushing open the door to the professional registration office, one is greeted by a scene completely different from the dungeon lobby. The occupational registration office was unusually empty, with almost no one moving around. Although they were only a few meters apart, the difference in the number of people was remarkably obvious.
Obviously, very few students can reach level 10 at this point.
A pretty girl in her early 20s, wearing a blue uniform, was leaning on the front desk, looking idly at the scene in the lobby. Upon seeing someone enter, the girl in charge of reception immediately perked up, visibly becoming excited, and instinctively put on a professional smile.
Welcome, both of you. How can I help you?
Li Ran looked at the girl's smiling face, and his nurturer's eye instinctively activated. The flower is called leaf orchid, and its stats are quite good. It has an 85 charm rating and its measurements are within a reasonable range. Among ordinary people, it can be considered excellent, and it should have quite a few suitors. However, Li Ran had already found 2 more suitable targets and was not prepared to waste time on flowers of this quality. Apply for a permit to leave the city.
Gu Nianxi took Li Ran's hand and quickly walked to the front desk, speaking calmly. A permit to leave the city?
Yi Hualan looked at Gu Nianxi's stunningly beautiful face, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Not only is her appearance perfect, but her abilities are also outstanding.
Truly, excellent people excel in everything.
Compared to her, the handsome young man next to her seemed rather ordinary. However, to be with such an outstanding girl, he must have some unique strengths and be particularly good at certain things. While thinking to herself, Yi Hualan continued working. She pointed to an instrument on the table and spoke gently. Just put your hand here and register your occupation information. Gu Nianxi placed her fair right hand on it first, and immediately a semi-transparent panel appeared.
Gu Nianxi, level 10, 5 Thunder Celestial Master. The potential level is not displayed on the panel.
Except when the potential level is automatically detected when the profession is first awakened, it is difficult to see at other times without special means. Only professionals can infer changes in their own potential through the status panel.
Yes, the conditions are met. Please wait a moment, the exit permit will be ready shortly.
Yi Hualan nodded slightly, a hint of surprise in her eyes, but out of professionalism, her words remained gentle and calm.
The 5 Thunder Celestial Master is an extremely powerful combat-oriented class with potential generally no lower than S rank. It can be said that once awakened, their future is limitless.
No wonder he was able to reach level 10 so quickly.
Before long, Gu Nianxi's exit permit was completed.
It was an ordinary white card, similar to an ID card, with Gu Nianxi's portrait and simple occupational information printed on it.
Gu Nianxi put the card away, and then it was Li Ran's turn.
Li Ran placed his hand on the instrument, and the next moment, information about his profession appeared.
Li Ran, level 10, trainer. Trainer?
Yi Hualan felt a little strange upon seeing Li Ran's professional information.
The trainer, a common life profession, can basically only work in the background. How could he be worthy of the Five Thunder Celestial Master? It seems that what's impressive isn't his profession, but Li Ran himself. Perhaps Li Ran is truly exceptional in some way, so exceptional that Gu Nianqi is willing to disregard the difference in their professions and be with him. Yi Hualan blushed as if she had thought of something, but since it concerned other people's privacy, she didn't ask too many questions and could only obediently help Li Ran make the exit permit. Li Ran has indeed reached level 10. Regardless of how he achieved it, his level cannot be faked. Li Ran wanted to leave the city, and she couldn't stop him. Soon, Li Ran obtained his permit to leave the city. Li Ran casually stuffed the exit permit into his inventory, and then walked out of the professional registration office with Gu Nianqi. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Zhao Shuiying and Lin Yue walked in side by side. It seems these two have also reached level 10 and are preparing to leave the city. Zhao Shuiying caught a glimpse of Gu Nianqi, smiled and nodded in a friendly gesture. To be honest, she was a little shocked. Gu Nianqi skipped a day of dungeon runs, yet she leveled up to level 10 faster than her. Was an S-rank 5 Thunder Celestial Master really that powerful? Out of courtesy, Gu Nianqi smiled and nodded, then walked out the door. Chapter 25 Two Worlds Inside and Outside the City. After leaving the professional registration office, Li Ran and Gu Nianqi went to the parking lot, but instead of driving away immediately, they sat in the car and waited for Song Xie. We've already let Song Xie solo the dungeon, so it would be incredibly inhumane to abandon her now. Moreover, Gu Nianqi had just finished a level 5 dungeon and was probably a bit tired, so this was a good opportunity for her to rest. Li Ran sat in the driver's seat, closed his eyes, and pondered the Five Thunder technique that Gu Nianqi had taught him before. As the primary offensive skill of the advanced profession of Five Thunder Celestial Master, the Five Thunder technique is not to be underestimated in terms of power, but it is also quite difficult to comprehend. If you don't make good use of your free time and spend enough time studying it, you probably won't be able to upgrade the Five Thunder technique. As an excellent cultivator, he still needs to be considerate of the flower's physical condition. Moreover, people would come and go from time to time in the parking lot, so even if Li Ran wanted to help Gu Nianqi, he couldn't do much. His invisibility technique was not yet fully mastered. He could neither completely eliminate his presence nor make Gu Nianqi invisible with him. About half an hour later, Song Xie finally arrived late, walking briskly towards her car with some difficulty. As Song Xie got into the car and closed the door, a pleasant, apologetic voice rang in Li Ran's ears. I am very sorry, Lord Li Ran, but I, Song Xie, have wasted your precious time. This is an ability automatically gained after awakening a profession, a long-distance communication system. Professionals can team up or add each other as friends to communicate over long distances, freely choosing between text or voice communication. There is no consumption when the distance is close, but it will consume a certain amount of mental energy when the distance exceeds 20 kilometers, and the farther the distance, the more mental energy is consumed. Of course, as the level increases, the communication range will also increase accordingly, which is a very convenient method, suitable for wilderness areas or dungeon worlds where there is no cell phone signal. It's alright, let's leave the city. Li Ran spoke calmly. He could guess why Song Xie was slow at killing monsters. She was probably feeling unwell. Song Xie's physical condition wasn't very good to begin with, and the awakened form was a class like the magic archer that doesn't boost physical fitness, so it's normal for her to feel tired. Thank you for your magnanimity. Song Xie thanked her profusely again before starting the car. Li Ran started the engine and began driving the car. To allow Gu Nianqi to rest a little longer, he was naturally in charge of driving. Having lived 2 lives, driving is a piece of cake for him. The three drove out of the professional association and headed towards the outskirts of Nanshan City. As time passed, Li Ran and his 2 companions drove to the northern part of Nanshan City. A tall and sturdy city wall spans the entire Nanshan City, separating the human living area from the monster activity area. Leaving the city walls will take you into the wilderness. Unlike the city, the wilderness is teeming with wandering monsters, and they are quite powerful. The monsters in the wilderness are much stronger than the ordinary monsters in the dungeon lobby. Naturally, grinding monsters in the wilderness will yield more experience points and various drops, including basic materials, equipment, and items. Dropped items can be kept for personal use or sold, which is one way for professionals to make money. There are many supply shops on both sides of the street, including food shops, weapon shops, armor shops, blacksmith shops, and so on. The largest of these was the trading hall officially established by the Great Xia Kingdom. Trading halls are located in cities across the country, where one can freely buy and sell all kinds of items, including materials and equipment.
You can also accept or post bounty tasks to earn money or find help from others.
Li Ran and his two companions already had enough supplies in their inventory, so they didn't need to resupply. In addition, Gu Nianqi and Song Siye were both well off, so they didn't need to take on any missions.
Therefore, the trading hall was skipped. Although Li Ran was somewhat curious, he did not intend to waste Gu Nianqi and Song Siye's time. After finding a suitable place to park, Li Ran and Gu Nianqi walked towards the city gate, with Song Siye following behind them. They planned to regroup into one team after leaving the city gate.
Li Ran, level 10, trainer?
The city gate guards took the exit permit given to them by Li Ran and confirmed Li Ran's information. Although he was puzzled as to how a cultivator could be so successful, managing to have a level 10-5 Thunder Celestial Master as a companion, he didn't intend to inquire further.
Since the proof of leaving the city is genuine, we can just let Li Ran out. Even if Li Ran is a kept man, it's still quite an achievement to have such a capable girl as a companion.
Having served as a city gate guard for so many years, he had seen this scene many times, except that Li Ran's soft rice metaphor for being a kept man was of a much higher quality than that of others.
Be careful after leaving the city.
The wilderness is not like the city, it is full of dangerous monsters. Don't be reckless when you encounter danger, it's best to retreat immediately. Running away is not shameful, life is the most important thing. As is customary, the city gate guards gave Li Ran and Gu Nianqi some instructions when they encountered the newcomers leaving the city for the first time.
Li Ran and Gu Nianqi nodded slightly to express their gratitude. Thank you, we will be careful.
Immediately, the two strode out of the city gate. As soon as you stepped out of the city gate, a chilling atmosphere enveloped you.
The sky darkened, and a strange atmosphere filled the air.
Even visibility was somewhat obstructed, as if some kind of mist filled the surroundings, making it impossible to see the distant situation as one would in the city. Separated by only a wall, the changes are so drastic they are practically two different worlds.
Clearly, the towering city walls surrounding the entire Nanshan city are not simple structures.
Li Ran wasn't surprised. Humans must have some special methods to survive in this world invaded by games.
If the city wall were just an ordinary city wall, how could it possibly stop those monsters in the wilderness? Li Ran and Gu Nianqi walked for a while, and after getting away from the city gate, they stopped and waited for Song Siye. Soon after, Song Siye arrived.
Li Ran opened the professional panel and sent a team invitation to Song Siye, allowing her to join his and Gu Nianqi's team. Only by forming a team through the profession panel can you share the experience, and even the loot generated when killing monsters. Verbal team formation is not feasible. He was naturally the captain. Li Ran originally wanted Gu Nianqi to be the captain, since Gu Nianqi was stronger, but Gu Nianqi voluntarily gave up the captain's position to him. After forming the team, Gu Nianqi walked in front, leading the entire group. As the eldest daughter of the Gu family of Nanshan, Gu Nianqi possessed a wealth of information and knew where suitable dungeons existed that could allow the three of them to level up quickly.
Song Siye stood at the rear of the group, activating the demon archer's detection skill to keep watch over the surroundings.
Li Ran stood in the middle of the group, protected by two people, calmly observing everything around him.
Although not very powerful, he does possess a control skill that allows him to effectively stall for time when encountering monsters. Chapter 26, Choose the Hard Mode Dungeon. Li Ran, Gu Nianqi, and Song Siye walked through the wilderness, occasionally hearing the roars of beasts in the distance and seeing the figures of other professionals. The two were some distance apart, and only blurry figures could be seen. They did not approach or communicate casually. In the wilderness, approaching other professionals without their permission is extremely impolite, and you deserve to be attacked if you are. After all, although the Great Xia Kingdom officially prohibits professional fighters from fighting, it is difficult to prevent them from killing each other in the unregulated wilderness. For the safety of all professionals, this default rule has gradually formed over time. After walking for a while, Li Ran and his two companions spotted several wandering monsters. Almost simultaneously, Gu Nianqi and Song Siye unleashed their identification techniques. Wandering Goblin Soldiers. Level, 10. Strength, 80. Agility, 40. Physical Fitness, 80. Spirit, 40. Skills, none. A level 10 Goblin Soldier, tall and imposing, wielding a large wooden club. Despite being just an ordinary Goblin Soldier, its base stats are quite high. It's no wonder it's a monster from the wilderness, it's truly powerful. For an ordinary professional, facing such a goblin squad would be very difficult. It would probably take a long and arduous battle to defeat them, and there is even a risk of failure. But for Li Ran and his two companions, things were somewhat easier. Even for Li Ran, whose foundation is the weakest,
Dealing with these monsters is not difficult.
Compared to Gun Yanxi, who is an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master, she would be instantly killed.
At this moment, the goblin soldiers did not notice Li Ran and his companions. Li Ran and Gun Yanxi had already raised their right hands and started practicing the 5 Thunder technique. Song Xie also changed her clothes in an instant, and at the same time took a dark purple longbow in her hand and drew the bowstring. An arrow formed from spiritual energy appeared on the bow and was launched by Song Xie. With the three of them working together, the goblin soldiers fell to the ground unwillingly before they could even react. Successfully defeated a level 10 goblin soldier. In a party, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 180 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 3 bones.
Several repeated prompts popped up in a row. Li Ran glanced at them and smiled.
As expected of the monsters in the wilderness, even if 3 people share the experience, they can still get a lot of experience. At the same time, Li Ran discovered that several bones had appeared in his inventory, indicating that he had dropped materials. When not in a party, the monster's loot will appear in the killer's inventory, so there's no need to worry about it being stolen by others. When you form a team, it will appear in the team leader's inventory, which is one of the benefits of being a team leader. People who don't trust each other usually don't team up, so ownership of dropped items isn't an issue. Let's go, these monsters aren't worth fighting, we'll level up faster in a dungeon.
Gun Yanxi waved and said with a smile.
Li Ran nodded and followed behind Gun Yanxi, continuing to move forward into the distance.
He listened attentively in class and knew what was going on.
The distribution density of wild monsters was not as dense as that in dungeons. It was possible to find wild monsters to farm, but it would be a waste of time. It's not that grinding monsters is a waste of time, but rather that finding monsters takes time.
Although wild monsters may occasionally ambush you, finding them can actually be a bit of a hassle.
As Li Ran and his companions continued their journey, they encountered some wandering monsters, including level 11 and even level 12 monsters. However, they were still no match for the 3 of them and were easily defeated, becoming nourishment for their growth. As we get closer to the dungeon entrance, we encounter more and more professional players. The roaming monsters were barely visible, presumably having been cleared out by other players. Li Ran soon saw the dungeon portal. Its appearance is similar to those in the dungeon lobby, only larger and darker in color, exuding a terrifying aura.
If you're easily frightened, you'll probably be scared when you see the portal.
Around the dungeon portal, the professionals were scattered in small groups, sitting on the ground resting, seemingly discussing their strategy. I didn't expect this level 12 forest dungeon to be so difficult.
We can't even beat the normal difficulty. There are too many monsters in the dungeon, it's impossible for a human to fight them. Sigh, we're missing a healer.
If someone could help us recover our health, we should be able to clear the normal dungeon.
I've decided to leave the team.
It's impossible to conquer difficult dungeons with you bunch of bugs. For a difficult dungeon, you'd probably need a 5-person team with everyone around level 15 to have any hope of clearing it.
We're far from that level.
Li Ran and his 2 companions strode forward and headed straight for the instance portal. When they saw someone else coming, the people around glanced at them, but quickly looked away. Li Ran and the other 2 were all wearing masks and thick robes, concealing their faces and revealing no information about themselves, so there was nothing to see.
Moreover, wearing such outfits indicates that the 3 of them do not want to be spied on by outsiders.
They've seen many professionals dress like this before and know the unspoken rules. Li Ran stood in front of the dungeon portal and began to check the dungeon information. The dungeons have different difficulty levels, such as normal, hard, nightmare, and hell, with each difficulty level having a significant difference in difficulty. However, this dungeon is of a lower level, with only 2 difficulty levels, normal and hard. Li Ran did not hesitate and directly chose the hard difficulty level.
Most teams don't even have S-level professionals, let alone A-level professionals.
Their team has an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master and an S-level Magic Archer. With such a luxurious lineup, conquering difficult dungeons will be no problem.
Hard difficulty dungeon selected, enter now?
When the prompt appeared, Li Ran selected yes and was then teleported into the instance along with Gun Yanxi and Song Xie.
We're going in now. 3 people, that should be normal difficulty. It's definitely on normal difficulty, no one can beat the hard one.
If you're really confident you can beat the hard difficulty level, just reveal your identity and show off.
Why hide anything?
Outside the instance, people around discussed it for a while, but quickly stopped. There are countless similar 3-person squads, there's nothing interesting about them. Inside the instance, Li Ran and his 2 companions arrived at a forest.
Standing within the safe zone, you can see a monster in the distance. Gu Nianqi skillfully used her appraisal technique. Knoll Scout Enhanced Type. Level 12. Strength 140. Agility 80. Constitution 140. Mental state 80. Skill Axe Throw. As expected of an enhanced monster in a difficult dungeon, its stats are much higher than those of ordinary monsters. Most people probably couldn't even defeat one. Only by teaming up and cooperating can ordinary people contend with it. However, compared to Gu Nianqi and Song Xie, these monsters are still lacking. Without hesitation, the three strode out of the safe zone and began to eliminate the monsters. Without needing three people to gang up on him, Gu Nianqi flickered her hand with lightning, and the Jackal Scout fell to the ground unwillingly, without even having a chance to throw his axe. Successfully killed a level 12 Knoll Scout. In a team, experience is split equally, and you gain plus 500 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 6 furs. Upon hearing the notification, a flicker of excitement crossed Li Ran's mind. As expected of monsters in a difficult dungeon, they give a lot of experience points. At this rate, I'll level up soon. I've already accumulated a lot of experience in the wilderness, and I'm less than 30% away from level 11. Continuing forward, led by Gu Nianqi, the three of them rampaged through the dungeon. Soon, Li Ran reached level 11. Chapter 27 Talent Upgrade, Song Xie begs for nurturing. Level 11 0.10%. Strength 55. Agility 55. Physical fitness 120. Spirit 55. Talent, Nurturing Contract Level 2, Unique. Li Ran glanced at the panel and was overjoyed. The base attributes gained from leveling up from level 10 to level 11 have doubled. Originally, it was plus 12 points to Constitution and plus 5 points to each of the other 3 stats. Now it's plus 24 points to Constitution and plus 10 points to each of the other 3 stats. As the level increases, the attribute boosts are expected to become increasingly larger. In addition, the most crucial hidden talent has been upgraded, and the nurturing contract has finally been upgraded to level 2. This is his core ability, and the foundation of his strength. Without this talent, he would never have been able to cross paths with someone as unattainable as Gu Nianqi, let alone become stronger. Li Ran naturally began to examine the detailed information about his talent. Cultivation Contract Level 2, form a contract with the eligible individual, sharing life and death with them. Both will receive a significant boost in growth speed when within 10 meters of the eligible individual. The closer the distance, the stronger the effect. Good news! The increased growth rewards mean Li Ran can achieve greater growth in the same amount of time. Li Ran didn't know exactly how much he had improved. He planned to find a suitable opportunity to put it into practice. This dungeon is pretty good. The scenery is quite beautiful. I can give it a try after I've finished clearing the monsters. How? Li Ran turned to look at Gu Nianqi and found that Gu Nianqi also had a happy expression on her face, obviously having gained a lot. After entering the instance, the three removed their disguises and changed back into normal equipment. Gu Nianqi was now wearing a black Taoist priest's robe. Gu Nianqi looked at Li Ran and smiled as she recounted her gains. Basic attribute growth has doubled, hidden talent has been upgraded, the ability to ward off misfortune and attract good fortune has become stronger, it can briefly predict the future, and a new skill has been acquired. Gu Nianqi can be described as completely open and honest, telling everyone she had learned. My talent has also been upgraded, and I can reap more rewards with each training session. Li Ran naturally didn't hold back and explained the changes in his talent. The two beauties beside him are his flowers, and there's nothing wrong with saying it out loud. Song Xie stood aside, looking disappointed. People's joys and sorrows are different. Because she lacked experience, she hadn't leveled up yet. Hearing about Gu Nianqi's achievements, he could only stare enviously. But Lord Li Ran's talent has actually leveled up? The rewards are increasing with each nurturing session. Song Xie suddenly realized that not leveling up might not be such a bad thing. If Lord Li Ran were to nurture her a few more times now, and then level her up to level 11 after she becomes an epic level magic archer, the gains would be even greater. With Lord Li Ran's improved talent, it shouldn't take long. The instance is right here, and there's no time limit for completing it, so it won't matter if it takes a little while. The thought of being nurtured by Li Ran brought a smile to Song Xie's face, and her legs trembled involuntarily. Lord Li Ran, could you perhaps? Song Xie quickly came to Li Ran's side, pressed her softly against him, pursed her lips, and spoke in a gentle voice with a touch of allure.
While pleading with Li Ran with all her might, Song Siye also quietly explained the reason: after I upgrade to epic level, my monster killing speed will definitely be faster, and it won't waste any time. Before Li Ran could say anything, Gu Nianqi came close, hugged Li Ran's left arm, and said gently, "Agree to her request. We can go back to the dungeon entrance to nurture her, it's very safe there."
Gu Nianqi understood perfectly that Song Siye's advancement to epic level would indeed benefit the entire team.
She was also quite curious to know just how powerful Li Ran's talent would be after his upgrade. It took half a day and about 20 attempts to raise her to epic level. I don't know how long it will take for Song Siye.
All right. Li Ran nodded.
Since both women have said so, he certainly has no reason to refuse.
Li Ran was thus embraced by Gu Nianqi and Song Siye as they quickly walked towards the dungeon entrance.
No one could have imagined that Li Ran and his two companions not only disregarded the so-called difficult dungeon, but even planned to train their characters within it.
Such audacious and reckless behavior is truly unique.
Soon, Li Ran and his two companions returned to the vicinity of the dungeon entrance. Since the monsters had been cleared out, the forest was quiet and there was no sound. The tranquility was broken only when Li Ran and his two companions arrived.
Li Ran stopped and looked at Song Siye, who was breathing heavily. Since it was Song Siye who brought it up, he naturally had to solve Song Siye's problem first.
At this moment, Song Siye had already used the one-click dress-up system to remove the extra clothes, leaving only 2 pieces of underwear. Her slender figure was on full display, and at the same time, one could see obvious red marks on Song Siye's fair arms and long legs, indicating that the injuries she sustained at breakfast had not yet healed. These scars did not diminish Song Siye's charm, instead, they aroused a stronger desire to possess her, especially when paired with her pleading face.
Li Ran's nose twitched, and she could faintly smell the fragrance in the air.
This wasn't the smell of shower gel or shampoo, but rather the unique feminine fragrance emanating from Song Siye.
The fragrance could inspire Li Ran's inner motivation. Are you ready?
Li Ran took a deep breath, her expression calm, without the slightest hint of tension. Having gone through so many training sessions, he is no longer the clueless novice he once was. Now, no matter how beautiful the flower is, he can still handle it with ease, showing the composure of a cultivator. Song Siye looked at Li Ran's handsome face, pursing her red lips repeatedly, her eyes filled with eagerness. It's hard to imagine that Song Siye, who used to look down on men, would actually show such a feminine expression.
Upon hearing Li Ran's words, Song Siye couldn't help but lick her lips with her pink tongue.
Finally, I have another chance to be nurtured by Lord Li Ran.
After taking a deep breath, Song Siye quickly walked to a large tree. The tree is an ordinary large tree that can be seen everywhere in the forest.
It has nothing special about it, except that it is strong enough. It is very difficult for a professional to knock down a large tree without intentionally attacking it. Song Siye raised her fair arms, braced her hands on the tree, and bent her back at the same time.
I'm ready.
Song Siye slightly bent her long legs and tried to lower her slender waist as she answered in an excited tone. Seeing this, Li Ran no longer hesitated, quickly walked towards Song Siye, and began the cultivation.
Time flew by, and several hours passed before we knew it. The noise vanished, and the forest returned to its usual tranquility. Cultivation rewards received: source of cultivation upgraded to level 2, body of cultivation upgraded to level 3. Source of the breeder level 2, as a breeder, you hold absolute dominance over all flowers. Flowers nurtured by you will instinctively be loyal to you, and flowers that have not been nurtured by you will also be instinctively attracted to you upon encountering you. Cultivator's body level 3, your physical attributes will be greatly enhanced, your energy will remain abundant at all times, and you will be able to freely control the vitality and type of pollen. Upon receiving the notification, Li Ran's eyes were filled with a smile. Unexpectedly, the upgraded talent was so powerful that the trainer's skills, which usually took a long time to cultivate and might not even change, were upgraded one after another. Chapter 28: Sisters Together. Now we don't have to worry about pollination of the flowers. Seeing the effects of the level 3 incubator's body, Li Ran's eyes were filled with joy. Having been raised without any protection, Li Ran was also worried that Gu Nianqi and Song Siye, these two delicate flowers, might develop health problems. This prevented him from nurturing Gu Nianqi and Song Siye for a long time. The level 3 breeder's body allows him to freely control the vitality and type of pollen, directly solving this problem at its source. From now on, he can cultivate them however he wants without worrying about any flower suddenly developing abnormalities. In addition, the source of the cultivator was also upgraded. After reaching level 2, it not only strengthened its dominance over flowers, but also made it easier for Li Ran to harvest new flowers. Any flower that sees him will be instinctively attracted, which is equivalent to the legendary succubus constitution. He doesn't need any complicated operations. Just by standing there, flowers will be unable to resist the temptation and come to him on their own. Composing himself, Li Ran looked down at Song Xie. Song Xie had a rosy complexion and had changed into a loose blue and white school uniform. He was slumped helplessly in the damp mud, leaning against a big tree, his whole body trembling slightly. Although she looked exhausted, Song Xie's brows were filled with indescribable joy, her soft red lips curved into a smile, and even her chest heaved intensely. It's a breakthrough, really a breakthrough that was that simple. In just a few hours and after only a few training sessions, she broke through the professional barrier and transformed from an S-rank magic archer into an epic rank magic archer. Such methods are truly extraordinary. As expected of Lord Li Ran, you are truly amazing. For the first time, Song Xie no longer felt ashamed of her previous humility. Instead, she felt it was perfectly normal. No matter how proud a woman is, she would probably become an obedient female like her when she meets Lord Li Ran. She was simply following her instincts and making the right choice in advance. How are you feeling? Li Ran bent down, reached out and put his arm around Song Xie's slender waist, pulled Song Xie up from the mud, and asked with concern. Song Xie's physical condition was already poor, and after such a long period of training, she must be exhausted. More than breaking through to a higher professional level, Li Ran was more concerned about Song Xie's current physical condition. Upon hearing Li Ran's calm voice, Song Xie's legs trembled slightly, and she instinctively wanted to kneel down and express her gratitude. Fortunately, Li Ran was holding her and stopped her from doing so. Song Xie took a deep breath, suppressed her inner feminine instincts, and pursed her lips. Thank you for your concern, Lord Li Ran. Under your guidance, I, Song Xie, have become an epic-level magic archer and have gained 3 new skills. The 3 skills are, Locating Eyes, detect the location of all creatures in the vicinity and mark them with tracking tags, which can be shared with friendly units. Custom Arrows, allows arrows to be imbued with effects such as piercing, splitting, freezing, and poisoning. Magic Bow, utilizes mental power to conjure arrows, eliminating the need to carry weapons and facilitating rapid fire. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Li Ran's eyes. Judging from Song Xie's condition, she must have health problems. The 3 skills gained after becoming an epic-level magic archer are quite good, greatly enhancing Song Xie's combat capabilities. In particular, this positioning I can automatically locate enemies, greatly speeding up their search for monsters and reducing the possibility of being ambushed by them. Gu Nianqi's talent, Celestial Master's Guidance, can also detect surrounding enemies, but in actual combat, it is not as convenient as a locator. Good. Li Ran nodded and praised Song Xie. Hearing this, Song Xie felt warm all over and extremely comfortable. She had heard similar words countless times and thought she would have no reaction to them anymore, but hearing them spoken by Lord Li Ran still deeply moved her. The same words can have different effects depending on who says them. Song Xie looked excited and made the request with a smile. Lord Li Ran, could you come again? Li Ran's guidance was so comfortable that Song Xie forgot all about leveling up. Cannot. Li Ran glanced down at Song Xie's slightly trembling legs and couldn't help but shake his head. Even with his body so weak, he's still thinking about nurturing. If she continues to be nurtured, Li Ran is really afraid that Song Xie will become so weak that she can't even walk, lose the ability to clear dungeons, and may even need someone to carry her all the time. And Li Ran turned his head and looked at a large tree not far away. Gu Nianqi was wearing a loose and simple black dress and a white hat. She was leaning against a big tree, sitting on the ground with a rosy complexion. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, falling on Gu Nianqi and making her white hat appear greener against the backdrop of the leaves. Is it finally my turn? Noticing Li Ran's gaze, Gu Nianqi couldn't help but purse her red lips with her pink tongue, her eyes sparkling with desire. After watching the game up close for a long time, she felt itchy all over and was very uncomfortable. It's finally over. In just a few hours, Song Xie was transformed into an epic-level magic archer. Even including the 2 previous training sessions, it was less than 10 times. This speed is indeed much faster than before. Clearly, Li Ran's talent has improved considerably. Therefore, the benefits she gains from Li Ran's guidance will be even greater. Thinking of this, Gu Nianqi was even more excited, and she couldn't wait to receive Li Ran's training. As for conquering the dungeon, let's put it aside for now. We can conquer it after Li Ran has finished training her and her strength has improved. At that time, the 2 epic-level professionals, together with the now-grown Li Ran, will easily sweep through this so-called level 12 difficult dungeon. Gu Nianqi hurriedly stood up, used her hips to propel her legs, and ran towards Li Ran with light steps.
As she ran, Gu Nianqi switched her equipment. Before long, Gu Nianqi changed into a black uniform. The uniform clung tightly to the curves of her body, restraining her youthful fullness while emphasizing her incredibly slender waist. Her lower body was covered by a pleated skirt that didn't reach her knees. Beneath the hem, a pair of long, straight, slender legs were encased in thin black stockings, outlining an amazing curve, before disappearing into a pair of delicate little leather shoes. Everything was just right, appearing exceptionally perfect. Seeing this, Li Ran's eyes lit up, unable to hide his excitement. He had seen Song Xie wear similar clothes, but Gu Nianqi looked better in them and they were more intriguing to him. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded from her arms, its words full of flattery.
Lord Li Ran, when you were nurturing Sister Gu, may I give you a back massage? Hearing this, Li Ran looked down at Song Xie's flattering face and took a deep breath. Since Song Xie had made such a request, what else could he say? The only option left was to let Song Xie join. Chapter 29 Zhao Shuiying's desire to throw away tiles. Running quickly, Gu Nianqi arrived at Li Ran's side. Gu Nianqi glanced at Song Xie in Li Ran's arms, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, but she didn't say anything more. She heard Song Xie's bold statement, but she did not intend to refuse. Firstly, Li Ran had already agreed, and as a suitable candidate cultivated by Li Ran, she could not disobey him. Secondly, Song Xie's willingness to abandon her dignity to join in clearly shows that she is filled with longing and can no longer live without Li Ran. As a fellow female, she understood this feeling and was naturally willing to give Song Xie a chance. Composing herself, Gu Nianqi faced the tree and, mimicking Song Xie's previous pose, supported herself on the tree with her hands and slightly bent her back. Her long, slender legs, encased in black stockings, were held straight, showcasing her graceful figure to the fullest. I'm ready.
Gu Nianqi parted her red lips slightly and spoke with some excitement.
Good. Li Ran nodded and released Song Xie. Song Xie didn't pester Li Ran.
Instead, she obediently walked to the side and waited for Li Ran's actions. Li Ran looked down at Gu Nianqi, his breathing suddenly became rapid, his body stiffened, and his eyes stared wide-eyed. Unexpectedly, Gu Nianqi changed her usual style and became much bolder, wearing only a pleated skirt. It seems that the long wait was really unbearable for Gu Nianqi.
They've all started actively looking for ways to make things more fun. However, this did make things convenient for Li Ran.
Without hesitation, Li Ran reached out and supported Gu Nianqi's slender waist. Seeing this, Song Xie, just as she had said before, walked behind Li Ran and offered her help. Although she wasn't very strong, she was willing to give everything for Li Ran.
In a forest dungeon of level 12, on normal difficulty. Oh whoa!
Several tall, sharp-eyed Null scouts were patrolling the forest when they spotted two enemies in the distance and let out excited roars. They stride forward with their powerful legs, wielding their sharp axes, and charge towards the enemy. Zhao Shuiying was protecting Lin Yue behind her, cautiously looking around. Upon seeing the Null scouts approaching, Zhao Shuiying's eyes narrowed, and she gripped the sharp longsword in her hand, which reflected a metallic luster.
Blood Fury.
Zhao Shuiying assumed a fighting stance and activated the Blood Swordsman's secret technique. This skill will cause her to continuously lose health, but it will also greatly enhance her attack power and reaction speed. In an instant, her dark eyes turned blood red, and the long sword in her hand was stained with blood. At the same time, Zhao Shuiying emitted a white light, as if a divine blessing was descending. Behind her, Lin Yue, dressed in a white priest's robe and wearing a white hat with gold patterns, smiled gently, displaying the demeanor of a clergyman. In her soft, white left hand, a golden book gleamed. Feeling the warmth surging within her body, Zhao Shuiying lightly touched the ground with her toes, her loose black kendo uniform fluttering in the wind. Passing through the dense forest, Zhao Shuiying appeared in front of a Null scout in the next moment. Zhao Shuiying swung her blood sword, slashing at the jackal scout with incredible speed. Before the Null scout could react, several bloody marks appeared on his body. Fresh blood flowed down the yellowish fur, soaking the jackal scout's body.
The Null scout let out a painful howl, swinging his right arm in an attempt to retaliate with his axe.
Zhao Shuiying did not give him a chance. She quickly swung her blood sword and struck several more times, accurately hitting the jackal scout in the chest.
The Null scout could no longer hold on and collapsed helplessly into the filthy mud.
A bright red aura surged from the Null scout's body, merged into Zhao Shuiying's body, and was absorbed by her. After dealing with one Null scout, Zhao Shuiying didn't stop and rushed straight to her next target. At this moment, the other Null scouts also reacted, letting out angry roars and swinging their axes to attack Zhao Shuiying. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light descended from the sky and struck all the Null scouts. Under the influence of the beam of light, the Knoll Scouts coughed up blood and became sluggish, as if they had suffered considerable injuries. Seeing this, Zhao Shuiying suddenly exerted force with both legs, bursting out with even greater speed, and rushed towards the Jackal Scout. In an instant, a large amount of steaming blood splattered in the forest, and a scarlet flower quietly bloomed. After a short while, the commotion in the woods subsided, and everything returned to calm. Zhao Shuiying stood in a pool of blood, her black clothes soaked with blood, and her pretty face, which was both heroic and beautiful, was also stained with blood, making her look somewhat eerie. Despite her alluring appearance, Zhao Shuiying was unharmed. The blood on her body came from the Jackal Scouts. Call! Zhao Shuiying took a deep breath, naturally sheathed the blood-stained longsword in her hand to her waist, and then raised her slender right hand to wipe the blood from her pretty face. Suddenly, a warm white light appeared on Zhao Shuiying's body, and under the nourishment of the light, the damage to Zhao Shuiying's body was rapidly restored. These were the hidden injuries caused by the skill blood frenzy, but with Lin Yuwei's help, they have disappeared.
Are you all right?
Lin Yuwei ran over to Zhao Shuiying and asked her with concern, while reaching out to help Zhao Shuiying tidy up her somewhat messy appearance.
Fine.
Zhao Shuiying bit her lip tightly, showing nothing on her face, but she felt a little sad inside. The gentler and more caring Lin Yuwei was, the more disappointed she became with her own incompetence.
She was utterly useless. Even with the assistance of Lin Yuwei, an S-rank priest, she still couldn't easily defeat the monsters in the level 12 forest dungeon on normal difficulty. Even if she uses all her strength, it will still take her some time to entangle herself with the situation. If Lin Yuwei had given up on teaming up with her and instead sought out stronger teammates, they would probably be able to clear the difficult forest dungeon by now. Logically speaking, an A-rank blood swordsman's output ability is no less than that of an S-rank professional, but she failed to unleash her full potential. Zhao Shuiying knew her own weaknesses. The more severe the injuries a blood swordsman sustained, the greater the damage, yet she kept avoiding pain and trying her best to prevent herself from getting hurt. With Lin Yuwei's assistance, she did indeed succeed.
Even after a fierce battle, she remained unscathed, but at the cost of significantly less damage compared to when she was low on health.
Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's okay to go slower. We're already making great progress.
Lin Yuwei seemed to have seen through Zhao Shuiying's worries.
She patted Zhao Shuiying's shoulder, showing a comforting expression.
Her voice was very gentle, like the warm sun in winter. Seeing Lin Yuwei's concern, Zhao Shuiying quickly composed herself and nodded heavily. I never expected that she would be so useless, and that she would have to ask Lin Yuwei to care about her.
How embarrassing.
Zhao Shuiying patted her chest, grinned, and revealed a confident and composed smile.
I'm fine now, let's go and continue exploring the dungeon.
With that, Zhao Shuiying took a step and walked deeper into the dungeon.
Chapter 30. Neither of them could defeat me.
Zhao Shuiying walked ahead of Lin Yuwei with her long, straight legs, heading deeper into the woods. Although his face had returned to calm and his body movements were normal, there was no apparent problem. But Zhao Shuiying was actually in great pain, with an inextinguishable fire burning in her heart. She couldn't forgive herself for her weakness. She craved power and longed to become a powerful enough professional. He was strong enough to live up to Lin Yuwei's trust, strong enough to protect everything she cherished. She knew it would be difficult, but she would still try her best. It was her wish. She would never give up a suitable opportunity to become stronger.
Behind her, Lin Yuwei looked at Zhao Shuiying's slender figure, a look of concern appearing in her bright eyes. She could sense that Zhao Shuiying was still trapped in a cage she had set for herself, and had not yet escaped it. Unfortunately, even though she had personally experienced something similar and had recovered from it, she didn't know how to eliminate the troubles in Zhao Shuiying's heart. No matter how much you try to comfort Zhao Shuiying, she will only put on a strong front and never truly reveal her inner vulnerability. To break free from the prison in Zhao Shuiying's heart, perhaps a life-altering upheaval, similar to her awakening as an S-rank priest, is needed. With that thought in mind, Lin Yuwei followed Zhao Shuiying's footsteps and headed deeper into the dungeon. I don't know if it's feasible to help Zhao Shuiying get into a prestigious university in Jingxia province, but she will try her best. In the instance where Li Ran is located. Phew, that's it? Looking at Gun Yanqi and Song Xie, who were slumped on the ground with their eyes closed and breathing evenly, Li Ran took a deep breath, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Song Xie endured for a long time, but finally couldn't hold back and joined the battle, fighting against him alongside Gun Yanqi. Even if the two of them attacked together, they were still no match for him. With the blessing of a level 3 cultivator's body, his stamina was practically inexhaustible, far beyond what Gun Yanqi and Song Xie could contend with. The two of them laughed and thought they could defeat him with their combined strength, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, laughable and overestimating their own abilities.
Even now, he still has plenty of energy, basically no different from before the war.
Gu Nianqi and Song Siye were already asleep. Get some rest.
Seeing Gu Nianqi and Song Siye leaning against each other, Li Ran took out two large, thick clothes from his inventory and covered them with them. It was already dark, and a light breeze was blowing through the woods. It would be a bit chilly to sleep without covering yourself with something. Although the wind was nothing to them given their advanced physical abilities, Li Ran still provided them with the care they deserved. This is a crucial period that will determine the course of your life, and even a little physical discomfort could affect the final outcome. After covering themselves with clothes, Gu Nianqi and Song Siye unconsciously smiled slightly, revealing serene and happy smiles. After taking care of Gu Nianqi and Song Siye, Li Ran opened his inventory, randomly picked out a piece of ordinary clothing, threw it on the muddy ground, and then plopped down on it. Then, Li Ran had a thought and brought up his status panel. Having spent so much time with the two suitable candidates, his strength should have grown significantly. It's time to check it out. Unfortunately, it seems that having two qualified individuals together will not result in double the growth. Li Ran glanced at the panel, sighed, and looked somewhat disappointed. The growth rate did not double with the increase in the number of people. It was still about the same as when there was only one person, which was equivalent to the combined growth rate of Gu Nianqi and Song Siye. If the more qualified individuals he contracts with, the faster he can grow, then he will contract with more qualified individuals even if it means sacrificing some quality. It seems that quality should be the priority, and it's better to have fewer but better products. Composing himself, Li Ran began to examine his personal information.
Name, Li Ran. Occupation, trainer. Level, 11 0.10%. Strength, 60. Agility, 60. Constitution, 130. Spirit, 60. Talent, nurturing contract level 2, unique. Passive skills, body of a breeder level 3, source of a breeder level 2. Active skills, breeder's eye level 3, hypnosis level 1, invisibility level 1. Suitable skills, 5 thunder technique level 1, golden light spell level 1, shadow body level 1. As expected of a level 2 nurturing contract, the gains are quite substantial. Looking at the information on the panel, Li Ran couldn't help but sigh. Although there was no double experience, his strength still grew significantly, and all 4 basic attributes improved considerably. The Eye of the Trainer has also been upgraded to level 3, and Song Siye's Shadow Body has been learned, a divine skill that can temporarily grant immunity to all damage and ignore physical form. Trainer's Eye level 3 allows viewing more detailed information about the candidate and reveals all their weaknesses. More detailed information. Seeing the effect of the breeder's eye, Li Ran instinctively looked at Gu Nianqi beside him. Gu Nianqi was sleeping peacefully, her face serene, with a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth and a few drops of glistening drool, clearly having a sweet dream. With a thought, Li Ran quietly activated the eye of the nurse. Flower name, Gu Nianqi. Age, 18. Gender, female. Class, Epic Level 5 Thunder Celestial Master. Attributes, 170, 55, 97, 59, 95. Charm, 98. Compatibility level, 49. Life story, Gu Nianqi grew up in a wealthy family, which fostered excellent character in her from a young age. She also gained a keen understanding of the ugliness of human nature. She usually masks her true self with a cold and aloof exterior, but in reality, I see. Seeing the information appearing on Gu Nianqi's body, Li Ran immediately understood what the so-called detailed information was all about. The life experiences of a qualified individual contain a wealth of information, including key details such as their personality traits, preferences, inner weaknesses, and physical weaknesses. With this information, dealing with the qualified candidates is a piece of cake. It doesn't require much effort. Simply targeting weaknesses will make the suitable candidate instinctively obey and willingly sign a contract with him. He can also find out the preferences of eligible individuals who have signed a contract from their biographical information, thereby enhancing the relationship between the two parties. A level 3 breeder's eye is indeed powerful enough. Speaking of which, has Gu Nianqi's charm increased? After understanding the changes in the skills, Li Ran looked at Gu Nianqi's basic stats, a smile flashing in his eyes. No wonder he always felt that Gu Nianqi looked better than before, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. It turns out that through his efforts, Gu Nianqi's measurements improved, and her temperament also changed somewhat. These subtle changes combined increased Gu Nianqi's charm from 97 to 98. Although it may seem like just a 1-point change, in reality, the impact is quite astonishing. Composing himself, Li Ran felt the breeze in the forest and continued to comprehend the 5 thunder technique and other skills. Gu Nianqi and Song Xie were both asleep, so the task of keeping watch was left to him.
He could take this opportunity to practice his skills.
Anyway, he's full of energy, so it doesn't matter if he doesn't sleep.
Chapter 31: The Allure of Epic Classes.
Before long, dawn broke.
Sunlight filters through the trees and falls on your shoulders, bringing a warm feeling.
Ha!
Gu Nianqi slowly opened her eyes, let out a long sigh, and naturally stretched her waist, revealing her slender figure to the fullest. Feeling the lightness in her body, Gu Nianqi's lips curled up slightly. She could feel that after several hours of rest, her physical fatigue had been completely relieved. With the added boost from the soul resonance with Li Ran, her strength has changed considerably compared to yesterday.
If we farm dungeons in our current state, our efficiency will definitely be much faster than before. The time lost can be easily made up for.
Hearing the noise beside her, Song Xie also woke up from her sleep. After catching her breath and fully regaining her senses, Song Xie felt the surging power flowing through her body, her eyes filled with joy. By spending a long time by Lord Li Ran's side and resonating with his soul, her strength has increased by leaps and bounds.
It's not just that I've gained more skills, even my physical weaknesses have been overcome.
She is no longer the weakling who couldn't withstand a soul connection. If you keep working hard like this, getting into the top university in the country is not impossible.
Thinking of this, Song Xie felt a sense of relief.
Fortunately, she formed a contract with Lord Li Ran, otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to achieve her current growth rate on her own. Sensing the commotion, Li Ran looked at Gu Nianqi and Song Xie. At this moment, the two were changing clothes, and many red marks could be seen on their bodies. They have them on their arms, chest, abdomen, back, thighs, buttocks, and even neck, but it doesn't affect their movements. Seeing that the two were recovering well, Li Ran smiled and spoke.
They're all awake? Let's continue grinding the dungeon.
The two nodded and got up to walk towards Li Ran.
After resting for so long, it's time to grind and level up.
The three of them formed a battle formation, took their first steps, and continued their journey deeper into the dungeon. Having already walked the same path once, it didn't take much time to walk, and soon the three of them caught up with yesterday's progress.
At this moment, the surrounding environment also became unfamiliar. Watch me now. Looking at the dense forest around them, Song Xie took the initiative to step forward.
After upgrading to epic level magic archer, she gained the skill Locating Eye, which comes in handy right now. With a thought, Song Xie channeled her spiritual energy and activated her positioning eye. The next moment, she discovered the location of all the monsters around her, and a mark consisting of a single eye appeared above the head of each monster. The marker emitted a white light that shot straight into the sky, like a beacon guiding people. This allowed Li Ran and his companions to clearly see the real-time location of every monster in the vicinity. The monsters were completely unaware of this and continued to act as usual.
Well done.
Li Ran reached out and ruffled Song Xie's hair, praising her with a smile.
As expected of an epic-level magic archer's skill, the effect is indeed impressive. This is equivalent to opening up the entire map view, which can greatly speed up their monster-killing efficiency. After all, sometimes the trouble with monster hunting isn't dealing with the monsters, but finding them. This is all thanks to Lord Li Ran's help. Feeling the warmth of Li Ran's palm, Song Xie smiled broadly.
Although she had become an epic-level magic archer, Song Xie was not complacent. On the contrary, she became even more loyal to Li Ran, and her admiration for him was like a surging river.
Okay, let's start killing monsters.
Li Ran smiled, said nothing more, simply released his hand, and walked towards the pillar of light not far away. Seeing this, Gu Nianqi and Song Xie obediently followed.
The monsters' locations have been marked, making them much easier to defeat.
Many monsters were struck by arrows or electric arcs flying from the shadows before they could react, and fell to the ground in resentment. Kill a level 12 Knoll Scout.
Experience is split equally if you are in a party. Plus 500 experience.
Team leader Li Ran has obtained 4 furs.
Kill a level 12 Knoll Scout. Experience is split equally if you are in a party. Plus 500 experience.
Team leader Li Ran has obtained 5 pelts. Li Ran and his 2 companions advanced forward, conducting a thorough search of the forest, leaving no monster undetected, even those hidden in corners, which were all found and eliminated. Generally speaking, normal teams wouldn't achieve this level of performance. They already spend a lot of time and effort just finding the end of the dungeon, so they don't have the energy to do this kind of thing. Even if you find the monster, it takes a lot of time and effort to farm it. A single dungeon can take an unknown amount of time to complete. In other words, Li Ran's team can accurately locate the monsters' positions, and their output capabilities are ridiculously high, almost capable of instantly killing all monsters.
That's how they managed to do it.
Naturally, the three of them gained experience at an incredibly fast pace. Before even reaching the depths of the dungeon, Li Ran and his companions had already reached level 12, and at the same time, their basic attributes had also received a significant boost. Song Siye also experienced the power of the epic level magic archer. Each level up grants approximately 40 more base stats than at S rank, and also unlocks more powerful skills.
With such a significant gap, how can an S-level professional compare to an epic level professional? As the level increases, this gap will not decrease, but will instead widen. All I can say is that highly skilled professionals are truly impressive. With her current strength, she is estimated to be able to defeat a level 14 S-rank magic archer, and if it is an A-rank magic archer, she could even reach level 16 or 17. As for lower levels, there's no need to discuss them. With such strength, plus the even stronger Gu Nianxi, solving this level 12 difficult dungeon is a piece of cake. Li Ran and his two companions swept through the dungeon with unstoppable momentum, quickly reaching its depths. What appeared before Li Ran and his two companions was a village built of wood. The outermost part of the village is a tall wooden fence that stretches for a long time, probably 40 or 50 meters. Inside the village, there are simple houses built of thatch and wood. Around the house, campfires were everywhere, and monsters sat around them, weapons in hand, cooking food. The pot was bubbling away, and you could see some skulls floating in it. I wondered what kind of animal it was cooked in.
The village was filled with the stench of bloodlust and a strong, foul smell. 3 towering monsters stood at the entrance of the village, weapons in hand, guarding their surroundings. The monster resembles a gnoll, but its fur is dark gray, and it wears polished armor. Holding a metal shield and a sharp axe, its enormous eyes emitted a ghostly green light, making it appear exceptionally terrifying. Gu Nianxi's eyes flashed with golden light as she activated her appraisal skill, instantly revealing the attributes of these monsters. Elite Gnoll Enhanced Elite Level Monster.
Level 13. Strength 200. Agility 180. Constitution 240. Spirit 140. Skills: Axe Throw, Savage Roar. The panel is incredibly powerful, with total attributes approaching 800, far exceeding those of other monsters in the dungeon. It truly lives up to its reputation as an enhanced elite monster. And these are just the elite monsters. The final boss in the dungeon will probably have even more outrageous stats.
No wonder even professional players in a team can't clear it. It really is difficult. Chapter 32, a merely difficult dungeon.
Fortunately, it's still within acceptable limits.
Looking at the stats of the elite gnolls, Gu Nianxi spoke calmly and briefly described the data she had seen. While these monsters possess exaggerated attributes, they still pale in comparison to her. The final boss's stats will be higher, but probably won't surpass hers. Otherwise, no one would be able to conquer this difficult dungeon. Li Ran listened to Gu Nianxi's introduction without being surprised. It's normal for a dungeon of this difficulty to be this challenging. Generally speaking, those capable of conquering difficult dungeons will have a level significantly higher than the dungeon's level. To conquer this level 12 dungeon, it would probably require an elite team of 5, with an average level of at least 15 or 16.
Moreover, the equipment cannot be too bad, and the skills must be powerful enough.
It's rare in history for Li Ran and his two companions to challenge a difficult dungeon at level 10 and be able to clear it easily and comfortably.
Let's start the fight.
Composing himself, Li Ran spoke calmly. Faced with this situation, the three of them had already discussed several contingency plans, and now they just needed to follow the plan. Gu Nianxi nodded, circulated her spiritual power, and used the 5 thunder technique with her slender hands. Pale arcs of electricity surged in her palms, accumulating terrifying power. Song Siye also took out a deep purple longbow from her inventory with a serious expression, pulled back the bowstring, and conjured a purple arrow. The magic bow allows Song Siye to fire rapidly without a bow, but its power is slightly lacking.
It's fine for clearing out small monsters, but the damage is insufficient against elite monsters like this.
Now that we have the initial advantage, it's best to use proper weapons, charge up the arrows a bit more, and increase the power of each single arrow. Li Ran did not accumulate the 5 thunder technique. He simply wore a serious expression and kept a close eye on the movements of the monsters to prevent any accidents from happening. His hypnosis skills have been honed to the point where there is almost no precast animation. With this level of control, he can be considered the best at controlling situations.
Sizzle. Swoosh.
The electric arc and the arrow shot out almost simultaneously, heading straight for the elite gnolls guarding the gate. The elite gnolls were alert to their surroundings. Their eyesight was quite good, unlike the other lesser monsters who were completely unprepared. They noticed the attack coming from the shadows. They all turned their heads to look in the direction from which the attack came. But even if you notice it, your body can't react that quickly. By the time they instinctively tried to raise their shields to block, the attack had already landed. Sizzle. The two elite gnolls were struck by the five thunder technique, and violent arcs of electricity instantly swept over their bodies. The metal armor worn on his body not only failed to provide protection, but also accelerated the conduction of electric current. The two elite gnolls were electrocuted and convulsed, their bodies charred on the outside and tender on the inside, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Kill a level 13 elite gnoll experience shared equally while in a party plus 3000 experience. Team leader Liran obtained 10 pelts and 3 bones. Kill a level 13 elite gnoll experience shared equally while in a party plus 3000 experience. Team leader Liran obtained 9 pelts and 4 bones. Swoosh. A gnoll elite was pierced through the neck by a sharp arrow, and blood gushed out violently. The gnoll elite trembled violently, his knees buckled, and he clutched his neck in agony. Although he didn't die on the spot, he was not far from it. Monsters, like humans, have weaknesses. Even if the attack is not fatal in terms of damage, being hit in a weak point will still cause great injury and make death inevitable. If a professional like a priest were to help heal, there might be a chance of recovery, but the monster doesn't. Although Song Si's paper damage is far inferior to Gun Yenshi's, with her epic level magic archer's eyesight, she can still keep up with the pace by exploiting weaknesses. The 3 elite gnolls were killed in an instant, without even a scream. However, the commotion at the village entrance still attracted the attention of several jackal men. Awah! The gnolls roared, brandished their weapons, and suddenly stood up. As if in response to their roars, shouts also rang out from all over the village. The jackals are preparing to assemble. Seeing this, Liran remained calm and showed no sign of panic. They naturally considered this situation as well. There are ways to deal with this, the simplest of which is to retreat immediately and use the forest terrain and monsters to fight a guerrilla war. With just a little time, the monsters' formation will be disrupted, making them easy targets. However, doing so would scatter the monsters throughout the forest, making it somewhat troublesome to eliminate them all. In order to gain the greatest benefit, Liran chose to block the gate, trapping all the jackals in the village and leaving none behind. The entrance to the gnoll village was small, only wide enough for 2 or 3 gnolls to pass side by side. As long as the exit is blocked, all the gnolls can be easily trapped. With the output capabilities of 2 epic level professionals, it wouldn't be difficult to do this. Go all out. Looking at the jackals gathered together, preparing to rush out of the village, Liran spoke calmly. Without needing to say more, Gun Yenshi focused her attention, mobilized a large amount of mental energy, raised her right hand, and aimed it at the sky above the village entrance. This is an area of effect skill that Gun Yenshi unlocked when she reached level 11. Based on the 5 thunder technique, it mobilizes the power of thunder to cleanse a fixed area. Its destructive power is extremely exaggerated, and its consumption is also considerable. Even with Gun Yenshi's mental strength, she cannot release it continuously. Boom! The next moment, thunder rumbled over the village, as if a raging storm was brewing. When the jackals arrived angrily at the village entrance, lightning had already struck. With crackling sounds of electric shocks, the jackals at the forefront were electrocuted and fell straight to the ground, emitting a pungent aroma. Kill a level 12 gnoll soldier experience is split equally if you are in a party plus 500 experience. Team leader Liran has obtained 5 pelts. Kill a level 12 gnoll soldier experience is split equally if you are in a party plus 500 experience. Team leader Liran has obtained 4 furs. In an instant, a flood of information appeared, and the experience bar surged. Liran looked at the entrance to the village, a smile flashing in his eyes. A pile of gnoll corpses blocked the road out of the village. To leave the village, one must spend some time stepping over the corpses of one's companions. But they also have an epic level magic archer who never misses a shot. If the jackals dare to show their faces, they'll have their heads pierced by arrows. Some brave gnolls took steps, stepping over the corpses of their companions, trying to break through the encirclement. The next moment, a sharp arrow flew in and pierced its head. The gnoll fell backward, powerless, becoming one of the corpses in the pile. Upon seeing this, the jackals looked at each other in bewilderment. These sturdy village fences have now become cages that trap them. You can't escape it, you can't hide from it. Li Ran and his two companions gave the jackals no time to think. Lightning and arrows flew together as they quickly cleared out the jackals from the village. The number of gnolls is declining at an extremely rapid rate.
Chapter 33 The Gnoll Overseer, just a roadside bar. Before long, the jackals in the village were almost completely wiped out.
Li Ran glanced at the experience bar, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes. The growth is good. It has already reached 50%, and it's only halfway to reach level 13. As expected of a level 12 dungeon with a high difficulty level, it gives a lot of experience. Even if it's shared among 3 people, you can still see significant growth. Of course, this is also related to the fact that they cleared out the vast majority of monsters in the dungeon. A typical team, without conducting a thorough cleanup of the dungeon like they did, would definitely not gain this much experience.
Roar!
Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the depths of the village. Deep within the gnoll village, a brown-skinned gnoll, over 3 meters tall, with a robust and muscular build, clad in light armor, charged out wielding a sharp axe. The brown-skinned gnoll had bloodshot eyes, wore a necklace of skulls around its neck, and its mouthful of fangs was stained with blood and flesh, making it look extremely mad. Without a doubt, this is the final boss of this level 12 hard dungeon. A golden light flashed in Gu Nianqi's eyes, and she instantly saw through the jackal's true nature.
Gnoll Warlord Enhanced Boss Level Monster. Level 14. Strength 300. Agility 200. Physical Fitness 300. Spirit 210. Skills: Axe Throw, Savage Roar, Stomp. Its attributes exceed 1000, with Strength and Constitution both reaching an astonishing 300, making it far stronger than elite gnolls. As expected of the final boss of the level 12 hard dungeon, it certainly has some skill. However, even at this level, they still couldn't stop Li Ran and the other 2 from working together. After all, his underlings have been wiped out, leaving only the Gnoll Warlord as a lone commander. One tree cannot support a forest. Li Ran and his 2 companions could slowly deal with the Jackal Overlord and kite him to death without getting hurt. Ignoring the corpses scattered on the ground, the Gnoll Warlord's crimson eyes pierced through the forest and spotted 3 people hiding within. It immediately took a step, stepping over the pool of blood, and charged towards Li Ran and the other 2. The Jackal Overseer was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the village entrance. Faced with the corpses scattered on the ground, the Gnoll Overlord did not choose to climb, but instead jumped up in place, attempting to leap over the bodies. The Jackal Overseer had just leaped into the air when a sharp arrow pierced through the air, aiming straight for his head. The Gnoll Overlord swung his left arm, attempting to raise his shield to block, but at that moment, he suddenly felt his body freeze, and the hand holding the shield stiffened. With just one glance, Li Ran hypnotized the Jackal Warlord. Although triggering it only delays action for a moment, it is deadly enough in this ever-changing battlefield. The Jackal Overseer had nowhere to dodge and was struck directly in the forehead by an arrow. The intense pain drove the Gnoll Warlord into a frenzy. Given the physique of the Gnoll Overseer, this blow was not fatal, but it was extremely painful. Having been used to ruling the forest, it had never suffered such a heavy blow and naturally could not bear it. Roar! The Gnoll Warlord's eyes gleamed crimson, and he opened his mouth wide, letting out a roar. The piercing sound waves emanated, causing the forest to rustle violently. Savage Roar, a classic skill of the gnolls. Li Ran's expression remained unchanged as he circulated his spiritual power, preparing the 5 Thunder technique in his hands. Gu Nianqi and Song Siye were in a similar situation, their hands never stopping. At such a distance, and with trees blocking the way, the sonic attack wasn't strong enough to harm them. All 3 of them have long enough range to stand in a safe place and fire their attacks, completely unafraid of melee powerful monsters like the Gnoll Warlord. Sizzle! The electric arc struck the Jackal Overseer in an instant. The Jackal Overlord was instantly jolted by the electric shock, his savage roar abruptly cut short. The power of the 5 Thunder technique is linked to mental strength and skill proficiency. With Gu Nianqi's spirit attribute of nearly 500 and her skill proficiency exceeding that, the paralysis effect she receives is quite powerful, enough to interrupt many actions. Although Li Ran's 5 Thunder technique was not as strong as Gu Nianqi's, it was still powerful enough to inflict damage on the Jackal Warlord. With the 3 of them working together, the Gnoll Warlord had no chance to fight back and could only stand there and take the beating. 30 seconds later, the Gnoll Overseer collapsed to the ground, filled with resentment. Slay a level 14 Gnoll Overlord experience shared equally if in a party plus 6,000 experience. Captain Li Ran obtains a bronze level weapon, the Gnoll Overlord's axe. Captain Li Ran obtains bronze level armor, Gnoll Warlord's shawl. Captain Li Ran obtains the Gnoll Warlord's crystal core. As the notification appeared, 3 unusual items appeared in Li Ran's inventory.
Li Ran naturally revealed the effects of the strange object, allowing Gu Nianqi and Song Siye to examine it together.
Null Warlord's Axe Bronze, Strength +5, Agility +5, Warrior Skill Power increased by 5%, can be equipped by level 10 and above. Null Warlord's Shoulder Armor Bronze, Strength +5, Constitution +5, chance to reduce damage taken by 10%, can be equipped at level 10 and above. Here, take them all. Do with them however you like.
Gu Nianqi didn't pay any attention to the strange object that had been discovered. She smiled and waved her hand, indicating that Li Ran should handle it.
Song Siye had a similar attitude and didn't care about these things.
She simply moved closer to Li Ran naturally. Compared to the monster's loot, she wanted to spend more time with Li Ran.
All right. Li Ran smiled and did not refuse.
After all, it's only bronze-level equipment, and it's normal for these two to look down on it given their wealth. Since the axe was inconvenient to hold, Li Ran put it in his inventory. As for the shoulder armor, he equipped it directly. Strength and Constitution each increased by 5 points, which isn't a particularly large bonus, considering it's just a level 10 bronze item, not much stronger.
Besides the equipment, there was also the Null Warlord's core. It looks like a blood-red gemstone, and you can feel its warmth when you hold it, so it's obviously something special. Li Ran had read about it in a book and knew that crystal cores were a key material used to make jewelry. The Null Warlord's crystal core can be used to craft a bronze-level accessory that can be equipped at level 10, making it one of the powerful accessories that can be equipped below level 20. If you take it to the official trading hall of the Great Xia Kingdom, you can sell it for at least 300,000 Great Xia coins, which is extremely valuable. After a moment's thought, Li Ran carefully put away the Jackal Warlord's crystal core. Even if we don't need this thing, it would be great to sell it later. After sorting out their loot, Li Ran and his 2 companions left the forest, changed into the clothes they had worn when entering the dungeon, and headed towards the Null village. The dungeon exit appeared next to the corpse of the Null Overlord. It was still quite a distance to walk out. Soon, Li Ran and his 2 companions returned to the entrance of the dungeon. The appearance of Li Ran and his 2 companions immediately attracted everyone's attention. When someone comes out of the instance, everyone will naturally be curious about whether that person has completed the instance. Chapter 34 Speedrun Dungeon, the Null Overlord is a fleshball.
Seeing Li Ran, Gu Nianqi, and Song Siye's heavily disguised attire, some people recalled the time when the 3 entered the instance.
Aren't these the 3 who went in yesterday afternoon?
Their clothes look familiar. We came out this morning, which is quite efficient, considering that the dungeons at night are not easy to deal with and will take up a lot of time.
Looks like he cleared the normal difficulty. Clearing a dungeon in half a day, that's quite an achievement. No wonder they dared to enter a level 12 forest dungeon with just 3 people. Their potential level must be quite high, probably around a level. Li Ran and his 2 companions ignored the gossip and calmly turned around, preparing to run the dungeon again. Generally speaking, running dungeons is extremely energy-consuming. After clearing a dungeon once, people often need to rest for a while, organize their resources, and adjust their condition before continuing. However, after resting for a night, Li Ran and his group regained their peak physical strength. Moreover, running dungeons is simpler than I imagined, and it doesn't take up too much energy. Running it again is not a problem. Hard difficulty has been selected. Enter the dungeon? When the prompt appeared, Li Ran selected yes again, and was then teleported into the instance along with Gu Nianqi and Song Siye. Seeing Li Ran and his 2 companions disappear from their spot, the surrounding crowd widened their eyes, their faces showing surprise. They didn't expect that someone could go straight back into the instance without resting. No, don't they get tired? Could it be that they rested in the dungeon? It seems impossible. Resting in the dungeon would definitely waste a lot of time. If I want to come out in the morning, how efficient would I have to be? This is a level 12 forest dungeon, not our own territory. How dare we do this? Aren't you afraid of failing if you're in such a hurry to enter the dungeon again? They're really skilled and daring. I'd like to see when they come out this time. Outside the instance, many people wore expressions of anticipation, as if watching a good show. Every year, there are many hardcore gamers who try to complete more dungeons by shortening their rest time. Since their condition inevitably declines, quite a few people have failed and died in dungeons. Taking a break after completing a dungeon isn't a strict requirement, but it's a lesson learned by countless people through hard-won experience. In the forest instance. Upon entering the difficult forest instance once again, Li Ran and his 2 companions remained calm.
Having learned from the previous experience, running the same dungeon again will be much easier, with almost no psychological pressure. Without wasting any time, the three of them began to conquer the forest dungeon, following the map they had already scouted. Although the distribution of monsters was not the same as the last time the dungeon was cleared due to various factors, the terrain was the same.
With Song Sie's location tracking eye as a guide, accurately marking the location of each monster, the three of them found the task exceptionally easy.
In just 30 minutes, the three of them arrived at the middle of the dungeon. At this point, Li Ran had also accumulated enough experience points to level up from level 12 to level 13.
Name, Li Ran.
Level, 13 0.10%.
Strength, 84 plus 5. Agility, 84. Constitution, 194 plus 5. Mental state, 84.
Looking at the information on the panel, Li Ran's lips curled up slightly. After yesterday's training, his potential has been further enhanced, and he gains more basic attributes with each level up. Now, leveling up grants a total of 64 base attribute points, enough to rival an A-level professional. With more time to grow, he should be able to reach S-level potential. To grow from a mediocre E-level trainer on the side of the road to this level in just 3 days is ridiculously fast. Honestly, few people would believe it if I told them. With his mind focused, Li Ran threw himself back into conquering the dungeon. Wherever it passed, arcs of electricity surged, and monsters fell to the ground one after another. Li Ran no longer needs protection like he did when he first entered the dungeon. With his current abilities, he will not only not hold the team back, but will also become a backbone of the team. As he continues to grow, he will be able to surpass other professionals and easily solo various types of high-difficulty dungeons. After all, the skills that ordinary people possess are limited. They are only strong in certain specific areas, and when they encounter a dungeon that happens to counter them, they are powerless. Li Ran can gain access to the skills possessed by the qualified individuals by signing a contract and achieving soul resonance, thus growing infinitely. Time passed, and Li Ran and his two companions pushed their way through the dungeon, soon arriving at its depths. With the combined power of 2 epic-level professionals and 1 A-level professional, victory was a foregone conclusion. Just over an hour after entering the instance, Li Ran and his two companions saw the Knoll village once again. As usual, first deal with the guards at the village entrance, then deal with the gnolls inside the village, and finally deal with the Knoll overseer deep inside the village. Having learned from their previous experience, Li Ran and his two companions performed even better than before. They swiftly killed the 3 elite gnolls guarding the village entrance without alerting the other gnolls in the village. This gave them more time to prepare, allowing them to draw the monster's aggro only after Gun Yanqi had fully mobilized the power of thunder. As Song Sie shot an arrow through the head of a Knoll soldier, the hatred of most of the gnolls in the village was stirred up. They all picked up their weapons and angrily charged towards the village entrance. At this moment, Gun Yanqi unleashed the lightning she had prepared beforehand. The violet lightning struck down, quickly clearing out the monsters. Li Ran didn't just stand by and watch. He circulated his spiritual power and used the 5 thunder technique with both hands to clean up the fish that had slipped through the net. Before long, all the jackal soldiers in the village were dead. Roar! With furious roars, the Knoll overlord charged out from the depths of the instance once again. It was met with a continuous stream of electric arcs and arrows. By the time it reached the village entrance, it had already lost most of its vitality. The jackal overlord swung his right arm, attempting to throw his axe, but Li Ran merely glared at him, interrupting his attack. The Knoll warlord was treated like a toy, manipulated by Li Ran and his companions, showing no dignity befitting the final boss of the dungeon. In just over 20 seconds, the jackal overseer collapsed in frustration once again. Slay a level 14 Knoll overlord experience shared equally if in a party plus 6,000 experience. Captain Li Ran obtained bronze level armor, Knoll warlord's boots. Captain Li Ran obtains the Knoll's crystal core. Knoll warlord's boots bronze, agility plus 5, constitution plus 5, movement speed plus 5%, can be equipped by level 10 and above. Compared to the first time, there were fewer drops, and the crystal core had changed to a Knoll crystal core, which was a regular gray gem. It's estimated to be 10 times less valuable than the Knoll warlord's crystal core. Fortunately, the boots were pretty good. They not only increased attributes but also movement speed. Li Ran didn't hesitate and immediately put them on. After resting and recovering, the three headed towards the dungeon exit. Chapter 35 Breakthrough in Hypnosis, Zhao Shuiying's Confusion. Upon seeing Li Ran and his two companions appear at the dungeon entrance, the surrounding people's attention was inevitably drawn to them. Upon seeing that familiar robe, everyone was taken aback, their eyes filled with surprise.
If I remember correctly, they entered the instance a little over an hour ago. Holy crap, finishing a level 12 dungeon in just over an hour, even on normal difficulty, is an incredible efficiency. Could they have escaped from the dungeon entrance without actually completing the dungeon? Impossible. There's no benefit to doing that.
Besides, the dungeon entrance when you exit will be brighter than when you escape.
So there were such details. It seems they really did speedrun the normal dungeon. Unbelievable, the pro who finished the dungeon in an hour is standing right in front of me.
Li Ran and his two companions ignored the gossip around them and went straight to a secluded corner where no one was around to sit down and rest. After running 2 difficult dungeons in a row, even with their strength, they were bound to accumulate some fatigue. To ensure a good condition and in case of emergencies, it is natural to need to rest for a while. Moreover, you will accumulate practical experience while fighting monsters, which you can digest during your rest time to improve your combat ability and even your skill level. Li Ran and the other two sat on the ground, their eyes slightly closed, entering a meditative state. There were many people at the dungeon entrance, but no one dared to approach. The main reason is that Li Ran and his two companions' achievements were too dazzling, coupled with their mysterious attire, making them seem unapproachable. Forcing yourself to go up and say hello will probably not get you any good results. Nobody wants to invite trouble. For Li Ran and his two companions, this was naturally a good thing, as no one would bother them. As Li Ran recovered his strength, he pondered the images of the hypnosis he had used earlier. He could sense that, through repeated practice, his proficiency in hypnosis had reached a high level, and he was about to advance to the next level. Before long, Li Ran felt a sudden inspiration and sensed that more information had appeared in his mind. He had finally mastered hypnosis to level 2. Hypnosis level 2 disrupts the target's soul, causing them to act according to implanted suggestions. The effect depends on the user's mental strength and skill level. Level 2 hypnosis enhances the effects of hypnosis and reduces the difficulty of implanting suggestions. Even when facing those determined boss-level monsters, they can be controlled for a few seconds without external interference. This time was enough for Li Ran, Gu Nianqi, and Song Xie to complete their pre-battle preparations. After that, the risk of failure when fighting the boss is even lower. Besides hypnosis, Li Ran has also been practicing skills like the 5 Thunder technique and the Golden Light Mantra, and a breakthrough is just around the corner. Just then, a deep voice sounded in my ear. "I am Zhao Shuiying, and you must be Gu Nianqi, Song Xie, and Li Ran." Li Ran opened his eyes and looked at the person who had come in. There were 2 people who came, both dressed very conservatively. From their appearance alone, it was impossible to tell whether they were male or female, let alone their figures. But since the other party had already introduced themselves, he naturally knew that the person in black robes in front of him was Zhao Shuiying, and the one behind her should be Lin Yue. Surprisingly, these 2 didn't look for other teammates and went straight out of the city. Given Lin Yue's status as an S-rank priest, she should be able to find quite a few suitable teammates. How did you figure that out, Zhao Shuiying?" Composing himself, Li Ran noticed that neither Gu Nianqi nor Song Xie spoke, but instead turned their gazes to him, so he spoke calmly. "I don't use my eyes to see, but my senses. As a blood swordsman, I can distinguish the smell of everyone's blood." Zhao Shuiying didn't hide anything and directly explained the reason. "The smell of your blood is quite unique, which I specifically remembered, so I was able to identify it immediately." "I see." Li Ran nodded and continued, "So, what do you want with us?" When asked the key question, Zhao Shuiying fell silent for a moment. She never expected that the person in charge of this team would be Li Ran, who seemed to be the weakest. She was also thinking of using her relationship with Gu Nianqi to exchange tips on clearing dungeons and to sound her out. After all, completing a dungeon run in just over an hour requires a level of skill that most S-rank professionals cannot achieve. It's very likely that Gu Nianqi and the others have some unique methods to become stronger. But she felt a little uncomfortable talking to Li Ran. She and Li Ran were not familiar with each other at all and had never spoken a word to each other before. Would it be impolite to ask such a question so abruptly? After a moment's thought, Zhao Shuiying finally made up her mind. Her desire for power ultimately triumphed over her so-called sense of shame. I wanted to ask, how do you guys manage to clear a dungeon so quickly? We've also run dungeons on normal difficulty, but it takes 4 or 5 hours. After listening, Li Ran thought for a moment and then calmly gave his answer. "That's fine, just keep farming, the monsters aren't that strong. Just encounter monsters, kill them instantly, and advance step by step." Li Ran described the process of the 3 of them conquering the dungeon in concise words. Zhao Shuiying listened with a puzzled expression and was filled with surprise. She had personally cleared level 12 dungeons, so she naturally knew how strong the monsters inside were. According to Li Ran's description, those powerful monsters were like roadside weeds in the eyes of Li Ran and his two companions, and could be dealt with easily. Even if Gu Nianxi is an S-level 5 Thunder Celestial Master, whose strength is much greater than hers, it's impossible for her to do something so exaggerated.
Besides, isn't Li Ran an E-level cultivator? How can he be so confident in saying such things, as if Li Ran can instantly kill monsters? Even a rank up blood swordsman like her couldn't do it, how could Li Ran possibly succeed? Zhao Shuiying could hardly believe it. However, the record of Li Ran and his two companions quickly clearing the dungeon was undeniable, and neither Gu Nianxi nor Song Siye voiced any objection. In other words, what Li Ran said is probably true. It's just a little hard to imagine how Li Ran and his team managed to do it. If you find it hard to believe, would you like to see it for yourself?
Sensing Zhao Shuiying's confusion, Li Ran spoke calmly. If someone else had asked this question, Li Ran probably wouldn't have been so kind. Zhao Shuiying and Lin Yue happened to be the targets he wanted to cultivate, which is why he thought of showing some divine power to make the two women willingly form a contract with him. Of course, he can force a contract. With the god-level passive ability Source of the Nurturer, he should be able to develop feelings over time if he spends more time on it.
However, that's a bit too vulgar and doesn't fit his style.
It's better for the girl to take the initiative that would feel more natural.
Isn't this a bit much? Wouldn't it be too much trouble for you?
Zhao Shuiying was somewhat surprised by Li Ran's invitation, and her words carried a hint of embarrassment. She hadn't expected Li Ran to be so generous, willing to take them on a dungeon run without holding anything back.
It's okay, we're all classmates, it's normal to help each other.
Li Ran spoke calmly.
Chapter 36, Choosing the Hard Mode Dungeon. Zhao Shuiying was stunned.
Zhao Shuiying turned to look at Lin Yue, trying to get her opinion. Although she was very interested, she knew she couldn't make the decision about forming a team all by herself.
It's up to you.
Lin Yue nodded, her red lips slightly parted, uttering a gentle and melodious sound. She knew how much Zhao Shuiying longed to become stronger, and now that a good opportunity had presented itself, she was naturally willing to let her go for it. Throughout her 3 years of high school, she was able to grow up smoothly without being bothered by boys. In addition to the care she received from the school, Zhao Shuiying also contributed behind the scenes. She naturally wanted to repay this kindness. Lin Yue didn't know the price of power, otherwise, she probably wouldn't have made the decision so easily.
We're willing, but is everything alright on your end? Seeing Lin Yue nod, Zhao Shuiying spoke up decisively. However, she was also a little confused. Didn't Gu Nianxi and Song Siye have any objections to suddenly adding new people to the team? These two are not easy to deal with. She had interacted with them before, and they were both very aloof and didn't talk much. What exactly are Li Ran's abilities that allow him to make these two young ladies obediently listen to him? Of course, no problem.
Li Ran's tone was calm, yet contained a hint of confidence. Gu Nianxi and Song Siye are both his people, so he naturally has the confidence to say such things.
Upon hearing Li Ran's answer, Gu Nianxi did not refute it and tacitly accepted Li Ran's decision. She could guess what Li Ran was thinking, but she didn't intend to stop him. As a cultivator, Li Ran needed to cultivate more flowers, something she knew from the beginning. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she was still willing to accept it after being nurtured by Li Ran so many times. After all, the more flowers the contract brings, the stronger Li Ran will become. She cannot stop Li Ran from moving towards a better future for her own selfish reasons. Song Siye's idea was much simpler. The orders given by Lord Li Ran are simply to be obeyed by the lowly Song Siye. As long as Lord Li Ran can spare some time to nurture her, the lowly Song Siye will be content. Let's form a team first. Once we've rested, we'll take you to a dungeon. Li Ran's voice was gentle. Good.
Zhao Shuiying nodded, decisively opened the panel, and sent a friend request to Li Ran. In her opinion, since people with such high standards as Gu Nianxi and Song Siye were willing to approve of Li Ran's character should speak for itself. There's no need to worry that Li Ran will have ill intentions towards them like other boys do. If there's a real problem, Gu Nianxi and Song Siye will definitely bring it up. With a thought, Li Ran brought up the panel and saw 2 friend requests, which he accepted. Subsequently, he recruited Zhao Shuiying and Lin Yue into his team. Sit down and rest, there's no rush. After finishing everything, Li Ran smiled and spoke. Zhao Shuiying and Lin Yue did not refuse, found a suitable place to sit down, and entered a meditative state. Generally speaking, indulging in meditation in the wild carries certain risks.
However, they are not worried about safety issues.
These three are top-tier players who can quickly clear dungeons. They are among the strongest in the area, and no one dares to provoke them. Li Ran focused his mind and continued to study other skills, with a particular emphasis on the 5 Thunder technique. Under Gu Nianqi's unreserved guidance, his understanding of the 5 Thunder technique has reached a high level, and he is just a little short of breaking through.
Hard work pays off.
After another half hour of studying, Li Ran finally made a breakthrough.
5 Thunder Technique Level 2 summons the power of thunder to attack enemies, dealing massive lightning damage and inflicting paralysis. Its power depends on the user's mental strength and skill level.
The Level 2 5 Thunder technique has a significant increase in power.
More importantly, there are many more changes.
It is no longer limited to simply releasing lightning, but can go further and control lightning. If he wanted, Li Ran felt he could even control the lightning bolts that had already been launched, making them turn east and go west, letting them fly for a while. However, this technique is very mentally taxing and has a very narrow range of applications. Instead of wasting time, it's better to accumulate more lightning and increase its power.
With the speed of lightning, not many monsters can dodge it.
Opening his eyes, Li Ran looked around and saw that Gu Nianqi and Song Xie had almost recovered, so he spoke up decisively.
Get up, everyone.
He has the body of a nurturer, so he doesn't really need to rest, he just takes care of Gu Nianqi and Song Xie. Upon hearing this, the 4 people around him all stood up.
Li Ran strode towards the dungeon entrance. Li Ran started the dungeon and skillfully selected the hard mode. Hard difficulty has been selected. Enter the dungeon?
Upon seeing the notification, Zhao Shuiying's expression immediately changed.
Li Ran, did you choose the wrong one?
She hadn't expected Li Ran to start with the highest difficulty level. The point is to broaden their horizons, to show them how difficult the starting difficulty is. It's really eye-opening.
That's right. Li Ran remained calm and chose yes.
Then, the 5 of them disappeared together at the dungeon entrance.
In the difficult forest dungeon,
the heavy, oppressive atmosphere made it hard for Zhao Shuiying to breathe. Looking at the terrifying monster pacing back and forth in the forest, Zhao Shuiying's long legs, hidden beneath her thick clothes, felt a little weak.
I'm in. I never thought I'd actually be in. A level 12 difficult dungeon is not something that an A-rank blood swordsman of just over level 11 can handle. The monsters roaming the forest were not much weaker than her.
Both in terms of strength and appearance, they are worlds apart from the monsters in ordinary dungeons. If Li Ran and the others hadn't been standing nearby, she would have already taken Lin Yue and escaped the instance. Beside her, Lin Yue was also a little nervous, her smooth face showing a hint of panic. Compared to Zhao Shuiying and Lin Yue, Li Ran and the other 2 were much more relaxed and comfortable.
Gu Nianqi and Song Xie quickly changed into their favorite clothes. She stretched lazily, brazenly displaying her impeccably perfect figure.
Under the sunlight, her curvaceous figure was on full display. Li Ran also changed into a light suit, looking handsome and spirited.
Are we really going to grind the hard mode dungeon? Are you sure we didn't make the wrong choice?
Seeing Li Ran and the other 2, who had changed into normal clothes and were strolling around their own backyard, Zhao Shuiying looked horrified.
You made the right choice. Just keep an eye on it.
Li Ran remained calm, then strode out of the safe area with light steps.
Gu Nianqi and Song Xie did not hesitate and quickly followed behind Li Ran.
As the 3 walked out of the safe zone, numerous eye-shaped markers appeared in mid-air.
Song Xie activated her location eye, and the locations of all the monsters in the vicinity were now known.
Li Ran and Gu Nianqi channeled their spiritual power, gathering a surge of violent energy in their hands, and began their slaughter in the dungeon. Wherever it passed, all the monsters were charred and roasted by the electric shock, their bodies emitting black smoke. Experience grows rapidly, and all sorts of tips and tricks come flooding in. Zhao Shuiying stared intently at everything happening before her, her eyes wide, her soft red lips almost forming an O.
Chapter 37, Clearing Dungeons is like strolling through a backyard. Zhao Shuiying actively seeks a contract. Kill a level 12 Knoll Scout. Experience is split equally if you are in a party. Plus 300 experience.
Team leader Li Ran has obtained 5 pelts.
Kill a level 12 Knoll Scout. Experience is split equally if you are in a party. Plus 300 experience.
Team leader Li Ran has obtained 4 furs. Hearing the endless stream of message notifications and watching the rapidly rising experience bar, Zhao Shuiying was dumbfounded, her heart filled with shock.
What kind of operation is this? Is this how you clear dungeons? She wasn't like this when she was running dungeons. Shouldn't we first plan the tactics and strategy, then engage the Knoll Scouts for a while, find the moment when the Knoll Scouts are off guard, and then quickly defeat them? What's going on now? Li Ran and his two companions are going on a rampage in the dungeon.
A tingling sensation shot from the soles of her feet straight to her brain, and Zhao Shuiying trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Keep in mind that this is not a monster of normal difficulty, but one of hard difficulty.
The same monster on hard difficulty is much stronger than the one on normal difficulty.
She even needed to avoid the elite squad composed of a group of gnolls, but now she was easily defeated by Li Ran and his two companions.
It's just the difference between S-class and A-class professionals. Is there really such a big gap?
Beside her, Lin Yue stared wide-eyed at the scene before her, filled with astonishment. As an S-rank priest, even though she is only a support class, she can roughly estimate the strength of other S-rank professionals. It should be possible to instantly kill monsters in difficult dungeons, as long as you increase your mental power output and enhance the power of individual skills. However, this makes battery life a problem. Clearing the dungeon in just over an hour means that Li Ran and his two companions probably didn't stop to rest. Even an S-class professional couldn't possibly have such strong endurance. They're gone. Li Ran noticed the two women's surprise, but he didn't say anything, he just waved to them.
Once their curiosity is piqued, they will naturally want to explore the secrets hidden behind it. Then he can bring up the matter of concluding the contract.
Hearing the sound, Zhao Shuiying and Lin Yue were startled awake and quickly followed.
You guys also cleared the difficult dungeons before?
Following behind Li Ran, Zhao Shuiying asked the question that had been bothering her. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that someone could speedrun through a difficult dungeon at level 10-12, completing it in an hour as if it were their own backyard.
Similar examples might exist in bustling metropolises, but in Nanshan City, an ordinary city, they are practically unique.
At least in her experience, she had never seen anyone else do this.
Certainly.
Li Ran remained calm.
Starting from level 10?
Zhao Shuiying continued to ask.
That's right. Li Ran answered calmly.
Having received a positive answer from Li Ran, Zhao Shuiying clearly realized the extraordinary power of Li Ran and his two companions. While they were sweating profusely while grinding through normal difficulty dungeons, Li Ran and his two companions were already going all out in hard difficulty dungeons.
Why is there such a big difference? Everyone has only been awakening their profession for a few days.
Because of her exceptional sensitivity to power, Zhao Shuiying could easily deduce that Li Ran must have played an important role in it. Otherwise, there would be no need for such outstanding beauties as Gu Nianqi and Song Siye to team up with Li Ran, and it is obvious that Li Ran takes the lead. Instead, the two of them have become Li Ran's subordinates.
Isn't Li Ran a breeder? Perhaps what Li Ran is cultivating isn't flowers in a plantation, but people. Li Ran may be able to enhance the abilities of other professionals.
Thinking of this, Zhao Shuiying looked at Li Ran with a hint of eagerness.
It's easy to see that Li Ran's willingness to team up with them for dungeons and demonstrate his strength indicates that he intends to train them. Otherwise, there would be no need to expose one's strength at all.
Lin Yue, standing nearby, had come up with a similar answer. Because she was more meticulous and wary of everything, she thought of something more. Li Ran can indeed enhance the abilities of other professionals, but his methods are probably not very normal, and the price of becoming stronger is very high.
However, she didn't say it aloud. Zhao Shuiying was so eager for power, and now that the opportunity was right in front of her, how could she possibly stop her?
Even if she tried to stop her, Zhao Shuiying might not listen to her now, and might even blame her. We should at least wait until Zhao Shuiying has tried it before making a decision. While Zhao Shuiying and Lin Yue were deep in thought, Li Ran and the other two continued forward, passing through the middle of the dungeon in just over 10 minutes. With the experience from the previous two runs, they were much more adept at clearing the forest dungeon and were much faster. At this moment, Zhao Shuiying and Lin Yue suddenly felt a warmth in their bodies. They had leveled up. In just over 10 minutes, they leveled up from level 11 to level 12. Although they had already accumulated more than half of the experience, the speed was still too fast.
Compared to before, it's like riding a rocket.
Zhao Shuiying pursed her red lips, and after some internal struggle, she made up her mind. Although it was a bit shameless, Li Ran kindly took them to a dungeon, but she still tried to pry into Li Ran's secrets. But she always felt that Li Ran shouldn't mind her doing this, and might even want her to do it. At this moment, Li Ran was standing under a big tree, calmly observing his surroundings. Zhao Shuiying walked to Li Ran's side, took a deep breath, and spoke somewhat nervously.
Li Ran, you can help professionals improve their skills, right? Hearing the sound, Li Ran turned around.
At this moment, Zhao Shuiying had changed into a normal set of clothes, but unlike Gu Nianqi and Song Xie, which exuded youthful vitality, hers was somewhat conservative. Zhao Shuiying wore a loose black shirt, black trousers that didn't go past her ankles, and small sneakers, revealing no physical features whatsoever. She stood ramrod straight, her long legs pressed tightly together without a gap, her two delicate white hands resting helplessly beside her legs, swaying slightly. Her hair was tied in a single ponytail, her eyes sparkled, her red lips were slightly pursed, and her face showed a hint of shyness and embarrassment. Although she doesn't have the girlish charm of other girls, she has a touch of heroism, which, combined with her delicate face, gives her a unique appeal.
Li Ran's eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Shuiying like this.
Zhao Shuiying's various characteristics can be said to be inherent in his strengths. While Zhao Shuiying's face alone cannot compare to Gu Nianqi's breathtaking beauty, these additional features are enough to make her a worthy rival to Gu Nianqi.
At least that's how he sees it. You guessed right.
Li Ran spoke calmly, his words carrying composure, showing no sign of panic at having his secret guessed. That's right, I can indeed help other professionals improve their skills. Upon hearing Li Ran's admission, a hint of excitement flashed in Zhao Shuiying's eyes. However, the next second, Li Ran changed the subject.
However, the price is a bit high.
Chapter 38, Another Contract Formed, New Insights.
Cost?
Upon hearing this term, Zhao Shuiying was not surprised. On the contrary, she felt it was perfectly natural. After all, it's a means to enhance one's strength, so it's normal to have some cost. Given her status and position, she had also heard of other methods to enhance one's own strength. Those methods were all extremely evil, and the price was too high for normal people to bear.
Li Ran's price must be less than those other methods, otherwise, how could Gu Nianqi and Song Xie accept it?
Gu Nianqi and Song Xie were both able to accept it, and she felt that with her enthusiasm, there would naturally be no problem. I can accept whatever the cost. Zhao Shuiying bit her red lips tightly, her dark eyes filled with determination, her fair hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and she spoke resolutely.
Mr. Li Ran, please help me.
After speaking, Zhao Shuiying bent down and bowed deeply to Li Ran. After learning that Li Ran could help people improve their strength, Zhao Shuiying changed her address for Li Ran from classmate to teacher. Subconsciously, she felt that Li Ran, possessing such formidable abilities, should be treated with respect.
It's not a difficult matter, just make a contract with me.
Li Ran waved his hand and chuckled. However, after the contract is signed, your life will no longer belong to you, it will be firmly bound to mine.
If I live, you will be safe and sound. If I die, you will die, and vice versa.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuiying's expression changed. In other words, if she wants to become stronger by relying on Li Ran, her future life will probably be tied to Li Ran.
That price is indeed a bit high. However, it wasn't to the point of being unacceptable. After all, the contract is a two-way street. If she dies, Li Ran will also die. There's no need to worry about Li Ran using the contract for anything. Moreover, Gu Nianqi and Song Xie should have signed the same contract. If they, as S-level professionals, can do it, what is there for her, an A-level blood swordsman, to be afraid of?
Zhao Shuiying pursed her lips, about to speak, when Li Ran continued.
Besides that, there's also.
Li Ran did not hide anything and explained in detail to Zhao Shuiying the advantages and disadvantages of signing the contract. If Li Ran uses deception to win over Zhao Shuiying will definitely harbor resentment. Li Ran believes that if he's going to do it, he should do it honestly. Even knowing what lay ahead, Zhao Shuiying was still willing to sign a contract with him. After listening to Li Ran's description, Zhao Shuiying roughly understood the rules of the nurturing contract. It turns out that simply signing a contract is not enough. One must be within 10 meters of Li Ran, and the closer the distance, the better the growth effect. Doesn't this mean that before she grows up, she won't be able to leave Li Ran for a long time, and she might even have to sleep with him? Zhao Shuiying fell into thought. Not far away, Lin Yue overheard the details, her face flushed, and she prepared to step forward to persuade Zhao Shuiying. As Zhao Shuiying's good friend, she naturally wouldn't stand idly by and watch Zhao Shuiying go astray. Even if Zhao Shuiying would blame her for this, it didn't matter. She had to stand up and calm Zhao Shuiying down.
If Zhao Shuiying calms down and still chooses to agree, she naturally won't say anything more.
However, as soon as Lin Yue took a step, Zhao Shuiying had already made her decision.
I'm willing. Please sign the contract with me, Mr. Li Ran.
Zhao Shuiying steeled her heart and spoke decisively. After she finished speaking, a blush appeared on Zhao Shuiying's fair and pretty face. It is indeed somewhat awkward for someone to ask her to sign a contract with them. However, she also realized that Li Ran treated her with sincerity and had no intention of deceiving her. Since that's the case, she has nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, she wasn't the only one who signed the contract. There were also two girls, Gu Nianqi and Song Xie, who were even more capable than her.
Good.
Li Ran's lips curled up slightly. Without hesitation, he activated his talent, channeling his spiritual power to condense a contract document inscribed with complex characters in his hand. Zhao Shuiying glanced at it, and a flood of information rushed into her mind. She could sense that the contents of the contract were similar to what Mr. Li Ran had said, so she decisively signed the contract with Li Ran. The next moment, the contract document transformed into light and merged into the two of them. The contract is established, and a relationship of sharing life and death has been formed.
Why hasn't anything changed?
Feeling the power of the contract, a hint of confusion appeared in Zhao Shuiying's eyes. The contract has been signed, but she hasn't felt any accelerated growth, even though she's already very close to achieving it.
You're not close enough yet. The relevant information should be in your mind, Li Ran said calmly.
After listening, Zhao Shuiying calmed down and sensed the information, and sure enough, the corresponding information appeared in her mind. I didn't expect that the 10-meter distance was completely useless when you were far away. Even 1 meter won't work. It has to be zero distance or even negative distance for the effect to be acceptable. Having come this far, Zhao Shuiying has no reason to back down.
I know what to do.
So she gently bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and with a shy blush, she said to Li Ran. Since Li Ran met Zhao Shuiying, she has always maintained a heroic and spirited demeanor. Her sudden display of such a girlish demeanor caught everyone off guard.
Fortunately, Li Ran was well informed and did not lose his temper because of this.
We're currently working on a dungeon, there's no need to rush. Since Zhao Shuiying has already signed the contract and expressed her attitude, he can find an opportunity to teach her slowly.
Just then, Song Xie's voice suddenly rang in my ears.
Lord Li Ran, leave the dungeon runs to us. You can continue with your work. Looking up, he saw Gu Nianqi and Song Xie looking at him calmly, without any dissatisfaction on their faces.
Good. Li Ran smiled and nodded.
Upon hearing this, he suddenly realized something. This might be the right way to be a trainer. He only needs to be responsible for training. The task of leveling up and grinding can be left to the trained talents. He needed to personally intervene because he hadn't cultivated enough talent before. As the team expands, he can stay in the rear and reap the benefits. Since the team's experience is split equally, he can still level up even if he stays at the back of the team. Seeing this, Lin You's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. She wanted to stop Zhao Shuiying, but Zhao Shuiying had already made her decision, so there was nothing she could do.
At this moment, Gu Nianqi and Song Xie walked towards her and took her left and right hands respectively. Don't bother them.
Zhao Shuiying is an adult and will take responsibility for her own choices.
Gu Nianqi spoke calmly.
Sister Yue, let's run a dungeon together.
I've never been supported by an S-rank priest before. Let me see your strength. Song Xie smiled sweetly, completely devoid of her usual arrogance, and instead unusually approachable. All right. Lin Yue gave a helpless smile and responded with a smile. Gu Nianqi is right.
Zhao Shuiying is an adult, and she can't interfere with the decisions she makes.
As a friend, all I can do is respect and offer my blessings. Moreover, it's not really feasible to just stay in this team and win without any effort.
Since the two of them have invited her, she should show her strength as an S-rank priest.
Chapter 39, Receiving Growth Rewards, Trading Silver for Intelligence. Gu Nianqi, Song Xie, and Lin Yue left, relying on Song Xie's location locator to head deeper into the dungeon and hunt down the unsuspecting monsters.
Soon, only Li Ran and Zhao Shuiying remained in the woods. Since Gu Nianqi and Song Xie had cleared out all the monsters in the surrounding area, the forest was very quiet and there was no sound. Li Ran looked at Zhao Shuiying, who was acting coy and girlish in front of him, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Through the black shirt, Zhao Shuiying's fair neck could be seen to have turned slightly red, clearly indicating that her heart was beating faster. Further down, although only a glimpse of her delicate collarbone is revealed and nothing else is visible, it is even more alluring than if it were fully exposed. It would be quite amusing to see such a spirited young woman doing push-ups, panting heavily, right in front of me. Li Ran calmly observed Zhao Shuiying without making any strange moves or saying a word. Facing Li Ran's menacing gaze, Zhao Shuiying's pretty face flushed slightly, her chest heaved, and her breathing became rapid. She looked extremely nervous.
Why are you staring at me?
Zhao Shuiying spoke nervously, her body trembling slightly. She didn't know why, but when facing those vicious monsters, she was perfectly normal, not afraid at all, and instead felt a fighting spirit. But she was incredibly nervous in front of this handsome young man. Just being stared at by those burning gazes was almost unbearable. It made me feel itchy and my body felt hot. Zhao Shuiying swore she had never been so nervous in her life.
Because it's interesting. Li Ran smiled slightly.
At this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared. Kill a level 12 Knoll Scout.
Experience is split equally if you are in a party.
Plus 300 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 3 pelts. Kill a level 12 Knoll Scout.
Experience is split equally if you are in a party.
Plus 300 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 5 pelts. Clearly, Gu Nianqi and her friends have started tackling the dungeon again, clearing out the monsters within. Based on the speed from last time, I estimate it won't be long before I can clear the game.
With the addition of Lin Yue, an S-rank priest, even if the teamwork isn't as close, the speed of clearing the game won't be much slower than before.
Li Ran waved his hand lightly, ignoring the notification message, and continued to focus his attention on Zhao Shuiying.
There are more important things to do right now than grinding dungeons.
Although it's slowly affecting Zhao Shuiying's mindset and watching her gradually sink into depravity is quite amusing, let's not waste time and deal with the important matters first. Nurture Zhao Shuiying to accelerate her growth and gain more basic attributes when leveling up.
Is interesting? Zhao Shuiying was somewhat confused. Why is it so interesting just to look at her?
Although she is fairly good looking, she is not as good looking as the other girls in the team.
Li Ran spends all his time with girls like Gu Nianqi and Song Xie, so why would he find her interesting?
Without giving Zhao Shuiying any time to think, Li Ran strode confidently closer, making no attempt to conceal his thoughts.
Zhao Shuiying's expression changed instantly.
She then noticed that the distance between Li Ran and herself had become very close.
At such close range, Zhao Shuiying could even clearly hear Li Ran's heartbeat. In an instant, Zhao Shuiying's breathing became somewhat erratic, and a blush appeared on her delicate cheeks. A captivating light shone in his blood-red eyes. Smelling the faint fragrance floating in the air, Li Ran couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, he took another step and continued to approach Zhao Shuiying. Zhao Shuiying's incredibly alluring face was undoubtedly a powerful catalyst for him. Noticing Li Ran's movement, Zhao Shuiying instinctively took a step back. Although she knew that she needed to be close enough to grow, her body acted before her mind, driving her to react. Li Ran was not in a hurry.
He took another step forward and approached Zhao Shuiying. Zhao Shuiying instinctively stepped back again. However, Zhao Shuiying soon found herself with nowhere to retreat and realized that she was pressed against a large tree.
The distance between the two people shrank to less than 10 centimeters in an instant.
Li Ran could already feel the body temperature emanating from Zhao Shuiying's delicate body hidden beneath her loose clothing.
Is it about to begin? Zhao Shuiying's tone was tense, like that of a frightened fawn.
Gone is the heroic spirit of before he appears somewhat helpless.
Certainly.
Li Ran suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhao Shuiying's small, white hands that had nowhere to go. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Li Ran could no longer hold back. He controlled Zhao Shuiying's body according to his will and pressed her pretty face against the tree. Zhao Shuiying's heart raced, and a delicate blush, caused by nervousness, spread across her entire pretty face. Zhao Shuiying's legs trembled slightly as she tried to take a step and escape Li Ran's clutches. But faced with Li Ran's sudden and overwhelming assertiveness, Zhao Shuiying knew that she could no longer escape. The qualified individual has remained within 10 meters of you for a sufficient period of time. Received accelerated growth reward, passive skill brain of the breeder level 1, source of the breeder has been upgraded to level 3. Gained the flower skill, taste of blood level 1.
Cultivator's brain level 1, to become an excellent cultivator, outstanding learning ability is essential.
When cultivating flowers, you will more easily grasp the skills they possess, and your efficiency in learning flower skills will significantly increase.
The richer your cultivation knowledge, the faster your learning speed.
Source of the breeder level 3, as a breeder, you have absolute dominance over all flowers. Flowers nurtured by you will be forever loyal to you, and flowers not nurtured by you will instinctively develop a fondness for you.
You can actively adjust the effect of attracting flowers. Taste of blood level 1, passive skill. When killing a monster, you will absorb the monster's source power, restoring a certain amount of health, spirit, and stamina.
Looking at the information on the panel, Li Ran couldn't help but smile slightly.
The brain of a trainer, that's quite an interesting skill. Surprisingly, it can actually transform silver merchants into intelligence.
Although it only comes into play when learning the skills mastered by flowers, it is powerful enough. With this passive skill, he will gain flower skills much faster. Before long, he will grow into a well-rounded being without any flaws. In addition, the source of trainers has also grown. After reaching level 3, his attraction to flowers increases. Any flower that sees him will feel a sense of affection and instinctively not want to hurt him. It also adds a function to control one's own charm, allowing one to manage their own attractiveness. In this way, Li Ran no longer needs to worry about being followed by affectionate flowers wherever he goes.
When you encounter a flower that you want to cultivate, simply turn on and amplify this effect.
Furthermore, he also learned the skills that Zhao Shuiying had mastered. The taste of blood is indeed a good passive skill, as it allows you to recover your condition through killing, essentially sustaining yourself through battle.
If used properly, it can lead to an endless battle.
Chapter 40, Knowledge Explodes, Strength Soars, the compassionate Zhao Shuiying. After receiving her first instruction, Zhao Shuiying felt drenched in sweat, trembling all over, and her legs went weak. Looking at the spilled red ink on the ground, she couldn't help but purse her lips, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes.
She knocked it down unintentionally.
Despite her mistake, Li Ran did not become strict like a typical teacher. Instead, she taught her even more gently. Li Ran's teachings were very easy to understand, but they were still a bit too profound for a newcomer like her who knew nothing and had an extremely narrow perspective. Many times, she felt her mind was blank. Li Ran kept pouring profound knowledge into her mind, making it impossible for her to think. Fortunately, she is quite intelligent and exercises regularly, so her physical fitness is excellent. He could barely be considered to accept Li Ran's teachings. Ultimately, under Li Ran's guidance, she saw the truth of the world and touched the legendary paradise of knowledge. After a while, Zhao Shuiying managed to regain her composure.
Is this the power of nurturing?
Feeling the warmth surging within her body, Zhao Shuiying opened her beautiful eyes slightly, revealing a hint of shock. She could sense that under Mr. Li Ran's tutelage, her strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and she had already reached the S-level barrier. He has only been taught by Mr. Li Ran for a short period of time, yet he has already made such a significant improvement. If she receives a few more lessons, she will not only be able to break through to the coveted S rank, but may even get a glimpse of higher professional ranks, such as epic or even legendary. No wonder Gu Nianqi and Song Siye possess such formidable strength, easily clearing difficult dungeons. It's all thanks to Mr. Li Ran.
Mr. Li Ran, may you continue to teach me?
Zhao Shuiying turned to look at Li Ran, her red lips pursed, a hint of determination showing on her rosy face, her eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge.
No time left, let's wait for the next dungeon.
Looking at the black-haired beauty in front of him, Li Ran shook his head and sighed with some regret. Zhao Shuiying is a studious and obedient child. She can accept everything he teaches her without any rebellious attitude. He also wanted to continue teaching the other person and impart enough knowledge to them. But half an hour earlier, the news of the Knoll Overseer's death had already flashed before his eyes. Clearly, Gu Nianqi and her group had already cleared the dungeon and were waiting at the exit. Even if he wanted to teach Zhao Shuiying, he would have to wait until the dungeon was released.
All right.
Zhao Shuiying lowered her head regretfully, her eyes filled with undisguised disappointment. However, she also understood that now was not the time, so she shook her slightly sore arms and obediently changed her clothes. The black clothes I was wearing were completely soaked with sweat and I couldn't wear them anymore for the time being.
Fortunately, she had a few sets of clothes in her inventory, enough for her needs.
In front of Li Ran, Zhao Shuiying took off her soaking wet black clothes and put on a similarly conservative black uniform. Zhao Shuiying was different from other girls. Although her family was not short of money, she always wore simple clothes and never owned a dress or similar garment. With this kind of lifestyle, it's no wonder he gets along so well with Lin Yuwei.
Let's go.
After Zhao Shuiying changed her clothes, Li Ran spoke with a smile. During this time, he naturally didn't look away, seeing through Zhao Shuiying completely. I must say, Zhao Shuiying does have an excellent figure. Perhaps due to regular exercise, his lower abdomen was almost completely free of fat, and his thighs were very well proportioned and full of strength. Zhao Shuiying nodded shyly and followed closely behind Li Ran. Based on his memory, Li Ran took a step and walked deeper into the dungeon. As he walked, he reviewed the information he had missed while he was busy teaching. My level has naturally already reached level 14. In addition, I got another piece of equipment when I killed the Knoll Warlord. It was just a bow and arrow, not very useful, since Song Siye had better ones. Li Ran simply threw it into the warehouse, intending to sell it when the opportunity arose. Finally, Li Ran checked his status panel.
Name, Li Ran. Occupation, trainer. Level, 14-15.40%. Strength, 100 plus 5. Agility, 100 plus 5. Constitution, 230 plus 10. Mental state, 120. Talent, nurturing contract level 2, unique. Passive skills, body of a breeder level 3, source of a breeder level 3, brain of a breeder level 1. Active skills, breeder's eye level 3, hypnosis level 2, invisibility level 1. Suitable skills, 5 thunder technique level 2, golden light spell level 1, shadow body level 1, taste of blood level 1. After tireless efforts, his basic attributes finally became decent. Just looking at his attributes, you would never imagine that he was previously an E-level professional. In terms of potential, they are already comparable to S-class professionals. Li Ran suddenly noticed that his mental attribute was 20 points higher than he had expected, reaching 120. It's estimated that after acquiring the breeder's brain skill, his thinking became more insightful than before. In addition, the skills have become more diverse. It possesses all the means of attack, defense, control, and even escape, and can keep up with continuous travel by relying on the taste of blood. Now, he can be considered a small-scale professional. Composing himself, Li Ran quickened his pace and hurried deeper into the dungeon. Due to a relatively weak initial foundation, he was only an E-level trainer. Even if his potential is increased now, his basic attributes are still quite different from those of a proper S-level professional. It's fine for beating noobs, but it's not enough against real experts. Li Ran felt that he still needed to seize the time and work hard to cultivate more talent in order to make up for the shortfall in growth. Since Gu Nianqi and her two companions had cleared out all the monsters along the way, Li Ran and Zhao Shuiying made their progress exceptionally smooth. Before long, they arrived near the exit of the instance. They've finally arrived.
Lin Yuwei caught sight of two figures emerging from the forest, and suddenly stood up, a hint of joy appearing on her pretty face. I wonder what Zhao Shuiying and Li Ran did in the forest that took them so long.
Thankfully, we made it through. Just then, Lin Yuwei suddenly noticed something was wrong.
Zhao Shuiying, who used to always have a heroic look and say she would protect him with a smile, was now holding onto Li Ran's clothes with her small hand and following closely by his side, looking like a little bird clinging to him. Zhao Shuiying's temperament seems to have changed as well, with an indescribable charm that makes her appear somewhat alluring. Why did Zhao Shuiying change so much in just over an hour?
Lin Yuwei couldn't understand it. On the side, Gu Nianqi and Song Xie remained calm, showing no surprise whatsoever.
Flowers nurtured by Li Ran, regardless of their previous state, will generally become obedient and genuinely want to be with Li Ran after the nurturing process.
Let's go. Li Ran smiled and walked towards the dungeon exit not far away.
Gu Nianqi, Song Xie, and Zhao Shuiying nodded in unison. Lin Yuwei reacted much slower, but she didn't fall behind. She took small, quick steps and ran towards the dungeon exit.
Li Ran and his group of 5 returned to the dungeon entrance, attracting the attention of many people.
Strong individuals like them, who can quickly clear dungeons, coupled with their distinctive attire, naturally attract a lot of attention, and many people have already remembered them. Looking at the 5 people, someone calculated the time, a hint of confusion flashing in their eyes.
That can't be right. 5 people should be able to clear a dungeon faster, so why is it taking longer than last time?
Yes, this time it took almost 2 hours, much slower than last time.
Chapter 41: An alternative way to farm dungeons.
Those around them couldn't understand why, as the team's numbers grew, their speed in clearing dungeons actually slowed down.
This doesn't make sense.
Even without increasing the number of team members, you can keep using the same team to repeatedly tackle the same dungeon. As a player's level increases and their familiarity with the dungeon grows, their clearing speed should only increase.
Suddenly, someone thought of a possibility and said with some shock. Could it be that they've started tackling the difficult level dungeons? Upon hearing this viewpoint, those around him expressed their agreement.
Expanding the team size is indeed a sign of attempting to tackle higher difficulty dungeons. Otherwise, if the 3 of them were doing a good job of strategizing, there would be absolutely no need to add 2 more people to share the experience. Thinking of this, everyone sighed again.
Doesn't that mean they cleared the hard level dungeon in less than 2 hours? This speed is too fast.
It would probably take a 5-person elite team with each member at level 17 to blast fish to achieve this.
Anyway, I've never heard of anyone beating the game that fast. This guy is a real pro. His record is undeniably impressive.
It's a pity we can't see the strategies the experts use to conquer dungeons.
If we could learn even a little from them, it would be incredibly helpful. You're overthinking it. What the pros can do, you might not be able to do.
It's not like there aren't pros who have taught you how to beat dungeons.
How many people can actually replicate it?
Li Ran and his companions paid no attention to the discussions among the crowd. Having gone through so much, they have long been used to the praise from those around them. Li Ran turned around and touched the dungeon entrance again. Before leaving the instance, they had a brief discussion and decided to keep the team together and continue farming this level 12 hard instance.
With the addition of Lin Yue, an S-rank priest, their resources for conquering dungeons have decreased significantly.
In addition, Li Ran spent a lot of time cultivating Zhao Shuiying, giving Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Lin Yue ample rest time. Even though I just finished clearing a dungeon once, I still have plenty of energy, and clearing a few more dungeons shouldn't be a problem. Although the rewards per dungeon run decreased somewhat after the number of team members increased. However, being able to run more dungeons within the same amount of time doesn't slow down the leveling efficiency by much.
Gu Nianqi and Song Xia naturally had no objections.
Zhao Shuiying had no objections and was eager to spend more time with Li Ran. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yue agreed. Joining this team, and because they were running difficult level dungeons, her leveling speed was several times faster than before. Without this team, she definitely wouldn't have leveled up this quickly. Moreover, since Zhao Shuiying has joined, she can't just leave the team alone.
Hard difficulty has been selected. Enter the dungeon? Upon seeing the information, Li Ran did not hesitate and skillfully selected yes.
The next moment, the group vanished from their spot. A familiar forest instance.
Let's stick to the same routine. 3 people can clear the dungeon quickly enough. Li Ran looked at the 4 women and spoke calmly.
That's exactly the case, since the number of monsters in a dungeon is limited and you can't farm them indefinitely. The time it takes for the 3 people to clear the instance is roughly the same as the time it takes him to cultivate it.
No problem, but it'll be my turn next time. Gu Nianqi smiled and did not refuse.
For her, things are not necessarily a bad thing as they are now. Although the total training time has inevitably decreased with the addition of new players, at least now we can balance upgrading and training. It can both improve your level and your potential, so it's not bad.
Lord Li Ran is absolutely right. Song Xia nodded, appearing to agree with Li Ran's suggestion.
Zhao Shuiying didn't speak, but her face flushed red, and she lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. She was now the one who had benefited, so naturally she had no reason to refute. Lin Yue watched the scene, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. I never imagined that the once resolute Zhao Shuiying would turn into this after making a contract with Li Ran.
What's so good about entering into a contract that it can make people make such big changes?
Moreover, when you calculate it this way, it seems like she doesn't have any extra rest time she has to participate in battles every time she runs a dungeon. But it's okay, at least the leveling speed has definitely increased, and unlike other teams, there won't be any annoying boys bothering her like flies. Although the group was a bit odd, everyone except her was fascinated by the boy named Li Ran.
But this is just a minor issue, so it's acceptable. When it comes to topics unrelated to Li Ran, Gu Nianqi and Song Xia are perfectly normal.
They were also very gentle and caring towards her when they teamed up before, unlike the rumors that they were difficult to get along with.
I'm fine with it too.
Lin Yue pursed her red lips and spoke calmly. Having made their plans, Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Lin Yue, just like before, teamed up and stepped out of the safe zone, clearing out the monsters along the way and heading deeper into the dungeon. Kill a level 12 Knoll Scout.
Experience is split equally if you are in a party.
Plus 300 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 4 furs. Kill a level 12 Knoll Scout.
Experience is split equally if you are in a party.
Plus 300 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 3 pelts. As the notification appeared, the area near the dungeon entrance quickly quieted down, with only the faint hissing sound of the portal remaining.
Mr. Li Ran, may you continue to instruct me now?
Seeing that everyone had left, Zhao Shuiying changed into new clothes, held onto Li Ran's sleeve, bit her red lips lightly, and her face was full of eagerness. After receiving Mr. Li Ran's instruction, Zhao Shuiying felt as if she had opened the door to a new world, and her mind was already filled with Mr. Li Ran's knowledge. If she hadn't still retained some rationality, she wouldn't even want to enter the dungeon anymore, and would have preferred to continue receiving Li Ran's guidance. Of course, I'll check whether you've learned the knowledge I've imparted. Li Ran grabbed Zhao Shuiying's fair and delicate hand, making her release his clothes, and then began to teach her.
Soon, Li Ran noticed the abnormality.
Zhao Shuiying hadn't studied properly at all and was extremely nervous, which led to problems during the investigation.
An indescribable sense of urgency made him frown. I just taught you not long ago, so memorize all the tricks.
Li Ran slapped him and let out a cold snort.
He suspected that Zhao Shuiying did it on purpose, otherwise how could she not remember such simple knowledge? Gu Nianqi and Song Siye learned it very quickly. I'm sorry, Mr. Li Ran, I will definitely study hard. Suddenly struck by the blow, 2 tears rolled down Zhao Shuiying's cheeks. However, she was not saddened by this. Instead, she appreciated Li Ran's good intentions and studied even harder, trying her best to absorb the knowledge that Mr. Li Ran imparted to her. Li Ran diligently instructed Zhao Shuiying, frequently checking the prompts that appeared before his eyes. Kill a level 12 Knoll Scout. Experience is split equally if you are in a party. Plus 300 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 3 pelts. As the experience bar rapidly increased to 20%, Li Ran's lips curled into a slight smile. This is the right way to conquer dungeons. He can nurture and upgrade at the same time, and clearing dungeons is not difficult for him at all, on the contrary, it is a pleasure. Chapter 42 My Cultivation and Upgrade. Slay a level 14 Knoll Overlord experience shared equally while in a party plus 3,600 experience. Captain Li Ran obtains bronze level armor, Knoll Warlord's trousers. Captain Li Ran obtains the Knoll's crystal core. Knoll Warlord's trousers bronze, agility plus 5, constitution plus 5, defense plus 5, can be equipped by level 10 and above. Upon seeing the level completion prompt that appeared before his eyes, Li Ran's expression changed, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Almost 2 hours had passed before I knew it. Gu Nianqi and her team have defeated the final boss of the dungeon, which means the dungeon has been cleared, and it's time for him to finish teaching. We can't keep them waiting every time. Without giving Zhao Shuiying a chance to refuse, Li Ran immediately grabbed the scroll and forcibly poured the knowledge into her mind. Zhao Shuiying is very hardworking and intelligent. She can now absorb the knowledge he imparts very well. Therefore, Li Ran would no longer teach as gently as before, but would instead become a strict mentor. At this crucial moment, we cannot rest, we must press on with all our might. If we don't teach it to the heart now, it will only remain superficial in the future. Zhao Shuiying gritted her teeth, swaying her body weakly, but her eyes were full of longing for knowledge. The next moment, Zhao Shuiying's eyes widened as if she had seen the truth of the world and touched the true paradise. She grasped the true meaning of life and understood what is most important in the world. It's not about upgrading or getting stronger, it's about Mr. Li Ran. Nothing is more important than Mr. Li Ran. Having opened the path in her heart, Zhao Shuiying's last remaining conviction finally vanished. After completing the cultivation, Li Ran checked his condition. I've accumulated quite a bit of experience and reached 45%. After running the dungeon twice more, I should be able to level up. In addition, although there was no upgrade, the basic attributes were improved, with strength, agility, spirit and constitution each increasing by 1 point. After the nurturing contract is upgraded to level 2, the growth rate is greatly accelerated, and you can basically reap some rewards every time you nurture someone. The growth in strength is visible and no slower than upgrading, so naturally, Li Ran's enthusiasm for cultivation is exceptionally high. How was the harvest? Composing himself, Li Ran helped the exhausted Zhao Shuiying to her feet, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and asked her with concern. Li Ran was quite curious to know how many efforts he would need to make to cultivate Zhao Shuiying, and a level blood swordsman, to S level, given his current talent. I have lived up to Mr. Li Ran's teachings. Zhao Shuiying opened her long arms and nestled tightly in Li Ran's arms, speaking with great excitement. She could sense that, under Mr. Li Ran's guidance, she had finally broken through the barrier and advanced from an A-level blood swordsman to an S-level one. Besides a significant leap in her basic attributes, more importantly, she learned a powerful skill. Now, she can actively enter a life or death state, doubling the damage she takes, but at the same time gaining the terrifying mobility and damage output of a low-health blood swordsman. Compared to being truly at critical health, this provides a much greater margin for error. Even if one suffers double the damage, Ling Yue can help heal them back to health. Good. Li Ran grinned, his eyes full of smiles. The fact that he could be trained twice to upgrade an A-level professional to S-level shows that his talent has indeed become much stronger. If he wanted, he could mass-produce S-class professionals, who are incredibly valuable in the eyes of others, and build an army of S-class professionals who are completely loyal to him. With the divine skill of the source of the breeder, he can definitely do it. Li Ran shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions, opened the communication panel, and sent a message to Gu Nianqi and the others. Afterwards, they helped Zhao Shuiying adjust her state. He was so diligent in teaching that he didn't even notice when the thermos cup was knocked over, and Zhao Shuiying was soaked in sweat. I can't go out and meet people without changing my clothes. He himself was fine, he could just change into any clothes. Let's go, it's time to get out.
After calming down, Li Ran took Zhao Shuiying's hand and turned to walk towards the dungeon entrance. One advantage of nurturing directly at the dungeon entrance is that there's no need to waste time going deep into the dungeon. You can exit just as easily through the entrance. Anyway, you'll end up in the same place after you go out, so there's no difference. Letting Li Ran lead her, Zhao Shuiying looked at him with tenderness in her eyes. She felt that her biggest gain was not that her professional level had risen from A to S, but that she had found Mr. Li Ran. Mr. Li Ran taught her a lot, and that feeling of being filled with knowledge is something that can't be bought with anything. After leaving the instance, the five reunited at the instance entrance. Seeing Zhao Shuiying's attitude change once again, Lin Yue felt a faint sense of loss. Although Zhao Shuiying was still standing beside her, she always felt that Zhao Shuiying, her close friend, had drifted away from her. He will no longer silently protect her as before, but as other people he wants to protect. This left her feeling somewhat lost and disappointed. She didn't have many friends to begin with, and now they've all drifted away from her. Is this the price of growing up? Without giving Lin Yue much time to think, Li Ran touched the dungeon entrance and entered the level 12 hard difficulty forest dungeon again. Upon entering the instance again, Gu Nianqi seemed like a completely different person. Gone was his previous aloof expression. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and his brows were filled with excitement. The excitement radiating from his face made Lin Yue feel a little strange. So what if you got the chance to be alone with Li Ran? Why are you so happy? She's completely unrecognizable as the same person as the aloof Gu Nianqi from school. Gu Nianqi noticed Lin Yue's expression, but she didn't pay it any mind. Gu Nianqi is now completely focused on Li Ran. Gu Nianqi nestled in Li Ran's arms, carefully feeling the warmth of Li Ran's chest. Without Gu Nianqi, will our output be insufficient? Looking at Gu Nianqi, Lin Yue couldn't help but ask a question. As an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master, Gu Nianqi's output ability is beyond doubt, and many times it is Gu Nianqi who can kill monsters. Don't worry, Yue, I'm an S-rank blood swordsman now, which can make up for the lack of output. Zhao Shuiying smiled and said excitedly. Ha? You're already S-rank? Upon hearing this, Lin Yue's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her pretty face filled with shock. How long has it been? Less than 4 hours, and Zhao Shuiying has already gone from a level to S level. Li Ran's methods are simply too powerful. No wonder Gu Nianqi and Song Siye were willing to sign contracts with him. That's right, I'm already an S-rank blood swordsman, and I'm capable of fighting alongside you. Zhao Shuiying smiled, her words brimming with confidence. Only after becoming an S-rank blood swordsman did she realize just how powerful an S-rank professional truly was. It's no exaggeration to say that he could easily beat 10 times his former self. Therefore, her admiration for Mr. Li Ran is like a surging river, never ending. Alright, let's not disturb Mr. Li Ran and Gu Nianqi anymore, let's go grind monsters. Zhao Shuiying smiled, took Lin Yue's hand, and walked towards the monster outside the safe zone. Chapter 43, The Arms Race, and the Increasingly Faster Conquest Speed. As Lin Yue and the others left, the woods fell silent once more. Finally, it's time for us to be alone again. Gu Nianqi looked up at Li Ran, her eyes suddenly becoming alluring, and her voice becoming seductive. At this moment, Gu Nianqi had changed into a tight-fitting black lace-trimmed dress. The skirt was so thin that you could even vaguely see her lining. It was clearly meant for resting. Beneath the thin skirt were a pair of full, rounded legs encased in black stockings, looking very firm and striking. Gu Nianqi tiptoed and wrapped her fair hands around Li Ran's neck. That excessively beautiful face was so close it seemed to be touching Li Ran's, and her sweet, fragrant breath enveloped Li Ran. Now, Gu Nianqi no longer wants any growth reward, she simply wants to be with Li Ran from the bottom of her heart. This was the first time Li Ran had seen Gu Nianqi like this, and he couldn't help but grin. Gu Nianqi's captivating expression is undeniably charming, making one's heart race. Without wasting any time, Li Ran immediately wrapped his arms around Gu Nianqi's waist, picked her up, and felt her fragrant and soft body up close. Gu Nianqi used both her hands and feet, like an octopus, to tightly wrap around Li Ran's body. She is 1.7 meters tall and weighs just over 100 pounds, which is very light, and her figure is perfect. The fat is all concentrated in the right places, with no excess fat anywhere else. Even so, holding her for a long time is still an extremely physically demanding task. She didn't want Li Ran to be too stressed, so she naturally wanted to cooperate with him and help him lighten his burden. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest instance, Zhao Shuiying's eyes glowed red, her fair right hand gripping a bloodstained longsword. With light steps, she moved swiftly through a squad of gnolls. Each time she approached a gnoll, she would swing her blood sword, leaving a noticeable wound on one of them. Before the gnolls could react and try to retaliate, Zhao Shuiying had already appeared at another location and attacked another gnoll. Zhao Shuiying's speed was so fast that she could even leave afterimages in place. Wandering through the forest, Zhao Shuiying ruthlessly reaped the lives of the monsters. In the dim light, it seemed as if a blood-red flower was blooming. In a short while, all the jackal men fell to the ground. Kill a level 12 gnoll scout. Experience is split equally if you are in a party. Plus 300 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 4 furs. Kill a level 12 gnoll scout. Experience is split equally if you are in a party. Plus 300 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 3 pelts. Is this the power of an S-rank blood swordsman? Upon receiving the system notification, Lin Yue looked at Zhao Shuiying, who was standing in a pool of blood with a somewhat eerie expression, and couldn't help but open her red lips, her eyes filled with surprise. Although his level was only 1 level higher than before, his strength increased several times over. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had undergone a complete transformation. The original Zhao Shuiying, even when challenging the gnoll scouts in the normal level dungeon, would need to struggle for a while before she could defeat them. As a result, when facing the same type of monsters in difficult dungeons, the speed of clearing them has actually increased, and I haven't even taken any damage. It's unbelievable that such a big change could happen just from forming a contract with Li Ran. Let's go, let's keep moving forward. Zhao Shuiying sheathed her sword, casually wiped the blood from her cheek, and smiled as she waved to Lin Yue. Now, she is incredibly confident and radiant, a far cry from her previous weakness. Having great power, one should naturally have this confidence. Composing herself, Lin Yue smiled gently and nodded. Then, he lifted his long legs, took small steps, and ran towards Zhao Shuiying. Regardless, Zhao Shuiying is her friend. Her friend has become more capable, and both emotionally and logically, she should be happy for him. Watching this scene of sisterly affection, Song Cs said nothing, but simply quickened her pace. She doesn't care about any of that right now. She just wants to clear this dungeon quickly and then move on to the next one. Following the established order, it will be her turn to be trained by Lord Li Ran next. She was naturally incredibly excited, wishing she could rush to the Gnoll Warlord right now and kill him with a single arrow. Slay a level 14 Gnoll Overlord experience shared equally while in a party plus 3,600 experience. Captain Li Ran obtains a bronze level weapon, the Staff of Greed. Captain Li Ran obtains the Gnoll's Crystal Core. Staff of Greed Bronze, Spirit plus 5, Agility plus 5, Spell Power plus 5% for spellcasting classes, can be equipped at level 10 and above. Call. Seeing the notification message appear before him, Li Ran let out a long breath, a knowing look appearing on his face. Without Gun Yanqi's powerful firepower, the speed of clearing the dungeon was noticeably slower. He had already completed 1 breeding cycle when he received news of the Gnoll Warlord's death. What's wrong? Feeling the resonance of their souls suddenly disappear, Gun Yanqi pursed her lips and asked. They've cleared the checkpoint, it's time for us to go too. Li Ran spoke calmly. Having completed 1 cultivation cycle, we have already reaped sufficient rewards. The second time would definitely not be completed in a short time. Although he was reluctant, Li Ran had no choice but to stop. He was not prepared to waste everyone's time. All right. Gun Yanqi reluctantly let go of Li Ran's hands and left him. As her feet touched the ground again, Gun Yanqi felt her legs go weak. The resonance of their souls was so intense that she was momentarily dazed. Fortunately, he was already a level 14-5 Thunder Celestial Master, and his physical fitness was outstanding. After a short while, Gun Yanqi recovered and walked towards the dungeon entrance with Li Ran. Without much conversation, once all 5 had arrived, Li Ran restarted the difficult level dungeon and disappeared from the spot. Stop wasting time, let's start conquering the dungeon. Upon arriving at the new instance, Gun Yanqi spoke calmly, a hint of urgency that didn't match her beautiful and aloof face. Okay, let's begin. Zhao Shuiying nodded and started walking. She could understand Gun Yanqi's thoughts. After all, according to the order, it was her turn next. The sooner she finishes the dungeon, the sooner she can receive Mr. Li Ran's guidance. For a moment, both of them were in high spirits. Good. Seeing this, Lin Yue clenched her fists, her fighting spirit ignited. Although she didn't know why Gun Yanqi and Zhao Shuiying were taking it so seriously, it didn't stop her from cheering. Everyone was working very efficiently, so she naturally couldn't fall behind and hold everyone back. Soon, the 3 left the safe zone and began clearing the forest instance. Having gained experience from previous encounters, they were extremely familiar with the dungeon environment, no less so than the gnolls living in the dungeon.
Even without Song Sie's location finding ability, it didn't stop them from hunting monsters quickly. Soon, the woods fell silent. Lord Li Ran, let me help you clean it first.
Song Xia leaned down, staring with her big, watery eyes, and pursed her alluring red lips. She looked up at Li Ran, her expression becoming alluring, her words filled with flattery.
Good. Li Ran smiled and nodded.
I never expected Song Xia to be so polite. She really has a kind heart.
Chapter 44 The gluttonous Song Xia, her unique way of leveling up. Enjoying Song Xia's thoughtful cleaning service, Li Ran was in a great mood.
Seeing Song Xia's face, which looked like she was starving, he generously offered her a helping hand, preparing to feed her with clean food. Song Xia had completed 3 difficult level dungeons in a row, leaving her exhausted and starving. Upon seeing the delicious food, her watery eyes widened instantly, and her pink little tongue kept licking her lips. Without hesitation, Li Ran tossed the clean food to Song Xia. Song Xia opened her mouth and swallowed the food. Upon suddenly tasting such delicious food, Song Xia's hunger instantly overwhelmed her reason. Song Xia resembled a greedy hamster, opening and closing her mouth as she tried to swallow more food. Many times, she felt she had reached her limit, but when she actually continued eating, she found there was still room for more. Her senses seemed to be magnified countless times, and time slowed down to an extreme. Li Ran was not stingy and fed Song Xia all the food he had stored without reservation. Li Ran's kindness deeply moved Song Xia, and she already regarded Li Ran as her master. Having opened the path of her heart, Song Xia no longer held back and greedily devoured more food. The qualified individual has remained within 10 meters of you for a sufficient period of time. Accelerated growth reward received. Passive skill Brain of the Breeder has been upgraded to level 2. Nurturer's Brain level 2. When you nurture flowers, you will absorb their combat experience, making it easier for you to learn the skills they possess, and accelerating the speed at which you learn flower skills. The more extensive your nurturing knowledge, the stronger this effect. Great, it's been upgraded again. Upon receiving the notification, Li Ran felt the fullness in his body and a slight smile appeared on his lips. It's not as simple as just upgrading the passive skill Brain of the Trainer to level 2. Thanks to Gu Nianqi and the others' efforts, he gained a massive amount of experience, and his level has reached an astonishing 15. With these grades alone, he could already get into one of the top 50 prestigious universities in the Great Xia Kingdom. If he keeps working hard, he will have a chance even if he attends Jingxia University, which is ranked first in the country. There's still some time before the official start of the job transition exam. If we maintain this growth rate, we should have a great chance. Master, what's wrong? Song Xia opened her misty eyes, licked her alluring lips, and asked. You received the news about clearing the dungeon, right? It's time to go. Li Ran smiled and spoke calmly. He was very satisfied with Song Xia's cleaning service. Therefore, even though Gu Nianqi and the others cleared the dungeon faster, he still managed to complete a training session before they did, and received some accelerated growth rewards. Okay. Song Xia nodded obediently, then pursed her lips and said in a charming yet gentle voice, Master, would you like me to clean you again? Need not. Li Ran shook his head. If we continue cleaning, it will probably waste a lot of time. All right. Song Xia was not disappointed. She simply stood up silently, composed herself, and followed closely beside Li Ran. At the current rate, if she works hard enough, it will be her turn again in 2 or 3 hours, which is much faster than waiting all the time before. She has no reason to be sad, she just needs to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. The two held hands and walked side by side toward the dungeon entrance. Next, naturally, we'll continue at the current pace, constantly conquering this level 12 difficult forest dungeon. The onlookers at the dungeon entrance were dumbfounded. The fact that these 5 top players are tackling difficult dungeons so frequently, and at an ever-increasing speed each time, speaks volumes about their skill. They could say nothing but admire them. There's no way around it, not only are they stronger than them, but they also work harder, constantly grinding dungeons without taking a break. They had to admire such amazing perseverance. In the forest instance, Li Ran takes turns nurturing 3 delicate flowers with distinct styles, Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying. While enjoying life, their growth rate is also constantly accelerating. He could clearly feel that his strength was continuously increasing. Although he didn't experience explosive growth like someone who could rise to the top overnight, he was stable, and his strength improved almost every hour. This is the right way to be a trainer. Li Ran couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Compared to before, he now only needs to focus on nurturing, which is not only infinitely more comfortable, but also yields greater rewards than he did after a busy half-day. His level, potential, skill proficiency, and even the most difficult to obtain combat experience are all rapidly improving without any flaws. Relying on the powerful passive ability of the breeder's brain, he can absorb the combat experience accumulated by flowers through soul resonance, thereby improving his own combat capabilities. Perhaps some rich kids can rely on their elders to carry them through life, winning effortlessly from a safe place, replicating their easy leveling process, but they cannot replicate the means to improve skill levels, combat abilities, or even potential. Those trained in this way are merely useless professionals who have high levels in basic attributes, but are weak in everything else. They are all show and no substance. It's fine to beat newbies, but when you encounter a skilled player who has improved on their own, they're practically crushed with a single touch. If it were that easy to win without effort, then rich young ladies like Gun Yanxi wouldn't need to work so hard.
Li Ran's upgrade process is something only he can do, no one can replicate it.
Time flies by, and before we know it, night has fallen. Night falls, it's time to rest. After a brief discussion, Li Ran and the others decided to rest in the instance. Compared to the outside world where other professions exist, a dungeon with only monsters and a long time before it closes on its own is undoubtedly a better choice.
Once they've cleared out the surrounding monsters, they'll have a completely quiet place to rest.
Sitting on the grass, Li Ran checked his condition.
Name, Li Ran. Level, 1545.50%. Strength, 125 plus 5. Agility, 125 plus 10. Constitution, 280 plus 15. Spirit, 150.
Putting everything else aside, there has been a very significant improvement in basic attributes alone.
Each attribute has increased by at least 25 points.
In addition to the attributes gained from leveling up, the benefits of nurturing are also considerable. With the cultivation contract talent reaching level 2, and the experience required for leveling up increasing exponentially, the attributes gained from cultivation are now comparable to those gained from simply leveling up.
Suddenly, 3 pleasant and melodious voices rang in my ears. Lord Li Ran, come quickly. Mr. Li Ran, what are you thinking about? Stop thinking about it, there are more important things to do now.
Looking up, Gun Yanxi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying, dressed in thin pajamas, surrounded him, looking at him excitedly. There was no awkwardness between the 3 women, and they didn't have the competitive spirit they had when they were doing dungeons before. I wonder if they were discussing something in private.
Chapter 45. Lin Yue pretending to sleep. Is Lin Yue still here?
Li Ran turned his head and glanced at Lin Yue, who was sleeping on her side not far away, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. They're a team. They can't expect someone to help them when they need Lin Yue, and then tell her to go sleep somewhere far away when they don't.
Moreover, Lin Yue is a priest, and although she has some combat ability, she is still not enough to deal with the ferocious enhanced gnolls.
Even though they had cleared out all the gnolls in the area and even expanded outwards to ensure absolute silence, the surroundings remained quiet. For safety reasons, Lin Yue could only sleep in a place within Li Ran's and the others' sight, just a few meters away.
It's okay, Yue sleeps very well.
Once she falls asleep, she is difficult to wake up by the noise around her, so we can practice our martial arts skills with peace of mind.
As Lin Yue's close friend, Zhao Shuiying was the first to speak up.
Zhao Shuiying leaned close to Li Ran's ear, breathing hot air and whispering something that sounded like a demon's.
Furthermore, Mr. Li Ran, don't you think taking on 3 people at once is quite a challenge?
After saying this, Zhao Shuiying stood up, her bright red eyes shining with a burning light, as if a lion was hiding inside. Upon hearing this, Li Ran's eyes lit up, but he did not reply immediately. Fighting 3 people at once is indeed very challenging. Even for him, it was something he had never experienced before. Even if he cannot defeat the 3 of them, his strength will still improve. Not far away, Lin Yue, who was lying on her side preparing to fall asleep, was startled. She slightly revealed her pearly teeth and bit her soft lips. Her breathing quickened involuntarily, her chest heaved, and her delicate pink hands, hidden in front of her chest, clenched tightly. Inside the small white sneakers, the toes, tightly wrapped in white tights, huddled together like butter candies, slightly curled. As a level 13s rank priest, her hearing was naturally excellent. With no other noises around, it was incredibly quiet, so even though Zhao Shuiying spoke very softly, her voice still reached her ears clearly. Lin Yue never expected that her close friend, the unusually conservative Zhao Shuiying, would say such a thing. Just a few days ago, Zhao Shuiying had promised her that she would protect her from those ill-intentioned boys. Before she could do anything, Zhao Shuiying couldn't take it anymore and took the initiative to challenge Li Ran. Is this what they call a sense of contrast? The more conservative a person is in normal times, the more they will be motivated to fight when they encounter a suitable opponent.
I'm willing to give my all for a chance to spar.
At this moment, Song Xie and Gun Yanqi also came to Li Ran's side, leaned down to Li Ran's ear, and spoke encouraging words in a gentle tone.
Lord Li Ran, what are you still hesitating about? Are you scared?
Li Ran looked around and saw Gun Yanqi, Song Xie, and Zhao Shuiying with challenging expressions, and his heroic spirit gradually awakened. The three have very different styles, but each has their own unique characteristics. Together, they can indeed be called the strongest opponents Li Ran has ever seen in his life. Even so, he showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he was full of fighting spirit. After all, a hero can't desert his post.
And would he be afraid if the three of them were together? Two people are no match for him, and adding one more will not change the outcome. As an excellent breeder, he didn't think he would lose. Afraid? How could I be?
Without hesitation, Li Ran immediately activated the eye of the trainer to examine the situation of the three people and carefully investigated their weaknesses.
The word fear doesn't exist in his dictionary.
Even if there were more than 3 opponents, he would stand tall and straight, maintaining the demeanor befitting a hero.
Fight to the very last moment, until the last drop of blood drains from your body.
Bearing the title of trainer, he has every reason not to lose.
Having discerned the weaknesses of the three, Li Ran immediately launched an attack, raising his slender right hand, drawing his sword, and slashing at Song Xie, who appeared to be the weakest. Song Xie didn't just stand there dumbfounded.
She immediately swung her body and used her newly learned moves to counterattack. Under the bright moonlight, a martial arts sparring match, a friendly exchange of skills, officially began.
No
way, Gun Yanqi and the others are all very skilled.
They can easily take down those ferocious monsters when they're running dungeons. How come even the 3 of them combined can't beat Li Ran now?
Hearing the sounds of sparring coming from behind her, Lin Youwei's expression trembled slightly, her large, watery eyes filled with surprise. She hadn't expected Li Ran to be so capable. Even when facing a 3-way attack from Gun Yanqi, Zhao Shuiying, and Song Xie, she held her own and even gained a slight advantage. Lin Youwei was curious about what the battlefield looked like now. She had never seen such a level of martial arts sparring before. However, she knew now was not the time. She's pretending to be asleep right now, but if Li Ran and the others find out she's not actually asleep, things could get very complicated. It's possible that she will also be forced to get involved in this martial arts exchange. She had never sparred with anyone before, so she couldn't fast forward to this level of martial arts sparring all at once. Suppressing her curiosity, Lin Youwei turned to her side, suppressed her increasingly rapid breathing, and continued to pretend to be fast asleep. However, the curiosity in my heart did not dissipate, but gradually grew. As time passed, Song Xie, who had the worst physical condition, was the first to succumb. He collapsed to the ground, looking up at the bright moon, blood spilling from his mouth, his face filled with admiration and a hint of desolation.
I'm sorry I couldn't satisfy Lord Li Ran.
She had given it her all, but her strength was not enough to make Lord Li Ran unleash his full power. Even when sparring with 3 people at the same time, Lord Li Ran seemed to still have plenty of strength left, and was even able to seize the opportunity to easily defeat her, so she felt guilty towards Lord Li Ran. Li Ran was not distracted by Song Xie's defeat, but continued to wield his sword, focusing on fighting Gun Yanqi and Zhao Shuiying. Gun Yanqi and Zhao Shuiying are stronger and more difficult to deal with, making them formidable rivals. Even he would find it somewhat troublesome if he didn't use half his strength.
Before we knew it, it was morning. Phew! Luckily, I'm a cut above the rest. As the morning sun shone on his shoulders, Li Ran let out a long breath. Looking at the 3 people who were slumped over by the big tree and had fallen into a deep sleep, his face was full of confidence. Even when 3 people attacked together, they were no match for him. Even now, he still has plenty of energy, and continuing to fight wouldn't be a problem. It's just that there isn't a suitable opponent. Composing himself, Li Ran summarized his experience, realizing that he had benefited greatly from this one-on-3 martial arts sparring session. After digesting this properly, his skills will surely improve. Not far away, when she heard the noise subside, Lin Youwei let out a long sigh of relief, her delicate face showing signs of fatigue. It's finally over. Chapter 46, Level 16 in 5 days, Goal, Level 15 Island Dungeon. Phew, at least I can rest for a bit now.
Once her physical symptoms stabilized, Lin Youwei breathed a sigh of relief, stuck out her pink tongue, and pursed her slightly dry lips.
After listening to the battle all night, her mouth was dry.
Given the current situation, it's unlikely that she'll be allowed to get up and run dungeons immediately. She will still have some time to rest and recover her energy. Although he certainly wouldn't be in the best condition as usual, he shouldn't be fighting monsters with such a tired body that it would give away his condition. Moreover, based on yesterday's pace, there is usually a period of free time after completing a dungeon. She doesn't need to queue, so she can use that time to rest properly. At this moment, Lin Yue suddenly noticed that Li Ran did not seem to have fallen asleep. He remained awake, silently protecting all of them. Most of the time, Li Ran was the one on the offensive, so he should have been more physically exhausted than Gu Nianqi and the others. However, while they collapsed from exhaustion, Li Ran seemed completely unaffected.
Li Ran's energy is simply superhuman. However, as a companion, it's still quite reassuring.
With Li Ran watching over her, she could sleep peacefully without worrying about monsters approaching while she was asleep. Based on Li Ran's previous performance, he was capable of handling all the monsters in this dungeon. Given Li Ran's character, he wouldn't do anything while she was asleep. Thinking this, Lin Yue slowly drifted off to sleep, a glistening liquid dripping from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating that she had a fairly pleasant dream. Beside him, Li Ran opened the status panel and carefully checked his attributes. After a whole night of hard work, his strength should have changed considerably.
Name, Li Ran. Level, 1545.50%. Strength, 135 plus 5. Agility, 135 plus 10. Constitution, 300 plus 15. Mental strength, 165. As he expected, although his level remained at 15 and his experience bar did not change, his basic attributes increased significantly, even more than the gains from leveling up once at a lower level. If this continues, he will soon be able to make up for his previous losses and become a genuine S-class or even Epic class trainer. In addition, their skills have also improved significantly. Flower skills. Gu Nianqi, 5 Thunder Technique Level 2, Golden Light Mantra Level 2. Song Xie, Shadow Body Level 1, Positioning Eye Level 1.
Zhao Shuiying, the Taste of Blood Level 2. The skills he possessed remained the same as before, without any changes. However, the skills learned from the flowers were improved. The Golden Light Mantra has been upgraded to Level 2, granting it stronger defensive capabilities and unlocking more uses. They can even wrap themselves in the Golden Light Mantra and use their fists, protected by the Golden Light, to fiercely attack their opponents.
Song Xie has also learned the Positioning Eye technique, although it is only Level 1.
However, the target acquisition range is not that large, and it is not able to lock onto those powerful monsters.
It's sufficient for clearing out the mobs in the dungeon.
As for the Taste of Blood, it simply enhances the recovery effect. Other than that, there are no new changes. Perhaps it's because he's not a true blood swordsman and hasn't unlocked the synergy between the various blood swordsman skills.
Some skills are unique to a profession and cannot be easily replicated.
Just like Song Xie's custom arrows, they need to be used in conjunction with a bow and arrow. Even if Li Ran learns it, it will be difficult to put it into practice. It's almost the same as not learning it at all. Composing himself, Li Ran stood up and walked to a nearby open space to practice the various skills he had mastered. With the passive ability of being a nurturer, nurturing doesn't consume much energy for him.
He is still full of energy and can fight monsters.
But he couldn't leave alone to fight the monster while watching over the 4 sleeping girls and preventing them from being attacked. Not wanting to waste time, one can only practice skills and improve one's cultivation in place. To be honest, I'm used to quickly learning skills by cultivating flowers. He was not used to having to rely on his own efforts all of a sudden, and his learning speed slowed down several times. This is still thanks to the support of the nurturer's brain. His learning ability has improved considerably compared to before, and he can find the answers to many difficult problems after thinking about them for a while.
Otherwise, the speed would be even slower.
Even so, Li Ran did not slack off and continued to practice diligently.
4 days ago, he was just an ordinary person. Now that he has the opportunity to become stronger, how can he waste his time?
Time passed, and 2 hours later, the 4 women woke up one after another. Song Xie was the first to wake up. After all, she was the first to collapse and had the most time to rest. Then came Gu Nianqi and Zhao Shuiying. Both of them had good physical condition and outstanding recovery ability, and they woke up almost at the same time.
Finally, it was Lin Yue's turn.
Despite sleeping the longest, she was still not satisfied and slept sweetly, her delicate little face filled with tranquility. Lin Yue only slowly opened her eyes when she heard footsteps beside her.
Ha!
Lin Yue rubbed her eyes, her face still showing signs of sleepiness. She casually stretched her waist, lazily displaying her alluring curves, completely forgetting that there were boys not far away. Even wearing the loose white robes of a priest, her voluptuous figure remained undeniable. Seeing this, Li Ran's expression remained unchanged. He had seen similar scenery many times, but this level of temptation didn't evoke any feelings in him.
Alright, let's have a quick meal and then start grinding dungeons.
Li Ran took out a bunch of portable food from his inventory and spoke calmly.
The four women nodded and walked over.
These foods were all prepared by Gu Nianxi with her own money, and they were of very high quality. In addition, the inventory has a function to ensure that items do not change during storage, and they taste very good.
The five of them enjoyed a delicious breakfast.
It didn't feel like they were grinding through a game, rather, it felt more like they were on a picnic, relaxed and carefree. After adjusting their state, the five of them headed deeper into the dungeon to begin their challenge. On their first raid of the morning, all five of them worked together, sweeping through the monsters in the dungeon at lightning speed. They had just fed Gu Nianxi and the others not long ago, so even if they were very hungry, they wouldn't need to go now. In just over 10 minutes, Li Ran and his group of five arrived at the end of the dungeon, several times faster than before. After repeated practice and adjustments, and with everyone's skills having improved significantly,
this level 12 hard dungeon can no longer cause them any trouble. It's basically a formulaic dungeon run. After completing one walkthrough, it's time to move on to yesterday's mode, but in a different order.
It started with Song Xie, then Zhao Shuiying, and finally Gu Nianxi.
It was arranged according to the time we insisted on last night.
Song Xie was the first to give up and had the shortest training period, so naturally she was the first to start.
Time passed quickly, and before we knew it, it was late at night.
After a whole day of hard work, Li Ran has reached level 16 and his experience bar has accumulated to 60%, so he's not far from leveling up. After dinner, Li Ran and the others had a brief discussion and decided to try a new leveling dungeon the next morning.
The current level 12 dungeon is no longer sufficient even on hard difficulty, it cannot sustain the rapid growth of the five of them.
We need to switch to a higher level, more difficult dungeon to ensure their growth rate.
The question is, what difficulty level of dungeon should we switch to?
It allows them to maintain rapid growth without being too difficult, so that it's impossible for 3 people to complete the game. I happen to know a suitable dungeon, a level 15 island dungeon, about 2 hours away from here, with moderate difficulty, enough for us to grind for a long time. After a moment's thought, Gu Nianxi spoke calmly.
It's really good. Song Xie nodded in agreement.
Both of them come from respectable families and know far more information than the average person, so they naturally know which dungeon in the area surrounding Nanshan City is suitable.
After listening to Gu Nianxi's introduction, Zhao Shuiying nodded.
Although her family background wasn't as prestigious as Gu Nianxi's and Song Xie's, they still knew a lot of inside information. Li Ran and Lin Yue could only nod in agreement, as they were both from commoner backgrounds and had little opportunity to express their opinions on such matters. After the discussion, just like last night, Gu Nianxi, Song Xie, and Zhao Shuiying volunteered to fight, and Li Ran fought the 3 women alone with his sword.
Lin Yue was still pretending to be asleep on her side not far away. Chapter 47, Abandoning Red Tape, easily reached the level 15 dungeon entrance. Nothing was said that night. Call.
As the morning sunlight fell on her shoulders, Lin Yue couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, the sounds of battle in the distance finally ceased, and she could rest for a while.
I'm still finding it a little hard to get used to.
Lin Yue straightened her previously curled up white toes, calmed her wildly beating heart, and relaxed her tired face. Although I had listened to the sounds of martial arts sparring all night the night before last, I had developed some tolerance to similar sounds and was no longer as unbearable as I had been at the beginning. On the second night, she was still tense, her heart was racing, her breathing was rapid, and she had some difficulty falling asleep. For some unknown reason, last night Gu Nianxi, Zhao Shuiying, and Song Xie all abandoned formalities and moral principles. The moves they used were increasingly despicable and shameless, as if they were competing with each other, risking everything to defeat Li Ran. Her ruthless behavior was completely unlike the strong and gentle rich girl she used to be. Instead, it was more like a beast driven by the desire to win. It's hard to imagine that Gu Nianxi and her friends would go to such lengths to defeat Li Ran.
What magic does martial arts sparring possess that can transform a person into that state?
Lin Yue suppressed her curiosity, relaxed her body, and prepared to fall asleep. Regardless, she had to get used to the sounds of their sparring that would inevitably occur every night. Aside from their evenings when they enjoy sparring, this team is practically perfect at other times, and they are extremely efficient at clearing dungeons.
Moreover, everyone in the team is very nice. Except for when they are sparring, they are very gentle and easy to get along with.
Once she leaves this team, it will be virtually impossible for her to find another team that is so efficient and has such harmonious relationships among its members.
Just adapt.
With this thought in mind, Lin Yue relaxed and drifted off to sleep. Time flew by, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Today I'm going to switch to a different dungeon, which will require me to travel through a wasteland filled with grey fog and monsters, so I took a break to make sure I have enough energy. After waking up, the women had a simple breakfast and then began to tackle the dungeon. They continued their easy push, treating the Knoll Overlord, a dungeon boss that was considered incredibly fierce by others, like a toy, easily defeating him with just a few moves. Upon seeing Li Ran and his group of 5 around the dungeon entrance, no one uttered any surprised exclamations. They've seen so much of this in the last couple of days that they're somewhat numb to it and no longer find it strange. Anyone who sees Li Ran and his group clearing a difficult dungeon every now and then will end up like this. All they knew was that Li Ran and his group of 5 were exceptionally strong, far surpassing ordinary people, and were true big shots. As for just how powerful it is, no one wants to find out. Li Ran and his companions were naturally happy to have some free time. After finding the right direction, they left the forest instance and headed into the misty wilderness. Watching Li Ran and his group walk away, the people around remained silent. Only after Li Ran and the others had completely disappeared without a trace did they begin to whisper among themselves.
These big shots are finally gone.
If I stay any longer, I'm starting to think about switching to a different dungeon. They clear the dungeons so fast, and they never stop.
Every time I see that, I feel like I have to work harder.
Indeed, I've been under immense pressure these past 2 days.
The first thing I think about when I wake up is running dungeons.
The top players are probably too high level, and the rewards from running level 12 dungeons are too low, so they're preparing to switch to new dungeons.
Sigh, I'm so envious.
What I couldn't do in more than 10 days, the big shots solved in less than 3 days. Regardless, the impression of Li Ran and his companions' outstanding abilities was deeply imprinted in the minds of those around them.
In the grey, desolate wilderness.
As they moved further away from the dungeon entrance, familiar beast roars echoed, and a thick fog filled the air with the stench of blood. Li Ran and his 4 companions walked along the road, their expressions calm and without the slightest sign of panic. With their current strength, these monsters roaming the wilderness pose no threat whatsoever. They can be easily defeated in a single move. Unless they venture deep into the wilderness, into a high-risk area completely overrun by monsters, or experience an extremely rare monster uprising, they can roam freely. Li Ran and his group of 5 moved forward steadily toward their set goal without any setbacks. During this time, some reckless wandering monsters would naturally appear, but they were easily dealt with and became nourishment for the monsters' growth. I also encountered some travelers on their way, but I only glanced at them from afar before they moved on, and we didn't interact.
The 5-person squad is still very intimidating in the wilderness.
There are villains in the wilderness who enjoy hunting other professions, but they are not fools. They know how to choose the right prey. No one would abandon a small group to hunt and instead provoke a 5-person team that doesn't look easy. The gains and losses are completely unreasonable, and there is even a great risk of failure. After a smooth journey of about 2 hours, Li Ran and his group of 5 approached the entrance to the level 15 island dungeon. At this moment, the scenery in front of us also changed slightly. Some large, well-grown trees appeared around, and green plants sprouted on the dry ground, creating a vibrant scene compared to the barren wasteland filled with yellow sand. The island instance, as its name suggests, is related to water, and the entrance is naturally located near a water source. The surrounding terrain has changed due to the influence of water sources. Continuing forward, Li Ran and his group of 5 soon arrived at a wide lake. I never expected to find such scenery in the wilderness. Looking at the lush greenery around him, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Ran's eyes. In his education, the wilderness was a barren land devoid of any life.
Now it seems that it's not that simple.
It's quite possible that deep in the wilderness, there are even more lush landscapes, no less impressive than those seen in the city. Lin Yue had a similar expression, with a hint of shock appearing on her fair and pretty face.
In contrast, Gu Nianqi and the other 2 were much calmer, showing no surprise whatsoever.
Without wasting time admiring the scenery, Li Ran and his group of 5 looked around and quickly found the dungeon entrance.
The dungeon entrance is similar to the previous forest dungeon, only larger in size, with a bloodthirsty aura constantly emanating from the blue vortex.
There were also some people sitting and resting around the dungeon entrance, but there were far fewer of them, only a few well-organized teams, totaling no more than 50 people.
Including those still inside the instance, there are probably only a few hundred people.
Clearly, there aren't many professionals qualified to enter this instance. Hearing the footsteps of Li Ran and his group approaching, everyone instinctively turned to look at them.
A new team? I've never seen them before. They're dressed so warmly, they're quite vigilant.
A 5-person team, the personnel configuration is complete, but I don't know how strong they are. I remember when we first tackled this dungeon, it took us 2 whole days.
I wonder how long it will take them.
The mermaid monsters in the island dungeon are not to be trifled with, they are extremely troublesome even on normal difficulty. The time spent conquering a dungeon on the first attempt can give a rough idea of their strength. Chapter 48, a quick run of the level 15 Nightmare difficulty dungeon. The group discussed the matter quietly within their own ranks, without uttering any disrespectful remarks to each other's faces. Those who can come here can be considered the backbone of Nanshan City. There are basically no fools among them. Before having any vested interests, it's natural to provoke other professionals.
Regardless of whether they can win or not, they will not do something that brings only harm and no benefit. If the newcomers are all powerful figures with outstanding abilities and strong backgrounds, then things will be even worse. Li Ran and his group of 5 ignored the surrounding chatter and headed straight for the instance portal. Despite having just traveled for more than 2 hours, they hadn't expended much energy and were still full of vitality, so there was no need for them to rest. Li Ran reached his hand into the vortex, and the next moment, a notification appeared. The notification message briefly introduced the content of the dungeon and informed the dungeon of its difficulty level. As expected of a level 15 dungeon, it boasts a more dangerous nightmare level dungeon, which, in general, is several times more dangerous than the hard level. Li Ran did not hesitate and directly chose the nightmare level dungeon. The 5 of them had already discussed it on their way here. If they're going to take on a challenge, they should take on the highest difficulty level. With their skills, clearing the level shouldn't be a problem. Even if we can't win, we have a way out. Nightmare difficulty selected. Enter dungeon?
Li Ran naturally chose yes and was teleported into the instance along with the 4 women.
In the island instance, Li Ran and his group of 5 arrived at a beach. The coastline was not far behind us, and we could even hear the crashing waves. Clearly, they had been teleported to the edge of the island. Looking around, they could see that they were inside a semi-transparent light curtain, a way of showing a safe zone. Defining the specific range eliminates the need for guesswork, which is quite convenient. Through the light screen, one can see that many monsters live inside the island. The scenery on the island is quite nice. If there were no monsters, it would be a great place to visit. If given the chance, you could try naval warfare. Although Li Ran has lived 2 lives, he has always lived inland and has never seen the sea or experienced naval warfare, let alone been with beauties like Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying. I wonder what a novel and wonderful experience it will be. Of course, that's not possible right now. When entering a level 15 nightmare difficulty dungeon for the first time, you definitely need 5 people to do it together. Even if they are very confident in their abilities, they would not be arrogant to that extent. At this moment, relying on the unique appraisal skills of the 5 Thunder Celestial Master, Gu Nianqi had already discerned the attributes of the dungeon monsters in the distance. Mermaid Soldier Nightmare Type. Level 15. Strength 240. Agility 150. Constitution 260. Spirit 170. Skill spraying water. As expected of a monster in a nightmare difficulty dungeon, its base stats are extremely high. Even the lowest level monsters roaming near the safe zone can easily defeat the elite gnolls in the previous level 12 dungeon. Fortunately, with only this level of skill, he still couldn't beat any one of the 5 of them. Even for Lin Yue, a priestess, defeating this monster in a one-on-one fight would only require a bit more effort. Gu Nianqi did not hesitate and immediately revealed the information she had gathered. While Gu Nianqi was speaking, Lin Yue was not idle either. She skillfully waved her staff, applying buffs to the others present. Li Ran could sense that as several holy lights rose, his strength had increased considerably. Strength, agility, constitution, spirit, and defense all received significant increases, roughly 15%. Given his current base attributes, this increase is quite significant.
According to Lin Yue, all states can last for about half an hour, so the battery life is not bad and there is no need to frequently replenish the buffs. It's no wonder that S-rank priests are so popular. Their powerful support abilities can boost a team's combat strength by several times. In those high difficulty dungeons, they are indispensable, even more sought after than many combat-oriented classes. It's better to lack a damage dealer than a support. After applying the buffs to the 4 people, Lin Yue's fair face showed a hint of fatigue, and her breathing unconsciously became heavier, causing her to rise and fall beneath her wide white robe. Clearly, such a powerful buff spell would be quite taxing on her. Having completed their pre-battle preparations, Li Ran and his group of 5 stepped out from behind the semi-transparent light curtain. Upon entering the island instance, one can feel the dampness of the air and the strong smell of fish. Just standing on the island makes you feel like you're soaking in water, your skin feels sticky and uncomfortable. Li Ran and his group of 5 paid no attention to these things and continued to act normally. As Song Siya activated her location eye, the locations of all the surrounding monsters were marked. Li Ran walked towards a mermaid monster in the distance, channeled his mental energy, and arcs of electricity surged in his hand. The 5 Thunder technique is a perfect counter to these monsters that live in the water year-round, and can unleash even greater power. In the distance, the mermaid soldiers spotted Li Ran and his group and charged toward them. The monster has a human upper body and a long fish tail, and its entire body is covered in scales. She wasn't as beautiful as the mermaids in fairy tales from her past life. In fact, she was rather ugly. Its face had gills like a fish, and a set of incredibly sharp teeth that gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Even steel might not be able to withstand this bite. The merman soldier held a trident in his hand, which gleamed with a metallic sheen, but it was nothing special, it was just an ordinary weapon. Without hesitation, Li Ran unleashed the 5 Thunder technique from his palm, heading straight for the mermaid soldier. Sizzle! The violent arc of electricity, aided by the water droplets on the merman soldier's body, quickly swept over his entire body, causing him to convulse and black smoke to billow from his head. The merman soldier let out a painful howl. Although he didn't die on the spot, he was close to it. Li Ran activated his mental energy, raised his finger and pointed at the mermaid soldier. With a flick of his fingertip, arcs of electricity surged forth. The mermaid monster was attacked by electric arcs again and completely lost consciousness. Kill a level 15 mermaid soldier experience is split equally if you are in a party plus 1200 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 2 fish scales. As expected of a monster in a level 15 nightmare difficulty dungeon, it is indeed very strong, and the experience it provides is also really high. Even if you team up with 5 people, you can still get a lot of experience. Li Ran carefully sensed the energy required to kill a mermaid monster with a single 5 Thunder technique, and he had a better understanding of the situation. In the distance, the other merman monsters, upon seeing Li Ran and his group of 5, also had their eyes glowing red and rushed over impatiently. They didn't care at all that their companions had died at the hands of Li Ran and his group of 5. Gu Nianqi and the others didn't just watch, they all moved their bodies and used their own signature moves. Electric arcs surged in Gu Nianqi's hands as she unleashed the classic 5 Thunder technique.
Song Siye did not take out any weapons from her inventory.
Instead, she channeled her mental energy and conjured a purple short bow in her left hand. She quickly plucked the bowstring, and a large number of arrows flew out. Jia Shuiying gripped a long sword in her right hand, her eyes were bloodshot, and her body was covered in a layer of blood. She burst forth with extremely fast speed and charged towards the group of mermaid monsters, beginning the battle. Lin Yue stared with her big, watery eyes, her delicate white hands gripping her staff tightly. She didn't rush to act, but instead looked around, assessing the situation on the battlefield. As the team's support, she no longer needs to take on half the damage output responsibility as she did when the 2 of them teamed up. She only needs to control the situation and prevent unexpected situations from occurring.
Chapter 49 Steady Progress, an encounter with a real mermaid. With the combined efforts of the 5, the dozen or so mermaid monsters that rushed up were quickly eliminated.
In a short while, the area around the safe zone returned to quiet. Kill a level 15 mermaid soldier experience is split equally if you are in a party plus 1200 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 2 fish scales. Kill a level 15 mermaid soldier experience is split equally if you are in a party plus 1200 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 1 fish scale. Upon receiving the continuous system notifications, Li Ran's lips curled into a slight smile. At this rate of experience gain, I should be able to level up at least 1.5 times by tonight, and it's not impossible for me to reach level 18 in one go. Switching to a different dungeon for leveling up was definitely the right decision. If we had stayed in that level 12 dungeon, it would have been safer, but the leveling speed would definitely not have been as fast as it is now. The 3+ hours spent on rest stops and travel can be quickly made up for. Composing himself, Li Ran turned to look at Gu Nianqi, waiting for her opinion. Gu Nianqi possesses the powerful hidden talent of Heavenly Master's guidance, which, combined with Song Siye's ability to locate and scout enemy positions, allows her to easily plan a reasonable route forward. Their team is strong enough to handle even the most challenging dungeons with ease, but there's no need to be reckless. A steady and methodical approach is best. Furthermore, it's best to explore the general situation inside the dungeon before entering it for the first time.
After that, repeatedly running the dungeon will make things much easier. Let's go this way.
Gu Nianqi quickly came to a conclusion, pointing her jade finger to the right side of the beach, in the direction of northeast. Li Ran and the others naturally did not object and quietly followed. Walking on the beach and looking into the interior of the island, you can see many shallow puddles scattered across the island. Mermaid monsters were swaying their tails, rolling around in the puddles, enjoying the nourishment of the water. Upon hearing the footsteps of Li Ran and his group, they immediately stopped rolling around, their eyes glowing red. The mermaid monsters looked in the direction of the footsteps and, upon seeing Li Ran and his group of 5, charged towards them with their weapons. As the difficulty of the dungeon increases, the monsters' strength grows rapidly, and their perception of their surroundings also becomes increasingly enhanced. Often, even from a great distance, one can sense a professional approaching. To sneak up an ambush like you did when farming dungeons, you need extremely strong stealth skills. Li Ran and Song Siye have mastered stealth techniques, so they can do it, but Gu Nianqi and the others may not be able to.
However, it's not a big problem. With Li Ran and his group's strength, they don't need to resort to sneak attacks to deal with a group of mermaid monsters that are only level 15. Faced with the merman monster that had come to their doorstep, Li Ran and his group of 5 naturally did not hold back and all displayed their skills. With flashes of lightning, accompanied by the sounds of arrows flying and swords slashing, the mermaid monsters were easily dealt with. The difference in strength was too obvious. These mermaid monsters, which were considered extremely dangerous by other professionals, couldn't withstand more than a few moves and couldn't stop Li Ran and his group from advancing. They could only become nourishment. After dealing with the charging mermaid monster, Li Ran and his group of 5 continued their advance. In order to gain more experience and to avoid being blocked by other mermaid monsters, Li Ran and his group cleaned up very carefully, not letting go of even a single mermaid monster along the way. They first scouted out the situation around the island before heading towards its interior. As you ventured deeper into the island, higher-level monsters begin to appear. A level 16 ordinary merman soldier, even on nightmare difficulty, has base stats that aren't much lower than those of a boss-level Null Overlord. A level 17 merman soldier possesses strength comparable to that of a Null Warlord. In other words, clearing out mobs in high-level nightmare difficulty dungeons is equivalent to fighting the boss in low-level dungeons. No wonder few people dare to challenge the nightmare difficulty. Those who are not strong enough will have a hard time even clearing out the small monsters, let alone fighting the bosses deep in the dungeon. To challenge a level 15 nightmare difficulty dungeon, you'd probably need to assemble an elite team with a reasonable personnel configuration and an average level of 20 on each member. Only Li Ran and his group are at least S-level potential professionals, whose strength far surpasses that of professionals of the same level. Otherwise, with the current level and configuration, there's definitely no way to clear the game. Li Ran and his group of 5 fought very steadily, not trying to attract the attention of a large number of monsters at once, but slowly clearing out the monsters they encountered along the way. Relying on this steady and methodical approach, coupled with the guidance of the Heavenly Master and the assistance of the location-finding eye, they had a smooth journey. They didn't face the kind of situation where other teams might be attacked from both sides. Kill a level 16 mermaid soldier experience is split equally if you are in a party plus 1,500 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 2 fish skins. Kill a level 17 mermaid soldier experience is split equally if you are in a party plus 1,800 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 4 fish skins. As information prompts continued to appear, Li Ran's experience bar was also rising rapidly. Before even reaching the middle of the dungeon, Li Ran leveled up once again. Name, Li Ran. Level, 17 0.03%. Strength, 180 plus 5. Agility, 180 plus 10. Constitution, 380 plus 15. Spirit, 220. From level 15 to level 17, and after spending the whole night nurturing with Gu Nianqi and the others, his attributes underwent a very significant change. With such outstanding stats, if placed in the previous forest dungeon, it could completely replace the Null Warlord and serve as the dungeon boss. You would never guess that just 5 days ago, Li Ran was an E-level trainer whose future was something to worry about. Even now, with his outstanding physique, Li Ran can act as a frontline tank, drawing the monster's fire and taking damage. Their team's damage output is so high that they don't need to slowly whittle down the monsters and don't need a tank. Li Ran turned to look at Gu Nianqi and saw a hint of joy on her beautiful face, indicating that she had made a considerable gain. That's normal. It's been nurtured from level 1 to now, and it's completely taken its current form. The growth rewards it's received must be substantial. Although he is still an epic level 5 Thunder Celestial Master and has not undergone a qualitative change, his potential is definitely much higher than that of ordinary epic level professionals.
The base attributes Gu Nianqi gains from leveling up are probably over 160, which is more than what many low-level professionals gain from leveling up several times. Beside them, Lin Yue and the others also wore faint smiles. Although they didn't level up, the rocket-like speed at which they gained experience still made them happy. The risk wasn't much greater, but the rewards were several times higher. Switching to a different instance was definitely the right decision. Composing himself, Li Ran strode forward, continuing his journey deeper into the dungeon.
The leveling speed was faster than he expected.
By the end of this dungeon, he should be able to reach level 18 and gain a lot more experience. They hadn't gone far when 3 elite monsters exuding a dangerous aura suddenly appeared ahead. They are both monsters from the merfolk race, but their appearances are worlds apart. Unlike the ugly mermaid soldiers, they possess stunningly beautiful faces and incredibly alluring figures, much like the legendary mermaids.
Mermaid Elite Nightmare Type Elite Monster. Level 18. Strength 360. Agility 300. Body Condition 360. Spirit 400. Skills: Enchanting Song, Tail Swing, Water Spray. Chapter 50. Are all the high-ranking merfolk females? I really need to control you all. Besides their stunning appearance, the elite mermaids also possess incredibly impressive basic attributes. And unlike the monsters we've encountered before, its mental attribute is unusually high. Clearly, the elite merfolk are more skilled in magic than in physical combat. If that weren't the case, his strength and physique would probably be even higher, easily surpassing the 400 mark. Upon seeing the mermaid elite's stunning appearance, Li Ran's breeder's eye instinctively activated. The next second, all the weaknesses of the mermaid elite were revealed to him. Believe it or not, the elite mermaids may look glamorous and powerful, but they actually have quite a few weaknesses. While it's not entirely riddled with flaws, it's not far off. There are countless hidden weaknesses at the junction of the human body and the fishtail. There are some on the plump, snow-white body covered by dark blue armor, more than a dozen on the lower abdomen, and several more under the armpits. This was the first time Li Ran had used the Eye of the Breeder on a real battlefield since obtaining it. He had previously encountered only ugly-looking people whose genders were indistinguishable, and he couldn't even be bothered to look at them. Now that it's being put into practice, the results are quite good. By aggressively attacking these weaknesses, they can defeat the elite mermaids with less effort. Without hesitation, Li Ran parted his lips slightly, whispered a few words, and quickly relayed the information to the 4 women beside him. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianqi and the others did not doubt the authenticity of the information, nor did they ask Li Ran how he knew it. They simply launched their attack silently. Li Ran was not idle either.
He made eye contact with the 3 elite mermaids, used hypnosis to give them psychological suggestions. Upon receiving the hint, the 3 elite mermaids immediately lost focus and stood there dumbly, motionless. Even a level 18 nightmare-type elite monster, known for its mental strength, couldn't withstand Li Ran's hypnosis. This wasn't because Li Ran had mastered hypnosis so well, but because of a hidden characteristic he had discovered earlier.
The skills that breeders possess will be even more powerful when they are with females.
Level 2 skills can often achieve the effects of level 3 or even level 4 skills, so controlling female mermaid elites is naturally not a problem. Li Ran didn't know why there was such a characteristic that targeted females, but that was the setting. The breeders were specifically designed to target females. Even a beauty like Gu Nianqi, with outstanding abilities and a privileged background, would willingly submit to him, let alone a mere elite female mermaid. Before long, Gu Nianqi and her team had gathered their strength and were ready to launch an attack at any moment. The 3 elite mermaids remained standing there, completely unprepared. Without external intervention, it will probably take some time for him to recover from the hypnosis. Gu Nianqi and her group naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, and immediately launched an attack on the mermaid elites. A violent arc of electricity surged, and arrows enchanted with lightning flew out sharply, while a bloodstained sword slashed towards the mermaid elite. With their combined strength, the group gained the initial advantage and focused on exploiting the weaknesses of the 3 elite mermaids, leaving them utterly helpless. Before the 3 elite mermaids could even demonstrate their strengths, they were easily defeated by Gu Nianqi and her group. Defeat a level 18 elite mermaid. Experience is split equally in a party, plus 8,000 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 3 fish bones and 1 fish eye. I must say, it's definitely an elite monster on nightmare difficulty. It gives a good amount of experience. After dealing with the elite mermaids, Li Ran and his group of 5 did not leave immediately, but instead rested on the spot. We'll likely encounter even more elite mermaids in the future, so we need to prepare in advance. The normal process for the first attempt at a dungeon is like this: investigate the situation, organize the information, formulate a new strategy, and proceed step by step.
Mindless charging usually only occurs in low-level dungeons or when you have an overwhelming advantage in strength.
Gu Nianqi looked at the mermaid elite's stunning face, then glanced at Li Ran, and couldn't help but purse her red lips. After taking a deep breath, he calmly introduced the information about the mermaid race, and also added some information about the rules of the dungeon. The social structure of the merfolk is as follows: the lower-ranking soldiers are all male merfolk, ugly in appearance, resembling wild beasts, and relatively weak in strength.
The higher-ups are all female.
Female mermaids have a bewitching appearance similar to that of the mermaids in fairy tales, and their strength is also more outstanding. Many wealthy people with unique tastes want to capture a female mermaid as their private pet, but it's very difficult to do so. Monsters in the dungeon cannot be taken out, they can only be captured in the real world. But in reality, female mermaids live in the dangerous deep sea and are extremely powerful, making them very difficult to capture.
The last time there was an auction featuring mermaids was 3 years ago.
Upon hearing this, a thirst for knowledge shone in Li Ran's eyes. He knew some of the information, but much more wasn't taught in textbooks, and without Gu Nianqi's introduction, he didn't know how many detours he would have to take to gather it. Beside her, Lin Yue also showed an interested expression, listening attentively.
Before long, Gu Nianqi said everything she needed to say.
Then, we got back on track and started developing a new strategy.
There wasn't much preparation needed.
With the 5 of them on paper, plus Li Ran's hypnotic ability that targeted females, clearing the dungeon wouldn't be difficult. Once everything was ready, Li Ran and his group of 5 set off again, heading deeper into the dungeon.
With more thorough preparation, the rest of the journey naturally went smoothly. Those ordinary male mermaid soldiers were easily dealt with given the disparity in raw strength, they couldn't exert any real impact.
Even the stronger female mermaid elites were powerless against Li Ran, an S-class breeder. They were completely controlled by hypnosis and could only take the beating.
Kill a level 17 mermaid soldier experience is split equally if you are in a party plus 1800 experience.
Team leader Li Ran has obtained 3 fish skins.
Defeat a level 18 elite mermaid experience is split equally if in a party plus 8000 experience.
Team leader Li Ran has obtained 2 fish bones and 4 fish scales. With prompts constantly appearing, Li Ran's experience bar grew at an extremely rapid pace, reaching over 30% in just over an hour, even faster than he had expected.
At this rate, reaching level 18 today is practically a certainty.
Besides gaining experience, the biggest gain was improving my proficiency in hypnosis. By continuously controlling those powerful female mermaid elites, Li Ran's understanding of hypnosis is rapidly improving, almost to the point of breaking through. He could sense that if he controlled a few more elite female mermaids, his hypnosis skill should be able to break through to level 3. At that time, even the final boss of this dungeon will have to be controlled by him. After all, according to the tradition of the merfolk, the final boss must be female, only stronger. Unfortunately, he was specifically targeting females. Chapter 51 Hypnosis upgraded again, even the mermaid leader must be controlled. Not long after controlling another female mermaid elite, Li Ran suddenly felt his brain fill up, and a large amount of complex information flashed through his mind. He seemed to have had an epiphany, his understanding of hypnosis had increased dramatically, and many techniques that he had never thought of before were now clearly presented in his mind. Li Ran suddenly opened her eyes, and a vortex-like pattern appeared in her eyes, which was extremely alluring.
Every gesture she makes exudes a unique charm.
Reaching level 3 in hypnosis not only enhances the hypnotic effect but also improves the techniques. Even without eye contact, Li Ran can still hypnotize the creatures he comes into contact with through body language and other means.
Of course, hypnosis still has its unique drawbacks.
He cannot repeatedly hypnotize the same creature in a short period of time. Once the hypnosis is broken, the creature will develop hypnotic resistance for a period of time.
We must wait until the hypnotic resistance disappears before we can continue. Forced hypnosis is possible, but the effect is very poor, it basically doesn't even affect you for a second. Defeat a level 18 elite mermaid experience is split equally if in a party plus 8000 experience.
Team leader Li Ran has obtained 2 fish bones and 4 fish scales. A notification appeared, indicating that with the help of hypnosis, another female mermaid elite who was standing there dumbfounded was successfully dealt with.
Let's go, let's keep moving forward.
Gu Nianqi stepped over the corpse of the mermaid elite and spoke with a smile. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that Li Ran had become somewhat different. When she first met Li Ran's appearance was only considered pretty, not outstanding. As time went by, Li Ran became more and more handsome, and now he even had a mysterious air about him. It's as if it has some kind of magic, just looking at it makes you feel somewhat captivated and unconsciously drawn in. Clearly, Li Ran has become stronger again.
Composing herself, Gu Nianqi took a step forward and continued walking.
She didn't intend to ask Li Ran what he had gained, she was simply happy that Li Ran had become stronger. As you delve deeper into the instance, the surrounding terrain begins to change, tall trees decrease, the ground slopes, and a noticeable gradient emerges, extending underground. The surrounding air became increasingly humid and filled with an unpleasant fishy smell. Now that the trees are no longer obstructing the view, the field of vision becomes much wider. Looking ahead, you can see a huge spiral-shaped crater in the center of the island. Continuing forward, Li Ran and his group of 5 arrived at the edge of the pit. Looking down from the top of the pit, you can see points of light flickering in the center, as if something is shining. If you look closely, you can vaguely see a luxurious castle.
If nothing unexpected happens, that should be the location of the dungeon boss. Li Ran and his group of 5 looked around and quickly found a path leading downhill, not far away.
As expected of Gu Nianqi, the route they took was quite correct, with not much deviation. On the downward path, there was a beautiful female mermaid, dressed in magnificent armor and holding a trident, lying on the back of a large turtle. Under the sunlight, the magnificent armor and trident reflected a metallic luster, exuding an awe-inspiring presence.
The arrival of Li Ran and his group of 5 attracted the attention of the female mermaid, whose 2 pairs of alluring, snake-like eyes turned to them. If they dare to get any closer, they will inevitably be met with a powerful attack from the female mermaid. A golden light flashed in Gu Nianqi's eyes as she detected the attributes of the female mermaid and the old turtle. The Mermaid Queen's confidant nightmare-type boss-level monster. Level, 19. Strength, 430. Agility, 400. Constitution, 550. Spirit, 440. Skills, Enchanting Song, Trident Thrust, Water Spray. As expected of the boss in the Nightmare Dungeon, its attributes are extremely exaggerated, making it a true monster on the stat sheet. If it were an ordinary team, they would have no chance of winning. Even if they turned back, they might not be able to escape. Even an elite squad with an average level 20 member would probably have to grind for several minutes before they could take down this Mermaid Queen's confidant. Fortunately, Li Ran was good at dealing with these female mermaids, so it wasn't too difficult for him. The Mermaid Queen's loyal companion, the Turtle Nightmare-type elite monster. Level, 18. Strength, 300. Agility, 100. Physical fitness, 600. Spirit, 300. Skills, Retract into Shell, Harden, Spew Water Jets. As expected of a boss-level monster's mount, the old turtle's stats are far superior to those of the male mermaid soldiers we encountered before. Among merfolk, the status of males is probably even lower than that of pet turtles. Of course, although the old turtle has high attributes, it is not actually a big threat. Aside from being thick-skinned and tough, it's not very dangerous. With enough patience, you can slowly grind it down and kill it. Prepare for battle. Without hesitation, Li Ran met the gaze of the mermaid leader and used hypnosis. The mermaid leader stared menacingly at Li Ran and his group of 5, his trident poised to strike. When Li Ran glared at her like that, her eyes suddenly became clear, the trident in her hand slipped from her grasp, and she showed a fawning expression, swaying her serpentine waist, full of feminine charm. Seeing this, Li Ran was somewhat surprised. He only wanted the mermaid leader to behave, but he didn't expect it to have such great power. Level 3 hypnosis was even more effective than he had imagined. I don't know if it's because the synergy effect of the level 3 breeder S source has been activated, but the breeder S source is also quite effective in attracting females. In short, this is a good opportunity. Taking advantage of the mermaid leader's obsession with the illusion, Gu Nianqi raised her jade hand, and lightning condensed wildly in her hand, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Song Siye drew the bowstring taut, conjuring 3 glowing arrows imbued with lightning. Zhao Shuiying did not rush forward recklessly, but stood in front of the group to keep watch. A level 19 nightmare-type boss monster plus a level 18 elite old turtle is not something a level 14 blood swordsman like her can handle. Rushing in recklessly would only cause more trouble. Lin Yue waved her staff, chanting incantations, and cast buff spells on the group. Everyone was ready for battle. Immediately, Gu Nianqi released a surge of electric arcs, interrupting the hypnosis and simultaneously initiating paralysis control. Li Ran was not idle either. Electric arcs surged in his hands as he unleashed the 5 thunder technique. The group frantically threw arrows and spells, trying to deplete the mermaid leader's health. The old tortoise tried to rush towards Li Ran and his group of 5, but it was too slow and became immobilized with the slightest bit of control. After struggling for about a minute, the mermaid leader collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with deep resentment.
It's really unfair that he was killed before he could even do anything.
Defeat the level 19 Mermaid Queen's henchman experience shared equally in a party, plus 18,000 experience.
Captain Liran obtains bronze level armor, the armor of the Mermaid Queen's confidant. Obtain the crystal core of the Mermaid Queen's confidant. The Mermaid Queen's trusted armor bronze, agility plus 10, constitution plus 20, defense plus 10, can be equipped by level 15 and above.
Chapter 52 unlocks time pause, face the Mermaid Queen.
I must say, as expected of equipment dropped by a level 19 nightmare type boss, the stats are quite impressive, much better than the bronze level equipment dropped by the Null Overlord.
Although the equipment requirements have increased, it's only level 15, so it's not difficult.
To defeat such a powerful monster, one must generally be over level 15. Liran could equip it, but after thinking about it, he decided to leave it to Zhao Shuiying.
Zhao Shuiying will soon reach level 15 and meet the equipment requirements.
As a melee class like the Blood Swordsman, Zhao Shuiying faces far more dangers than he does, naturally requiring her to have higher defensive capabilities. Moreover, they will repeatedly run this dungeon, and there is a high probability that this equipment will drop again later, so there is no need to rush.
Here you go.
Thinking this, Liran took the equipment out of his inventory and tossed it to Zhao Shuiying.
Thank you.
Zhao Shuiying took the equipment, a hint of joy appearing on her pretty face. Although the equipment has good stats, she can still buy it if she wants to, given her financial resources. This is primarily proof that Mr. Liran cares about her, which carries special significance. After tidying themselves up a bit, the five of them followed the road and headed deeper into the pit.
As Lin Yue passed by the Mermaid Queen's confidant, her eyes flickered slightly, and a faint blush appeared on her fair face.
She didn't have time to think about it during the battle, but now that she thinks back, she seems to have done something very shameful when the Mermaid Queen's confidant was being controlled.
Liran's control techniques are very powerful. He can even forcibly control a level 19 boss monster, but it's a bit abnormal. If this method were used on a person, it would probably.
Lin Yue's long legs unconsciously tightened, her body trembled slightly, and her heart pounded. She dared not think about it any further, quickly gathered her thoughts, and focused on keeping up with the group as they ventured deeper into the dungeon. As you delve deeper into the dungeon, you'll encounter high-level mermaid soldiers along the way, none of them below level 17. If it were another team, they would probably have to slow down their pace at this point, grind monsters for a while, and then take a break.
But for Liran and his group, defeating these monsters was not difficult at all. Even without anyone else intervening, Gu Nianqi alone could easily deal with the mermaid soldiers blocking her way.
With the five of them working together, the cleanup was incredibly fast.
Kill a level 17 mermaid soldier experience is split equally if you are in a party plus 1800 experience.
Team leader Liran has obtained 3 fish skins. Kill a level 18 mermaid soldier experience is split equally if you are in a party plus 2100 experience. Team leader Liran has obtained 3 fish bones. In just over an hour, Liran and his group of 5 reached the bottom of the pit. By this time, Liran had accumulated enough experience to reach level 18. His basic attributes received a significant boost, and more importantly, he finally unlocked a new skill.
Moreover, it is a very powerful active skill, enough to change his fighting style all along.
He had been longing for it for a long time, and finally got it. By this point, he had gathered almost all the practical skills in the world of Imperial Uncles.
Time stop level 1, stops time, rendering all surrounding creatures still. The duration depends on the user's mental strength and skill level. 5 seconds? That's enough.
Feeling the effect of time stopping, Liran's lips curled into a wide smile. With his current strength, he can only pause time for 5 seconds, and he needs to rest for a while before he can continue using it. For an ordinary person, a mere 5-second pause is not enough to do anything. The time will end after taking a couple of steps. But he is a powerful professional with extremely high base attribute stats and various special abilities.
5 seconds of pause is enough for him to do a lot of things. It's very useful for both escaping and fighting. Even the final boss of this dungeon would be badly injured if caught off guard and beaten for 5 seconds. They lost a lot of form before the game even officially started, and the balance of the game immediately tipped. Composing himself, Liran examined the situation at the bottom of the pit. There were no monsters at the bottom of the pit, but there was a huge cavern not far ahead. Inside the cave, a bright blue light shone through. You can see that there is a magnificent palace inside. The Mermaid Queen's Palace. Besides the absence of monsters, the unpleasant fishy smell has also disappeared without a trace, replaced by a faint, pleasant fragrance. The entire environment has changed dramatically.
If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you would never have imagined that there was such a view at the bottom of the pit. Inside the cave, more than 30 stunningly beautiful female mermaids, clad in armor and wielding tridents, were patrolling. There was not a single male mermaid in sight. Clearly, they were the royal guards responsible for protecting the Mermaid Queen.
Mermaid Queen's Guard Nightmare Type Elite Monster. Level 19. Strength 380. Agility 320. Physical Fitness 400. Spirit 420. Skills: Water Spray, Trident Thrust. There were no mermaid soldiers, only some mermaid queen guards who were stronger than ordinary elite monsters, which made things easier for Liran and his group. Otherwise, you'll have to distract yourself from dealing with the smaller monsters during the fight, which is very troublesome. Liran looked at the mermaid queen's guards in the distance, but did not take immediate action. Instead, he planned a strategy in his mind. More than 30 mermaid queen guards gathered together are quite a problem. Under normal circumstances, we must proceed cautiously, pulling them one by one, to avoid attracting too much attention from the mermaid queen's guards at once. With their current strength, they don't need to be so careful, they can just start engaging the monsters directly. If something unexpected happens, Liran can also use hypnosis and time-stopping techniques to control the situation. Liran briefly explained his thoughts, and the 4 women did not object, but silently began to take action. With a thought, Gu Nianqi's spiritual power surged wildly, her Taoist robe fluttered, and electric arcs crackled in her hands as a violent thunderbolt began to gather. Having leveled up so many times, Gu Nianqi naturally also honed her skill proficiency to a very high level. This wide area group attack skill is quite lethal, even against a group of elite monsters. Song Xie and Lin Yue were not idle either, and they both started working.
They both have area of effect attack skills, which can now come in handy. Zhao Shuiying kept a watchful eye on her surroundings, preventing a sneak attack from behind. Seeing that the 4 women were almost ready, Liran activated the golden light spell, strode into the cave, and made a crisp sound. "Hello!" Instantly, most of the Mermaid Queen's guards turned their heads, their eyes glowing with a faint blue light.
Liran faced so many elite monsters without showing any fear.
He used hypnosis and his own charisma to firmly attract the monsters' hatred.
Then, Gu Nianqi and her group launched an attack. Boom! A violent bolt of lightning struck, cleansing the cavern. A barrage of arrows, accompanied by lightning, rained down upon the monster, which had been paralyzed by the electric shock. A phantom of a holy angel appeared, unleashing holy punishment upon the monsters. One attack after another left the monsters utterly helpless. A monster desperately threw its trident, but it struck Liran's golden light spell and didn't even break its skin. Before long, all the monsters were killed. One notification after another appeared, like a barrage of notifications. I gained a lot of experience points and materials in one go. Liran glanced at it, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Having many monsters has its advantages. The rewards for defeating them are substantial. This one wave alone is equivalent to grinding through 10 minutes of mobs. Just then, the gates of the Mermaid Queen's palace roared open. A stunningly beautiful, tall figure emerged from within. Chapter 53, Time Stop powers the Mermaid Queen, creating a towering wave.
As the tall figure appeared, a wondrous aura emanated from it, and a water-like azure light enveloped the entire cave. A tall figure with a human torso and a fishtail, eyes as bright as sapphires, dressed in magnificent attire, and wearing a blue crown. It exudes a noble and elegant aura. Just standing there, it radiates a captivating charm. Although they were not of the same race, it did not affect Liran's opinion that the Mermaid Queen was breathtakingly beautiful.
Is this the Mermaid Queen?
A layer of mist welled up in Zhao Shuiying's eyes, her heart trembled slightly, and she instinctively bit her lip. She could sense that she had been influenced by the Mermaid Queen's appearance and had almost wanted to approach her. Fortunately, she subconsciously remembered Mr. Liran and suddenly regained her senses.
Besides Zhao Shuiying, Song Xie was also affected, but she recovered quickly. It's a charm spell. Gu Nianqi spoke calmly.
Her mental attributes were high enough, and she had been with Liran all the time, so she was resistant to charm abilities. This level of charm spell had no effect on her at all. Seeing this, Liran was not surprised. The Mermaid Queen is, after all, the boss of a level 15 nightmare dungeon, so it's normal for her to have some special methods. Even the bosses in those low-level dungeons have some special skills, it's just that Liran and his group haven't encountered them because they haven't run many dungeons. At this moment, through the appraisal technique, the group discerned the Mermaid Queen's attributes.
Mermaid Queen Nightmare Type Boss Level Monster. Level 20. Strength 500. Agility, 520. Constitution, 700. Spirit, 550. Skills, Towering Waves, Queen's Lament, Enchanting Voice.
The Mermaid Queen possesses extremely high attributes and excels in every aspect. She can be said to have no flaws. It's normal for a level 20 nightmare-type boss monster to be so powerful. Looking at the Mermaid Queen's attributes, Zhao Shuiying couldn't help but swallow hard. With such terrifying attributes, even with an elite 5-person squad, it would take a very long time to defeat them under normal circumstances. If it were her and Lin Yue from before, even if they leveled up to level 20 step by step, they probably wouldn't have been able to beat them.
But now,
under Mr. Li Ran's tutelage, the team includes 2 epic-level professionals, Gu Nianqi and Song Xie. With the others also being S-class combatants, the fight wasn't difficult. The Mermaid Queen surveyed the battlefield, glancing over the corpses of her personal guards before her gaze fell upon Li Ran and his companions, a fierce glint in her eyes. Her bright red lips suddenly parted, and her fair hands were placed around her mouth, amplifying the sound, and she let out a sharp shriek. The Mermaid Queen has an absolutely stunning face, but her screams are equally piercing.
All 4 women covered their ears in discomfort. Just then, time suddenly stopped.
The Mermaid Queen remained motionless, her mouth agape.
Is this what time stop is? It feels pretty good.
Li Ran looked at the Mermaid Queen, who had spread her red lips into an O shape, revealing 2 rows of teeth and a pink tongue. A smile flashed in his eyes, while lightning surged wildly in his hand. With the help of the Breeder's Eye, he has mastered all of the Mermaid Queen's weaknesses.
5 seconds is enough time for him to launch a fierce attack on these weaknesses. Li Ran did not hesitate.
He focused his attention, mobilized all his mental energy, and frantically released the 5 Thunder technique. He did not seek the power of a single strike, but only to launch as many 5 Thunder techniques as possible. The powerful 5 Thunder technique was used as if it were free. Dozens of shots were fired in just a few seconds.
The Mermaid Queen's almost every weakness was completely electrified, as if electric currents were surging within her.
However, the effect was not apparent while time was paused. The Mermaid Queen has accumulated so much lightning power within her. Once it erupts, the effect will be exceptionally strong. It would be far more serious than the injuries caused by being hit by dozens of 5 Thunderbolt spells in a row. After all, this was a one-time outbreak, and all the lightning could be considered as a single attack.
Its power is far more than just a few dozen shots of the 5 Thunder technique. It must be multiplied by at least several times. Time stops and time begins to flow again. Ugh hi.
The Mermaid Queen convulsed uncontrollably, her red lips flaring into a trumpet shape, but instead of piercing screams, she let out a low, melodious voice. Blue and white arcs of electricity surged wildly within the Mermaid Queen's body, relentlessly attacking all her weak points.
The Mermaid Queen had almost transformed into an electric being, with blue and white arcs of electricity clearly visible dancing in the air.
The Mermaid Queen couldn't control herself. Her bright eyes flashed with electricity, and she instinctively unleashed a massive wave. It wasn't very powerful, though it wasn't even as powerful as the water jets spewed by her guards. The range is only a few meters, so it can't hurt Li Ran and the others at all. Under the baptism of thunderous power, the Mermaid Queen was no longer the noble and elegant woman she once was. Her eyes were glazed, drool dripped from her mouth, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably, as if she had been electrocuted. The blue crown that represented the Queen's majesty had fallen to the floor with a crisp sound. Upon seeing this, the 4 women widened their eyes, their pretty faces filled with surprise.
What happened? Just now, didn't the Mermaid Queen let out a majestic shriek, displaying her queenly demeanor? How did things change so quickly, turning into this disheveled state? This isn't a Mermaid Queen at all. She looks more like some lowly wild beast by the roadside. Song Xie swore that even though her physical condition was so poor that she was always exhausted, she had never shown such a shameful expression. Gu Nianqi looked at Li Ran, whose face showed signs of fatigue, her eyes flickered, and she pursed her lips, understanding what had happened. Lin Yue blushed slightly. She wanted to look away from the Mermaid Queen's miserable state, but she couldn't look away no matter what she did. My curiosity was greatly satisfied. Zhao Shuiying was deeply shaken by what she saw. She was just thinking about how to fight the Mermaid Queen. Given the Mermaid Queen's stats, even if the 5 of them joined forces, it would probably take them quite some time to resolve the situation. Unexpectedly, Mr. Li Ran managed to subdue the Mermaid Queen all by himself. Given the Mermaid Queen's current condition, she has virtually no fighting power left. They only need to deal a little more damage to defeat her. As expected of Mr. Li Ran, not only can he help others improve their potential, but his own combat power is also incredibly strong. Before long, the Mermaid Queen lost her strength,
her fishtail no longer held firm, and she collapsed onto the floor of the Mermaid Queen's palace. As expected of the Mermaid Queen, she's still alive. Looking at the Mermaid Queen collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, Liran felt a surge of admiration. If it were a regular dungeon boss, it would probably have been electrocuted long ago after taking such a smooth combo. But the Mermaid Queen still had some energy left. If the Mermaid Queen were given some time, she might be able to regain her fighting strength. Unfortunately, Liran and his group wouldn't give the Mermaid Queen that chance. Apart from Liran, the four women launched attacks to finish off the Mermaid Queen. A short while later, the Mermaid Queen closed her eyes forever. Unexpectedly, the Mermaid Queen did not cry out in sorrow, but instead revealed a relieved smile.
Chapter 54, I just left the dungeon and went back in, so fast.
Defeat the Mermaid Queen, experience is split equally if in a team, plus 45,000 experience. Captain Liran obtains a silver tier weapon, the Mermaid Queen's famous sword.
Obtained silver tier weapon, the Mermaid Queen's Staff of Wisdom. Obtained Mermaid Queen's Crystal Core 1.
The Mermaid Queen's famous sword silver grade, strength plus 30, constitution plus 30, melee skill power increased by 10%, can be equipped by level 20 and above. Mermaid Queen's Staff of Wisdom silver tier, spirit plus 50, agility plus 10, spellcasting skill power increased by 10%, can be equipped by level 20 and above. Upon seeing the notification, Liran's lips curled into a slight smile. As expected of a level 20 nightmare difficulty dungeon boss, the loot is indeed plentiful. In addition to a large amount of experience points, 2 pieces of silver grade equipment also dropped, with excellent stats. It requires level 20 or higher to equip, and no one in the team meets that requirement yet. Even with his highest level, he would need to run several more dungeons to reach level 20. In addition, a Mermaid Queen's Crystal Core was also revealed, which is extremely valuable. Without a doubt, with this crystal core and all the necessary materials, one can craft a valuable silver grade ornament. Silver grade jewelry is worth at least several million, and you might not even be able to buy it. Even if a professional is no longer needed, they generally won't sell it, but will instead hand it over to a younger person they know well. This reward is incredibly generous. Composing himself, Liran looked towards the Mermaid Queen's palace. Near the Mermaid Queen's corpse, a portal appeared, indicating that they had cleared the dungeon. Instead of rushing out of the instance, the group sat down to rest and regroup.
Once you've defeated the final boss, the dungeon is the safest place. Going out might lead to interference from other professionals, but here it's absolutely safe.
Moreover, unlike other instances, the Mermaid Queen's palace has a beautiful environment and fresh air. Even the corpses on the ground were all beautiful female mermaids, so they weren't unpleasant to look at. As expected of Lord Liran, he easily dealt with the Mermaid Queen. Song Xia looked at Liran, a slight smile playing on her lips, her words full of praise.
Yes, I was still thinking about how to fight the Mermaid Queen, and then it was over in the blink of an eye.
Zhao Shuiying also laughed and praised him generously.
Lin Yuwei wasn't so direct, but a faint smile remained on her pretty face. Although Liran's moves were somewhat strange, they were indeed powerful, even the noble Mermaid Queen couldn't withstand them. After hearing this, Liran waved his hand and didn't say anything more. He was quite exhausted from that attack and needs some time to recover. Moreover, he gained a lot of insights from using the time pause feature for the first time, and he needs time to process them. After he has settled down, he will be able to use the power of time stop more skillfully. As time passed, Liran and his companions adjusted their state and stepped out of the instance. Outside the instance,
those around them saw the dungeon entrance suddenly light up and their eyes lit up with curiosity. They could tell that this was a sign of completing the dungeon. I wonder which expert managed to clear this level 15 island dungeon.
Soon, 5 figures appeared at the dungeon entrance. They were all dressed in loose robes and hooded, revealing no information whatsoever.
Upon seeing their somewhat peculiar attire, some people recalled information about the 5 individuals, and a look of deep surprise appeared on their faces.
Didn't this team spend more than 4 hours advancing through the dungeon? They're out so quickly?
Upon hearing this, everyone around looked surprised. Clearing a level 15 island dungeon in 4 hours, that's some serious skill.
It should be normal difficulty, right? If it's a hard dungeon, that would be a bit much.
I thought some newbies had come, but they turned out to be experts. Even the top teams wouldn't be this fast when they first enter this dungeon.
The boasting never stopped.
However, no one believed that Liran and his group had cleared the nightmare level dungeon. The difficulty was too high, and they couldn't even imagine it. Ignoring the discussions around them, Liran and his companions turned to the dungeon and selected nightmare difficulty once again.
The next moment, the 5 people disappeared from the dungeon entrance.
Upon seeing this, the people around them were even more surprised.
How did they get back in? What are you doing? You just finished the dungeon and you're already continuing? You're not going to rest, are you? Even on normal difficulty, this is ridiculous. A master is a master, even his perseverance in running dungeons is stronger than that of ordinary people. This guy is a real expert. If it were me, I would definitely need to rest for a few hours. They're not only incredibly strong, but they also work so hard they're truly remarkable. Inside the island instance.
Looking at the familiar beach, Li Ran and his group of 5 adjusted their state and prepared for battle. Given the difficulty of the nightmare-level island dungeon, it's currently impossible to clear it with just 3 people.
For efficiency, it's better to tackle the dungeon with 5 people.
Such training can only be done during the evening's routine martial arts sparring session. Gu Nianxi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying had no objection to this. After all, martial arts sparring is based on individual skill, and whoever is more skilled will receive more guidance from Li Ran, which is fair. Moreover, the training efficiency is higher when 4 people practice martial arts together than when one person tutors another. After all, Li Ran was tutoring 3 people at the same time, so the atmosphere was different and full of academic exchange. Even he felt a sense of urgency. Lin Yue skillfully waved her staff, adding buffs to the group. The 5 then left the safe zone and began clearing the mermaid monster from the beach. With the experience gained from the last dungeon run, this time it was much easier to clear. The mermaid monster's attack patterns and weaknesses have been discovered, so there's no need to think about how to deal with it, just attack. In a short while, the mermaid monsters on the beach were cleaned up, and even those hiding in the corners were not spared. With a locator in place, no monster can hide. Kill a level 15 mermaid soldier. Experience is split equally if you are in a party plus 1200 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 3 fish scales. Kill a level 15 mermaid soldier. Experience is split equally if you are in a party plus 1200 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 2 fish scales. Looking at the numerous prompts appearing before his eyes, Li Ran felt pleased. Experiences and materials kept flooding the screen, without stopping. Such high efficiency is truly excellent. By tomorrow at the latest, he should be able to reach level 20 and get new silver grade equipment. Without hesitation, Li Ran and his group of 5 quickly cleared out the mermaid monsters on the outskirts of the island along a designated route. It will get dark soon, and there won't be enough time left for them to complete the dungeon once. After dark, the environment inside the dungeon will become darker, making it more difficult for them to complete the mission. They could still fight if they wanted to, but there's no need, their efficiency is already very high. I have important things to do tonight, so I can't let the time be wasted on completing dungeons. Only by clearing out the monsters on the outskirts of the island and creating an absolutely quiet environment can they have a proper martial arts sparring match. Chapter 55: The Obstacle of the Sea, a different experience. With a clear goal to motivate them, the 3 women, except for Lin Yue, were highly motivated and diligently cleared the mermaid monsters on the outer perimeter of the dungeon.
In just half an hour, the mermaid monsters on the outskirts of the dungeon were cleared out.
The location sensor indicates that the remaining mermaid monsters are all located near the pit at the end of the dungeon. Looking at the sky, and seeing that it would still be a while before dark, Li Ran and the others decided to play a little longer. Clear out all the monsters around the pit, gain a huge amount of experience, and reduce the trouble for tomorrow's strategy. The group is still lacking experience before leveling up, so there's no need to worry about leveling up before training. As time passed, Li Ran and his group of 5 cleared out the monsters and returned to the beach where the dungeon entrance was located. They found a suitable open space, and the 5 of them sat down, lit a campfire, and started cooking. Although they were in the wilderness, the 5 of them ate quite well. The exquisite cream stew was steaming hot and provided a good boost of energy, preparing them for battle. Lin Yue sat alone to one side, watching the burning campfire and earnestly eating the delicious cream stew. Her long, slender legs, encased in white stockings, stretched naturally forward, her knees together and slightly arched upwards, forming a beautiful curve with her full, rounded thighs. Call. Lin Yue's face turned red from eating, and she was breathing rapidly. She kept fanning her face with her fair little hands, probably because she was a little hot. Directly opposite, Gu Nianxi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying surrounded Li Ran, affectionately feeding him food.
Come on, Lord Li Ran, have some more. Mr. Li Ran, eat this. It can boost your energy. I expended a lot of energy today, so I need to eat well to have the strength to work. Li Ran naturally enjoyed being fed by the 3 of them and quickly adjusted his state.
He needs to instruct 3 people on swimming tonight, and even with the aid of his trainer's body and abundant energy, he still needs to be prepared. After all, he had never cultivated them in seawater before. After eating and drinking to our heart's content and taking a short rest, it was time to get down to business. The campfire was still burning, emitting a warm glow, but only Lin Yue remained by it. Her figure, dressed in a white priest's robe, appeared somewhat forlorn in the firelight. She could never participate in similar group activities. As for the others, they followed Li Ran and walked together towards the relatively calm ocean.
Since we can't see what's happening in the water from the shore, it doesn't matter what we do. Moreover, it's been 2 days already.
Li Ran doesn't believe Lin Yue is really sleeping so soundly. She must know what they're doing, so there's no need for her to hide it. Gu Nianqi's beautiful face showed a hint of anticipation. This was her first time training in the sea, and it was quite novel.
Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying showed similar reactions, their bodies trembling slightly, clearly indicating their excitement. Although none of them brought swimsuits, it wasn't a big deal, since there were no outsiders here anyway. Li Ran was actually a little disappointed. The swimsuit could have added a touch of flair to the training and brought a unique visual experience. That hazy feeling is much better than a straightforward description. However, this is something that cannot be predicted. Before coming to the wilderness, who could know in advance that they would be entering an island instance? Before long, the 4 people, excluding Lin Yue, arrived at the ocean. Splash! The calm ocean currents continuously washed over the beach, making a crisp sound. Without hesitation, Gu Nianqi quickly put away her delicate little leather shoes and the black stockings covering her legs into her inventory. Her fair and smooth feet stepped directly onto the sand, her alluring toes pressed together, clearly visible. Fortunately, the temperature is just right. Gu Nianqi stepped into the waves, letting the seawater wash over her, a smile on her face. Given the physical condition of professionals, even if they are immersed in seawater at this temperature for a long time, nothing will happen to them. Professionals are not as fragile as ordinary people, who can easily catch a cold or get sick from even the smallest problems. Compared to Gu Nianqi, Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying seemed even more impatient.
They had already taken off their clothes, and holding Li Ran's hand, their bodies naturally pressed against him, they walked into the sea.
They can't swim and need Li Ran's guidance. Li Ran also opened his inventory and used the one-click outfit change function to show off his resolute and upright figure. Without wasting any time, the group decisively walked into the ocean, letting the seawater engulf their bodies, and then began to swim. Li Ran swam with great enjoyment. Having lived 2 lives, he had mastered these basic skills very well. Because in the instance, the group cannot stray too far from the beach after swimming a certain distance, they will encounter an invisible barrier that prevents them from moving forward. Unlike natural environments, the ocean doesn't have fish, it's just pure seawater, which is very monotonous. Despite the limited range of activity and the inability to fish, Li Ran and his companions did not feel sad. Being able to swim in the sea is already something to be happy about. Study hard and try to master the skills I teach you.
Under the moonlight, Li Ran spoke sternly, forcefully slapping Zhao Shuiying with a sliver of electricity, instructing her on how to swim. Due to the obstruction of the seawater, Li Ran could feel a distinct resistance, making his body feel somewhat heavy, something he couldn't experience on land. Even so, his slap did not miss, landing squarely on Zhao Shuiying with a crisp sound. The electric arc flowed through Zhao Shuiying's body, inspiring her. Li Ran controlled the power of the 5 thunder technique very well. It could generate electric arcs, but it wouldn't harm the human body.
Okay, Mr. Li Ran.
Zhao Shuiying tried to adjust her breathing, attempting to keep up with Li Ran's pace. The icy seawater corroded her delicate body, and her smooth, long hair was already soaked. Even so, she struggled to move her body and practice swimming. Gu Nianqi and Song Xie watched from the side, their big, watery eyes fixed on the screen as they studied diligently, their pretty faces filled with seriousness. The icy seawater kept washing over them, making their bodies stiffen and causing them to tremble slightly.
Ha-hoo!
In order to maintain a normal body temperature, their heartbeats involuntarily quicken, their blood flows rapidly, and their breathing becomes somewhat heavy. Even so, they have no intention of leaving.
I haven't even received Li Ran's guidance yet, how can I leave now?
As time passed, Li Ran finished instructing Zhao Shuiying and then turned to give pointers to Gu Nianqi and Song Xie.
Let me check if you have learned the techniques I taught you.
Gu Nianqi and Song Xie looked serious and swung their well-proportioned bodies to show Li Ran their swimming style. Li Ran noticed that the 2 were not familiar with the material and tried his best to guide them. The 3 girls took turns receiving instruction, and the time was allocated reasonably. Lin Yue sat quietly by the campfire, glancing at the ocean from time to time, her eyes sparkling. With her level 15 cleric's eyesight, she could naturally see what was happening in the ocean, but she wasn't as excited as usual. Ever since witnessing the Mermaid Queen's embarrassing performance and satisfying her curiosity, she has become much bolder than before.
She is no longer the naive and clueless Lin Yue she once was. Chapter 56 The Mark of the Trainer, Let People Bear My Mark. Beside the campfire. So humans can do that. Lin Yue looked at Song Xia's shameful expression, biting her red lips.
Although her expression was no longer as flustered as before, her face still had a blush. Her toes, like those of a cream candy, remained tightly pressed together, while her fair hands were clasped together. She had thought that only a mermaid queen who was electrocuted and couldn't control her body would show that kind of expression, but she didn't expect that Song Xia was no less impressive than the mermaid queen, and could even show an even more embarrassing expression. Li Ran's methods are truly impressive. She thought she had seen the world, but she didn't expect that she hadn't even left the starting village yet. Fortunately, she couldn't see the details clearly, otherwise she probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Lin Yue withdrew her gaze, took a deep breath, lay down by the campfire, and enjoyed its warmth. Listening to the sound of the crashing waves, Lin Yue stretched out her graceful body, her long legs straight, her hands resting beside her head, and lay on her side on a blanket, slowly drifting off to sleep. The sound of the waves drowned out the other sound, and with the distance greater than before and her mental fortitude stronger, Lin Yue was only disturbed and slept peacefully. In the ocean, Li Ran focused on teaching, working until dawn. Finally, they brought the three women, who were exhausted and unable to continue receiving guidance, back to the beach. After settling the three women in, Li Ran sat down by the campfire and checked his own condition.
Name, Li Ran. Occupation, trainer. Level, 1823.5%. Strength, 210 plus 5. Agility, 210 plus 10. Constitution, 430 plus 15. Spirit, 260. Talent, Nurturing Contract Level 2, Unique. Passive skills, Breeder's Body Level 3, Breeder's Source Level 3, Breeder's Brain Level 3. Active skills, Breeder's Eye Level 3, Breeder's Mark Level 1, Hypnosis Level 3, Invisibility Level 1, Time Stop Level 1. Through persistent efforts, the basic attributes have now become excellent. Its total attributes exceeded 1,000 points, making it dozens of times stronger than when it first awakened. In terms of actual combat ability, it is more than 100 times stronger. With just a slight movement, Li Ran could easily defeat his former self. In addition to the increase in attributes, his skills also changed significantly after a whole night of hard work. The breeder's brain has reached level 3, deepening its resonance with the flower's soul, allowing it to learn flower skills and combat experience much faster. You can gain a lot in one night, and the efficiency is several times that of before. In addition, a new skill, the Mark of the Breeder, has been awakened. As a skill in the Breeder series, it has an extremely powerful effect. Cultivator's Mark Level 1. As a cultivator, you have absolute dominion over flowers. You can inscribe a subservient mark on flowers loyal to you to influence their bodies, forcibly change their behavior, and communicate with them telepathically. Even uncultivated flowers can be forcibly inscribed with a subservient mark when they are unable to resist. Even without using the ability to manipulate the flower's body, the ability to communicate telepathically is an extremely powerful skill. After all, speaking and receiving information both take time, while telepathic communication can directly transmit inner thoughts to the other person's mind, saving the time wasted in communication. Furthermore, it is extremely secretive, so no one will be able to detect it, and there is no risk of leaking intelligence. In the heat of battle, where every second counts, this is incredibly useful. Li Ran turned to look at the sleeping Gunyanshi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying, his eyes filled with tenderness. The three girls all looked lovely as they slept, with serene smiles on their lips and their graceful bodies stretched out, clearly having sweet dreams. He can now directly imprint his mark on the three women. Their hearts already belong to him completely, and there will be no obstacles. But there's no need for that. This is such an interesting thing, we should definitely wait until they wake up and make full preparations before doing it. To leave someone with his exclusive mark and assert his sovereignty is something that can really pique people's interest, so how can it be treated casually? Composing himself, Li Ran began to examine the flower's skills. After a whole night of hard work, and with his breeder's brain leveling up to level 3, he has learned quite a few skills. Flower skills. Gunyanshi, 5 Thunder Technique Level 3, Golden Light Mantra Level 2, Celestial Master's Eye Level 1. Song Xia, Shadow Body Level 2, Positioning Eye Level 2. Zhao Shuiying, Taste of Blood Level 2, Blood Frenzy Level 1.
He learned the appraisal technique that Gun Yanqi had mastered, called the Celestial Master's Eye. It can not only check the status of monsters, but also check people. The view of a person's status is not complete. You can only see their profession, level, and equipment attributes, but not their basic attributes, talents, or skills. However, it's quite useful. When you're at odds with someone, finding out their profession usually helps you figure out their tactics. Unless it's a niche profession, there's very little information available. He also mastered Zhao Shuiying's Blood Frenzy. Although it was only level 1, it could amplify his own combat ability by sacrificing his life force, which was quite useful. When used in conjunction with other enhancement skills, it can greatly increase his strength. In addition, the 5 Thunder technique has been upgraded to level 3, gaining even stronger output capabilities and greater versatility. It's not just that their combat capabilities have been greatly enhanced. It's also very good for use during cultivation. Mild electrical stimulation can enhance the body's sensitivity and bring greater pleasure. Both Shadow Body and Positioning Vision have been upgraded to level 2, further increasing survivability. Although we won't need it for now, it's better to be prepared. Li Ran sorted out his thoughts, digested the new abilities he had acquired, and then began to practice the skills he had mastered. The abundant energy brought by the cultivator's body enabled him to act tirelessly. Li Ran mainly practices invisibility and the time-stopping technique he just mastered. Hypnosis has reached level 3, but these two skills are still only level 1. They are both divine skills in the world of royal uncles, but the difference is quite obvious. It will take some effort to improve my proficiency. Leaving aside the invisibility skill for now, the benefits of upgrading the time-stop skill are enormous. Li Ran practiced his skills diligently, his face beaming with genuine joy. It's tiring, but this kind of life is extremely fulfilling and much happier than the previous 18 years. While Li Ran was engrossed in cultivation, Lin Yue had already woken up from her sleep. She slept relatively soundly last night because she didn't have to watch the cultivation process up close. Lin Yue's eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. Lin Yue swayed her body and sat up, lazily stretching her waist. Her plump, snow-white breasts trembled slightly, revealing her slender figure. Lin Yue looked around and, after seeing the situation clearly, couldn't help but let out a sigh in her heart. He's such a hard-working person. Since she joined the team, she has seen Li Ran cultivating every morning. It's amazing that you're so energetic during the day, even though you're so tired at night. No one dislikes someone who works hard and strives for success. Chapter 57. The college entrance examination is approaching, aiming for Jingxia University. After a brief rest, Li Ran and his group of 5 resumed their dungeon raid. They continued forward without encountering any obstacles and arrived at the Mermaid Queen's palace once again. After clearing out the elite monsters outside the palace, the Mermaid Queen reappeared as the palace gates opened. An extremely beautiful figure, with silver light armor covering her arms and shoulders, and a blue breastplate that was bulging out of her high, full breasts, standing proudly in a way that defied gravity. Beneath the human body is a fishtail that glows with blue light. The fine scales swirl with a clear, translucent quality in the dim light, and the tail fin is so light that it seems to stretch out with the ripples of the water. Noble, elegant, and beautiful, it exudes an aura of purity. Without hesitation, Li Ran skillfully used the time-stop technique, activated the 5 Thunder technique, and lightning continuously surged from his hands, beginning to electrify the Mermaid Queen. When the time-stop ended, the Mermaid Queen convulsed, her eyes glazed over, and amidst the crackling of electric arcs, she emitted a gurgling sound that resembled a pig's squeal. Having learned from his previous experience, Li Ran had a more precise grasp of the weaknesses in the Mermaid Queen's body. They also know the best way to defeat the Mermaid Queen. In a single exchange, Li Ran easily defeated the Mermaid Queen, rendering her unable to fight. The Mermaid Queen collapsed weakly to the ground, her pale blue tail fin twitching incessantly. Her beautiful sapphire eyes were veiled with mist, her gaze unfocused, and she bit her soft red lips, drool dripping from her mouth. If other professionals saw this, they would be absolutely shocked. This is the Mermaid Queen on nightmare difficulty. Her base stats are extremely exaggerated, and she possesses sophisticated charm techniques. If you're not careful, you'll lose your will to fight and suicidally walk towards the Mermaid Queen. Even a 5-person elite team consisting of 1 warrior, 2 supports, and 2 damage dealers would take at least half an hour to slowly resolve the situation, during which time they would need to be fully focused and not distracted in the slightest. As a result, Li Ran subdued the Mermaid Queen in an instant, even causing her to lose her will to fight. The difference is so great that it's unimaginable. Even legendary level professionals of the same caliber probably couldn't achieve this level of skill. Having mastered the art of stopping time, Li Ran's raw strength is still not comparable to that of legendary level professionals of the same level, but his explosive power far surpasses that of legendary level professionals.
She is no longer the weak E-level trainer she once was. Goodbye.
Seeing the Mermaid Queen fall to the ground, Li Ran activated the 5 Thunder technique to finish her off. Defeat the Mermaid Queen, experience is split equally if in a team, plus 45,000 experience.
Captain Li Ran obtains Silver Grade Armor, the Mermaid Queen's armor. Obtained Silver Tier Armor, Mermaid Queen's crown. Obtained 1 Intermediate Monster Core. Another large amount of experience, 2 pieces of Silver Grade equipment, plus a mid-level Monster Crystal Core. The Mermaid Queen's loot was as generous as her bosom.
The growth rate is too fast. Gu Nianqi watched this scene, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Just a few days ago, Li Ran only had some skill in nurturing, and when farming dungeons, he needed to follow behind her to sniff out experience points. But now, she can easily defeat monsters that even she struggles to deal with.
This growth rate is indeed unusually fast.
Given Li Ran's current strength, no one who wasn't in the know would ever guess that he was previously an E-level trainer.
Gu Nianqi didn't feel jealous, on the contrary, she felt somewhat gratified.
Her mind and body had been completely taken over by Li Ran, and she had become Li Ran's person entirely. Naturally, she would be happy if Li Ran could become stronger.
At this rate, it will probably be Li Ran's turn to protect her in a while.
After defeating the Mermaid Queen, the group rested briefly before leaving the instance.
Then, we entered again.
Having just rested for a short while, I'm full of energy, so naturally I should seize the time to grind more dungeons. By repeatedly running the same dungeon, Li Ran and his team's efficiency also increased.
The dungeon that used to take 4 hours to complete can now be cleared in just over 3 hours.
As they become more proficient, their efficiency can increase even further. During this time, the Mermaid Queen was also repeatedly electrocuted by Li Ran, revealing her ugly side. After clearing the dungeon 3 times in a row, Li Ran's level has reached an impressive 19, with 10% experience gained. As your level increases, the required experience points increase, and the progress you can accumulate each time you complete a dungeon decreases. To level up, I'll probably have to run the Nightmare Difficulty Island dungeon 5 more times, which will take about a day. Li Ran calculated that there were still 5 days until the college entrance examination, which was enough time for him to advance to level 21 or even higher. Gu Nianqi is the same as him, and although Song Xie is a little short, she should also be able to reach level 21. Although Lin Yue and Zhao Shuiying might be a little behind, reaching level 19 shouldn't be a problem. The higher the level, the more experience is required to level up, and the level gap will actually narrow. Zhao Shuiying looked excited. If I can reach level 19 before the college entrance examination, coupled with the output ability of the epic level blood swordsman, I can basically get into Jingxia Academy. Although Zhao Shuiying is not yet an epic level blood swordsman, she can sense that she is not far off. If I am nurtured by Mr. Li Ran for another night or two, I will definitely undergo a transformation and be upgraded to the epic level.
She never dared to dream of such excellent results before. It's all thanks to Mr. Li Ran.
As she spoke, Zhao Shuiying looked at Lin Yue, her smile widening. Although Lin Yue did not sign a contract with Mr. Li Ran and is still an S rank, the exam content for the support and combat systems is different. Given the special nature of the priests and her outstanding performance at level 19, it is almost certain that she will be admitted to Jingxia Academy.
It's really good news that they can get into the same university. Song Xie smiled calmly. If 5 people can get into Jingxia Academy, the principal will probably be laughing in his dreams.
For any middle school principal, having a student admitted to Jingxia Academy is a great honor and a shining achievement. It's common knowledge how difficult it is to get into Jingxia Academy, so there's no need to describe it.
Only the most outstanding students have the opportunity to be admitted.
Jingxia Academy admits only 3,000 students annually across 34 provinces and hundreds of cities in the entire Great Xia Kingdom.
Most of the spots are occupied by elites from large families in big cities.
People in small cities often find it difficult to compete with the prodigies of large families, and it can take a long time for them to even have one. In many places, being able to enter the Jingxia Academy is a matter of bringing honor to one's ancestors and is considered the highest honor.
Lin Yue smiled and nodded.
Being admitted to Jingxia Academy is indeed a cause for celebration, as it could completely reverse her life. Amidst laughter and conversation, the group rallied and resumed their dungeon runs. As their strength and familiarity with the dungeons increased, their speed of clearing dungeons became faster and faster, and they were able to reduce the time to less than 3 hours. He kept scrolling until dark, and after dinner, Li Ran started nurturing the 3 girls besides Lin Yue.
We weren't in the water today, we were right on the beach.
Once the novelty wears off, the cold seawater is not as comfortable as the shore and is not suitable for cultivation.
Chapter 58 Zhao Shuiying breaks through to epic level. Lin Yuwei is caught in a dilemma. Beside the campfire. Are you just ignoring me now?
Lin Yuwei lay on her side on the sand, listening to the academic exchanges coming from not far away, her bright eyes trembling slightly. Under the scorching heat of the flames, her pretty face turned a little rosy. Originally, Li Ran and his colleagues had to consider her feelings when conducting academic exchanges, fearing that the noise would disturb her sleep. Now, regardless of whether she's asleep or not, they've started sparring. Although several days had passed and she had developed some resistance, her heart still raced when she heard the familiar sounds of sparring. She only caught a glimpse of it occasionally, but it made her feel her heart tremble and her body stiffen. Her two long, slender legs swung back and forth, her fair toes curled up, gripping the soles of her shoes tightly, her tension at its peak. She had never been this nervous in school, no matter which teacher she was in.
Li Ran's teaching methods are diverse, flexible, and highly effective in stimulating students' interest.
But she was truly strict. The cane she used to hit people was as thick as steel bars, even thicker than her arm. If it were her, she probably wouldn't last even a second before being beaten until she cried.
It's hard to imagine how Gu Nianqi and the others managed to persevere.
Especially Zhao Shuiying, who was about the same as her 3 days ago, has now blended in as well. Judging from the expression on her face, she shows no sign of fear at all. Lin Yuwei rubbed her delicate cheeks, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. Even though she was very curious, she didn't plan to peek anymore. She couldn't even imagine herself undergoing the process of being nurtured, so she decided it was best not to let herself become unsettled. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Lin Yuwei covered her ears with her fair hands, relaxed her tense body, and prepared to force herself into sleep. Just then, a rapid but excited shout suddenly rang in my ears.
Ha! Thank you, Mr. Li Ran, I've broken through to the epic level.
The voice sounded very familiar to Lin Yuwei. It was none other than her good friend Zhao Shuiying.
He was only a level not long ago, but after only 3 days of forming a contract with Li Ran, he has already broken through to epic level?
Lin Yuwei's heart trembled, her eyes flickered in the firelight, and her chest heaved as she defied gravity. Logically speaking, she should be simply very happy that her good friend has broken through to the epic level. But besides happiness, she also experienced other emotions, complex emotions that she would never have felt before. Even though her family was poor and sometimes struggled to even eat, she never envied the wealthy students at school and lived her life peacefully with her grandmother. But now, her thoughts were really in a mess, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Everyone in the team was very kind and gentle to her, but she always felt like an outsider and couldn't quite fit in. On the surface, she still wore a gentle smile, showing no sign of her inner turmoil. She hated her own hypocrisy, feeling that she had become a bad person and was no longer the kind person she used to be. Hearing the voice in her ear, Lin Yuwei bit her red lips, and a special thought arose in her heart.
Joining them might change things. To be honest, she didn't dislike Li Ran. In fact, she quite liked him.
Li Ran seems to have a special charm. Just standing there doing nothing can attract her attention.
It is even more captivating during battles.
Having grown up, she had met many outstanding boys, but none of them were as charming as Li Ran. This was also a factor in her decision to join the team. Being on the same team as Li Ran wasn't difficult. Besides, forming a contract with Li Ran has no downsides. On the contrary, it can enhance one's own strength, so it can be said to have many benefits. If others knew about this, regardless of gender, even if they knelt on the ground begging, they would probably want to make a contract with Li Ran. And this precious opportunity was right in front of her, within her reach.
The only thing you have to face is your own heart.
Although she had never been involved in the breeding process, she knew what it meant. This incredibly precious thing, she had previously only planned to do with her beloved after completing this major life event, but now. She didn't really care about power, otherwise she would have asked Li Ran for help with Zhao Shuiying back then. But she wants to get closer to the other members of the team and not be so distant as she is now.
Lin Yuwei was caught in a dilemma. On the other side, not far from Lin Yuwei, on the beach. Ha-hoo!
Zhao Shuiying took a deep breath, her beautiful face beaming with a smile and affection. She could feel a warm energy flowing through her body, nourishing her. Her physical abilities were improving rapidly, and a wealth of information was surfacing in her mind, enabling her to master several new skills. They are all very powerful and extremely well suited to the blood swordsman class, greatly enhancing her combat capabilities.
Ah, is this the power of an epic-level blood swordsman?
Zhao Shuiying felt the fullness within her body, her beautifully curved eyelashes fluttered, and a hint of confidence appeared in her captivating red eyes. With such power, she should be able to put up some resistance against Mr. Li Ran, and not be completely overwhelmed. In every martial arts sparring session, she gave it her all, but it was difficult to disarm Mr. Li Ran. Throughout the day, I kept losing, and the only way to win a few times was by simply grinding away at the game. Just then, she suddenly sensed something was amiss. Mr. Li Ran seemed to have become serious, and his speed suddenly increased considerably. It turns out that before, Mr. Li Ran had been giving in to her and hadn't been using his full strength at all.
No, I'm overthinking it. Zhao Shuiying's slender figure trembled slightly, her hands swayed weakly, her breathing was rapid, and a hint of tension appeared on her pretty face. To think that a mere epic-level character can rival Mr. Li Ran is wishful thinking. Even if he were to reach the legendary level, he probably wouldn't be a match for Mr. Li Ran. She didn't know where Mr. Li Ran's limits lay in any case, it was beyond her ability to find out. As a female, she had no way to resist Mr. Li Ran. All you can do is obediently comply and play your role well. Come on.
Seeing this, Gu Nianqi parted her red lips slightly and encouraged Zhao Shuiying with words. She only managed to defeat Li Ran at the very beginning, and now she always loses more often than she wins. If Zhao Shuiying can win, it would be something to be happy about. That means Li Ran has become more sensitive, making it easier to defeat him.
Sister Zhao, keep going. Song Xie lay on the beach, took a deep breath, and cheered Zhao Shuiying on.
She had just finished sparring with Li Ran and was feeling a bit tired. The longer Zhao Shuiying persisted, the longer she could rest. Zhao Shuiying is a few days older than her and has stronger training abilities, so calling her older sister is perfectly fine.
Chapter 59. Prepare to bear my mark. I'm sorry, Mr. Li Ran, I haven't been able to satisfy you.
Zhao Shuiying collapsed weakly on the beach, her single ponytail, like a rein, spread out casually, with a few strands of hair hanging down her rosy forehead. Her red lips parted slightly, and her captivating, blood-red eyes welled up with tears. Her shapely, long legs swayed slightly, as if she were having a cramp, showing her fatigue.
It's okay, I know you tried your best.
Li Ran waved his hand, a faint smile on his lips. That's the truth. Zhao Shuiying has amazing comprehension and outstanding talent. As the number of cultivation sessions increased, Zhao Shuiying mastered more and more advanced techniques. Many times, even he felt extremely pressured when facing Zhao Shuiying's attacks. If it were the old him, even with the aid of a cultivator's body, he probably wouldn't have lasted long before being defeated. It's only because I've been working hard these past few days, sparring countless times with a beauty like Gu Nianqi, that my skills have made a qualitative leap, which is why I've been able to maintain my dominant position.
It's my turn.
At this moment, Gu Nianqi walked over, looked at Li Ran, and her dark eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. A sophisticated black uniform, paired with a suitable inner layer, tightly hugged her enviable figure, outlining her perfect body curves. Her fair, smooth, shapely, and incredibly straight legs were exposed to the air without any obstruction. Of course, after watching for so long, you should have learned a lot. Let me check it carefully. Without hesitation, Li Ran slapped him and began to examine him carefully. After this period of instruction, he has discovered it. Appropriate corporal punishment will not make Gu Nianqi and the others feel unhappy, on the contrary, it will stimulate their interest in learning. It would both demonstrate his authority as a trainer and make Gu Nianqi and the others take things more seriously. There was no reason for him not to do it. After being slapped, Gu Nianqi let out a soft moan, but did not complain. Instead, he revealed a serious expression, struggling to move his body and attacking Li Ran, earnestly demonstrating the new technique he had recently mastered. Seeing Li Ran's eyes slightly closed, his expression tense, and his face contorted in a grimace, Gu Nianqi felt a surge of pride. Hard work pays off through continuous learning, her abilities have greatly improved. If it were the old her, she would never have been able to suppress Li Ran to this extent. As expected of Sister Gu, she's amazing. Seeing this, Song Xie's watery eyes were filled with admiration. Even if she tried her best, she wouldn't be able to make Lord Li Ran feel troubled. Zhao Shuiying was also full of admiration. Gu Nianqi truly deserved to be one of the top talented women in the entire Nanshan city, with exceptional learning abilities. Having only spent a few more days with Mr. Li Ran, I've already mastered such profound skills. They even managed to snatch the teaching pointer from Mr. Li Ran's hands and confiscate it all. She should be the one with stronger physical abilities, after all, she is a newly promoted epic-level blood swordsman. As it turned out, Gu Nianqi accomplished what she couldn't. I really don't know how Gu Nianqi's slender figure could unleash such amazing strength. Li Ran also showed a serious expression, using 70% of his strength to deal with Gun Yanqi with the most enthusiastic attitude. Although Gun Yanqi's strength has improved considerably, she is still not enough to defeat Li Ran. Li Ran trains more often than Gun Yanqi every day. After all, Li Ran has to deal with a constant barrage of training sessions. Objectively speaking, he works even harder than Gun Yanqi.
Moreover, Li Ran's aptitude for nurturing is no less than Gun Yanqi's.
He was already intelligent, and after awakening the divine skill of the nurturer's brain, he became even more resourceful. Over time, the gap between Gun Yanqi and Li Ran not only failed to narrow, but actually widened. Li Ran usually holds back, and when facing someone weaker like Song Siye, he only uses 30–40% of his strength. It's like a simple, unadorned sword technique, basically consisting of only straight thrusts with few variations. Even when facing Gun Yanqi and Zhao Shuiying, 50% of his power would be enough. With 50% of his power, his swordsmanship had become much more varied, and his spear thrusts were also faster. With 70% power, it is no longer ordinary swordsmanship, but has embarked on the path of technology, transforming into a high-speed rotating missile. An ordinary person would probably be unable to withstand it upon first contact and would be knocked unconscious on the spot.
Even seasoned veterans can't last long.
Soon, Gun Yanqi lost her usual aloofness, and a hint of eagerness appeared on her face. Faced with Li Ran's attack, they could only passively defend. Her lips parted slightly, and she kept uttering sounds of embarrassment. After a while, Gun Yanqi was finally defeated. Her red lips were slightly pursed, her body trembled, her fair hands clenched into fists, her toes curled, and her pretty face was filled with resentment. We still need to work harder. Li Ran did not stop, but reduced his power to half and continued to teach Gun Yanqi seriously.
Failure is the mother of success. How can you give up just because of one failure? Good kids like Gun Yanqi are rare.
He also had a strong interest in teaching Gun Yanqi.
Yes. Gun Yanqi nodded and began to study diligently, following Li Ran's guidance.
The road ahead is long, and the journey is long. She still has much to learn. After carefully instructing the three girls, Li Ran looked at the three girls who were becoming increasingly outstanding and his eyes flickered slightly. Now is a good time to reveal your entire plan. He leaned close to the three women's ears and whispered about the new skill he had acquired the previous night, the mark of the trainer. Although he could forcibly mark the three women, he didn't want to do so. And it's even more interesting to get them to accept it voluntarily.
After hearing Li Ran's introduction, all three women were shocked.
Li Ran truly lives up to his reputation as a cultivator. He was able to awaken such a skill.
It was as if they weren't treated as human beings at all.
As expected of Lord Li Ran. A burning light shone in Song Siye's dark eyes as she looked at Li Ran with respect. Despite being belittled, she felt no resentment whatsoever. Instead, her heart was filled with deep affection for Lord Li Ran. The proud woman of the past would never have acted like this. At that time, as the eldest daughter of the Song family in Nanshan, she was of noble status and had many suitors.
Naturally, she was arrogant and looked down on everything.
It wasn't until she met Lord Li Ran and was nurtured by him that she understood what she truly wanted. To her, Lord Li Ran was the most important person in her life. She was willing to give everything for Lord Li Ran. Even if it means abandoning one's original identity and becoming an appendage of Lord Li Ran.
I do.
Without hesitation, Song Siye immediately knelt on the beach and offered her loyalty to Li Ran. She understood very well that even if she became a vassal, she would only be a vassal of Lord Li Ran. In front of Lord Li Ran, she was the lowly Song Siye who only knew how to flatter. But in front of others, she was still the same young lady of the Song family in Nanshan, the proud Song Siye.
Very good.
Li Ran nodded slightly, a smile playing on her lips. As expected, Song Siye was the first to make a choice, just as he had predicted. Li Ran looked at Gun Yanqi and Zhao Shuiying with a calm expression, waiting for them to make their choice.
Chapter 60. Marking yourself, offering your loyalty, and serving me as your lord.
After listening to Li Ran's introduction, Zhao Shuiying's face flushed, and her pretty face was full of nervousness. Although she already regarded Mr. Li Ran as the only one in her life. But she was still a little embarrassed to agree to the request on the spot. After all, this is not just about treating Mr. Li Ran as the only one, it also means that she has to abandon her previous identity. Regardless of what others think of her, or how unattainable she may seem. In front of Mr. Li Ran, they will all be the lowest of the low. She knew that Mr. Li Ran wouldn't really consider her the lowest of the low.
But with moral constraints, it's not so easy to get past that mental hurdle.
Just then, she heard a crisp sound beside her ear.
Song Xie, the eldest daughter of the Song family in Nanshan, is an epic-level magic archer whose strength surpasses hers.
She has already agreed to Mr. Li Ran's request before she has. Looking at the expression on Song Xie's face, she showed no embarrassment whatsoever. On the contrary, she seemed quite pleased. Indeed, admitting this isn't such a big deal. After all, she already belonged to Mr. Li Ran, and everything she had belonged to him. Mr. Li Ran was gentle in his attitude, and only then did he ask for her opinion, hoping that she would take the initiative to speak. Even if Mr. Li Ran forcibly imprinted it, she would have no way to refuse. The body will naturally react in response to Mr. Li Ran.
Master, I'm willing to.
Zhao Shuiying imitated Song Xie, kneeling on the beach in a similar pose, offering her loyalty to Li Ran. She naturally switched her address from Mr. Li Ran to Master, accepting it from the bottom of her heart. Li Ran nodded, expressing his approval of Zhao Shuiying's performance. Then, Li Ran looked at Gu Nianqi, whose face was resolute, with confidence and composure. He was confident in his ability to nurture his children, and even more confident in his nurturing skills, certain that Gu Nianqi's body and soul already belonged to him. Gu Nianqi listened to the two voices that came in succession, bit her red lips lightly, and had a faint smile on her face. She gently stroked her full, high breasts, her mind already made up.
There was no need to think about this question at all.
Several days ago, she already knew that she could no longer live without Li Ran.
Now it's just a matter of proving this through action.
The reason she didn't admit it immediately was simply because she was waiting for Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying to give their answers.
Now, the time has come. I do.
Gu Nianqi knelt on the beach, side by side with Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying, forming a unique scene. The three men had different builds, but all were exceptionally handsome and had no flaws.
Just looking at it brings joy. No. No way.
Upon seeing this scene, Lin Youwei's captivating pupils, like black pearls, suddenly contracted, and her body stiffened. Inside the white sneakers, tightly wrapped in white tights, her toes, like cream candy, unconsciously clenched together. She could hardly believe her eyes. These three girls are impeccable in terms of appearance, ability, personality, and family background. They all knelt on the ground, offering their loyalty to Li Ran. Without a doubt, they have even abandoned their own identities.
Lin Youwei didn't know how much determination this would require, but she knew it would definitely not be easy.
Li Ran's charm was greater than she had imagined.
Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, and no sixth person will know about this astonishing scene.
Lin Youwei gently stroked her towering erection to calm her wildly beating heart, then stared wide-eyed at how things were unfolding. Looking at Li Ran, who stood straight in front of the three women, exuding confidence and masculinity, Lin Youwei bit her lip, her heart fluttering.
Complex emotions began to grow within her.
Seeing such scenes every day was almost unbearable for her, and her mental defenses began to crumble. Deep down, she had a feeling that she might experience the same scene in the near future.
Very well, Xie can go first.
Li Ran stepped forward and reached out to help Song Xie up.
The plan is to imprint the three women with their marks in sequence. Yes, Master. Song Xie nodded obediently, her face full of compliance and excitement.
Without hesitation, Li Ran channeled his spiritual power and activated the seal of the nurturer. The method of using the Master's seal was clearly presented in his mind. Li Ran raised his index finger and placed it on Song Xie's flat stomach, which had not an ounce of fat, and began to make an inscription.
As his spiritual energy circulated, an eerie red light emanated from Li Ran's fingertips, radiating an alluring aura.
It caused the eyes of those who saw it to involuntarily well up with tears and their hearts to race. Li Ran's engraving speed was very fast, as if he had practiced hundreds of times, without any sense of unfamiliarity. In a short while, a complete mark appeared. Li Ran released his index finger, and the next moment, the mark emitted a dazzling light, which was extremely moving.
It's done.
Li Ran could sense that his relationship with Song Xie had deepened. New elements were added to the original nurturing contract, which firmly bound Song Xie's soul to him. With just a thought, he could control Song Xie's life and death, without having to pay any price.
In addition, there are many other interesting features that he can work on and develop gradually.
Song Xie could also sense that her relationship with Lord Li Ran had become much closer. Just as Lord Li Ran had said, she could now communicate with him through their souls. Great Master, thank you for bestowing the mark of my lowly Song Xie. Song Xie stroked the special mark on her lower abdomen, a satisfied smile on her face. She had initially thought she might experience discomfort, but she didn't at all. Instead, she felt completely fulfilled. She now truly belongs to Lord Li Ran.
Li Ran waved his hand without saying anything more.
With just a thought, the mark was activated, and one of its functions was performed. The next moment, the mark emitted a faint red light, and the function was activated. Song Xie could feel that her senses had been amplified, and her body had become much more sensitive. Even the slightest rustling or movement around her could attract her attention. If one were to receive Lord Li Ran's guidance at this time, she dared not imagine what she would become. She would probably just die. Looking at Song Xie's expression, Li Ran could guess without asking that the mark was working well. Shuiying, get up. Composing himself, Li Ran looked at Zhao Shuiying and spoke with a smile. The detailed functions of the trainer's mark can be tested later. For now, let's mark Zhao Shuiying and Gu Nianqi with his mark as well.
Yes, master.
Zhao Shuiying obediently stood up, her legs together, her posture upright, standing straight in front of Li Ran. She could sense that Song Xie had become even more excited after the mark was engraved. Therefore, the last trace of hesitation in my heart disappeared. Without hesitation, Li Ran skillfully extended his index finger and placed it on Zhao Shuiying's well-exercised, flat stomach, beginning to make an inscription.
Chapter 61 Sensory Sharing, I can handle any more.
Zhao Shuiying felt a warm sensation in her lower abdomen, as if a strange energy was flowing into her body from Mr. Li Ran's fingertips and penetrating deep into her soul. This energy was affecting her body and trying to dominate her. She did not resist. Instead, she was quite compliant, letting the energy flow through her body. Under the influence of this energy, the bond between her and Mr. Li Ran is deepening. A deep love mixed with respect welled up from the depths of her soul, filling her mind and completely occupying her entire being. From the bottom of her heart, Zhao Shuiying already regarded Li Ran as her master, someone she was willing to dedicate her life to. Soon, the intricately carved markings were fully formed on his lower abdomen, radiating a captivating light. Zhao Shuiying could feel that her body no longer belonged solely to herself, but had gained another owner. Now, she can no longer protect Lin Yue as she promised before. She is only loyal to Mr. Li Ran. Contrary to expectations, she did not feel sad. Instead, she felt immense joy, and her blood-red eyes shone with a captivating and beautiful light.
Zhao Shuiying bent her long, shapely legs slightly and knelt naturally on the ground.
She looked up at Li Ran with a fawning expression, appearing completely submissive. Despite her humble behavior, she did not feel humiliation, but rather a strange kind of pleasure, the pleasure of having her identity trampled upon. When she first felt pleasure from the physical pain after being slapped by Mr. Li Ran, she realized that she seemed to have a lot of potential in this area. The more insulting the treatment she received, the more pleasure she derived from it. Even if one's professional potential leaps from S rank to epic rank blood swordsman, it doesn't seem to bring as much joy as becoming a master's subordinate.
Thank you for your grace, master.
Zhao Shuiying parted her red lips slightly, a smile on her face.
Li
Ran bent his knees, squatted down, and reached out his large hand to stroke Zhao Shuiying's head like petting a puppy, a satisfied smile on his face.
An overwhelming masculinity pressed against Zhao Shuiying's pretty face, dominating her entire field of vision.
Zhao Shuiying instinctively widened her bloodshot eyes and swallowed hard. Li Ran could sense that after imprinting the nurturer's mark on Zhao Shuiying, the mark had unlocked new functions. He can use the master seal to allow Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying, the two eligible recipients of the seal, to share their senses, including their vision, feelings, and even the effects of the training. Shared vision is an extremely powerful feature in combat, as it can reduce many communication problems. Sharing other senses made it easier for him to act.
Even if you receive a lot of flowers, you don't have to worry about being too busy.
By nurturing one of the flowers, he is essentially nurturing all the flowers that have made a pact with him.
Of course, this sharing effect is not powerful enough to be lossless.
Flowers that are truly nurtured will receive the growth rewards they deserve, while those shared through the nurturer's mark will only receive a portion.
But that's enough, it's many times better than before. Alright, stop eating. We still have a companion.
Composing himself, Li Ran pushed Zhao Shuiying's head away, stood up abruptly, and walked towards Gu Nianqi, who was still kneeling obediently on the ground.
I'm sorry, master, I was too greedy.
Zhao Shuiying wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, knelt on the ground, crossed her hands to support her head, and looked apologetic. The food that Mr. Li Ran was carrying smelled very appealing. And since it was right in front of her, she naturally started eating it. Because the food was so delicious, she became so engrossed in eating that she forgot what she was supposed to be doing.
Li Ran waved his hand without saying anything more.
He came to Gu Nianqi, reached out his hand, and gently helped her up.
Get up, Nianqi.
Gu Nianqi was the first qualified person cultivated by Li Ran, and also the best help that enabled him to grow so quickly. Therefore, he actually had deeper feelings for Gu Nianqi than for the other eligible candidates. Seeing Gu Nianqi's humble behavior, to be honest, he had a strange and wonderful feeling in his heart.
Li Ran did not stop Gu Nianqi from belittling herself. This was unavoidable.
With his breeding skills and the assistance of a bunch of breeder skills, Gu Nianqi could not possibly withstand him. Even Gu Nianqi, with her strong will and aloof appearance, could only hold out for a little longer, and wouldn't succumb to temptation on the spot like Song Xie.
When Gu Nianqi signed the nurturing contract, their relationship could no longer be one of equality. I'm ready.
Gu Nianqi stood up, her fair and slender legs straight. She looked up at Li Ran, her captivating eyes filled with determination. Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying have already completed their training, and as the first senior to receive Li Ran's guidance, she naturally cannot fall behind.
Good.
With a smile on his face, Li Ran channeled his mental energy and extended the index finger of his right hand. He placed his hand on Gu Nianqi's perfectly shaped abdomen and began to carefully draw the nurturer's seal. With the experience from the previous 2 times, Li Ran found it much easier to carve this time, and in a short while, the exquisite and intricate patterned mark was completely presented. The pattern of the imprint can be decided by the breeder. With the support of the mentor's brain, Li Ran was full of inspiration, and each imprint was unique.
The one Gu Nianqi is wearing is his masterpiece, full of unique beauty and extremely alluring. It's captivating just to look at. Thank you, Master.
Feeling the surge of happiness within her, Gu Nianqi parted her red lips slightly and took the opportunity to say something that made her realize her place in the world.
She had wanted to say this before but hadn't been able to, but now, thanks to the effect of the mark, she could finally say it. After saying it aloud, Gu Nianqi felt a surge of joy and a sense of ease. She suddenly understood why Song Xie was so humble, completely lacking her former arrogance. Not only does belittling yourself in front of Li Ran not make you feel bad, but it actually makes you happy. Li Ran accepted the title calmly with a smile. He then had the 3 women kneel side by side on the beach with their backs to him, and began testing the various functions of the breeder's seal. Besides amplifying the senses, the breeder's mark can also diminish the senses, reducing pain when attacked, which is very useful. In addition, the breeder's seal can completely suppress other lower-level charm effects, freeing Gu Nianqi and the others from control, which is equivalent to having a built-in purification effect. After many tests, Li Ran finally understood how to use the breeder's seal.
The effects of the breeder's mark are indeed numerous, and it can be very useful in both combat and training. Composing himself, Li Ran activated the marks on the 3 women, connecting their feelings together. Then, Li Ran slightly amplified Gu Nianqi's senses, drew his sword, aimed at Gu Nianqi, and launched an attack. Having tested the functions of the trainer's seal, it's time to continue our friendly competition.
Chapter 62, Reaching Level 21, Talent Upgraded Again. Wow, that's amazing. Gu Nianqi swayed her body, struggling to resist Li Ran's attack. He couldn't help but tremble, a feeling he couldn't quite describe rising in his heart.
Under the influence of the breeder's mark, her senses became more acute. Although he could sense the changes around him more easily, it became more difficult to defend against Li Ran's attacks. A casual swing of Li Ran's sword required her to exert all her strength to defend against.
As expected of the master, Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying's expressions also changed. Because of their shared senses, they can feel everything that Gu Nianqi is going through. Although it is a version that has not been amplified by the senses. Even so, they could still feel how terrifying their master's attack was, something they couldn't possibly withstand in their current state. Sister Gu Nianqi is far more capable than them. Fortunately, the owner seemed to be just testing and quickly slowed down the attack. Time passed, and night ended with the dawn. After taking care of the 3 women who had fallen into a deep sleep, Li Ran sat by the campfire and carefully felt the changes in his body. With the support of his contract talent and tireless efforts, his strength improved significantly every day. He is noticeably stronger now than he was last night. If he maintains this pace, he will definitely be able to reach his target level before taking the college entrance examination. With his mind focused, Li Ran began to seriously practice the skills he had mastered. For the next few days, Li Ran and the others maintained a similar pace. During the day, they farm level 15 island dungeons, and at night they engage in martial arts sparring. On the first night, Li Ran had already reached level 20 and was wearing several pieces of silver-grade equipment with good attributes, including head, upper body, arms, legs, and feet, which greatly increased his strength. Each piece of silver-grade equipment provides 60 base stats and a decent bonus effect. With 5 pieces of equipment together, it's equivalent to leveling up 2 levels. If you equip weapons as well, the bonus will be even greater.
It's no wonder that high-quality equipment can sell for exorbitant prices. The bonuses are indeed strong.
Having equipment and not having equipment are like two completely different professions.
Besides him, Gu Nianqi also reached level 20, wore several pieces of silver-grade equipment, and her strength improved considerably. The fact that Li Ran and his group were able to collect so many silver-level equipment so quickly is also related to the high difficulty of the dungeons they were running. In Nightmare difficulty dungeons, the drop rate of monsters is much higher than in normal difficulty, especially the final boss of the level, which will almost always drop a piece of equipment that matches your level. They ran the dungeon more than 10 times and naturally obtained a lot of good equipment. If you try to play on normal difficulty, you might spend several days grinding and still not get a single piece of equipment. On the morning of the 4th day, after defeating the Mermaid Queen at the end of the dungeon once again, Li Ran finally reached his goal of level 21.
Phew, finally upgraded. Li Ran lowered his electrified right hand and breathed a sigh of relief.
According to his original idea, it should have been faster, but after reaching level 20, the experience points required to level up increased exponentially.
Running a dungeon once doesn't even give you 10% of the experience bar.
In other words, as they repeatedly ran dungeons, their dungeon running efficiency continuously improved. Otherwise, they might have had to wait until the 4th night to level up. Composing himself, Li Ran began to organize his findings.
Name, Li Ran. Occupation, trainer.
Level, 21 0.15%.
Strength, 330 plus 50. Agility, 330 plus 80. Constitution, 670 plus 120. Spirit, 440 plus 50. Talent, nurturing contract level 3, unique.
As expected, his talent was once again enhanced. The level 3 cultivation contract has a more significant amplification effect. A single cultivation session can result in a substantial improvement. If someone is an A-level professional, they could probably be promoted to S-level after just one training session with him. Even an S-rank professional should be able to reach epic rank in a few hours. Of course, this is all predicated on the fact that this S-class professional is attractive enough to pique Li Ran's interest. Otherwise, given Li Ran's current perspective, it might take him even longer to cultivate Gu Nianqi to the epic level. In addition, the base attributes gained with each upgrade are doubled again, reaching an astonishing level. Each level up grants over 200 points of base attributes, comparable to leveling up 10 levels at a lower level. With the added bonuses from the equipment, Li Ran's base attributes now exceed 2,000 points, even higher than many dungeon bosses. Beside her, Gu Nianqi also wore an excited expression. After several days of nurturing, she has faintly touched the threshold of the legendary level.
Reaching level 21 this time was incredibly rewarding.
The hidden talent Celestial Master's Guidance was upgraded, granting a significant boost to basic attributes, and skills also underwent considerable changes. Its overall strength has increased by at least 30% compared to before the upgrade.
Don't underestimate the improvement of only 30%.
Given her previous strength, 30% is already quite significant.
Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Sister Gu. Seeing this, Song Xie wore a genuine smile. She walked over to Li Ran and affectionately nuzzled his arm. Zhao Shuiying made a similar gesture and offered her congratulations repeatedly. Even with Lin Yuwei right in front of her, she didn't want to hide herself. Congratulations.
Lin Yu smiled at Li Ran, her captivating eyes filled with a complex emotion. After spending these few days together, she felt that her resistance was almost gone. Fortunately, they will temporarily stop teaming up to run dungeons after tonight, giving her some buffer time. Otherwise, she was really afraid that she would lose control and let Li Ran train her. Keep going, I'll try to help you level up another level.
Li Ran waved his hand and stepped towards the dungeon portal. After tonight, they will go back first thing tomorrow morning.
The day after tomorrow is the start of the college entrance examination for vocational school graduates, and they must prepare in advance to prevent any unexpected events from happening. There have been many examples in the past where people were so engrossed in playing dungeons that they forgot about the time, and when they tried to rush back, an accident happened, preventing them from taking the college entrance examination. Even if they managed to get back, they didn't have time to recover their form, so their final results were not satisfactory. I'd rather skip a few hours of dungeon runs than return to town at the last minute. This is a lesson learned the hard way. Apart from Gu Nianqi, the other 3 women nodded in agreement. The 5 of them strode away from the instance. Next, they continued to repeatedly run the same dungeon. Although the rewards for running a dungeon are not as high as before, it's not a big problem. With limited time remaining, instead of wasting time searching for new dungeons, it's better to just grind in the familiar old dungeons. Time flies, and evening arrives in the blink of an eye. Looking at the somewhat dim sky, Li Ran and his group of 5 stepped into the island instance for the last time. Clear out the monsters around the dungeon entrance and make sure no more monsters will bother you. Li Ran and his group of 5 returned to the beach at the entrance of the instance, lit a campfire, and began cooking their last dinner in the wilderness. After tonight, they will return to their cozy city to prepare for the important college entrance examination for their new major. All 5 of them wore relaxed smiles. After more than 10 days of hard work, they have achieved considerable results and met their goals, so they are not worried at all. Chapter 63 nurtured Gun Yanqi into a legendary figure, producing a provincial champion. Having reached level 20, I should be a shoo-in for Jingxiao Academy. Zhao Shuiying ate the delicious cream stew and spoke with a smile. Through relentless efforts, the efficiency of clearing dungeons has been continuously improved, and in the later stages, it was even reduced to a 2-hour speedrun of nightmare-level dungeons. Therefore, her current level is 1 level higher than expected. There's definitely no problem. You're an epic-level blood swordsman now, which is extremely rare in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Song Xie smiled and encouraged her. She has reached level 21 and is an epic-level magic archer, which is incredibly stable. Gun Yanqi smiled and said, there are many examples of students from the class of 2018 who went to Jingxia University. Don't worry about it. Lin Yuwei added, I remember that Zhang Manting, a senior from a few years ago, entered Jingxia Academy in 2018. She awakened as an S-level energy-shaping mage. Principal Lu Yuntao often mentions her, so there is a ready example. Zhao Shuiying smiled and nodded, indeed, if senior Zhang Manting can do it, there's no reason why I can't. The tension that often accompanies the approaching college entrance examination did not appear at the camp. Instead, a relaxed atmosphere prevailed. This is the confidence that good grades bring them. They have accumulated enough knowledge and skills over time, so there is no need for them to be nervous now. If even they feel nervous, then probably no one can fall asleep. After dinner, it was time for our nightly martial arts sparring session. Lin Yuwei sat obediently by the campfire, stretching out her fair hands to warm them, without joining in. Li Ran led the 3 women to an open space on the beach, ready to begin their sparring match. The 3 girls stood ramrod straight, displaying their impeccable figures to the fullest, their faces radiating a thirst for knowledge. Li Ran remained calm, showing little reaction, clearly having grown accustomed to it. At this moment, Li Ran keenly noticed that Gun Yanqi's expression was a little strange. She bit her red lips tightly with her pearly teeth, her fair and slender arms tensed involuntarily, and her eyes flickered as if she was struggling with something. What's wrong? Li Ran walked up to Gun Yanqi and asked her a question. Master, can you train me alone tonight? Faced with Li Ran's question, Gun Yanqi hesitated for a long time before answering somewhat shyly. I feel like I'll suddenly reach legendary level soon. Gun Yanqi's voice was very faint, like the buzzing of a mosquito, but it could not escape the ears of a professional. Upon hearing this, Song Xie's eyes flickered, and she sighed inwardly. Although she felt a little regretful, she still showed a congratulatory expression on her face. Gun Yanqi has reached the legendary level, and with her impressive achievement of level 21, she is likely to secure the provincial champion title. This is undoubtedly advantageous for the owner. However, she didn't say much, since the decision ultimately rested with the master. She was merely Li Ran's female dog, and dared not overstep her bounds before her master spoke. Zhao Shuiying had a similar expression, but she was more willing to express herself than Song Xie. She nodded slightly, indicating that she could accept it. It is an extremely honorable thing to witness the birth of a legendary professional. Sure. Li Ran smiled and nodded in agreement. Cultivating Gun Yanqi to the legendary level would naturally bring him many benefits. Putting aside everything else, the new skill that will definitely be awakened when he advances to the legendary 5 Thunder Celestial Master level is enough to significantly enhance his strength. The 5 Thunder technique and Golden Light Mantra have been proven powerful in actual combat, so the new skill will naturally not be weak either. These are just the obvious benefits. There are countless other hidden perks. At that time, he can proudly say that he has nurtured a provincial champion, or even the top student in the country. The 5 Thunder Celestial Master is already a powerful profession, and the legendary 5 Thunder Celestial Master is even more powerful, easily able to subdue those below. Upon hearing this, Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying obediently walked to the side and sat down, waiting to see how things would develop. The master has made a decision, and all they can do is obey. With the shared senses brought about by the imprint, they won't be bored tonight, even if they're just sitting to the side.
Thank you, Master.
Gu Nianqi pursed her red lips slightly, lowered her head slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Not only because of the opportunity to achieve legendary status, but also because of the opportunity to receive Li Ran's nurturing for an entire night. She hadn't had this experience in a long time since the team size increased. Li Ran waved his hand, walked closer to Gu Nianqi, drew his sword, and began to instruct her. In order to break through to the legendary level, Gu Nianqi also gave it her all, making every effort to showcase all the knowledge she had acquired in her life. He displayed all sorts of martial arts skills. Li Ran was taken aback by what he saw and couldn't help but marvel at Gu Nianqi's amazing comprehension.
Naturally, he also gave very diligent guidance. As expected of the master.
Zhao Shuiying and Song Xie's eyes welled up with tears, and they both sighed in unison. Just by observing, the two of them could feel the exquisite beauty of it, making them want to praise their master from the bottom of their hearts.
My admiration is like a surging river, flowing gently and endlessly. Sister Gu is amazing too. They could naturally sense Gu Nianqi's prowess if it were them. They certainly wouldn't have been able to persevere.
Not far away, Lin Yuwei saw this scene, and her beautiful eyes lit up. She thought she had seen enough, but she was still too young. Many of the moves were beyond her imagination. Lin Yuwei wanted to look away and suppress the complex thoughts that were rising in her mind. But then I thought, after tonight, I probably won't have the chance to see it anymore. So he lowered his body, lay face down on the beach, and stared at it with his big, watery eyes. She didn't want to miss this moment. Lin Yuwei's thinking has been subtly and imperceptibly changing, like a gentle rain nourishing the earth. From initial extreme resistance, to mild resistance, to having other thoughts, and finally to the current acceptance, not much time has passed. Li Ran's ability to nurture talent is too strong, making her extremely attractive. Perhaps soon, Lin Yuwei will go against her original intentions and take the initiative to find Li Ran, asking him to form a contract with her, just so she can be nurtured by him.
Time slipped by unnoticed, and several hours had passed in the blink of an eye. It's a success.
Feeling the warmth flowing through her body, Gu Nianqi bit her lip, her face filled with indescribable excitement. His body trembled, and tears of emotion welled up in his eyes. With Li Ran's help, she successfully broke through to become the legendary Five Thunder Celestial Master, a position she had always dreamed of. A wealth of information surged from the depths of her soul, helping her quickly understand the essence of the Five Thunder Celestial Masters. Although she is still called the Five Thunder Celestial Master, Gu Nianqi feels that she has surpassed the ordinary Five Thunder Celestial Master and entered a completely new realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she has awakened a new profession. Lightning magic is no longer its only lethal ability, it has many more mysterious and profound techniques. The basic attributes have made a qualitative leap, and in addition, the skills that were already mastered have also been improved. She could talk endlessly about the Five Thunder technique alone. Skills like the Golden Light Mantra and the Celestial Master's Eye are naturally infinitely varied. It can be said that by becoming a legendary Five Thunder Celestial Master, her strength has at least doubled. That's how significant and powerful it is.
Chapter 64 Returning to the City, Wealth and honor not returned home are like wearing brocade at night. Thank you for your grace, Master. After a while, Gu Nianqi collected her thoughts and subconsciously bent her fair and slender legs, kneeling on the beach. She lowered her beautiful face, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, pressed beneath her two jade-like arms. He sincerely submitted to Li Ran, who stood before him, exuding masculinity. His humble demeanor showed none of the arrogance expected of a legendary Five Thunder Celestial Master. Such a scene would absolutely shock anyone who saw it. This is a legendary professional, a genius among geniuses, a rare find even in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, and even the whole world. Often, only a few are born in a whole year.
Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to reach the highest level in this world. It's beyond what most people would imagine that she's now so humbly trying to please a man. However, the girls present all seemed to take it for granted. Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying looked on with envy, unsure whether they hoped to one day break through to the legendary level themselves, or something else entirely. Even Lin Yuwei only felt a little embarrassed and didn't think there was anything wrong with Gu Nianqi's humble behavior. It had always been like this before, and she had gradually come to accept this seemingly illogical situation. Even when Gu Nianqi broke through to the legendary level, it was with Li Ran's help. He has only become stronger, he is still Li Ran's vassal, and his status will not change. Get up. Li Ran looked at Gu Nianqi kneeling on the ground, reached out and helped her up, a smile in his eyes. He was not only happy that Gu Nianqi had broken through to the legendary level, but also because of Gu Nianqi's subconscious behavior. Seeing Gu Nianqi's obedient behavior, it would be a lie to say he wasn't happy. It would be utterly hypocritical. The pleasure derived from a stunningly beautiful young woman who was far superior to him in terms of status, position, and strength being willing to submit to him is unimaginable. This feeling of being on top greatly satisfies his sense of conquest. You should rest for a while. You must have gained a lot of insights after breaking through to the legendary level. Take some time to reflect. Li Ran patted Gu Nianqi's fair shoulder and asked with concern. Yes, master. Gu Nianqi nodded reluctantly, then obediently walked to the side and sat down. Indeed, as Li Ran said, she had a lot of information to digest and absorb. Before the college entrance examination, we must seize the time to understand and effectively transform this information into our own strength. Li Ran took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and waved to Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying. There's still some time before dawn, so we can continue our sparring for a while. As for physical strength, it was not a consideration for him at all. He had not felt tired since the first night he became an awakened nurturer. Without a word, the two women eagerly put their hands on the ground and crawled towards Li Ran using both hands and feet. She raised her head slightly, a smile on her pretty face, with a hint of ingratiation. Li Ran grinned, stepped forward, and casually pointed at Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying. Time passed, and before we knew it, dawn had broken. The bright sunshine fell on his shoulders, bringing some warmth to Li Ran, who had been working hard all night. Li Ran felt the power surging through his body, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He had seen the 4 a.m. dungeon many times. What he received in return was extraordinary and powerful strength. Go to sleep. Li Ran stretched out both hands and forcefully slapped Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying once each, ordering them to go and rest. Yes, master. I will follow your instructions. Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying naturally dared not disobey, and obediently left, heading towards a blanket not far away. 2 hours later, after they had rested, they turned around and headed towards the dungeon entrance. Anyway, no one in the team will level up after clearing the dungeon again, and we already have all the equipment we can get, so there's no need to waste time farming it. Even last-minute cramming depends on the potential returns. Instead of grinding through dungeons, why not go back to your comfortable bed and get some rest? After leaving the instance, led by Gu Nianqi, the five headed straight for the city gate of Nanshan City. With the Heavenly Master guiding them, it was impossible for them to go astray. The monsters along the way couldn't even last a second under the powerful firepower. The five of them continued their journey without hindrance, and soon arrived at a place only a few kilometers away from the city gate. At this point, Li Ran chose to split the team and enter the city in batches. With the shared vision and soul communication that come with the Nurturer's mark, communication is not a problem. Separate entry into the city can reduce the impact. Otherwise, having 4 extremely charming girls surrounding him would be too conspicuous. The 4 women naturally had no objections and felt that this was indeed the right idea. Lin Yue, Song Xie, and Zhao Shuiying entered the city first, followed by Li Ran and Gu Nianqi. They were both stronger, and they left the city together, so it was naturally better for them to cover the rear together. After confirming that Lin Yue and the others had entered the city, Li Ran and Gu Nianqi arrived at the city gate. Looking at the guards, Li Ran and Gu Nianqi took out their previous exit permits. The guard glanced at the identities on the exit permits and then used his identification skill to verify the two people's information. He was utterly shocked. Li Ran, level 21, Incubator. Gu Nianqi, level 21, 5 Thunder Celestial Master. Okay, no problem. Suppressing his inner excitement, the guard, with trembling hands, slowly handed the exit permits back to the two men. After verifying their identities, Li Ran and Gu Nianqi successfully returned to the city and headed into the distance. They watched the two leave, and only after they had gone far away did a collective gasp of astonishment ripple through the city gate. Level 21? My god, where did this monster come from? A monster, a real monster. He's probably going to get into Jingxia Academy, that's fucking insane. I've truly witnessed a genius today. In all my years of guarding the gate, I've never seen one of such a high level. I hope this year's provincial champion won't be from our Nanshan city. Very likely. This is the class of 2021. They're almost as advanced as us gatekeepers. How can the other students compare? At this moment, Li Ran and Gu Nianqi had arrived at the place where they had parked earlier. Gu Nianqi got into the black sedan, started the engine, and drove home. Let's stop on Shanchuan Road for a bit. I'm going home to pack up all my old things and cut off all ties. Li Ran gazed at the scenery rushing past the window and spoke calmly.
Good. Gu Nianqi spoke with a smile.
The way Li Ran was addressed returned to normal. It wasn't that Gu Nianqi didn't want to call Li Ran master, but she had to be mindful of her image in the city. Calling Li Ran master will undoubtedly bring trouble. Li Ran had no complaints about Gu Nianqi's aloof and goddess-like demeanor in public. On the contrary, he thought it was quite good. Only he could see Gu Nianqi's humble side behind the scenes.
This extreme contrast is undoubtedly a kind of enjoyment for him.
Chapter 65, Escaping Poverty and Achieving Success, Encountering a Stray Dog in the Neighborhood.
Soon, the black sedan arrived near Li Ran's former home. Let's go back.
After getting out of the car, Li Ran casually greeted everyone.
Gu Nianqi nodded obediently and drove away.
She has been away from home for almost 10 days, and a lot has happened. She also needs to find time to communicate with her parents and exchange information. Watching Gu Nianqi leave, Li Ran walked towards his original home. His former home was a cheap single room in an old neighborhood in the south of the city, a place far less luxurious than the villa Gu Nianqi lived in. The old neighborhood was bustling with people, surrounded by tall trees that blocked out the sunlight. The ground was covered with fallen leaves that no one had swept, and the air was filled with a musty smell, exuding an atmosphere of poverty. Li Ran looked at the familiar surroundings, his expression calm, with a barely perceptible smile on his lips. Having lived in this place for over 10 years, I am finally about to escape the sea of suffering. Even without relying on Gu Nianqi's financial support, with his current abilities, he could easily earn wealth he could never have imagined before and live a life of luxury. Walking briskly through the neighborhood, passing by many familiar things, Li Ran felt a surge of nostalgia and deep emotion. It has only been a little over 10 days since he awakened to become a trainer, but he has a feeling that things have changed.
As his strength and vision grew, this small place could no longer accommodate him.
Along the way, no one greeted him. Although he had lived in this neighborhood for a long time, he didn't know many people there. In the past, in order to achieve good grades and find a good career, he focused on studying hard and neglected interpersonal relationships. However, Li Ran didn't care. He already had several good girls who could entrust their lives to him, which was enough. Soon, he returned to the building where he lived.
As soon as I got back downstairs, an elderly man came over.
He was wearing a white shirt and slippers, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, looking rather disheveled, and asked with some curiosity.
Little Li, have you offended someone lately?
10 days ago, a few burly men came looking for you and waited for you in the flower bed downstairs all night.
Luckily, you didn't go home that night. Has someone come looking for him? Li Ran felt a little confused. He had been busy leveling up recently and hadn't bothered anyone. Etc.
Li Ran suddenly remembered that there seemed to be one, named Gao Changquan, and a level fireblade warrior.
She holds a grudge against him because Gu Nianqi mocked her? How utterly ridiculous.
10 days ago, he was diligently nurturing in Gu Nianqi's bedroom. He remembered that Song Siye had asked him to nurture her that night with a dajiza, a type of Buddhist meditation posture, and he hadn't refused, so he nurtured her to his heart's content. Unexpectedly, these guys waited for nothing all night. It was really just bad luck. Given his strength at the time, it would probably have been a bit troublesome if we had encountered each other. Now, if anyone dares to come, with Gao Changquan's strength as an A-level fireblade warrior, they're practically nothing compared to a roadside creature. It would be a miracle if they weren't kicked to death by him.
It's all right, sir. They're just a bunch of trash. If you run into them again, just pretend you didn't see them. Li Ran waved his hand, looking relaxed. All right. Seeing Li Ran's indifferent attitude, the old man nodded and didn't say anything more.
His relationship with Li Ran wasn't particularly good. He was just offering a friendly reminder. Since the person in charge doesn't care, he naturally doesn't bother to care either. Whether Li Ran is truly capable or just boasting, it's none of his business. The old man, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, strolled leisurely out of the residential area, looking completely relaxed and carefree. Li Ran turned around, walked into the stairwell, and quickly headed towards her home. The building doesn't have an elevator, and his family lives on the 9th floor, which used to be quite troublesome to climb. But now, with ease, in the blink of an eye, Li Ran arrived at the 9th floor without even breaking a sweat. For a level 21 epic level professional, climbing stairs is naturally easy. Li Ran took out the key from his inventory and skillfully pushed open his own door.
What comes into view is a room full of life.
The room wasn't big, less than 30 square meters, but it had all the necessary amenities, a kitchen, a toilet, and a bedroom, just like a place where people could live. Looking at the dusty furniture, Li Ran took a deep breath and suppressed the nostalgia in her heart. Without hesitation, he packed his clothes, his parents' portraits, and some other items that he cherished. He didn't have much stuff at home, so packing wasn't difficult, and he quickly packed the necessary items into his inventory. He's already level 21, and his inventory is huge. He can easily carry miscellaneous items. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Li Ran took the initiative to activate the Nurturer's mark on Gu Nianqi, Song Xie, and Zhao Shuiying, sharing their vision. The three women are all busy dealing with their families and don't have time to spare right now. Seeing this, Li Ran turned off the shared vision, calmed his mind, and began to digest and absorb what he had learned. With the college entrance exam approaching, he needs to prepare accordingly. After this period of training, his skills have all improved significantly. Passive skills: body of a breeder level 5, source of a breeder level 4, brain of a breeder level 4. Active skills: breeder's eye level 4, breeder's mark level 3, hypnosis level 4, invisibility level 2, time stop level 1. Many skills have been upgraded to level 4, gaining greater power in more diverse variations. The cultivator's body has been upgraded to level 5. By cultivating Li Ran, he can restore his physical strength and even his condition. The more he cultivates, the more energetic he becomes. He uses cultivation to replace sleep, so it is impossible for him to get tired. The master's mark quickly leveled up to level 3, making the connection even stronger. Vision sharing and soul communication could even ignore distance. If we continue to upgrade, we might be able to cultivate in the void, allowing us to cultivate freely no matter where we are. In addition to the skills they already possessed, their flower skills have also improved significantly. Flower skills: Gu Nianqi, 5 Thunder Technique level 4, Golden Light Mantra level 4, Celestial Master's Eye level 2, Heavenly Thunder level 2. Song Xie, Shadow Body level 4, Locating Eye level 3, Stealth level 2, Detection level 2. Zhao Shuiying, Taste of Blood level 3, Blood Frenzy level 3, Blood Sword Technique level 2, Living Towards Death level 1. They learned many new skills, and their existing skills were also upgraded. Although his strength didn't double, he became more versatile, absorbing the strengths of the three women and making up for many of his weaknesses. He now possesses powerful melee capabilities comparable to the Blood Swordsman, ranged attack capabilities on par with the 5 Thunder Celestial Master, and the mobility and reconnaissance abilities of the Demon Archer, making him a very well-rounded individual. An average professional might not be able to collect 10 skills by level 21, but Li Ran already has 20. After tidying up, Li Ran went downstairs. Song Xie had finished dealing with the trivial matters, so he could go stay at the other party's house for a while. It's time to leave this old house. As soon as he got downstairs, he saw several burly men walking towards him. He had seen the leader before. It was Gao Changquan. Chapter 66. I really have you guys under control. The college entrance exam is approaching, and big shots are gathering. Damn it, I've finally waited for you. Do you know how many mosquitoes we fed that night? We'll teach you a lesson today. The smell in this neighborhood is truly awful. Do you know how long I had to endure it that night? Don't worry, we'll be very careful. We'll beat you half to death, but not cripple you. We'll just pay you some medical expenses and that'll be it. Behind Gao Changquan, several burly men let out a series of sinister laughs. They arrived excitedly 10 days ago, only to find nothing, having waited all night in vain, and were extremely resentful. Gao Changquan waved his hand, looked at Li Ran, who had a calm expression, and sneered. Kid, do you remember who I am? You were so arrogant before because you had Gu Nianqi protecting you, but today I have to teach you a lesson. He didn't know where this lowly E-level trainer got the courage to be so calm, but that didn't stop him from making threats. Having finally caught this kid alone, I naturally wanted to vent my emotions. These days, when he's grinding in dungeons and leveling up, he keeps thinking about the humiliation of that day, which has affected his performance. With the college entrance exam approaching, he made a special effort to clear his mind and eliminate his inner demons so that he could make further progress. Stray dogs on the roadside. Li Ran glanced at him and found that Gao Changquan was only level 16, 5 levels lower than him. Calling it a stray dog is giving it too much credit. The surrounding burly men were even less impressive. They were all below level 20 and their professions were roadside jobs, probably not even B rank. What did you say? Gao Changquan was furious. He summoned a long sword engulfed in flames, looking menacing and clearly serious. However, Li Ran simply said in a cold voice, "Go play somewhere else." Then he left on his own. The speed was so fast that Gao Changquan could only feel a gust of wind passing by. The next moment, Li Ran appeared behind him and strode towards the exit of the residential area. Of course, Gao Changkuan was no longer paying attention to all that at this point. Under the influence of hypnosis, he has fallen into a deep hallucination. The burly men around them were also affected by the hypnosis and were drawn into the world of illusion. In their hallucinations, they see their companions as stunning beauties, and their desires swell. The world of illusion is indeed quite wonderful. With Li Ran's level 21 trainer skills, hypnotizing these weaklings is a piece of cake. They've already managed to kill with words. Li Ran didn't know what had happened, nor could he bear to watch. All I can do is lament in my heart, the giant is ruined, the ground is covered in wounds, and your smile has faded. It's unknown whether the psychological trauma Gao Changkuan suffered will affect his exams. Of course, none of this concerned him. He did nothing, not even touching Gao Changkuan. He has unique tastes and his animalistic desires are unleashed. He has no one to blame but himself. After this little incident, Li Ran walked with light steps toward the aristocratic neighborhood she remembered. With his current abilities, if he were to get serious, he could travel on foot even faster than a car. Of course, you can't go all out in the city, but even so, it's still very fast. Not long after, Li Ran arrived at the entrance of the aristocratic residential area. Song Siya had been waiting there for a long time. She was dressed in slightly conservative clothes and stood straight and graceful. Under her guidance, Li Ran easily entered the residential area. Walking on the road in the residential area, Song Siya looked arrogant, behaving like a rich young lady. Once back at the villa, with no one around, Song Siya adopted a feminine expression and began to fawn over Li Ran. The maids in the villa have all been dismissed. There is no one else there. Li Ran naturally couldn't be bothered to pretend to be a gentleman. Li Ran spent the rest of the time with Song Siya. Gu Nianqi didn't join in until very late. At this point, she had absorbed all the knowledge she had gained after reaching the legendary level, and her strength had significantly increased. Even so, they still found it difficult to deal with Li Ran. It wasn't until 3 a.m. that Li Ran forcefully ordered Gu Nianqi and Song Siya to go to rest. Although with Gu Nianqi's current strength, she should be able to continue training without any problems. It is, after all, a major exam, so we should still respect it. The exam venue wasn't at the school, but at a large plaza under the Nanshan City Professionals Association, which wasn't far from here. Next, Li Ran rested for a while. I haven't slept for more than 10 days, so today is a good time to reminisce. The three of them woke up on time the next morning. With their energy fully restored, all three were in peak physical condition. Their exceptional level of expertise gave them confidence and composure, allowing them to calmly and deliberately tidy their appearance. The three did not walk together, but instead went separately to the association square. By this time, many students were already standing in the square, chatting casually. Their faces were filled with excitement and nervousness, their bodies trembling. After all, this was an exam that would determine their future, so it would be a lie to say they weren't nervous. In contrast, Li Ran was much more composed, his expression calm and without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Gao Changkuan also arrived. When he saw Li Ran, he looked at her as if he had seen a ghost, immediately covered his ears and turned his head away, not daring to look at Li Ran. What happened yesterday seems to have left Gao Changkuan with a great psychological shadow. He never dreamed that the E-level trainer could grow to such an incredible level. Controlling people's minds with a single sentence is something even a level 20s rank bewitching mage might not be able to do. Li Ran's strength is definitely above that level, making him a definite prospect for Jingxia Academy. He still has a sense of shame. He would never reveal what happened yesterday, even if he did. And even if he did, his family might not help him get revenge. The geniuses who can get into Jingxia Academy are not people he can afford to mess with. If you act recklessly again, you'll be kicked to death. As time passed, amidst the students' conversations, many important figures arrived. Principals of various middle and high schools, senior officials of the Career Change Association, and leaders of Nanshan City. Finally, a middle-aged man dressed in black with a stern face strode over and sat down at the highest point of the platform. He is Lin Changkong, the city lord of Nanshan City, a powerful professional at level 50 or above. Lin Changkong's gaze swept across the crowd, pausing briefly on Gu Nianqi, Song Siya, Zhao Shuiying, and others. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally sense that these individuals were no ordinary people. The other important figures also perked up and followed Lin Changkong's gaze. Looking at the several geniuses, Lu Yuntao, the principal of Nanshan No. 1 Middle School, couldn't help but smile. These are all students from his school, who usually have excellent grades. The fact that even the city lord thinks highly of them speaks volumes. The other important figures looked at Lu Yuntao with envy on their faces and raised their hands to congratulate him. Although no words were uttered, the attitude was already quite clear. Just then, Lin Changkon's gaze focused on Li Ran, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. A trainer can reach level 21 and seems quite strong. Even with his limited perspective, it was somewhat unexpected.
It seems this student has some good fortune.
Chapter 67, The Exam Begins, Combat-Oriented Assessment, Instant Monster Slaying.
Lin Changkon wasn't too surprised by this.
There have been examples of ordinary people achieving success against all odds in the past, but the professions themselves have changed and are not the ones that are explicitly stated. He suddenly awakened his hidden talent, and his strength increased dramatically. A great opportunity arose during an expedition. Such reasons are quite normal. The Great Xia Kingdom experiences many such cases every year.
Too much attention would only make him appear less composed as the city lord.
Lin Changkon's gaze quickly shifted to the other students. However, his change in expression still caught the attention of other important figures.
The important figures all looked at Li Ran, their eyes revealing a different kind of light.
A trainer who can reach level 21 is quite something. I wonder which school this student belongs to. They've really struck gold. Lu Yuntao stared at it for a long time before he could barely remember that these people seemed to be students from his school.
During the awakening ceremony, he was ranked ahead of Lin Yue, an S-rank priest, indicating that his potential level was average.
I never expected to be able to make a comeback and reach level 21. Even in those big cities, he would be considered a top genius. In a small city like Nanshan, such a case is extremely rare. In a city as large as Nanshan, it might take several years to produce just one such person. That really made him proud. Lu Yuntao's lips curled up slightly, his face full of smiles. He thought to himself that no matter what the students' grades were, he had to prepare a big gift.
After surveying the students in the square, City Lord Lin Changkon took a deep breath and began to circulate his internal energy. Then, under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, a tall tower descended from the sky. The Tower of Trials is open.
A majestic voice resounded throughout the square. The door on the first floor of the tower slowly opened with a roar, revealing a vortex that emitted a dazzling white light.
Next, I will introduce the rules for the first round of exams.
Lin Changkong spoke calmly, his voice carrying an air of authority. Even though there was no microphone, his voice carried far and clearly to the ears of every candidate present.
The Tower of Trials will arrange different test scenarios for different professions.
Support classes may have scenarios where they do not need to fight, while main combat classes can fully unleash their combat power.
Based on your performance, the Tower of Trials will award you corresponding points. Also, you can only use the equipment you are wearing when entering the Tower of Trials. You cannot use any items. If you use an item to cheat, you will be disqualified from the exam. The Tower of Trials is absolutely fair, ensuring that every candidate receives the most authentic results.
Those who pass the first round can proceed to the second round of trials. The rules for the second round of trials will be kept secret for now, and will be announced once the results are available. Lin Changkong gave a simple and clear explanation of the rules, so there was no problem with not understanding them. He then waved his hand and announced the official start of the exam.
Alright, all candidates, line up to enter the tower.
All candidates lined up obediently to enter the Tower of Trials. The order was excellent, and everyone followed the rules very well. Even the arrogant second-generation rich kids, who were used to being arrogant, were incredibly well behaved at this moment.
This is the most important exam in the Great Xia Kingdom every year.
With countless important figures watching, daring to cause trouble during the exam is like walking into a latrine with a lantern in hand.
Even the city lord's son was not spared.
Li Ren shared the same view with Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying. It was noticeable that they had entered the Tower of Trials and had been teleported to a separate space. Clearly, like a dungeon, each person entering the Tower of Trials is teleported to an independent space. Li Ran also noticed that the Master's Seal was indeed powerful even across different dimensions. It did not affect his ability to use the seal's function. If this were in my previous life, I could easily cheat outside the exam by simply recruiting someone who wasn't taking the exam. However, it's useless here. Even if you know the exam content in advance, you still can't beat them. Soon, it was his turn to enter the Tower of Trials. Upon entering the vortex, he was also transported to a separate space. Outside the Tower of Trials, as all the students entered the examination hall, a huge screen appeared, displaying the candidates' current scores. The bigwigs kept a close eye on the rankings on the screen to infer the students' performance. The Tower of Trials is said to have come from the abyss and was not entirely created by the Great Xia Kingdom, but rather modified. Even across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, fewer than 10 people have the authority to see what exactly happened to each examinee inside the Tower of Trials.
I wonder who will be the top scorer in the city this year.
It must be Gu Nianqi from the Gu family, a level 21-5 Thunder Celestial Master.
How can the other students compare?
I feel that Gu Nianqi has a chance to compete for the provincial top scorer. In previous years, this score would have been enough to make him the top scorer in the province.
I wonder how it will be this year. I think that kid named Li Ran is not bad either. He has achieved level 21 as a trainer. He has quite a lot of luck. He is indeed a dark horse. In previous years, he would probably have easily won the top spot in the city. It's a pity that there are too many talented people this year. Yes, there's also Song Xie, who awakened as an S-rank magic archer this year. She's also level 21.
There are a few more level 20s after her.
Their professions are all stronger than those of trainers. Li Ran can probably only barely make it into the top 5.
It's certainly interesting for a dark horse to make a comeback, but unfortunately, it's just not the right time.
It won't be able to make a comeback this year.
After a brief discussion, the important figures decided on the title of top city scholar ahead of time.
With their keen eye, they wouldn't dare say their predictions are 100% accurate, but they're at least 70% sure.
Inside the Tower of Trials, Li Ran stood still, facing nothingness. After waiting for about 3 minutes, the void in front of us finally showed a slight change. A humanoid monster with a wolf's head appeared, holding a machete. It was a melee monster. A light barrier, resembling a safe zone, separated him from the monster. He needed to fight, and clearly, the Tower of Trials classified him as a combat-type professional.
That's a good thing.
Otherwise, if he were to actually cultivate a specific goal, even if he could grit his teeth and persevere, it would take too long, and the results wouldn't be very good. Soon, the exam task appeared, requiring him to kill this monster. The faster he did, the better his score.
Then, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1.
The moment the light screen disappeared, arcs of electricity surged in Li Ran's hand, heading straight for the wolf-headed monster.
The wolf-headed monster let out a miserable scream and collapsed to the ground in an instant. That's it?
Li Ran was speechless for a moment. This intensity was a bit too low. At the same time, he received a prompt to kill the monster within 1 second and earn 100 points.
This result should be considered good.
Outside the Tower of Trials, the important figures looked at the rankings with surprise.
Rankings of combat-type professionals. Gu Nianqi, points, 100. Li Ran, points, 100. Song Xie, points, 99. Zhao Shuiying, points, 99. Shen Yu, points, 97.
Unexpectedly, Li Ran was so powerful that he was able to kill the monster in 1 second and get a perfect score.
Speaking of which, isn't Li Ran a trainer? How come he's been classified as a combat type?
The important figures exchanged glances and came to the conclusion that Li Ran had likely undergone a career change and was no longer the trainer he appeared to be.
Moreover, it is a benign mutation that can greatly enhance one's own abilities. Chapter 68, The top few are all my people, how can they compare to me?
Inside the Tower of Trials, the exams are still ongoing.
After dealing with one wolf-headed monster, 2 more identical wolf-headed monsters appeared in front of Li Ran.
They were blocked by the light curtain just like everyone else, and they had the same countdown.
The task is the same: eliminate the 2 monsters as quickly as possible.
Li Ran remained calm as he waited for the light screen to disappear. Before the countdown ended, Li Ran was unable to use his mental energy and therefore could not sneak away.
If it were possible to sneak away, it would be unfair to melee-only professionals.
The moment the light barrier dissipated, Li Ran unleashed lightning from his hands, blasting it towards the 2 wolf-headed monsters.
With a crackling sound of electric arcs, the 2 wolf-headed monsters fell to the ground.
It was a 100% sellout, and there was absolutely no suspense.
Monsters of this caliber are no challenge for him at all. The mermaid monsters he farmed in the Nightmare Level Island dungeon were much stronger than these wolf-headed monsters.
At this moment, another notification was received, still requiring the monster to be killed within 1 second, but the score reward increased to 200. After a moment's thought, Li Ran realized that this was normal. After all, this is an exam, and it needs to be adapted to most ordinary test takers.
If the monsters are too strong at the beginning, many students may not be able to defeat them and will be eliminated.
In this way, the purpose of the exam is lost. Even when selecting truly talented individuals, the difficulty will only be increased in the last 1 or 2 challenging questions. Next, new monsters kept spawning, their numbers increasing and their strength growing stronger. Li Ran easily dealt with the monster, without being forced to use his full strength. Although the time it took to defeat all the monsters increased as the number of monsters grew, his performance remained at an extremely high level, on par with Gu Nianqi. He even had the leisure to check on Gu Nianqi and the others through the shared view.
All three girls were in good condition, none of them scoring below 950 points.
These monsters posed no threat to them and were easily killed. Outside the Tower of Trials, the important figures looked at the rankings with expressions of surprise. At this point, many students who were not strong enough had already been eliminated and were teleported to the square.
But the big shots don't care at all. Students who can't even beat a few monsters have no future and are not worth their attention. The big shots only care about the top students. Rankings of combat type professionals. Gu Nianqi, points 999. Li Ran, points 990. Song Xie, points 974. Zhao Shuiying, points 970. Chen Yu, points 912.
In previous years, the highest score at this time was unlikely to be even 900 points. This year, however, the results were incredibly impressive. Even the 5th-ranked player achieved an outstanding score of 912 points. In previous years, he would have been the top scorer in the city.
This year has truly seen a surge of talent, a long-awaited golden generation. Gu Nianqi is indeed amazing.
Scoring 999 points means she can basically defeat any monster she encounters instantly. With this level of skill, she could really be the top scorer in the province.
I really didn't expect that Li Ran would be the second-place winner. Not much slower than Gu Nianqi, her strength is indeed outstanding.
No wonder she was able to reach level 21 and achieve a dark horse comeback. It can't be said that Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying are weak. In previous years, they would have won the city championship with their eyes closed. The important figures showered the top students with praise, their faces beaming with smiles. They are proud of their excellent results this year.
The eliminated students looked up at the rankings, their faces filled with envy.
Those who make the list are undoubtedly the cream of the crop, beings that are beyond their reach.
As expected of Gu Nianqi, 999 points, that's just too incredible.
Not only are her grades good, but she's also beautiful and comes from a good family.
How can someone be so perfect?
Sigh, they're from a completely different world than us. I wonder who will be lucky enough to date Gu Nianqi.
Don't even think about it. Gu Nianqi and I go to the same school. Gu Nianqi is a cold and aloof goddess. There's no way she would date anyone. Who is Li Ran, who's ranked second? I've never heard of him. Holy crap, 990 points? Not much lower than Gu Nianqi's score. This Li Ran is something else. Where did this dark horse come from? Its strength is so great.
The students were filled with admiration and their praises continued.
Regardless, those who make the list are not people they can easily provoke.
Besides the rankings for combat-type professionals, there are also rankings for support-type professionals, but fewer people pay attention to them. Support classes are assessed on things like healing speed and buff strength. Generally, it involves summoning wounded enemies to heal support-type characters. It's very safe, and you're unlikely to encounter any danger. Rankings of support class players.
Lin Yue, points 951. Zhang Min, points 855. Li Yu, points 810.
Lin Yue was first by a wide margin, and the scores of the others were also significantly lower. With fewer support-type professionals, the gap between the strong and the weak is naturally more pronounced. The support department has produced a talent this year, with 951 points. He can compete for the provincial top score in the support department. I heard that Lin Yue comes from a poor family, so it's really rare for her to have achieved such results. She's a good child, we should give her some financial assistance. With this achievement, there is no need for further funding.
The important figures showered Lin Yue with praise, their eyes gleaming.
If such a promising talent had been discovered earlier and carefully nurtured in one's own home, one would surely reap rich rewards now. Unfortunately, he's about to be admitted to Jingxia Academy, where he'll rise to prominence and won't need their help anymore.
Adding flowers to brocade is ultimately not as good as providing charcoal in the snow. The eliminated students were also surprised when they saw Lin Yue's score.
Their faces showed not only envy but also a hint of longing. Compared to the aloof Gu Nianqi and Song Xie, Lin Yue's personality is undoubtedly much gentler, and her family background is also more acceptable. Many candidates fantasized about how wonderful it would be if they could win Lin Yue's favor. Unfortunately, although Lin Yue is gentle, she is extremely conservative and does not accept male friends at all, for fear of being entangled with them. They will smile and nod in response to greetings, but they rarely talk to members of the opposite sex, let alone spend time alone with them. I heard that even when they go to the wilderness to run dungeons, they team up with women and never team up with men.
Inside the Tower of Trials, the trials continue.
As time went by, the number of monsters had increased to more than 10, and their strength was also growing. It is comparable to the elite mermaids on nightmare difficulty. Even so, it still didn't stump Li Ran. He shouted, and the hypnosis was activated. All the monsters fell into a hallucination and stood still. Although he hasn't encountered any female monsters that he can control, with his current strength, controlling these monsters wouldn't be difficult. Then, arcs of electricity surged in his hands, and like harvesting wheat, he swiftly reaped the lives of the monsters.
In less than 10 seconds, all the monsters fell to the ground.
At the same time, his points also increased dramatically.
The score reached an astonishing 5,443 points.
Gu Nianqi is at the same level as him, currently at 5,491 points. Although she is quite a bit behind Gu Nianqi, she is already very good. She could get into Jingxia Academy with her eyes closed. Chapter 69. Gu Nianqi remains firmly in first place. Li Ran is preparing for a big surprise 4K.
Time passed, and no new monsters spawned.
It seemed that the previous round was the last wave of the first trial. A score of 5,443 is already very good. I heard that the provincial champion in previous years only achieved this score in the first round of trials.
If I perform normally in the second round, I'm guaranteed admission to Jingxia University.
As Li Ran was pondering, a holy white light descended and enveloped him. A warm feeling emerged, and his condition quickly returned to its peak.
Fatigue subsides, vitality is restored, and skills are fully recovered. A moment later, an incomparably majestic voice rang out.
The first round of exams has ended.
A total of 120 candidates have passed the assessment.
Those who remain in the Tower of Trials can proceed to the second round of assessments. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Ran's eyes. He felt quite relaxed. He hadn't expected so many people to be eliminated in the first round. With over 1,000 students eliminated down to just 120, that's an outrageous number, meaning the vast majority of test takers simply couldn't defeat the monster.
Li Ran thought about it again and realized that it made sense.
If the college entrance examination is to select truly talented individuals, it naturally needs to be challenging. If it were easy for most people to pass, it would lose its screening function. The authoritative voice continued to ring out. The rankings after the first round of trials are now being announced. As the sound faded, Li Ran noticed a panel appearing before his eyes. Through vision sharing, it can be discovered that the same panel also appeared in front of Gu Nianqi and the others.
Rankings of combat-type professionals. First place, Gu Nianqi, points, 5,491. Second place, Li Ran, points, 5,443. Third place, Song Xie, points, 5,315. Fourth place, Jia Shuiying, points, 5,288. Fifth place, Chen Yu, points, 4,781. Looking at the rankings, Li Ran's eyes flickered slightly. Unexpectedly, besides the 3 women he had trained, there were also experts. Reaching 4,700 points indicates considerable potential, potentially comparable to a typical epic-level professional. We really shouldn't underestimate the heroes of the world. Compared to Li Ran's calm demeanor, Chen Yu, who ranked 5th, did not look so pleased. As an S-rank elemental mage, and having worked hard to reach level 20, he thought he had a chance to win this time, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even make it into the top 3.
Where did these monsters come from?
Each of them has over 5,000 points. Are they even human?
Having personally experienced the exam, he naturally knew how difficult it was to reach 5,000 points, as each wave of monsters required extremely fast kills. It tests not only the professionals' hard skills, but also their physical stamina management. If you waste too much energy at the beginning, your speed will definitely slow down later on. Reaching 5,000 points means that those terrifying monsters pose no threat to them at all. It's simply a matter of how fast they can be killed. Outside the Tower of Trials, the important figures wore satisfied smiles upon seeing the results of the first round. In previous years, after the first round of interviews, only a handful of candidates remained. Having 120 this year is already quite good. These students all have the opportunity to enter the top 50 universities, and their future prospects are bright. Especially the students at the front of the line, they really made them proud. 5,491 points, definitely the top scorer in the province. He could even compete for the top spot in the country.
Li Ran is not bad either. He actually scored more than 5,400 points.
In previous years, he would have been the top scorer in the province. In previous years, it was not easy for even one person to reach more than 5,000 points, but I did not expect that there would be so many this year. The top 10 are all strong universities in previous years, they would have easily been ranked in the top 5.
In the square, many eliminated candidates looked at their rankings with amazement on their faces.
Those who can stand here have all personally experienced the exam, and naturally know how impressive it is to be on the list. Especially those at the top of the list, they are monsters among monsters, beyond their comprehension. Looking at Li Ran's grades, Gao Changquan lowered his head like an ostrich, his face filled with regret. I never expected his strength to be so incredible.
I should have just stayed away from him.
Because of what happened yesterday, his performance was not ideal. He couldn't even perform to his expected standard. In the final wave, he was surrounded by a group of monsters of similar strength and had no choice but to give up. His score was just over 2,000, not even half of Li Ran's score, making it difficult for him to get into a university ranked in the top 200.
My life is ruined.
A moment later, a dignified voice rang out again in the Tower of Trials, tinged with concern.
The second round of exams is about to begin.
Please note that the second round of exams will be significantly more difficult, and the risks will also increase accordingly.
If you want to give up, you can say so now. With your current grades, getting into a top 100 university should not be a problem. No one chose to give up.
Those who can persevere and complete a round are all exceptionally capable and extremely confident in themselves. There's no way they would leave without even trying.
Okay, now we will announce the rules for the second round of exams.
You will be entering a special space called Conquering the World together with candidates from other cities in Yunhai Province for 1 hour. In the world of conquest, you will earn points for each monster you kill. Monsters will appear in batches, and there will be monsters of all kinds, including warriors, mages, support, archers, and any monster you can think of. A large number of monsters will be generated at the beginning, more than 10 times that of the first round of trials.
The faster you kill, the faster monsters will spawn, and then elite monsters, boss monsters, and even leader-level monsters will appear.
Every 10 minutes, the monster's level will increase, and the corresponding score will also increase. So it's not about killing as fast as possible, you need to balance the speed. The authoritative voice went on and on, explaining the rules and how to respond. For him, it's not a bad thing for students to achieve good grades, so he naturally won't hesitate to teach them. After all, these are the future pillars of the Great Xia Kingdom. Li Ran listened to this information with a calm expression. It would take a full hour to finish, which seemed like a long time. Many people might not even be able to last half an hour, but it was no problem for him. A level 5 cultivator's body is no joke, and with the level 3 taste of blood helping him plunder energy from dead monsters, as long as he isn't cornered by a large number of monsters, his stamina is definitely enough to last until the very end. After waiting for about 3 minutes, Li Ran was teleported to a new location after a white light appeared. It is estimated that all candidates in the province will be sent together, but the progress of each city is different, so we need to wait for those slower places to finish the first round. The so-called world of conquest is vast, a huge plain with no end in sight. The sky was dark, the earth was pitch black, and a strong stench of blood filled the air. Visibility was poor even with Li Ran's eyesight, he could only see about 100 meters of space. There are many tall rocks around, which can be used as cover or as high ground, giving professionals room to dodge and avoid facing a bunch of monsters head-on. Through the mark of the nurse, Li Ran noticed that, unlike the situation in the Tower of Trials, he and Gu Nianqi were now in different planes. Entering the world of conquest together doesn't mean together in the literal sense, it simply means being teleported simultaneously.
That's true.
This is an extremely serious college entrance examination, and it's impossible to gather a large number of candidates from all over the province in the same instance. That would cause too many variables and make it unstable. Even a small elite team of 5 or 6 people can turn those high-difficulty dungeon worlds upside down. When all the geniuses in the province gather together, the destructive power they generate is unimaginable. If 1 or 2 brilliant leaders emerge and gather a group of skilled individuals who can cooperate effectively, even a so-called world conquest could be achieved by sweeping everything aside. In that case, the true level of the candidates cannot be tested at all. Those who are truly capable may not stand out, while those who try to take advantage of the situation may get good results. Only by separating all candidates and testing them individually can the scores of each candidate be accurately measured. At that moment, a panel appeared before their eyes.
Rankings of combat type professionals. 1. Gu Nianxi, points 5491. 2nd, Lin Tiansheng, points 5445. 3. Li Ran, points 5443. 4. Wang Xiaomei, points 5385. It's still a ranking system based on scores, but now there are candidates from other cities. Gu Nianxi remains firmly in first place, while Li Ran has been pushed to third place, but the difference is not large and it is easy to reverse the situation. 6th, Song Xie, points 5315. 7th, Zhao Shuiying, points 5288.
Li Ran looked down and found that Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying had also been pushed down a few places, but not by much. Even looking at the whole province, their performance is still very impressive, and they can firmly occupy the top 10 positions. However, it is also clear that the quality of this year's students is indeed higher than in previous years, with quite a few strong individuals. Otherwise, he and the three girls would probably have swept the top 4 spots. Seeing that she was firmly in first place, Gu Nianxi's lips curled up slightly.
Fortunately, I haven't let my master down.
Lin Tianxing's eyes were filled with deep shock.
Just what kind of monster is the number 1? How can he be so powerful? Song Xie breathed a sigh of relief. 6th place is not bad. I'll definitely have no problem getting into the Xia Academy in the capital. 7th in the province. It's all thanks to Master. Zhao Shuiying smiled.
She never dared to dream of such an achievement before, but now she had done it. It's all because of Mr. Li Ran, otherwise, she certainly wouldn't have achieved what she has today. Outside, countless people turned their heads to look, all wanting to know who the expert at the top of the list was. Seeing Gu Nianxi firmly in first place, many important figures in Nanshan City breathed a sigh of relief, and joy appeared on their faces.
Lu Yuntao, in particular, was overjoyed and could not contain his happiness.
As expected of Gu Nianxi, she lived up to expectations and temporarily took the position of provincial champion. If they can maintain their current level, the provincial top scorer will come from their school.
Conquering the world.
Li Ran composed himself and focused on examining the world he was conquering. The situation in the world was worse than any of the dungeons he had experienced before. The plains were covered with traces of battle, and black blood had almost seeped into the soil. Clearly, a great battle once took place here, and it was an extremely fierce one. Sending a bunch of students to this kind of place to take exams is probably meant to let them get used to the battlefield in advance, so they won't be cowards when they actually go to war. They are all top students from various cities, destined to go to the battlefield in the future. Naturally, there can be no weaklings, and any weaklings must be screened out in advance.
Boom!
At that moment, a series of rapid footsteps sounded in the distance. Although there weren't many of them, it was clear that each one was quite formidable.
Li Ran didn't use his eyes to detect the monster. Instead, he used his mental energy to activate his locator. This environment is perfect for him to showcase his many skills.
The next moment, more than a dozen eye markers appeared in the distant sky, marking the locations of all the monsters.
Li Ran located the monster and looked at it.
He activated his celestial eye and detected the monster's data.
Green-skinned orc warrior. Level 18. Aside from level and name, nothing can be detected.
It doesn't seem like they're investigating monsters, it seems more like they're investigating other human professionals. Although these monsters were not as high level as him, their strength was definitely not weak. At this moment, the monsters also noticed Li Ran's presence, and they roared and charged towards him. Li Ran noticed that these green-skinned orcs were tall and muscular, wielding their large swords with great skill. There was also an archer hidden among them, ready to draw his bow. As the green-skinned orcs roared, the other green-skinned orcs in the battle space were also stirred up, and their footsteps became increasingly hurried. If it were someone else, they would probably engage the nearest few green-skinned orcs, quickly eliminate them with burst damage, and then retreat to engage in guerrilla warfare with the green-skinned orcs.
If we get surrounded by green-skinned orcs, things will definitely not go well. However, Li Ran did not make such a choice.
Instead, he used his mental energy to activate both invisibility and stealth techniques, disappearing from the sight of the green-skinned beastmen. His strength was already greater than that of the green-skinned orcs, and with the double stealth combined, the effect was incredibly good, allowing him to become invisible on the spot. The green-skinned orcs were confused when their targets suddenly disappeared.
They stood there blankly, not knowing what to do.
Although they had lost their target, the green-skinned orcs continued to gather in the same place due to the influence of the roar. Li Ran waited patiently until enough green-skinned orcs had gathered. Meanwhile, in other worlds under conquest, with lightning surging in her hands and a thick golden light surrounding her, Gu Nianqi walked across the plains, frantically killing the invading monsters. Her score also skyrocketed, reaching 5,600, 5,800, 6,000.
Far ahead of the competition. Lin Chongsheng was a level 20 epic paladin.
He was bathed in holy light and buffed himself before charging into the monster horde with his sword. He hacked away wildly, and his score increased.
Damn it, how come I still can't catch up?
Lin Changsheng couldn't help but complain to himself when he occasionally glanced at the rankings.
Wang Xiaomei also rose to prominence later on.
As a shadow walker, she was exceptionally agile, wielding her dagger to gracefully reap the lives of the green-skinned orcs. Everyone was working hard, but Li Ran's score seemed to have suddenly hit the pause button.
Chapter 70. My score skyrocketed, and now I'm number 1 4K.
People were puzzled when they saw that Li Ran's score remained unchanged.
What happened? Did Li Ran go AFK? It means we need to balance the monster killing speed, not that you shouldn't kill any monsters at all. Are you saving your energy for after the exam?
People don't know what happened in the battleground, they can only speculate about the general situation based on the changes in scores. The fact that someone ranked third suddenly went offline naturally attracted everyone's attention. Unlike the others' eagerness, Li Ran remained unusually calm and waited patiently. Li Ran only began his operation after dozens of orcs had gathered together, ensuring that most of the monsters that spawned in the first wave were there. Even if most people have area of effect skills, they wouldn't dare to pull so many monsters at once like he did.
Although the returns are high, if something unexpected happens, you'll be the one who suffers.
Li Ran dared to do this because he was 100% certain that he could safely eliminate all the monsters. Li Ran channeled his spiritual power and pointed it at the sky where the green-skinned orcs were gathered.
Instantly, lightning surged forth, and thunderous roars echoed all around, as if a destructive force was brewing.
The green-skinned orcs weren't stupid, they noticed the anomaly and quickly moved away, trying to get away. With a thought, Li Ran activated Time Stop, and in an instant, the entire world of conquest seemed to be paused. All the green-skinned orcs stopped moving, frozen in place, their facial expressions frozen, looking somewhat ferocious. Through repeated practice and continuous improvement, Li Ran can now pause time for 8 seconds. Although he still cannot pause multiple times in a short period of time, it is enough for him to perform well.
In just a few seconds, the lightning in the sky grew to a terrifying level, the pale blue arc of electricity turning pure white and containing terrifyingly high temperatures.
Immediately, countless bolts of lightning struck, scorching all the green-skinned orcs present. When time flowed again, the green-skinned orcs were already paralyzed by electricity, their bodies emitting black smoke, and they collapsed helplessly to the ground. At the same time, Li Ran's score also changed instantly. The score jumped from 5443 to 8443 in one go, taking off from the spot. His ranking instantly soared to first place, surpassing Gu Nianqi, who had already reached 7,991 points.
This change startled the onlookers.
They looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering what had happened and how Li Ran's score had suddenly increased so much.
Holy crap, is Li Ran cheating? What exactly did Li Ran do inside? From 5443 points to 8,443 points, how many monsters did you wipe out in one go? No wonder it didn't move earlier, it was gathering monsters. You're too confident in your abilities. Aren't you afraid of having your chanting interrupted by a monster?
I don't know how they managed to eliminate so many monsters, but they just did it. Even those big shots couldn't imagine how Li Ran achieved such a score. After all, Li Ran is only level 21 now, so he probably doesn't have many skills and his strength is limited.
It's unbelievable to think about wiping out a whole bunch of monsters in one go.
Even for the 5 Thunder Celestial Masters, who excels at group attacks, Gu Nianqi's points gradually increased, unlike Li Ran who suddenly unleashed a massive attack, gaining a staggering 3,000 points. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, no one would have believed me. Lin Changkom's expression was somewhat better, but he was still deeply shocked. Even with his extensive knowledge, he couldn't imagine how Li Ran had managed to do it. Lin Changkom was incredibly curious, but unfortunately, with his limited access, he had no way of checking the specific details of the trial.
In the entire Great Xia Kingdom, only a handful of people are qualified.
Those powerful figures who stand at the top are usually elusive, rarely seen unless something major happens in the Great Xia Kingdom, otherwise it's difficult to even meet them.
Conquering the world.
A large amount of bloody mist poured out from the corpses of the green-skinned beastmen, heading straight for Li Ran. With the help of the taste of blood, Li Ran could feel that his lost energy was rapidly recovering. Within a few breaths, he returned to a state similar to his peak. This is the advantage of mastering a large number of skills. With the help of various skills, Li Ran can do things that other professionals simply cannot. Gu Nianxi possesses even stronger offensive capabilities than him, but she lacks his recovery ability. She must carefully manage her stamina and cannot cast spells at will. Zhao Shuiying has strong recovery abilities, but as a melee class, her area of effect attacks are not strong, so she can't clear monsters quickly. Only Li Ran, who combined the strengths of multiple professions, could achieve such a feat. In the second round, he easily overtook Gu Nianxi and became the provincial champion. Although it doesn't matter whether he or Gu Nianxi becomes the provincial champion, he certainly won't miss the chance to have Gu Nianxi under him.
After living off a woman for so long, it's time to stand up for yourself.
Thinking of this, Li Ran's eyes lit up with anticipation for the life ahead. This is only after training 3 qualified individuals, and he is already so outstanding. Once he enters Jingxia Academy and forms contracts with more talented women, his strength will become even greater.
We're not far from being number 1 in the country. I wonder when the next wave of monsters will arrive.
Li Ran stood still, waiting for the monsters to respawn. In the first round, he basically dealt with one wave and immediately refreshed the next wave, so he didn't use time stop much and didn't know how it was here. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the dead monsters were disappearing, their corpses merging into the earth.
It's a pity.
I was thinking that piling up corpses would at least slow down the monsters' advance, but it seems that won't work now. No wonder the lands conquered across the world are this color, they are all stained with blood.
Li Ran didn't have to wait long.
Soon, the sound of heavy footsteps came from afar again, indicating that a monster was approaching. Using his locator, Li Ran easily pinpointed the number and location of the monsters.
However, he did not act rashly.
Instead, he used the same trick as before, entered stealth mode, and quietly observed the monster's situation. The number of monsters is greater than the previous wave, and the number of archers and mages has increased, making it more difficult for professionals to fight monsters. If a professional stays in one place for too long, they will be greeted by a barrage of spells and arrows. We must find a way to eliminate ranged units first, otherwise we will only be worn down and killed.
Even if you hide behind the rocks, it will only buy you a little more time.
Of course, this didn't affect Li Ran much, it just meant there were more ranged monsters with weaker constitutions, making them easier to kill. One hit from lightning was all it took. Unable to see their opponents, the green-skinned orc mages could only cast fire spells randomly, hoping to get lucky. Clusters of burning fireballs flew out, crashing onto the blood-stained plain, exploding into a dazzling display of light. The fireball was quite powerful. If it hit a professional, it could probably cause some damage. Unfortunately, the green-skinned orc mage's fireballs all hit the rocks and the floor, failing to strike Li Ran at all. Li Ran's agility is quite high. If he could win the lottery by randomly drawing lots, he wouldn't need to take the exam. Li Ran waited until the monsters had gathered enough and time stop was available before taking action. Clearing out a large number of monsters at once is the safest and fastest method, much better than clearing them out one by one. Electric arcs erupted from Li Ran's fingertips as he aimed at the center point where the ranged monsters were gathered and unleashed the heavenly thunderclap. In an instant, thunder roared overhead from above the monsters.
As the spell was cast, Li Ran's location became visible, exposed to the green-skinned beastmen. The green-skinned orcs' eyes gleamed crimson, their large swords poised to strike.
However, at this moment, Li Ran had already used time stop. Before the green-skinned orcs could even move, they were frozen in place. As the lightning struck, the green-skinned orcs fell like wheat being harvested, and the ranged units were wiped out in an instant, not even lasting a second. The green-skinned orc warrior only managed to hold out a little longer before he was still unable to escape the fate of being electrocuted. In the blink of an eye, only a few green-skinned orc warriors who had just managed to dodge were left.
With the increasing number of monsters, Li Ran's Heavenly Thunder's range was not large enough, and a few escaped. However, a few of them were no match for him.
Thunder surged in Li Ran's hands, and he unleashed the 5 thunder technique as if it were free, easily dispatching the few green-skinned orc warriors who had been terrified and had little fighting power left. Before long, the lightning dissipated, and everything returned to calm. While things were peaceful at Li Ran's place, the crowd outside changed their expressions, their eyes widening in disbelief. Li Ran's score only paused for less than a minute before soaring again like a rocket. In just a few seconds, the score increased from 8443 to 12943. This means that Li Ran has killed a large number of monsters, and the number is much greater than before. One instance could be attributed to Li Ran being merely a flash in the pan, but 2 instances speak volumes.
Li Ran's strength is just too outrageous. Even legendary level professionals don't have such incredible damage output. How did it get trained to be so strong? A monster, a real monster. I wonder if they can stay this strong. If they can maintain it, that would be insane. Exclamations of amazement continued.
Lin Changkong's curiosity dissipated, and he revealed a look of great joy.
Regardless of how Li Ran rose through the ranks, he was still a candidate for managing the city.
The more outstanding the other party's performance, the more benefits he can gain. There's no need to delve into the truth behind it and antagonize a rising genius.
Conquering the world.
Phew, finally, we've taken care of one wave. After slaying the last green-skinned orc warrior, a smile appeared on Lin Tianxing's face. He awakened to be an epic-level paladin, and with the family's full support in nurturing him and his luxurious equipment, it's normal for him to perform like this. That being said, with his outstanding performance, he should be able to overtake others and become number 1 in the province.
Lin Tianxing took a deep breath, looked at the rankings, and the smile on his face instantly froze.
The person ranked first was none other than Li Ran, with a score of 12,943.
No way, another monster? Lin Tianxing couldn't help but groan inwardly. Are you kidding me? Wasn't this guy named Li Ran ranked below him before? How did he suddenly rise to the top like a rocket?
With a score of nearly 13,000, it means that his opponent has far surpassed him, having killed at least 100 more monsters.
It seems he's out of contention for first place in the province this year. Electric arcs surged around Gu Nianqi as she easily dispatched a large number of monsters.
Upon seeing the rankings, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. I didn't expect that even the legendary level monsters couldn't compare to Master. She didn't feel disappointed, on the contrary, she was quite happy. Given her close relationship with Li Ran, she naturally wouldn't be jealous that Li Ran surpassed her. As expected of the Master.
Song Xie also smiled.
Although she was a little surprised, she felt it made sense when she thought that the Master was Li Ran.
I must work even harder.
Zhao Shuiying's fighting spirit ignited, and she wielded her long sword with even greater ferocity. She is still ranked 7th, leading the 8th place team by a significant number of points, which is incredibly stable.
But that's not enough. She wants to become even stronger, at least to keep up with Mr. Li Ran.
Li Ran was unaware of what the others were thinking.
He was sitting on the ground, waiting listlessly. After defeating the second wave of monsters, no new monsters appeared around.
I don't know if he's progressing too fast, or if his world conquest is brewing something big. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled, and a strong smell of blood wafted from the ground, mixed with a faint stench of corpses, filling the air. The sky grew even more gloomy, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive.
We've finally moved to the next phase.
A glint of light flashed in Li Ran's eyes. Despite having defeated 2 large waves of monsters, he was still full of energy, no different from his peak condition. Continuing to wait will only narrow the gap between his score and those of others. It was undoubtedly a good thing for him to switch phases before 10 minutes were up. Before long, even more intense footsteps could be heard in the distance. Judging from the eye-shaped markings appearing in the sky, Li Ran could tell that the monsters were approaching in groups of 3 or 5, forming small teams. Each team is basically composed of warriors, mages, and archers, making them very well-rounded and less vulnerable to ambushes than the previous wave. The number has almost doubled compared to the previous wave. I don't know if it's because he's farming too fast, or if the monsters in the second phase are just that difficult. The level has also increased by 1 as stated in the rules, and they are all level 19 monsters.
For the average professional, this is undoubtedly many times more challenging. It is estimated that a large number of candidates will be eliminated at this time.
Even if they can get through, it will take a lot of time and energy, and their condition is not optimistic. They will most likely not pass the 3rd stage.
Li Ran was not worried about this.
It was just a level 19 monster. It was no challenge for him, and he could still easily kill it. The denser the monsters gather, the better for him, as it makes them easier to clear out and less likely to escape. Li Ran did not hesitate and used the old method again, using invisibility and stealth techniques to enter a stealthy state and wait for the opportunity. Since it concerns the college entrance examination, he doesn't need to do anything fancy. Stability is enough.
These methods are sufficient to deal with orcs. Innovation would only cause problems.
Unable to find Li Ran, the monsters, following their instincts, chose to gather together. In their view, it is better to stay together than to be scattered, as it is easier to deal with enemies and less likely to be ambushed. This naturally suited Li Ran's wishes, and he patiently waited for more and more orcs to gather. Chapter 71, he came out after killing everyone, breaking the existing record and becoming the provincial champion without any suspense. 4K. In the second round of the exam, monsters will appear in large numbers, and those who are not fast enough at killing monsters will face an increasing number of monsters. Just a few minutes later, some test takers had already given up on the second round of testing. There were too many monsters, and they were surrounded and unable to cope. If they try to tough it out, death will be all that awaits them. Having already passed the first round, being eliminated at this point is not shameful. In fact, it's somewhat glorious. This score is impressive even by provincial standards, enough to get into a good university. One by one, they were teleported outside the Tower of Trials, their faces showing a hint of relief at surviving a disaster. This is outrageous. How can there be so many monsters? I tried my best, but I couldn't kill as many monsters as I could. The second round of testing said that you had to endure for an hour, but in reality, very few people could actually do it. Most people can't even last 10 minutes, let alone the rest. There are always people better than you, and those who can persevere are the real masters. That guy named Li Ran is a real freak. His score is skyrocketing. He'll probably make it through the second round. The candidates who gave up expressed their feelings and quickly blended into the crowd. People were watching the rankings and closely monitoring Li Ran's score changes. Li Ran's score changes were the most dramatic, either remaining unchanged or skyrocketing like a rocket. Compared to other normally rising trends, it attracts more attention. Conquering the world. Li Ran used the same trick again, waiting for the monsters to gather in greater numbers. The green-skinned orcs had high base stats and were fast, and soon they gathered in a large group. Using her GPS, Li Ran was able to spot some others still lingering outside, but she still took action. The range of the heavenly thunder was limited, so it was impossible to clear out all these monsters at once. Those who are left behind can only rely on his hard-working hands. Li Ran skillfully manipulated the power of lightning to stop time, and the world fell into stillness. Then came a thunderbolt, like divine punishment, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of level 19 green-skinned orcs were wiped out. The rest were terrified by the horrifying scene and were easily captured by Li Ran. Less than half a minute later, the surroundings returned to calm. The score jumped dramatically from 12,943 to 22,943. The monsters in the second stage each provided significantly more points than those in the first stage, and with the increase in their numbers, Li Ran's score jumped by 10,000 points. People stared wide-eyed at the sight. Holy crap, it's jumped another huge jump, leaving the second place by almost 10,000 points. Could Li Ran have advanced to the second stage ahead of schedule? Otherwise, how could he have gotten so many points? The monsters in the second phase are no challenge for him either. It feels like giving him free points. Could we punish him a bit, make things more difficult for him, like giving him dozens of boss-level monsters? Increase the difficulty? That's probably just giving him more points. It's no wonder people were surprised. The gap between Li Ran and others was simply too great. So far, Gu Nianxi is still in second place. Gu Nianxi, as a legendary 5 Thunder Celestial Master, has a stronger group attack ability than Li Ran. However, her endurance is not as good, and she does not dare to cast spells as casually as Li Ran. After all, she has to last for an hour, and she cannot go all out from the beginning. That being said, the monster clearing efficiency is still quite high. At this point, her score had reached over 14,000. She had cleared out the monsters of the first stage and was now ready to face the second stage. Lin Tiansheng ranked third. As expected of an epic paladin from a big city, he is incredibly powerful, with a score of 11,000. Clearly, the paladin's ability to deal with groups of monsters is also quite strong, otherwise they wouldn't be able to clear monsters so quickly. Wang Xiaomei, who was originally ranked fourth, has fallen behind. Shadow Walker is not good at fighting groups of monsters and can only clear them one by one. She has now dropped to 7th. Song Siya now holds 4th place. She displayed the strength expected of an epic-level magic archer, quickly clearing out monsters, and now her score has reached over 10,000, not much different from Lin Tianxing's. Zhao Shuiying also secured 5th place by virtue of her outstanding output and recovery abilities, using battle to sustain her fighting spirit. If she continues to persevere, she has a high probability of making a comeback later on. Everyone is full of information about themselves. Based on their current performance, it's practically a certainty that they'll be admitted to Jingxiao Academy. The college entrance examination for changing jobs is a nationwide event, held on the same day and at the same time, organized by province. As a result, the progress of each province was roughly the same, and the second round of testing began. However, judging from the scores, none of them can compare to Liran. Even in Jingxia province, the most prosperous province in the Great Xia Kingdom, the first-ranked score was still much lower than Liran's, by several thousand points. Of course, no one can guarantee that Liran will have the last laugh and win first place in the country. Among the candidates from Jingxia province, several had families who had participated in formulating the rules of the Tower of Trials. They knew exactly how to get the highest score and wouldn't go all out from the start.
Conquering the world.
Under the influence of the taste of blood, a large amount of red mist rose from the green-skinned orc corpse, merging into Liran's body and helping him recover his strength. In a short while, his strength recovered to 90%.
Although he hasn't fully recovered to his peak, he's close.
With his cultivator's body, he'll probably be able to fully recover soon.
At this moment, another wave of monsters arrived with fierce strides.
There was a loud rumbling sound, and the ground seemed to be shaking, indicating that there were quite a few of them.
One wave after another, it's really troublesome. If we don't clear it out quickly enough, we'll definitely be worn down and die.
This also serves as a screening mechanism, eliminating those who are not capable enough and selecting the truly talented geniuses.
Liran smiled instead, using invisibility to enter stealth mode.
The more strange things he encounters, the faster his score rises, and the more likely he is to become number one in the country. Having already secured his position as the top provincial scorer, he naturally set his sights on a longer-term perspective. With the title of number one in the country, his future path will be smoother, and he will be able to grow more steadily. As time passed, a large group of green-skinned orcs assembled.
There's no fundamental difference from the previous ones, just a larger quantity.
Without hesitation, Liran activated Time Stop and powered up the green-skinned orc. To deal with orcs, you don't need any fancy methods, you just need to be simple and straightforward. It must be said that the rules of conquering the world are very favorable to Liran, as they not only test a professional's output ability, but also their endurance, combat experience, and mentality. If the exam rules were changed to simply compare output, or to a one-on-one duel like in a ring, with the winner advancing, he is definitely no match for Gu Nianxi, a legendary Five Thunder Celestial Master, and whether he can beat the top scorers from other provinces is also a question. When it comes to endurance, based on his long hours of dedicated cultivation where he didn't even need to sleep, no other prodigy can compare to him. Liran never expected that his unusually abundant energy would give him such a significant advantage in the college entrance examination.
This feeling of having the upper hand is even more comfortable than being cultivated.
After defeating another large wave of green-skinned orcs, Liran's score once again saw a significant change. The score skyrocketed from 22,943 to 35,943, which is simply outrageous.
People have become somewhat accustomed to seeing this. As expected of Liran, we simply cannot see Liran's limits. How did Liran manage to cultivate himself to be so powerful? It's outrageous. Its output is explosive, and its battery life is outrageous. It's really too well-rounded. Could Liran really be able to clear the game? Besides admiration, people are also curious about how far Liran can go.
The National College Entrance Examination Gokao has been held for so many years, and countless outstanding students have entered the arena to compete on the world stage, but it seems that very few can truly pass the test. Even the most powerful legendary-level professionals could only hold out for 60 minutes against the monster's siege, failing to eliminate them all. After all, in the later stages, the number and strength of the monsters will reach a terrifying level, which is simply beyond human control. The number of monsters that can be killed cannot keep up with the number of monsters that appear. Being able to persist for 60 minutes is already very impressive. Sometimes you might not even see one like that in a whole year. Conquering the world. I'm convinced, completely convinced. Seeing Liran's astonishing score, Lin Tiancheng felt nothing but shock and deep admiration. When the scores were close, he regarded Liran as a competitor and a target he had to surpass. But when the score became so high that he felt despair, he actually felt somewhat relieved. Despite the numerous monsters still before him, he revealed a relieved smile. Even if he broke the holy sword in his hand, he probably still couldn't catch up with Liran. I really don't know how such a capable person grew up. If you have the chance, be sure to get to know them and chat about heroes over drinks. With this in mind, Lin Tiancheng unleashed a burst of holy light and continued to engage in fierce combat. If we can't be number one, we at least have to hold on to third place, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Gu Nianxi was also amazed and couldn't help but make up her mind. As expected of the master, he is really amazing. I can't fall behind. The electric arcs in Gu Nianqi's hands surged even more violently, and her body was surrounded by electric light, making her almost an electric human. After reaching the legendary level, she mastered even more powerful skills. I was planning to use it later, but now it seems there's no need to hide it anymore. If they continue to hide their tracks, they will only fall behind and be left far behind by Li Ran. Inspired by this, Song Siye and Zhao Shuiying unleashed even stronger fighting spirit and used their trump cards. Strive to get third place and sweep the top 3 spots.
The owner will be very happy. Keep going, third place will definitely be mine.
The battle continues. Li Ran defeated the monsters in the second phase, and the third phase followed. The corpses of numerous green-skinned orcs merged into the earth, as if they had been swallowed up. The earth grew increasingly dark, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Everything seemed to be heading in a bad direction. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, a large number of green-skinned orcs arrived from afar. The sky was filled with countless eye-shaped markings. A rough estimate suggests there were nearly 200 of them. Their level has reached an astonishing 20, and they exude a powerful aura. Although most of them were still ordinary monsters, there were also some elite orcs mixed in, wearing exquisite armor and looking quite extraordinary. He wielded the blood-stained broadsword with ferocious power, exuding an astonishing killing intent. Such numbers and strength would make most people's scalp tingle, let alone muster the courage to engage in battle. This can only be described as a battle for the brave, and also a selection of the truly outstanding talents who can carry the banner of the Great Xia Kingdom. Li Ran continued to use his invisibility spell, waiting for the orcs to gather. When the time was right, they first activated Blood Frenzy, and then officially began their operation as before. Level 3 Blood Frenzy greatly enhances Li Ran's damage output, allowing him to easily kill level 20 monsters.
Although he will continuously lose vitality, he has enough vitality to withstand burning.
As long as there's the taste of blood, you can quickly replenish it after clearing out the monsters. Just as he expected, the level 20 monster was no match for his thunderous power and was easily defeated. Even elite level monsters only get hit by a couple more electric shocks. As time passed, Li Ran defeated wave after wave of monsters, and his score continued to soar. People watched helplessly as the score soared, eventually surpassing 100,000, and were at a loss for words. They had already accepted Li Ran's outrageous performance and knew that this monster had no limit whatsoever. Just when they thought Li Ran wouldn't be able to maintain his high-speed score farming, reality always proved them wrong. It seems that Li Ran has reached the final stage.
Holy crap, did he actually beat the game?
That's a bit scary.
You must have killed at least 1,000 monsters. Won't your eyes get dry?
This is a true prodigy, killing monsters like chickens. Li Ran is definitely going to be the provincial champion, and he has a very high chance of becoming the national champion as well. Wow, I never thought I would have the opportunity to witness the birth of the national champion. As people guessed, Li Ran has reached the final stage of his conquest of the world.
There were only a few dozen monsters, fewer than before.
But the worst ones are all elite level. There are several boss level ones, and one leader, and they are all level 23. This setup is terrifying. It's not something an average test taker can pull off.
Just looking at it would make you wet your pants.
Fortunately, Li Ran was still in excellent condition at this point, showing no signs of fatigue. Moreover, he has only been in the conquest world for half an hour so far, and there is still half an hour before it ends. He has plenty of time to waste on these monsters. Li Ran relied on his cheating time-stopping ability and his shadow body, which granted him temporary immunity to damage, to constantly engage in hit-and-run tactics with the monsters, reducing their numbers. It took about 10 minutes for the elite green-skinned orcs to be wiped out, and even the leader-level green-skinned orcs could not hold on and collapsed to their knees, leaving only the last leader-level orc king. The king of orcs is a tall man with exceptionally strong muscles, sharp fangs in his mouth, and a ferocious skull necklace around his neck. He held a blood-stained iron rod in his hand, both sides of which were crimson, and he looked menacing.
Come.
Li Ran stood still, beckoning defiantly to the king of orcs, and secretly used hypnosis. The king of orcs was enraged and brandished his metal rod, attempting to attack Li Ran. However, under the influence of hypnosis, the king of orcs swung his club at his own foot.
Although it returned to normal in the next second, it was too late.
The club had already fallen due to inertia, smashing down and making the king of orcs turn ashen-faced, letting out an angry roar. Unfortunately, even with multiple opponents, it couldn't defeat Li Ran. With only one orc left, how could it possibly defeat Li Ran, who possessed all sorts of underhanded skills? Li Ran easily defeated the king of orcs in just over 10 seconds. The next moment, a strong white light enveloped his body, and he disappeared from the world of conquest. Suddenly, a bright light emanated from the entrance to the Tower of Trials, and people all looked toward the vortex at the entrance.
What's going on? Why is the entrance glowing? Is someone about to come out? Shouldn't we be teleported to the plaza? How come we came out from the entrance?
People were incredibly surprised. They had never seen the Tower of Trials emit such a light before. The next moment, Li Ran stepped out of the light. Chapter 72. First in the nation. Today, the provincial governor arrives in person to congratulate and present gifts. 4K. Lin Changkong stepped out and eagerly went to Li Ran's side, asking with excitement and curiosity, "Li Ran, why did you come out?"
Upon hearing this question, the people around them all perked up their ears, their faces filled with curiosity.
They were extremely curious to know why Li Ran had emerged from the entrance of the trial tower. They had their suspicions, but they simply couldn't believe it. Li Ran remained calm and said softly, "Once they were all killed, they were teleported out directly. Once they've all been killed, they'll come out." His simple words, coupled with his calm expression, pierced through the hearts of those around him.
Lin Changkong's face showed shock and great joy.
Good, good. Lin Changkong patted Li Ran on the shoulder, his attitude very friendly. The way she looked at Li Ran was even gentler than when she looked at her own son, full of concern. Having been the city lord for so many years, this was the first time he had ever seen someone who could conquer the world. This achievement was truly outrageous. Nanshan City is truly blessed to have produced such a prodigy.
Li Ran, come sit here and rest for a bit. The final results will be out soon.
Lin Changkong warmly took Li Ran's hand and led her to the high position on the podium. He knew in his heart that Li Ran was definitely the best in the country, unless there was another prodigy in another province who had passed the test just like him. However, as is customary, we still have to wait a while until the college entrance examination is officially over before we can leave.
Those around them watched this scene with expressions of disbelief and envy. I beat the game. I really beat it.
Li Ran is truly a prodigy who has swept across the world in a single battle. Before today, they probably had never heard of Li Ran. But now, they have firmly memorized the name Li Ran.
The dark horse has really made a comeback, it's almost unbelievable.
He's a shoo-in for the provincial champion, and he's also very likely to be number one in the country. Li Ran is really going to be famous throughout Yunhai province now, no, I mean, throughout the whole country.
How envious I am.
I also wish I could ride the spring breeze and gallop swiftly, seeing all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. Li Ran actually managed to keep a calm expression.
If it were me, I would have been laughing my head off.
Not only is he exceptionally skilled, but he also has a good character. He's truly remarkable.
One after another, words of praise flew from people's mouths and landed on Li Ran. Li Ran's performance was so outstanding that they forgot to check the rankings for a moment.
Compared to Li Ran, even Gu Nianqi, who ranked second, paled in comparison, let alone the others. On the stage, as Li Ran walked onto the platform, many important figures in the eyes of ordinary people showed great enthusiasm, welcoming Li Ran with smiles.
The senior members of the Nanshan City Professionals Association, many leaders of Nanshan City, and the presidents of various universities are all prominent figures in Nanshan City.
Lu Yuntao, the principal of Nanshan No. 1 Middle School, jumped up, his old face flushed with excitement.
This is the top scholar, the top scholar. Lu Yuntao's fingers trembled with excitement.
For him, it was a great honor to have his students become the top scorers in Yunhai province, and it would bring him substantial benefits. He wished he could kowtow twice to Li Ran to express his regret for not having the foresight to recognize her talent.
Congratulations, Li Ran. You are the undisputed champion of the province. Li Ran's performance was truly outstanding and eye-opening. I wonder if young friend Li Ran has someone he likes. My granddaughter is very beautiful and capable, a perfect match for you. I've watched so many years of college entrance exams, and this is the first time I've ever seen anyone come out of the Tower of Trials. Li Ran is really amazing, he's probably number one in the country. The important figures surrounded Li Ran, asking him all sorts of questions. Li Ran responded calmly with a faint smile on his face. He knew what his results would bring and was mentally prepared. Alright, stop bothering Li Ran. He just finished the college entrance exam, let him rest. Lin Changkong stopped the many important figures and spoke with a smile. It's time to let Li Ran get some rest. We were just too excited. The others realized their lapse in decorum, nodded, and made way for Li Ran. However, the look in her eyes when she looked at Li Ran still held fervor. This is the number one prodigy in the country. If we can establish a connection with them, their family will surely prosper.
Li Ran sat down in a quiet spot and waited for the college entrance examination to end.
They didn't keep him waiting long.
About 20 minutes later, Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying appeared near the entrance to the Tower of Trials. The entrance to the Tower of Trials then closed. Apart from those three, no other candidates from Nanshan City persisted until the end.
The combat-related professional exams have ended.
All candidates, please rest where you are and await your final rankings. Lin Chankong's voice resounded throughout the venue.
The candidates eagerly awaited their results, all wanting to know their final rankings.
The final ranking is primarily based on scores, but will also take into account factors such as profession, level, and exam performance, and will be dynamically ranked by the Tower of Trials.
If the scores are close, it's possible that someone could be overtaken at this point. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the final results were finally announced.
A huge screen of light flickered in the air.
1. Li Ran, score, 129943, rating, perfect. Li Ran's name was prominently listed first. Wow! A gasp of surprise erupted from the audience, followed by thunderous applause.
Everyone congratulated Li Ran, as becoming the top scorer in a province was no easy feat. Lu Yuntao was so excited that he knelt on the ground, and the people around him offered their congratulations.
What good luck, Lao Lu, you actually produced a provincial champion. That's enough to brag about for 10 years. Nanshan No. 1 Middle School is now famous.
Gu Nianqi looked at the light screen and smiled, congratulating Li Ran through soul communication.
Congratulations, Master, on becoming the top scholar in the province.
Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying both smiled and offered their heartfelt congratulations.
Master is really amazing.
As expected of the master, winning the provincial champion title is a piece of cake.
Li Ran also grinned, a smile on her face, thank you.
Despite being prepared, I was still quite excited to see that I had actually become the top scorer in the province.
The rankings have also been released, with Gu Nianqi coming in second. Second, Gu Nianqi, score 95291, rating, perfect.
With Li Ran's outstanding achievements as a precedent, Gu Nianqi's results, though equally impressive, did not cause a great sensation.
Lu Yuntao was excited again, feeling like his brain was about to overflow with happiness. Several of his peers cast envious glances his way. Not only was the top scorer in the province, but even the second-place winner came from Nanshan No. 1 Middle School. They are incredibly lucky. 3. Lin Tiansheng, score 78945, rating, top.
4. Zhao Shuiying, score 77288, rating, top.
5. Song Xie, score 71415, rating, top.
Lin Tiansheng ultimately managed to retain his third-place position, although the score difference was not significant, at least he managed to hold on. As expected of an epic-level paladin, he performed exceptionally well under the pressure of being motivated and forced to give it his all. Zhao Shuiying reached 4th place thanks to her powerful recovery ability. Blood swordsmen can sustain themselves through battle, which is very advantageous under this kind of test.
Song Xie quietly slipped up to 5th place.
Although there was a big gap between her and 4th place, it was still quite good, enough to get into Jingxia Academy at will.
The rankings were released quickly.
Compared to Li Ran and the 3 daughters he raised, the other candidates in Nanshan City did not perform as well.
However, it's not bad many of them can get into a decent university.
When the results came out, people were both happy and worried, but most of them had smiles on their faces. After all, the college entrance exam is over, and they can relax for a while and enjoy some good days. The crowd chatted and laughed, preparing to disperse and discussing where to go to relax next. At this moment, Lin Changkong suddenly jumped up, his face showing an indescribable expression, and shouted in an extremely exaggerated tone. News has come from Jingxia City. Li Ran has become the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination for combat-type professionals this year.
Boom!
Upon hearing the news, everyone stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with profound shock. The next moment, thunderous applause erupted, mixed with enthusiastic praise.
A national champion! Our Nanshan City actually produced a national champion.
Yunhai Province hasn't produced a national champion for many years. Li Ran has broken the mold. I was actually classmates with the top scorer in the country. I'm so lucky.
Li Ran is amazing. He actually became the top scorer in the country. Lu Yuntao was so excited he was about to faint.
His breathing was rapid, his heart was pounding, and he felt like he could die at any moment. I never expected that his school would produce a national champion. He felt like Fan Jin, who had just passed the imperial examination and was so excited that he couldn't even speak. Those around them were not surprised by this scene, their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. If their students achieve these results, their performance is likely to be similar. First in the country, what a great honor! Compared to the others, Li Ran was rather calm. He had a clear smile on his face, but didn't make any unusual movements. Winning first place nationwide was within his expectations. Although he is excited right now, he's not overly so. Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying were even more excited than he was, and they kept congratulating him through their souls.
Congratulations, Master.
The three women's words were filled with deep affection, and they were bound to have a good celebration tonight. A fierce battle was inevitable. Li Ran was naturally also looking forward to it. Having become number one in the country, his future will be bright. All you need to do is work hard to become stronger, and you won't have to worry about survival anymore. After the celebration, the crowd dispersed again. No matter how joyous the occasion, nothing compares to one's own life. After the celebration, it's time to get back to what you need to do. For people, it's just another topic of conversation. Li Ran naturally didn't linger. After waving goodbye to Lin Changkong and other important figures, he left directly. Lin Changkong and the others remained seated on the platform. The exams for support-type professions were still ongoing, and they needed to see the results. Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying also quietly left, without waiting in the square. It wasn't that they didn't want to wait for Lin Yue, but too many people came up to greet her, making it impossible to wait quietly. If you don't leave, you'll only be harassed by others. Let's talk about the celebration later. Li Ran did not go back to his own home, but went straight to the villa under Gu Nianqi's name to get some rest. He dared not go back to his old house. After the news of him becoming the number one in the country spread, he would definitely be bothered by many people, and by then there would probably be a long line. Hiding in Gu Nianqi's house, no one will know, and I can get enough peace and quiet. In addition, you can also enjoy different kinds of fun. Li Ran lay on the soft bed, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Master, please give me some pointers, Song Xia. I only managed to get 5th place, which has disappointed you. Song Xia looked at Li Ran and couldn't help but speak. With a look of desire to become stronger on her face, she had already deliberately stuck out her round buttocks. He tried to get guidance from Li Ran. Even if they are beaten and scolded at will, they will not hesitate. No, please instruct me first, I need guidance the most. Beside her, Gu Nianqi was not as aloof as usual. She knelt like a cat in heat, one hand slightly raised, her pink tongue lolling out. Stop arguing, everyone. I'll go first, Master. I tried my best today and got 4th place. I should get a reward, right? Zhao Shuiying arrived here at some point, and like a female dog in heat, she deliberately spread her long, fair, and shapely legs apart, trying to get the prize for their hard work. If you want power, then take it yourself. You know the rules. Li Ran propped his head up with his hands, lying horizontally on the bed, looking at the calm expression on his face. He did nothing, he just said something casually. Upon hearing this, the three women immediately knew what to do. Ring ring. The urgent ringing of the telephone shattered the tranquility of the night. Li Ran picked up his phone and glanced at it, discovering that the caller ID was Nanshan City Lord. Immediately, Li Ran perked up. If someone can make a phone call using that name, he has to answer and see what happens, regardless of whether it's a scam or not. Be quiet while you eat, and don't make any noise with your lips. I have a phone call coming up. Li Ran looked up at the three women and spoke solemnly. The three girls nodded obediently and quietly ate the most delicious food in the world. Hello, Lord Lin? What can I do for you? Li Ran answered the phone and spoke calmly. It's me, Li Ran. Where are you now? The provincial governor came to visit and found you weren't home. Lin Changkong spoke with a smile, his words carrying a friendly tone. Despite missing out and wasting his time, he didn't blame anyone. He didn't seem like a city lord in a high position, he seemed more like an ordinary friend. I was afraid someone would bother me, so I didn't go home. Instead, I found a quiet place to hide. Li Ran smiled slightly. I see, that makes sense. Lin Changkong nodded after hearing this and smiled reassuringly. You don't need to worry now, no one will bother you. As he spoke, Lin Changkong asked, the provincial governor is preparing to personally present you with the Top Scholars Award. When will you be back? Or should we come to find you? Li Ran's heart tightened, and he said apologetically, how could I trouble you and the provincial governor? I'll be there in 10 minutes. I'm leaving right away, I'll hang up now. After hanging up the phone, Li Ran quickly reached out and pulled up his pants. You all heard it too, now is not the time to drink milk. After tidying himself up, Li Ran strode forward, lifted the curtains, leaped out of the window, and used 70% of his strength to rush home. The three women watched Li Ran's departing figure with reluctance, their faces showing a hint of lingering affection. However, they did not stop them. They are not people who cannot distinguish right from wrong, they know what is more important. The training can be done at any time, but this is the only time the provincial governor will personally receive you. Chapter 73, Generous Rewards, Teleportation Item Acquired, Time for a Feast 4K. With 70% of his power, Li Ran moved as fast as if he were flying. The scenery on both sides rushed past him at breakneck speed, leaving even the speeding cars far behind. The cold wind blew against him, but Li Ran was unaffected instead, he unleashed even greater speed. Finally, it only took him 6 minutes to get back to his old neighborhood. At the entrance of the residential compound, City Lord Lin Chankong had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Li Ran running over, he smiled and said, "Let's go, let's talk slowly." Li Ran nodded and followed. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. A strong sense of oppression emanated from the shadows not far away, making it difficult for him to breathe. It seemed like he was about to suffocate at any moment. But judging from the City Lord Lin Chankong's behavior, he seemed not to have noticed at all.
Provincial governor?
Li Ran's eyes narrowed, and he used his mental energy to suppress his physical discomfort before asking curiously.
Yes, it's me.
A middle-aged man, nearly 2 meters tall, with a resolute face and jet black hair, wearing a black uniform, emerged from the darkness, his tiger-like eyes gleaming with sharp light.
His every move exuded the aura of someone in a superior position.
The middle-aged man wore a faint smile, clearly satisfied with Li Ran's reaction. As expected of a prodigy who can conquer the world and become the number one in the country, he is indeed extremely outstanding. He was excited when he heard the news, and now that he has met them in person, he is extremely satisfied.
Let me introduce myself, my name is Jiang Huaixia.
Jiang Huaixia smiled slightly and got straight to the point, stating her purpose. I am here today mainly to congratulate you on winning first place nationwide in this year's combat-related exams. And on behalf of the Great Xia Kingdom, I will bestow upon you, the number one genius, some due rewards, and by the way, I will also discuss matters concerning the Jingxia Academy. Li Ran nodded, a hint of composure on his face.
Understood.
He knew perfectly well what he was there for and wasn't nervous. No rush, let me sit at your place first. Jiang Huaixia was mild-mannered and didn't act like a big shot.
Okay. Li Ran walked ahead, leading the two important figures of extraordinary status toward his small house. Back home, Li Ran invited the two to sit down and poured them each a glass of water. I'm sorry, my home is simple and I don't have much to offer.
Li Ran explained somewhat embarrassedly.
Jiang Huaixia's gaze swept over the house.
The furnishings were simple, and many parts were somewhat old. It's easy to imagine that Li Ran's family was not well off. In fact, they were quite poor. It is truly remarkable that Li Ran was able to rise to the top in the country in such an environment. This made him think more highly of him. Jiang Huaixia smiled gently, "It's nothing, it was my presumptuous visit." Jiang Huaixia had never received such a meager reception. If anyone else had treated him like this, Jiang Huaixia wouldn't have shown it outwardly, but he would definitely have been a little angry inside.
But now, he feels somewhat guilty.
The fact that the top student in the country lives in such a place is clearly a dereliction of duty on their part. They failed to discover Li Ran's talent earlier. If carefully nurtured, Li Ran might become even stronger than he is now, and in the future become a truly great figure capable of lifting the cauldron for the Great Xia Kingdom. Lin Chankong quickly spoke up, his words tinged with apology. "Here is a 5 million yuan prize. It may not be much, but it is a token of the city's goodwill.
In addition, there is a house in the city.
Although it is not large, it is in a good location and fully equipped with some professional equipment, which is very suitable for professionals to live and practice." Lin Chankong took out a black bank card and a red property ownership certificate from his inventory and handed them to Li Ran. "It was our mistake that we failed to notice Li Ran's difficulties, which caused you to suffer." Li Ran accepted the reward without any formalities, smiling and saying, "No, not at all.
I didn't know I had this kind of strength before, so how can I blame you?"
Without demonstrating sufficient value, it's impossible to maintain the attention of such an important figure.
Li Ran naturally wouldn't say anything about Lin Chankong because of this.
Jiang Huaixia watched this scene without saying much, only smiling. "It's just a small material reward, nothing much, but it would be best if Li Ran could accept it. A genius like Li Ran should naturally focus on becoming stronger, rather than worrying about making a living. Jiang Huaixia looked Li Ran up and down and praised, "It is truly rare for a trainer to have grown to this level." With Jiang Huaixia's strength, many skills have become ingrained in his very being. Detection techniques are as natural as breathing, they can be used instinctively. Jiang Huaixia continued, "You must have awakened a hidden talent, and your profession should be different from that of an ordinary trainer, mutating towards a more powerful direction." Lin Changkong nodded in agreement after hearing this, as it coincided with his guess. Li Ran hesitated, unsure of what to say. Jiang Huaixia saw through it and showed an expression of "I knew it," and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't ask what your talent is.
Everyone has secrets, that's normal.
Over the years, I've seen many examples of underdogs making a comeback, but you are exceptionally outstanding." Jiang Huaixia didn't press further, but changed the subject, saying, "City Lord Lin gave you some rewards, so I should give you the rewards issued by the Great Xia Kingdom as well.
As the top scorer in the country, you will receive a considerable reward."
A flash of light appeared in Jiang Huaixia's hand, and several items floated in mid-air.
Li Ran's eyes lit up.
Although he didn't recognize these items, he could tell they were quite valuable.
The necklace and ring, in particular, must be very high-end jewelry.
The first reward is 100,000 points, which is your reward for winning first place in the country.
You probably don't know the purpose of points.
I can only say that in the major universities in the Great Xia Kingdom, points are more useful than Great Xia coins. You'll understand when you get to Jingxia Academy, I won't go into details. In addition, your score in the college entrance examination will also be converted into an equivalent amount of points, for a total of 229,943 points. Jiang Huaixia handed a white card to Li Ran and said solemnly, "All your points are in this card." Seeing this, Lin Changkong felt a pang of envy.
Li Ran has nearly 230,000 points.
This is a very generous amount of points. Many senior students at Jingxia Academy may not even have as many as Li Ran. When he entered the school, his points were only a fraction of Li Ran's, and he lived an ordinary life.
With so many points, Li Ran will definitely have a very comfortable life after enrolling. This is the best treatment in the country, it's really generous.
Jiang Huaixia did not stop, but instead took out a ring and a necklace.
The second reward is still for you winning first place nationwide.
A ring that can withstand fatal damage, and a necklace that can help you teleport over long distances.
With these two items, your life will be greatly protected before you grow up.
After handing the ring and necklace to Li Ran, Jiang Huaixia continued. The third reward is an extra bonus for you because you cleared the Tower of Trials during the college entrance examination.
A trial qualification for the Tower of Transcendence. You can enter the Tower of Transcendence from Jingxia Academy. You'll understand the specific information once you arrive at Jingxia Academy, so I won't go into too much detail. A friendly reminder, the qualification for the Tower of Transcendence trial is extremely valuable. Make sure you are well prepared before you decide to enter. Jiang Huaixia solemnly reminded him, explaining that this so-called Tower of Transcendence was indeed very useful. It is estimated that this will greatly enhance the strength of those who enter. Clear. Li Ran nodded and responded seriously.
Jiang Huaixia smiled, satisfied with Li Ran's performance.
Alright, these are the rewards for the national champion.
Then, he changed the subject and continued.
In addition, on behalf of Yunhai Province, I also have some rewards for you.
Jiang Huaixia didn't stand on ceremony. With a flash of light in his hand, several more items appeared. This is a long-distance teleportation stone that can help you arrive directly at the gate of Jingxia Academy, saving you travel time. It can be used 3 times, and a maximum of 6 people can be teleported at the same time, as long as you form a small team and hold the teleportation stone at the same time. If you have friends or classmates who are also going to Jingxia City, you can bring them along. As she spoke, Jiang Huaixia handed the teleportation stone, about the size of a thermos, to Li Ran. The teleportation stone shimmered with purple light, carrying a touch of mystery. Then, Jiang Huaixia handed 2 more items to Li Ran. Here is 30 million and 2 properties in the center of Yunhai Province. If you are interested in going to Yunhai Province, you can go anytime. Jiang Huaixia did not elaborate much on the real estate. In his eyes, the property was not important at all, it was just a reason for Li Ran to go to Yunhai Province.
Lin Changkong wasn't too surprised to see this.
He only dared not send too much because Jiang Huaixia was there. Otherwise, money isn't really that important to someone of his level.
There are so many things in this world that money simply cannot buy. Compared to the previous rewards, this amount of money is nothing.
Li Ran took the bank card and property certificate and smiled slightly. Just over 10 days ago, he was still amazed that Gu Nianqi spent 100,000 yuan to buy his cultivation once. But now, he can accept tens of millions of assets without batting an eye. The benefits of increased strength are indeed obvious. After accepting these rewards, his bank account balance alone reached over 30 million, not counting other things. Now, he's considered a wealthy man, and the days of living off women are gone forever. In addition, there is a suitable set of silver-grade equipment. Although you already have it, you should still accept it. Jiang Huaixia could tell that Li Ran's equipment was quite good, all of it being silver level. But Li Ran's business is Li Ran's business, and his sending it is his business. The two are not in conflict.
Thank you. Li Ran accepted the equipment and nodded his thanks.
Even though he already had the equipment, refusing a kind offer was undoubtedly impolite. After all, a provincial governor wouldn't lack a mere set of silver-level equipment. Jiang Huaixia smiled as she saw Li Ran accept the reward generously. Alright, it's already a bit impolite of me to come here so abruptly tonight, so I won't bother you any longer.
After presenting the gift, Jiang Huaixia got up to say goodbye.
Before leaving, he patted Li Ran on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Work hard, the future of the great Xia kingdom belongs to you."
Clear.
Li Ran smiled and nodded in response. Seeing this, Lin Changkong also got up to leave, saying, "Good luck, Li Ran.
I won't bother you any longer. Goodbye." Li Ran waved and smiled as he watched the two leave.
Only after the two figures had completely disappeared did Li Ran sit back on the sofa and examine the rewards he had just received. Li Ran put the money and other items into his inventory and then focused on examining the two ornaments he had just acquired. Divine Protection Ring. When you receive fatal damage, the ring will consume energy to offset the attack.
The energy will regenerate over time.
If subjected to excessive damage, the ring will shatter automatically to maximize its effectiveness and protect the user.
Usable by level 20 and above. Palm Topswalker's necklace. Imagine the destination you want to teleport to, and you can teleport directly to that location.
The amount of stored energy consumed depends on the distance. If used in a dungeon, it will force the user to leave the dungeon.
Activating this effect will shatter the necklace. Usable by level 20 and above.
It's no wonder it's the reward for the top scorer in the country. It's really impressive.
With these two pieces of jewelry, Li Ran's life safety will be greatly guaranteed.
In addition, mobility has also been significantly improved.
The Planeswalker's necklace allows him to teleport long distances, eliminating the need for arduous journeys. This kind of treasure is so valuable that you can't buy it even if you have the money. No one would sell it, they would just pass it on to their descendants.
In other words, Li Ran can only obtain it if he becomes the top scorer in the country. Composing himself, Li Ran put on the ring and necklace, focused his attention, and tried to activate the necklace's effect.
After several tests, Li Ran roughly understood the necklace's specific abilities.
It cannot be activated instantly, it requires a certain amount of time to chant. The teleportation distance is not very far, only about 100 kilometers, and it can only teleport to places that have been visited before.
Once the energy is depleted, it takes approximately 12 hours to recover.
You can also charge it with your mental energy, but it consumes a lot of energy and will damage the accessory itself. It's sufficient for city use, but for long-distance teleportation, teleportation stones are still more useful.
After testing, Li Ran thought of Gu Nianqi's bedroom and activated the necklace. A flash of blue light, and Li Ran was back on the bed he had been lying on. Since they were at home, the three women wore revealing clothing, displaying their fair, voluptuous, and slender figures with seductive eyes. Her voluptuous, snow-white breast stood erect in a way that defied gravity. It makes one marvel at the miracles of the Creator.
Through soul communication, Li Ran had already told the three women the whole story. Therefore, they prepared for the meal in advance.
Come on, let's continue eating.
Li Ran chuckled lightly, lay down on the bed, and let the three women do as they pleased. He doesn't have to do anything, he can improve his strength just by lying down, which is quite comfortable. This way, he can have more time to think about how to use various skills. As you acquire more skills, the number of possible combinations also increases, which inevitably requires time to arrange and combine them. Amidst a rustling sound, the three women found the food that Li Ran had hidden.
Like a greedy mouse, they savored it.
There wasn't enough food for Gu Nianqi, Song Xie, and Zhao Shuiying to eat their fill at the same time. The more they tasted, the hungrier they became, wanting to devour more and adopting a more aggressive stance.
I want more. I want to eat more. So hungry, so hungry.
Although the three women didn't attack each other, their expressions were not pleasant, as they all wanted to eat. At this moment, Li Ran took the initiative to activate the Nurturer's seal, connecting the three women's senses together. We share both good times and bad. Although the one who actually gets to eat will be fuller, the other two won't be left with nothing. Chapter 74, Time Stop advances again, now capable of stopping time for 30 seconds consecutively.
The next morning.
Until the warm sunlight outside the window gradually shone into the room through the curtains. Li Ran, who was resting in bed, finally opened her eyes and slowly woke up. Although with his current energy, he doesn't need to rest at all. But taking a nap occasionally is quite comfortable and allows you to get a long-lost sense of relaxation. Anyway, given his nurturing abilities, even if he falls asleep, it won't affect Gu Nianqi and the others eating. Feeling the weight and warmth coming from his arm, Li Ran looked around and smiled faintly. Gu Nianqi lay on his right arm, her long, black hair flowing freely. Her voluptuous body pressed against him, and a smile graced her beautiful face as she slept peacefully. Zhao Shuiying lay on his left side, her slender figure slightly bent, curled up in his arms, her face serene, like a puppy that had found warmth.
Li Ran looked up but didn't see Song Siye immediately. Looking around, I finally spotted the other person at a table not far away. Li Ran looked at Song Siye, who was sitting at the dining table and eating breakfast seriously, and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. She really is a glutton. It's probably only a little past 5 o'clock now, but I didn't expect Song Siye to have already started eating breakfast. Good morning, master.
Song Siye opened her cherry-like mouth, waved her fair and slender arms, and greeted Li Ran with a smile.
Good morning. Li Ran nodded slightly.
He gestured to Song Siye not to worry about him and to just eat breakfast normally.
Yes, master.
Song Siye smiled sweetly and spoke softly.
As a level 21 epic level magic archer, Song Siye's physical attributes are beyond question.
Even compared to Gu Nianqi, Zhao Shuiying, and others who are also highly skilled professionals, she is far stronger than the average person.
No matter how much you eat, it won't cause any problems, it will all be digested completely.
Putting aside his jumbled thoughts, Li Ran opened the status panel with a thought. Due to the unique nature of the college entrance exam instance, he killed thousands of powerful monsters in the Tower of Trials, but did not gain any experience.
My level remains unchanged at 21.
Fortunately, he can become stronger not only by leveling up, but also through the nurturing contract, which allows him to improve his strength in a variety of ways. After several days of training, its basic attributes have improved significantly, and its growth potential has also increased, making it a true epic level professional. The improvement was mainly in skills. Through such desperate and bloody battles, many skills were enhanced. It possesses both its own breeder skills and skills learned from flowers. The most crucial ones are invisibility and time stop, each upgraded by one level, resulting in significant changes. Invisibility level 3 enters an invisible state, reducing the likelihood of being detected by other creatures.
Anyone you touch will also enter an invisible state.
After upgrading to level 3, invisibility not only becomes more effective, but also gains the ability to make others invisible as well. It has many ingenious uses. Besides helping people escape, it can also make a person disappear from the world without a sound.
Time Stop level 2 stops time, rendering all surrounding creatures still. The duration depends on the user's mental strength and skill level.
It can be used continuously, but the cost increases exponentially with each use. Level 2 Time Pause can now be used continuously, and the duration has been extended slightly. Li Ran tried it out briefly and knew clearly that with his current strength, he can only stop time 3 times in a row. Maintaining the time freeze is too taxing. It really drains a person's energy. Even with the body of a cultivator, it wouldn't be able to withstand the strain. It would most likely collapse from exhaustion, unable to even finish off the enemy. However, stopping time 3 times in a row is enough.
Stopping time for nearly 30 seconds in one go will make any monster kneel down.
Of course, it's best to pause twice to have enough stamina for fighting and avoid exhaustion too quickly. Moreover, the 2 time stops were long enough for him to deal damage. Time stopped, everything began to flow again, and all things resumed their operation.
Song Siye, who was within Li Ran's attack range, naturally suffered.
The damage accumulated during the time stop erupted all at once, causing her to suffer unprecedented severe injury.
Song Siye trembled, her eyes darting around.
The brain was subjected to a strong impact, the mind went blank, thoughts vanished, leaving only one thought.
It felt like my computer CPU was overheating and I almost fainted. Time stopping is really powerful, almost too powerful.
Li Ran looked at Song Siye, a hint of apology in his eyes. He originally just wanted to test his ability to stop time, and also asked Song Siye to help test just how high the burst damage would be after the time stop ended. The results were unexpectedly better than I imagined. Fortunately, Song Siye is an epic level professional with strong recovery ability, otherwise she might have broken down on the spot. Hearing the noise, Gu Nianqi slowly woke up. Opening my eyes, I saw my master's handsome face. Feeling the warmth of her body, a strong sense of happiness welled up in her heart, almost overwhelming her.
To wake up and see your beloved is such a blissful thing.
At this moment, Gu Nianqi suddenly noticed that her master looked somewhat confused. Following her master's gaze, Gu Nianqi saw Song Siye.
Seeing Song Siye's performance, Gu Nianqi's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise, and she couldn't help but sigh. Wow, that's amazing.
She had never seen Song Siye with such an embarrassed expression before. It was as if she were about to die. Although Song Siye's physical fitness is only average, she is still level 21.
How could she be in such a state? I don't know what the owner did. If it were her, what would she become? Would she turn out like Song Siye?
Gu Nianqi was a little curious, her heart trembled slightly, her throat bobbed, and she couldn't help but swallow. Help me help Siye to the side to rest, she seems to be in trouble. Noticing the commotion beside him, Li Ran patted Gu Nianqi's head and said gently. After working so hard for so many days, and finally finishing the college entrance exam, it's time to take a good rest. So he doesn't plan to go out today, or even leave his bedroom.
Yes, master.
Gu Nianqi pursed her red lips and said respectfully. This was exactly what she wanted, so she was naturally extremely happy.
Gu Nianqi got up and walked towards Song Siye, lifting her up and heading towards an open space not far away.
After laying Song Siye's body horizontally on the ground to ensure that she could breathe smoothly and recover properly, Gu Nianqi turned and left with peace of mind. Having finished the tasks assigned by her master, she could now handle her official duties.
Gu Nianqi turned and walked toward the table where Song Siye had eaten breakfast.
Seeing Song Siye eat half of her food, Gu Nianqi took a deep breath and continued eating, ignoring the saliva left on it.
Wasting food is wrong. Even though her family is very wealthy, she can't do that. She must finish her food. Chapter 75: A Trial of Strength and Courage. We must not waste food.
Gu Nianqi sat at the dining table, swallowing the food in her mouth with great effort, trying to finish every last bit of food on her plate.
This practice of using CDs is certainly excellent and deserves to be promoted.
After finishing her meal, Gu Nianqi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a proud and self-satisfied expression. She succeeded, not a single grain of food was wasted.
Composing herself, Gu Nianqi looked up at Li Ran and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, master.
Without her master's help, she would not have grown from an S-level 5 Thunder Celestial Master to a legendary 5 Thunder Celestial Master, nor would she have been able to achieve the second best ranking in the province in the college entrance examination. Today was no different. Without her master's help, she wouldn't have been able to finish the food Song Siye left behind. Naturally, Gu Nianqi was filled with gratitude for Li Ran, her master, who had always been so generous in helping her.
She was also willing to give him everything.
It's nothing, it's what I should do, after all, he's your master.
Li Ran waved his hand and smiled slightly.
As their owner, it is only right that I provide them with assistance. I can't just do nothing and accept being called master without a second thought.
Gu Nianqi nodded.
Her beautiful eyes twitched slightly, as if she were pondering some complex problem. After that, Gu Nianqi took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and mustered up her courage to ask Li Ran.
Master, could you also use the time stop function on me? I want to test my limits.
Gu Nianqi seemed a little embarrassed, and her voice grew softer and softer as she spoke until it was completely inaudible. She kept her head down, not daring to look at Li Ran's face. Such behavior, which is highly likely to harm oneself, is undoubtedly playing with fire. If something were to happen, it would be a waste of Li Ran's long-term nurturing, so she felt somewhat embarrassed.
A hint of surprise appeared on Li Ran's face. With his hearing, he could naturally hear what Gu Nianqi was saying. He just didn't expect that even after Song Siye had become like that, Gu Nianqi still wanted to experience it. You've seen it with your own eyes, yet you're not afraid at all, but instead want to take on the challenge?
His admiration was drawn to this attitude of daring to confront a fierce tiger.
Since Gu Nianqi wanted to challenge the limits, how could he, as her master, not satisfy her?
As long as she's careful, Gu Nianqi's physical condition should be able to withstand the burst damage when the time stop ends.
Sure.
Li Ran nodded slightly and replied with a smile, I will begin when you are ready, don't worry. He didn't rush to use time stop, but observed Gu Nianqi's performance, waiting for the right opportunity.
The things Gu Nianqi wants to experience are not so easy to resist.
It requires not only ample courage, but also a solid foundation of strength.
Without adequate preparation, there's a high chance you'll be stunned or even killed by the overflowing damage. Song Siya has already fallen, and he doesn't want Gu Nianqi to follow in her footsteps. Thank you, Master.
Gu Nianqi smiled slightly, her eyes filled with deep affection, showing no trace of her former aloofness. The arrogant Gu Nianqi in other people's eyes has shed her cold and hard exterior and become a well-behaved kitten under Li Ran's careful care. Li Ran only needed to reach out his hand, without saying a word, and Gu Nianqi would obediently bring her head close, resting it on his lap, showing a docile expression as he stroked her. This was something he couldn't have imagined before he awakened to become a nurturer. Gu Nianqi tried her best to adjust her posture, attempting to prepare quickly. It was naturally a cause for celebration that her master was willing to grant her request. She had no intention of keeping him waiting. Gu Nianqi truly deserves to be called a genius. She excels in every aspect. Before long, Li Ran sensed that Gu Nianqi's body was relaxed and she had fully entered the state, ready to begin this trial of courage. He naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, and immediately activated the time stop function. In an instant, everything around them fell still. Gu Nianqi, with a faint smile on her face, remained suspended in mid-air, retaining the posture she had before the time stop. Despite this, Gu Nianqi still displayed a very beautiful appearance, and her beauty did not diminish despite the time stop.
Gu Nianqi's beauty is all-encompassing and flawless. She doesn't reveal any flaws when she's still.
After one time stop ended, a second time stop was initiated, and this was repeated 3 times in a row, with the time stop lasting nearly 30 seconds. More than an hour had passed since the last continuous time stop, and Li Ran's strength had long since recovered, so he could use continuous time stop again.
Gu Nianqi remained frozen in place until the time freeze ended.
When the power that had stopped dissipated, everything resumed its normal operation. Li Ran slightly raised his head, staring intently at Gu Nianqi. He was eager to see what kind of attitude Gu Nianqi, this aloof and resolute legendary 5 Thunder Celestial Master who seemed to be untouched by worldly affairs, would display. Without keeping Li Ran waiting for long, Gu Nianqi gritted her teeth and revealed an extremely determined expression. Crystalline tears streamed down her face. Clearly, she was under immense pressure. However, unlike Song Siya, she did not faint due to the severe impact on her body, but endured it. Gu Nianqi truly lives up to her reputation as a legendary professional. Her strength is undeniable. After a long while, Gu Nianqi finally recovered from the effects of the trial of courage and managed to return to a normal expression.
During this time, Li Ran just watched quietly and did nothing.
Until Gu Nianqi fully recovered her mobility and behaved as usual.
So, how is it different from a regular attack? Li Ran was curious about Gu Nianqi's feelings when she was attacked, so he asked her.
This can be considered an example of his testing, which can help him improve his ability to stop time.
It's a very special feeling.
The power of countless attacks combined and bursting together is far more terrifying than I imagined.
Gu Nianqi smiled and spoke respectfully. Thank you, Master, for granting my wish. Okay, go and get some rest. Don't ruin your health. Li Ran smiled and nodded, then ordered Gu Nianqi to rest in an unquestionable tone.
Although she seemed fine, Gu Nianqi was definitely not in good condition after enduring so many attacks in one go, and she needed to rest.
It wouldn't be good if it left any hidden injuries. Yes, Master.
Gu Nianqi naturally wouldn't go against Li Ran's wishes, so she smiled, stood up, and found an open space to rest. After confirming that Gu Nianqi was indeed alright, Li Ran turned to look at Zhao Shuiying beside him, his voice gentle and slightly teasing.
Are you enjoying watching it?
Zhao Shuiying suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of embarrassment on her face.
I shouldn't have peeked. Please punish me, Master.
Zhao Shuiying quickly adjusted her posture, knelt down on both knees, and kowtowed to the ground with a respectful attitude.
Like an obedient, well-behaved puppy. Chapter 76. From this day forward, be a positive and motivated person. If you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment. Li Ran looked at Zhao Shuiying, who was facing him and sitting respectfully in a hushed posture. After a moment's thought, he spoke in a voice that was both gentle and stern, ordering Zhao Shuiying to obediently accept her punishment. Although Zhao Shuiying's apology was sincere, she did not learn from her mistake and will inevitably repeat it in the future. We must teach her a harsh lesson, using physical pain to make her remember that she must never make the same mistake again. This applies to both cats and dogs. They must be made to clearly realize that they are not simply slaves who feed them and take good care of their health, but masters who can control their destiny and manage everything.
Only when the roles of cats and dogs are clearly defined will they behave obediently, and daily life will be stable and harmonious.
I understand, Master.
Zhao Shuiying looked a little nervous, but her words remained respectful.
The Master's orders are absolute and cannot be disobeyed.
She swung her arms and followed Li Ran's orders.
Do you realize your mistake?
Li Ran raised his right hand and slapped Zhao Shuiying's plump, round buttocks hard, his voice stern.
The force wasn't actually strong.
Having just used time stop 3 times in a row, Li Ran had exhausted a lot of energy and was physically weak. Even using the 5 thunder technique was a bit strenuous for him. It will take some time to recover before it can return to its peak performance. That was enough to teach Zhao Shuiying a lesson. It was just to educate Zhao Shuiying, not to kill her, so there was no need for such great force.
I know I was wrong, Master. Zhao Shuiying spoke respectfully and was exceptionally sincere. There was no resistance whatsoever. The punishment was accepted wholeheartedly. It's good that you admit your mistake.
Seeing that Zhao Shuiying had a good attitude in admitting her mistake, Li Ran nodded slightly and did not continue to punish her. He then put on a gentle smile and generously gave Zhao Shuiying the reward she had always wanted. Li Ran believes in the profound principles of education, knowing that punishment alone is insufficient. Rewards must follow punishment. Using both carrot and stick, combining kindness and severity. This method allows Zhao Shuiying to feel the difference between being obedient and disobedient, and clearly understand what she should and should not do. As he had expected, Zhao Shuiying became increasingly obedient and well-behaved, and there was no longer any unusual behavior from her.
The first day after the college entrance examination ended, cultivation. The day after the college entrance examination ended, cultivation. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before we knew it, it was the morning of the 4th day.
The morning sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Li Ran's face as she slowly woke up.
Sigh. Li Ran, how could you be so decadent? Have you forgotten the upgrade plan you made before?
Feeling the weight pressing down on him, Li Ran took a deep breath and couldn't help but reflect on himself in his heart. Looking at the 3 beautiful women lying beside him, and then at his experience bar which remained unchanged at level 21, Li Ran secretly made up his mind. After the college entrance examination, Li Ran stayed at Gu Nianqi's villa and got along well with the 3 beautiful women.
I haven't even left the house, and I've been completely relaxed ever since.
This situation didn't just happen today. As early as the day after the college entrance examination ended, he made the same reflection as soon as he opened his eyes. However, at that time he had just finished the college entrance examination and was immersed in joy, so he could not really make up his mind and inadvertently fell into the trap of his inner demons.
Today is different.
From this day forward, he must change himself and become a positive and genuine man.
Li Ran did a somersault, suddenly straightening his back.
A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and he will begin to change things from this moment on.
Good morning, Master.
Sensing that Li Ran had woken up, Song Siye waved her jade-like arm, opened her cherry-like mouth, and greeted Li Ran with a smile.
Good morning.
Looking at Song Siye, who was all smiles and working hard to become stronger, Li Ran responded with a smile, but inwardly he was torn between 2 conflicting emotions. In the darkness, it seemed as if 2 figures, one an angel and the other a demon, were whispering in his ear, expressing their heartfelt words. A blonde angel with a halo and wearing stockings is saying, "You know what you really want, so go and pursue the life you want. Remember, you are already a positive and motivated person." A black-haired demon with a long, thin spade tail, wings on its back, and horns on its head said, "Can you bear to ignore these lovely girls?
It won't matter if you rest for another day. Admit it, that's what you want to do. No, what's the difference between angels and demons anyway? Why are they all telling him to rest? Or, should we rest for another day?"
When the provincial governor Jiang Huaixie chatted with him, he also told him that there was no need to work so hard, and that he should rest when he needed to, as the most important thing was to balance work and rest.
You can't keep grinding dungeons day and night and ruin your health.
Jingxia Academy officially began welcoming new students 5 days after the college entrance examination, during which time he could relax and give himself a break after 18 years of hard work. There are many fixed dungeon entrances in Jingxia Academy, making it easy to level up without having to search for dungeons in the wilderness like we do now, wasting a lot of time traveling. The few days between the end of the college entrance examination and the start of welcoming new students are meant for rest and relaxation.
As this thought crossed his mind, Li Ran's leg strength instantly decreased. Alas, going against the entire world is ultimately too much to ask. I'll rest well today and continue to work hard tomorrow, striving to be a positive and motivated person. Just one more day of rest.
Li Ran could only follow his truest feelings and act according to yesterday's pattern.
He looked at the hard-working Song Siye and continued what he hadn't finished.
In his heart, he set a deadline for himself. Today would be the last day of his rest. He must make changes when the sun rises tomorrow.
4 days after the end of the college entrance examination, cultivation. The morning of the 5th day.
The warm sunlight shone on his face, and Li Ran suddenly opened his eyes, a resolute expression appearing on his face. Fortunately, he didn't forget yesterday. After the sun rose, he still clearly remembered the requirements he had set for himself yesterday.
Today is the day to stop resting and head to Jingxia Academy to resume grinding dungeons and leveling up.
With the nurturing contract in place, relaxing wasn't entirely fruitless. On the contrary, the gains were substantial, with improvements in basic attributes and mastered flower skills.
However, leveling up is also crucial.
Not only can you gain a lot of attributes, but your talents will also be enhanced every 10 levels.
Moreover, the higher the level, the more powerful the equipment you can use.
Simply nurturing your pet or grinding through dungeons is not enough. A balance between work and rest is essential for optimal growth.
Looking up at Song Siye, who was diligently eating, Li Ran said calmly, "Stop eating. Pack your things, we should head to Jingxia Academy today." "Yes, master." Song Siye nodded obediently and got up to leave the dining table.
Although her face showed some reluctance, she did not disobey Li Ran's order. After resting for 4 days, she did not feel completely relaxed.
Instead, she became even more eager to receive Li Ran's guidance.
It's like drinking seawater to quench your thirst. The more you drink, the thirstier you become. However, she also knew that there were important things to do and she couldn't spend all her time nurturing every day. Chapter 77. The Five gather, arriving at Jingxiao Academy. Not long after, Gu Nianqi and Zhao Shuiying also woke up from their sleep. Gu Nianqi stretched and casually displayed her graceful figure. The plump, snow-white breasts stand upright as if defying gravity, making one marvel at the miracle of the Creator. Zhao Shuiying was still sleepy, with glistening liquid at the corner of her mouth, clearly having had a good dream. She casually ruffled her disheveled hair, then got up and headed for the bathroom. After resting in bed for 4 whole days, I sweated a lot and felt sticky all over, so I naturally needed to take a good shower. In the bathroom, Song Siye, who had just finished breakfast, was diligently washing her body.
Seeing Zhao Shuiying push the door open and enter, Song Siye remained calm and showed no signs of discomfort.
After spending so many days together, she had long since gotten used to being completely honest with Zhao Shuiying. They were all female dogs raised by Li Ran's owner, and with such a close relationship, it was perfectly normal for them to take a bath together.
A moment later, Gu Nianqi also entered the bathroom.
Gu Nianqi's bathroom is big enough, with enough shower heads for several people to shower at the same time.
Li Ran paid no attention to the 3 women's behavior. He was holding his phone and inviting Lin Yue over. The teleportation stone can take 6 people to Jingxia Academy at once, so Lin Yue can naturally be taken along as well. Lin Yue's college entrance examination results were quite good.
Although she did not become the top scorer in the auxiliary department of Yunhai Province, she ranked 3rd and could easily get into Jingxia Academy. According to Lin Yue, after the college entrance examination results were released, a constant stream of people tried to help her. She refused help from others, only accepted the ranking reward from the Great Xia Kingdom, and moved out of the old house she used to live in, finally moving into a big house and allowing her grandmother to live a good life.
Deep down, she was actually quite grateful to Li Ran.
If Li Ran hadn't invited her and Zhao Shuiying to team up and help them level up, even if she had been able to get into Jingxia Academy, she wouldn't have been able to achieve such a high ranking. Lin Yue didn't know where Gu Nianqi lived, but it wasn't a big problem. Li Ran pointed out a place he had been to before. With the Planeswalker's necklace, he could easily teleport to that place and bring Lin Yue over. Although the energy consumed by teleporting people will double, in the small city of Nanshan, the teleportation distance is not far enough to exhaust the necklace's energy.
After confirming Lin Yue's arrival, Li Ran activated the traveler's necklace and disappeared on the spot.
The next moment, he arrived in a deserted alley. Lin Yue was standing in the alley, wearing a slightly conservative pure white pastor's robe and a pair of white sneakers, her face serene. Seeing Li Ran suddenly appear, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she was surprised. After just a few days, Li Ran's methods have become even more sophisticated. Long-distance teleportation, that's really an amazing ability.
Good morning, Li Ran.
Composing herself, Lin Yue waved her delicate white hand and greeted everyone with a smile.
Good morning. Li Ran waved his hand and then strode towards Lin Yue. Grab my hand.
Li Ran approached Lin Yue and extended her slender, long right hand.
Good.
Lin Yue nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then mustered up the courage to place her fair and delicate hand on Li Ran's hand. She reassured herself that this was simply necessary for the teleportation and had no other purpose. Holding hands together, feeling the warmth from her palms, Lin Yue's heart fluttered, and a blush rose on her pretty face. This was the first time she had ever held a boy's hand, and she was a little nervous her palms were slightly cold. But it didn't feel so bad. Li Ran's hands were very warm. Compared to Lin Yue's complicated thoughts, Li Ran didn't have any particular ideas.
I guess they've had too much experience and are immune to this kind of thing.
He subconsciously thought that it was just holding hands, nothing serious. The next moment, he activated the planeswalker's necklace and returned to Gu Nianqi's bedroom. Please sit down and wait for a while, they are still resting. Li Ran naturally let go of Lin Yue's hand and led her to the bed, finding her a clean spot.
Okay.
Lin Yue sat down in a daze, her face still showing a hint of shyness. Coming to her senses, Lin Yue blushed as she looked at the situation in the bedroom. She noticed that various clothes, including some close-fitting ones, were scattered on the clean, expensive floor.
It's not hard to imagine what Li Ran has been doing these past few days.
The air in the bedroom was thick with hormones, constantly disturbing her breathing and making her mind agitated.
Let's open the windows to let in some fresh air. Noticing Lin Yue's unusual behavior, Li Ran walked to the window and opened it.
After spending a long time in the bedroom, he became indifferent to the smells that permeated it.
However, for Lin Yue, things seemed rather bad.
He should have teleported Lin Yue to the living room, but he acted too quickly and made the decision subconsciously.
Thanks. Lin Yue nodded.
As fresh air flowed into the room, her complexion improved considerably.
However, my thoughts were still somewhat complicated.
She couldn't help but recall the scenes she had seen in the dungeon, her heart quietly occupied by Li Ran. About half an hour later, Song Xie, Gu Nianqi, and Zhao Shuiying finally composed themselves and came out of the bathroom. The three women were all dressed in normal uniforms, their long hair slightly damp, giving them a unique kind of beauty. Knowing they were going to Jingxia Academy and having heard Lin Yue's voice, they naturally didn't act provocatively and behaved quite normally.
Come on over, everyone.
Li Ran spoke calmly.
He took the teleportation stone out of his inventory.
The four women naturally walked over and placed their hands on the teleportation stone. A brilliant light appeared, and the figures of the group vanished from their original positions. During the teleportation, Li Ran discovered that it didn't arrive instantly like the planeswalker's necklace. Countless fragmented images flashed before his eyes, bizarre and surreal.
That's normal.
The Great Xia Kingdom has a vast territory and is one of the strongest nations among the human race.
The distance between Nanshan City and Jingxiao Academy is several thousand kilometers. Even teleportation takes some time.
Li Liang suddenly felt a light, floating sensation in his body, as if he no longer belonged to himself. Time and space are out of balance at this moment, causing immense discomfort. Fortunately, with the support of his nurturing body, he quickly suppressed the feeling and was not affected. Compared to him, the four women were not in such a good situation. Although Gu Nianqi and Zhao Shuiying looked a little pale, they were still healthy and could withstand it.
Song Xie and Lin Yue's faces were deathly pale, with hardly any color in them.
His body was trembling, and he looked almost as if he were about to die. The discomfort caused by long-distance teleportation is quite intense, much worse than motion sickness. Fortunately, after more than 10 seconds, my feet were back on the ground, and all the discomfort disappeared.
The group arrived at the main gate of Jingxiao Academy.
Before us stood a colossal gate, tens of meters high and hundreds of meters wide, magnificent beyond compare.
Is this the Jingxiao Academy?
Looking at the gate, Li Ran felt an overwhelming and awe-inspiring aura, making him feel insignificant in comparison.
He even sensed a strong threat from it.
If someone whose identity does not match forces their way in, they will likely face severe punishment. As expected of Jingxiao Academy, even its main gate is so extraordinary.
Chapter 78: The layout of Jingxiao Academy and the upcoming cohabitation life.
Gazing at the magnificent university before them, the four women were filled with many thoughts.
Zhao Shuiying couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a magnificent building. She's going to be living at the top university in the country, what an honor. In her heart, gratitude and deep love for Li Ran welled up. Without her master, she would never have been able to enter Jingxiao Academy like this. I've really arrived at Jingxiao Academy. Lin Yue's eyes held curiosity, as well as a hint of reluctance to leave her hometown.
She will be spending a long time at this university for the foreseeable future. Fortunately, her grandmother was very supportive of her studying away from home and kept encouraging her before she left. Now that the family is better off financially, my grandmother can live a good life on her own, otherwise, she would really be worried.
Song Sie's thoughts were much simpler.
No matter where she was, as long as her master was by her side, she was fine. Gu Nianqi looked at Li Ran, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness.
The point wasn't which school they went to, but who they were with.
Fortunately, they were all strong enough to be admitted to the nation's top universities.
Let's go.
Li Ran waited until the four women had recovered from the effects of the teleportation before speaking with a smile. At this moment, Li Ran no longer avoided suspicion and walked with them openly. When he was in Nanshan City, he was known as an E-level trainer, and he didn't have a suitable reason to be with Song Sie and the others. Now that I've arrived in the unfamiliar city of Jingxia, with no acquaintances in the halo of being the top-ranked city in the country, I naturally don't need to pretend I don't know anyone.
The four women all nodded and walked together toward the gates of Jingxia Academy.
As the five approached, Li Ran could feel a scrutinizing spell descending upon him.
Similar to detection techniques, but more complex.
The identities of the five people were verified, and the door opened silently. The Jingxia Academy was not as bustling as I had imagined during the day. Walking through the academy, Li Ran didn't see many students, but could vaguely sense waves of energy coming from afar. The energy fluctuations were coming from all over the academy, presumably from students practicing their skills. At the top universities, students are all busy with their own things and rarely wander around on the streets.
Instead of wasting time, you should practice your skills more.
As expected of Jingxia University, the academic atmosphere is very strong.
Li Ran couldn't help but think to himself.
With talents from all over the country gathered, such a scene is not surprising. Jingxia University is unusually large, resembling a small city with all the essential organs. Fortunately, there are road signs everywhere, so you won't get lost. All five were high-level professionals, with speeds far exceeding those of ordinary people, so they were not slow at all when traveling. Before long, the five of them arrived at the residential area.
Rows of houses stand side by side, each one exquisitely decorated. It doesn't look like a student dormitory, it looks more like a high-end hotel.
As expected of the top university in the country, Jingxia University has a different style and scale from ordinary universities.
It is not stingy in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. That's normal.
The students are all the elites from various cities. They come to Jingxia Academy to make progress, not to suffer.
So naturally they should eat and live well.
If you don't have the means, that's one thing, but if you do have the means, you can't just force yourself to suffer. The hardships in dungeons are already enough. To have to endure even more hardships in daily life is something few people can handle. Li Ran did not stop, but strode forward, leading the four women toward the management office of the residential area. There were hardly any people in the management office, except for a young female receptionist. He was lying on the table, looking utterly bored. Upon seeing Li Ran and his group of five arrive, the receptionist immediately perked up. Upon seeing who it was, a hint of surprise flashed in the female receptionist's eyes. She wasn't unfamiliar with the setup of one man and four women in a bustling city like Jingxia. Such examples were naturally common. This is mainly because it's the Jingxia Academy, and everyone who can come here is a student of the Jingxia Academy. It takes real skill to come here with four girls who were admitted to Jingxia University.
Without revealing it, the female receptionist warmly greeted Li Ran and his group.
Where would you like to stay?
Jingxia Academy offers a variety of options.
Jingxia Academy covers a vast area, and its residential area is naturally quite large as well. There are various options available: single dormitories, detached houses, detached villas, and detached villas with training grounds. They are at least single rooms, and many are beautifully decorated villas with good soundproofing.
Prices vary drastically between different properties.
A standard single room costs 300 points per month. A detached house requires 1,000 points per month. As for villas, even the cheapest ones require 5,000 points per month. You can pay with Dixia coins even if you don't have points, but you need to add 2 zeros at the end. To live in a villa, you need 500,000 yuan a month in rent. It may seem expensive, but it's nothing to the geniuses who can get into Jingxia Academy. Many of them choose to live in villas for no other reason than for peace and quiet.
After the receptionist's explanation, Li Ran understood why points were so valuable.
Although points and Dixia coins exist at a certain ratio, they cannot be exchanged for each other. Simple problems like food, clothing, shelter, and transportation can be solved with Dixia currency, though the expenses are a bit higher.
However, Jingxia Academy has many unique training facilities that cannot be used without points.
If something can be solved with Xia coins, it's best to use Xia coins instead. You should save your points and use them wisely. Li Ran had just received a bonus of over 30 million yuan, so he wasn't short of money at all and naturally had no intention of saving on housing. It would be one thing if he were alone, but the main problem was that he was accompanied by 4 women.
Rent a villa, and then many people exercise there. Rent a villa with a training room.
Li Ran spoke up decisively. The villa with a meditation room naturally has good sound insulation, which can meet his needs. This requires 10,000 points or 1 million great Xia coins.
Are you sure? The female receptionist asked a question. Sure. Li Ran nodded.
Okay, here are a few vacant houses, take your pick. The female receptionist turned the computer towards Li Ran, pointed at the screen, and spoke. Li Ran looked through the row of buildings and picked one that had no neighbors and a quiet environment.
This one will do. Villa number 21, give me your ID card so I can register you.
The female receptionist glanced at it and smiled professionally.
Li Ran opened his inventory and took out his ID card and a bank card. The female receptionist took out a machine, swiped Li Ran's ID card and bank card, and then asked him to confirm his fingerprint. A drop in time, money deducted. The receptionist's eyes flickered as she looked at the displayed numbers. More than 30 million in cash is no small sum, no wonder they dared to rent a villa. To be so rich at such a young age, no wonder he's a student at Jingxia Academy. The receptionist's expression remained unchanged as she smiled and spoke. All right, villa number 21 is yours. The villa has a small barrier, and no one can enter without your permission until you move out.
After receiving her ID card and bank card, Li Ran smiled slightly and said, "Thank you."
He then turned around and led the 4 women out of the management office.
Lin Yue didn't say she wanted to rent a room by herself, she simply followed Li Ran silently. Although she hadn't personally experienced any of the events they'd witnessed, she had seen her fair share of grand occasions.
It's just cohabitation, nothing serious.
Thinking about what might happen, Lin Yue's pretty face flushed slightly, and a hint of anticipation lingered in her captivating eyes.
Chapter 79 will be discussed another day. Heading to the dungeon hall, let's challenge the Devil's Forest.
The villa is very luxurious and occupies a large area, even larger than Gu Nianqi's house. The villa is surrounded by a semi-transparent protective shield, isolating it from the outside world. In front of the villa was a large, meticulously maintained lawn planted with rare flowers whose names I didn't know, which looked like a painting under the sunlight. As Li Ran stepped onto the lawn in front of the villa, he could feel that the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and all the noise disappeared. A refreshing scent filled the air, making people feel relaxed and happy, as if all physical fatigue had disappeared. In addition to the protective shield, there seems to be a magic circle engraved on the ground of the villa, which can gather energy and nourish people's bodies.
The interior of the villa is like 2 different worlds compared to the outside.
1 million Xia coins is a bit expensive, but acceptable. In Jingxia City, where land is incredibly valuable, having such a tranquil luxury residence is truly remarkable.
This is so luxurious.
Lin Yue opened her beautiful eyes slightly, a hint of surprise appearing on her pretty face. After being admitted to Jingxia University, she moved into a large house that she thought was quite nice. But compared to the villa in front of them, it looked like an ordinary thatched hut. Suppressing her inner restlessness, Lin Yue strode towards the interior of the villa with her shapely, long legs. Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying entered the villa early, their pretty faces adorned with gentle smiles. They are worldly wise, they wouldn't be swayed by a villa. However, I'm still quite happy to be able to live openly with my owner. The villa has 2 floors. The first floor has a spacious living room, a kitchen where you can cook your own meals, and several cultivation rooms. The facilities are very complete. The second floor has a row of rooms, including several bedrooms and a large bathroom that can accommodate many people for bathing. Lin Yue chose the room furthest to the side. Li Ran and Gu Nianqi entered the largest master bedroom in the center. The bedroom bed is large enough to comfortably accommodate 8 people sleeping side by side, making it a great place to throw a party.
As soon as Song Xia entered the bedroom, she couldn't wait to lie down on the soft bed.
Her long, shapely, fair legs were casually parted as she looked at Li Ran, her voice soft.
"Master, should we investigate my elementary school?"
Li Ran remained calm as he packed his luggage.
"Another day, I should go out and level up now."
If he comes to Jingxia Academy and doesn't level up, then he's come for nothing. An investigation can be conducted at any time, there's no need to rush it. Although Song Xia had done a lot of tax evasion, he had already investigated it today. Upon hearing this, Song Siya showed a hint of regret on her face and obediently began packing her luggage. Gu Nianqi and Zhao Shuiying were about to speak when they both abandoned their idea.
It seems it won't work today, we'll have to try again another day. In another room.
Lin Yue lay on the soft bed, enjoying the luxury of the room, a silly smile appearing on her pretty face.
We're living together now, I'm really living under the same roof as a guy.
Although they weren't staying in the same room, it was already very exciting for her. After a while, she suppressed her excitement and began to tidy up the bedroom carefully. After tidying up for a while, the five of them left the villa. I came to the Beijing Summer Academy to make progress, so I can't be as engrossed in nurturing as I was in the previous days.
There was a map of Jingxiao Academy in the villa.
Following the map, the five of them headed to the dungeon hall. As the premier institution of higher learning in the Great Xia Kingdom, Jingxia Academy possesses hundreds of dungeon entrances, reportedly enough for people to reach level 60 without leaving the academy. Higher level dungeons also exist, but they are not located in the dungeon hall and are strictly controlled by the higher-ups of Jingxia Academy. Before long, the five of them arrived at the dungeon hall. The dungeon hall was solemn and sacred, and very quiet.
Unlike typical dungeon entrances, there were hardly any people outside.
Only a few dozen people sat outside the instance, meditating with their eyes closed. Even after Li Ran and his group of five entered the dungeon hall, they did not open their eyes to look around, seemingly having their own rhythm and not caring about the outside world at all.
Li Ran thought the environment was quite nice. No one is looking for trouble, so I can focus on doing my own thing. The dungeon hall contains dozens of entrance vortexes.
In front of each dungeon entrance is a screen that briefly explains the dungeon's level and name, entry requirements, main monsters, and other information.
In addition, a light curtain hangs down above the vortex at the entrance of each instance.
The screen displays the completion history of this instance. The top 5 players were recorded based on a combination of dungeon difficulty and time required to complete the dungeon. Those that make it onto the list are basically the highest difficulty levels, nightmares, or even hell, with very few even considered easy. The recorded information includes the completion time, the names of the team members' levels, and their professions. It seems that you could choose not to disclose it, which would show anonymity and only record the dungeon difficulty and completion time, but not many people do that.
Making the list is an honor, a goal that every team is vying to achieve, so how could they possibly hide it? Does entering a dungeon now require spending points?
Li Ran noticed that each instance entrance had a point requirement written on it, and only those who had submitted points could enter.
However, it's not a free lunch. Unlike the dungeon entrances in the wilderness, these dungeons in the dungeon hall can be left at any time. If you encounter danger, you can choose to leave. Compared to the wilderness dungeon, the safety is greatly improved.
Unless you are instantly killed and have no time to react, you won't die.
That's true. All the students who can enter Jingxiao Academy are geniuses. Losing even one would be a huge loss for the academy, so they certainly wouldn't let a student die in vain in a dungeon. Li Ran looked around and quickly found a dungeon suitable for the 5 of them to level up. Level 20 dungeon, Devil's Forest.
Entering the instance requires 50 points, which each team member must contribute, for a total of 250 points. Not many, each of them has at least tens of thousands of points, enough to play hundreds of times. The record for the dungeon is 1 hour and 30 minutes on nightmare difficulty, a record set 2 years ago. The team that set the record was a 6-person squad. 1 warrior, 1 priest, and 4 mages, each a level 23 professional. An extremely high-end configuration, designed for maximum output, resulting in incredibly fast progression. No wonder no one has been able to surpass it for 2 years. The second-place finisher's time was significantly worse, at 1 hour and 49 minutes, almost 20 minutes slower than the first-place finisher. Li Ran paid 50 points and chose the nightmare difficulty level. The 4 women also handed in their points, and then they were teleported into the instance. After a long time, the 5 of them finally teamed up again to level up. The next moment, the 5 of them arrived at an ancient and gloomy forest. The wind rustled the leaves, bringing a refreshing coolness. Beneath my feet was a thick layer of dead leaves, as if no one had set foot there for countless years. No one knows what lies buried beneath the withered leaves. The surrounding trees were twisted and deformed, like demons. The forest echoed with low, ferocious roars from time to time, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 80, that level 20 nightmare difficulty dungeon, is just a warm-up. Li Ran stood calmly on the fallen leaves. According to the information displayed at the dungeon entrance, most of the monsters in the Devil's Forest are undead creatures corrupted by a mysterious force, and their strength is not particularly high. However, the forest terrain is complex, and monsters can appear out of nowhere, making it difficult to defend against them. There's a possibility that monsters are hiding among the fallen leaves, and if you're not careful, you could fall prey to their traps. It's quite troublesome to have to keep your mind on guarding against ambushes while traveling and fighting monsters. But that only applies to ordinary people who have a locator and whose surroundings are marked by that locator.
Even if the monster hides underground, it cannot escape their eyes. Being ambushed by monsters is simply not possible.
They can gain an absolute first mover advantage and simply push forward.
Take your time, there's no need to rush. Treat the first time as a warm-up. Li Ran spoke with a smile.
I've been nurturing in bed for 4 days straight without doing any dungeons, so my skills are a bit rusty and I need time to get back into form. Li Ran didn't expect to break the dungeon record on the first try, he just wanted to proceed steadily.
The four women nodded slightly and answered in unison, their expressions relaxed.
They had run the nightmare level dungeon many times, so they weren't as nervous as the average person.
With their current strength, they can definitely clear the nightmare difficulty dungeon, which is only level 20.
Lin Yue summoned an exquisite pure white staff, gently waving it with her delicate white hand while chanting incantations, adding buffs to her 4 teammates. A holy light flashed, and soon all 4 of them received a buff, increasing their strength. Lin Yue wore a smile on her pretty face, her breathing even, appearing quite at ease. As her level increases, her abilities also become stronger.
It's just adding a buff, it's nothing, and it doesn't consume much stamina.
Feeling the warm power flowing through his body, Li Ran took a step forward, leading the way out of the safe zone.
Since there was no proper tank in the team, he naturally took on that role. With his current attributes and equipment, he has no fear of monster attacks.
Even without the golden light spell protecting him, ordinary monsters can't hurt him. Stepping out of the safe zone, a strong smell of mildew mixed with the stench of decay hit you. It's not surprising that such a dark and damp environment, teeming with undead creatures, would have this smell. Li Ran remained calm. During his conquests across the world, he had experienced far more unpleasant smells, and this particular odor had no effect on him whatsoever.
The next moment, the location I was activated, and the positions of all the surrounding monsters were revealed to the 5 people. Through persistent sowing, Li Ran continued to gain experience from the depths of Song Xia's soul. The application of positioning technology has been continuously improved, and it is now on par with Song Xia's original version. In the dark forest, several rotting animal carcasses, smelling the scent of living people, let out low growls and rushed over. The rotting, gigantic mouth emitted a thick, foul stench that could almost knock a person unconscious. Li Ran activated his celestial master eye to examine the monster's attributes. Rotten grizzly bear nightmare type elite monster. Level 20. Strength 500. Agility 300. Physical fitness 500. Spirit 100. Skill savage bite. Extremely outstanding basic attributes, pure numerical values, without any mechanics. However, based on these attributes alone, it is no wonder that it is a monster in the level 20 nightmare difficulty dungeon. Besides the rotting grizzly bear, there are other animals that share similar characteristics. It has very high base stats, but no special abilities, it's purely a stat monster. This kind of monster is easy to deal with, just keeping your distance and make sure it can't attack you. It's very stable, it just took a little longer than usual. Of course, if the output is high enough, even higher than these values, it will be easier to solve. Faced with the charging monster, Li Ran's mind raced, and electric arcs surged wildly in his palm. The next moment, a torrent of violent lightning erupted, heading straight for the undead creatures. Upon contact, the monsters were instantly paralyzed by the electric shock, and within a few meters, they could not withstand it and collapsed to the ground. The orthodox 5 thunder technique is still too efficient at dealing with these undead creatures. Li Ran didn't exert much effort and easily killed the monsters that rushed at him one by one. Kill a level 20 rotten grizzly bear. Experience is split equally if you are in a party. Plus 3,000 experience. Team leader Li Ran obtained 3 rotten bear hides. Kill a level 20 rotten grey wolf. Experience is split equally if you are in a party. Plus 3,000 experience. Captain Li Ran obtained 3 rotten bones. Upon receiving the notification, Li Ran's lips curled into a slight smile. Such generous experience rewards are truly befitting a level 20 nightmare difficulty dungeon. At this rate, I'll most likely reach level 22 today. As his level increases, the leveling speed will inevitably slow down, but he can still maintain a high speed. At this moment, the 4 women also left the safe zone. None of the four women were surprised by Li Ran's outstanding performance.
Li Ran is capable of winning first place nationwide, so it's normal that he's amazing.
They would be surprised if they couldn't easily defeat level 20 monsters. Okay, let's begin.
Li Ran looked relaxed and gestured for the women to proceed according to the previous strategy. The four women took steps, forming a tight formation, and advanced into the depths of the forest. Having run so many dungeons together, we've gained experience and our teamwork is excellent, requiring minimal communication.
Often, a single glance is enough to convey a great deal of information.
The five of them moved forward as if walking on flat ground in the Devil's Forest, which was extremely dangerous in the eyes of ordinary people. There are quite a few monsters in the forest, and they hide in very tricky places.
However, in the eyes of the five, it was nothing at all.
Before the monsters could even get close, they were struck by energy waves such as lightning, arrows, and holy light, and unfortunately fell to the ground. Even if a monster can withstand a single blow, it will be of no use. It will only require Li Ran to put in a little more effort. Li Ran's magic was practically free, it was almost never stopped. After 4 days of intensive investigation, his trainer body has reached level 6. Combined with the taste of blood, which has reached level 4, his energy is extremely abundant, making him a veritable perpetual motion machine of magic.
Li Ran pushed through the crowd without feeling any difficulty at all.
The only problem was that the Devil's Forest was very large and the roads were complicated, making it difficult to find one's way. Fortunately, with Gun Yanqi by their side, and thanks to their talent for guiding the way, they were still able to steadily advance towards the end of the dungeon. It's just that, unlike the dungeons I've cleared before, I can't clear all the monsters in the entire dungeon. I spent points to enter the dungeon, but I couldn't clear the entire map, so I definitely felt like I lost out.
However, there's no other way.
If we were to deal with all the monsters in the corners, we would undoubtedly take a longer route and our leveling efficiency would be lower. In order to level up faster, we have no choice but to let those lucky monsters go.
If others knew about this idea, they would be absolutely shocked.
They already put in their all just to clear the dungeons, always trying to avoid fighting more monsters, only killing the necessary ones, and not daring to think about anything else. Li Ran, on the other hand, treated the dangerous monsters as mere experience points.
It was as if, as soon as he arrived, those monsters would immediately turn into experience points. The difference is so great that it's hard to imagine. Chapter 81, a record-breaking massacre of a Xian turtle with an extremely high physique.
As you venture deeper into the Devil's Forest, the overall strength of the monsters increases, with many level 21 monsters appearing, and elite level 22 monsters popping up from time to time.
The level 22 monster is quite resilient.
If Li Ran doesn't use any other buff skills and just uses the 5 thunder technique, he needs to fire 3 shots. But that's about it, the number is too small to cause much of a stir. They were ganged up on by Li Ran and his 5 companions, and were basically killed as soon as they appeared, without even a chance to deal damage. We continued forward without encountering any higher level monsters. The highest level we encountered was only 22. As the difficulty of dungeons increases, the level difference between monsters and dungeons also decreases. It's practically impossible to see level 5 dungeons with level 10 monsters like those in beginner dungeons anymore. Yes, there are, but the Devil Forest dungeon that Li Ran and his group of 5 were farming was clearly not one of them.
It was quite easy. Li Ran thought to himself. I don't know if they're just too strong or what.
Overall, this dungeon is not particularly difficult. In fact, it's not as challenging as the Mermaid Island dungeon I've run before, except it's a higher level dungeon. The group progressed smoothly without encountering any setbacks. After advancing through the Devil's Forest for about an hour, Li Ran and his group of 5 arrived at the end of the instance. A pool filled with a thick, black liquid, constantly emitting a foul stench.
Several enormous, decaying monsters lay quietly by the pool.
Despite being from different species, and even enemies of each other, the animals were not arguing, but instead living together peacefully.
After death, even animal instincts fade away.
2 grizzly bears, 2 giant wolves, and 2 black tigers, all level 23 nightmare-type elite monsters, possessing formidable strength. In addition, there was a turtle with a snake's tail, carrying a thick, armor-like shell, hiding motionless in the dark pool. Judging by its strength, it is even stronger than the other 6 monsters, possibly a level 23 nightmare-type boss monster. It's cunning, knowing to hide in the pool, but unfortunately, with the locator, everything will be marked, so hiding is completely useless.
Zawarudo.
Without hesitation, Li Ran used time stop. Everything around them stopped moving, and the 7 monsters remained in the same position they had been in before they froze. They lay there peacefully, completely unaware of the enemy approaching. Li Ran raised his right hand, and lightning flashed in the sky. The next moment, a violent bolt of lightning struck, scorching the few monsters left on the shore. The turtles in the pool were also unable to escape, and were directly electrocuted, their entire bodies invaded by electric arcs, their dense shells becoming a breeding ground for lightning. Knowing that the turtle was the boss, Li Ran paid special attention to it, throwing the 5 thunder technique into the pool like it was free. This caused the dark pool to shimmer with a faint white light. After about 20 seconds, time started moving again. Sizzle. Accompanied by a surge of lightning, several monsters on the shore were instantly electrocuted into charred remains. The snake-tailed turtle was also suffering. It was being electrocuted and was trembling uncontrollably, almost fainting. Roar! The snake-tailed turtle let out a mournful roar and crawled towards the shore with extremely slow steps. To be fair, this turtle is quite resilient. Its physical strength is definitely over 1000. Even a 20-second burst of power couldn't completely kill it. It was left with a breath of life, demonstrating the thickness of its shell. The 4 women didn't just stand by and watch, they all launched attacks on the turtle. They all knew that Li Ran possessed the ability to stop time, so they were no strangers to the scene before them. Back then, that seemingly noble mermaid queen was driven mad by Li Ran's electric shocks. Every time she enters the dungeon, the mermaid queen is basically electrocuted and faints. Later, she was even electrocuted to death, suffering a very tragic end. Although this turtle was much more resilient than the mermaid queen, it was already at its last gasp after being struck by Li Ran's electric shock. The 4 women launched an attack for a short while, but within seconds the turtle collapsed, powerless. He passed away before he could fully utilize his talents. Slaying a level 23 rotting flood dragon and black tortoise experience shared equally in a team, plus 80,000 experience. Captain Li Ran obtained silver grade armor, Shin turtle heavy armor and Shin turtle helmet. Obtained 1 crystal core of the flood dragon and black tortoise. Mystic tortoise heavy armor silver grade, strength plus 10, constitution plus 50, defense plus 20 can be equipped by level 20 and above. Black tortoise helmet silver grade, constitution plus 50, spirit plus 10, defense plus 15, can be equipped by level 20 and above. The Shin turtle dropped 2 pieces of silver grade equipment, which are more defensive in nature. Li Ran glanced at it once and then ignored it. The equipment was good, but it wasn't suitable for the members of their team. None of them needed to wear heavy armor. Li Ran glanced at the turtle's corpse, checked its attributes with his celestial master eye, and found that they were roughly as he had guessed. Its physique is indeed over 1000 points, even much higher, reaching an astonishing 1500, making it the undisputed king of turtles. If he hadn't used that time-stop burst of electricity, it would have taken who knows how long it would have taken to kill him. Li Ran glanced at the experience bar after 1 dungeon run. His experience points jumped from 38.15% to 61.63%. It increased my experience by about 23%. After running the dungeon twice more, you can reach level 22. At the same time, a joyful and respectful voice rang in my ears. Setting a new record in the Devil's Forest dungeon, each member of the team will receive a reward of 1000 points, which cannot be obtained repeatedly. The record for this instance has been broken. Shall we release the team information? Note, this will not affect reward acquisition. That's a record broken? Upon hearing the voice, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Ran's eyes. I didn't expect to break the record on my first time entering the dungeon. He was thinking of taking a few more chances to reflect, but he performed even better than he expected. It's probably because they killed the Shin turtle too quickly. Not counting the 20 seconds of time freeze, it's equivalent to them killing the toughest dungeon boss in a few seconds, so breaking the record is to be expected. The 1000 point reward is quite generous. It's enough for them to run 20 dungeons. Surprisingly, I didn't lose any points while running dungeons. In fact, I gained some. It's really great. It's normal that it can't be obtained repeatedly, otherwise there would definitely be people desperately farming points in one dungeon. Jingxiao Academy would never leave such a loophole. Composing himself, Li Ran looked up at the 4 women and asked for their opinions. Isn't that unnecessary? I think it's better to keep it hidden. All 4 women shook their heads. Neither of them are people who like to show off. Moreover, there's no additional benefit in making it public. It would just let more people know their names, so there's no need for that. Not to be announced. Li Ran understood and chose to refuse. Inside the dungeon hall. After Li Ran made his choice, the light curtain at the entrance of the Devil's Forest instance suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, attracting the attention of many people. They usually don't care, but they certainly wouldn't miss out on something as interesting as setting a new record.
Every team that sets records deserves respect. Ha! Someone set a new record? It's been a long time since a new record was set. I wonder which instance it was. Devil's Forest Dungeon? Isn't that a dungeon for new students? School just started today, right? Where did this new student come from? He's so amazing, breaking the dungeon record as soon as he arrived at school.
Chapter 82, a record that no one but himself can surpass. Amidst gasps of amazement, everyone carefully examined the light screen at the entrance to the Devil's Forest instance. To everyone's surprise, the first place had been taken. I completed the game in 1 hour and 20 minutes on Nightmare difficulty, a full 10 minutes faster than my previous record.
Someone pointed at the new record on the screen, their face showing disbelief. Can it be that fast?
The output capacity of these new students is just too explosive. They also have a strong sense of direction. The forest terrain can't fool them at all.
Each generation is better than the last.
It's important to know that while the Devil's Forest isn't particularly difficult, it's only a level 20 dungeon. It's not very challenging. However, the terrain is complex and requires repeated memorization, and the final boss, the Shin Turtle, is so tough that most people can't even scratch it. Even the original number 1 player had to gather 4 high-level mages and spend nearly 20 minutes to barely kill him. As a result, a group of freshmen broke the record as soon as they arrived, which naturally shocked them. Unfortunately, the new team didn't reveal any information, so they have no way of knowing how they did it. They can't bring themselves to pester someone with questions about such things.
Moreover, hiding information implies that the team does not want to disclose it.
Li Ran and his group of 5 returned to the dungeon entrance, paid their points, and entered again. After resting for 4 whole days, all 5 of them were in peak condition. I only cleared the Devil's Forest once, which was like a warm-up, and my condition didn't drop much. There's no need to rest. Instead, we should seize the time, work hard to upgrade, and make up for the 4 days we lost. Upon entering the instance, Ling Yue, as usual, buffed the 4 team members, and then the 5 of them left the safe zone to officially begin their raid. With the experience from last time, I was more confident this time, and the pace of the strategy was better. I used less stamina, but cleared more monsters than last time and gained more experience. Li Ran and his group of 5 did not specifically pursue speed, since breaking the record would no longer bring any rewards. Even so, we still reached the end of the dungeon in about an hour. With a thought, Li Ran activated the time stop function, and everything around him froze. When time began to flow again, 6 more corpses appeared by the pool. Water splashed up as the final boss, the serpent turtle, crawled out of the pool, its charred body crackling with electric arcs. Whoosh! It was met with a barrage of lightning and arrows. The serpent and the black tortoise had no chance to resist and were attacked in a series of blows, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. In just a few seconds, the dragon snake and the black tortoise passed away. It must be said, the dragon snake and black tortoise are indeed tough. Even though their physical bodies are dead, their shells remain intact, though they are somewhat black. If it retracts into its shell, even a professional fighter would find it difficult to defeat. Slaying a level 23 rotting flood dragon and black tortoise, experience shared equally in a team, plus 80,000 experience. Captain Li Ran obtained silver tier equipment, Shin Turtle Shield. Obtained 1 intermediate monster core. Mystic Tortoise Shield Silver Grade, defense plus 100. Successfully blocking with the shield reduces damage taken by 80%. Can be equipped by level 20 and above. The prompt appeared, and Li Ran glanced at the experience bar, looking relaxed. It only took a little over an hour to increase my experience from 61.63% to 87.45%, which is really efficient. Coming to Jingxia Academy was the right decision. Putting everything else aside, the resources from just one instance are excellent enough to cultivate talent. If you were to farm those wilderness dungeons, you definitely wouldn't be able to achieve such high efficiency. You might not even be able to accumulate 15% experience in 2 hours. The equipment dropped in this dungeon is too slow and not suitable for them to wear, otherwise, the rewards would be much greater. Inside the dungeon hall, the light curtain at the entrance to the Devil's Forest dungeon lit up once again. The light wasn't as dazzling as before. Those who were resting and meditating in the hall were moved by this sight. Another record broken, and it's only been an hour. That's really fast. Was that just to warm up? That's a bit of an exaggeration. Breaking records is just to warm up, you're really something. It's been compressed to just over an hour, that's an incredible achievement. The new record was set at 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 24 seconds. I was just a little short of breaking the 1 hour mark, about 25 minutes faster than the previous record that had stood for 2 years. Breaking a record is no easy feat otherwise, the original record wouldn't have stood for the past 2 years. That previous team was an extreme lineup with 4 mages, and their damage output was explosive. The result was still a huge difference. It's hard to imagine just how incredible the output of that new team was.
Apart from themselves, I'm afraid no one can break this record.
Not many people can win rewards by breaking records anyway, so it's not a big problem.
I'd like to know if they can break through in an hour.
It's highly likely, it just takes a couple more tries. Once they finish this dungeon, they'll probably encounter other dungeons as well.
This year is going to be fun.
People discussed it, their faces showing little jealousy, but rather kind smiles and a hint of fighting spirit. The appearance of extraordinary individuals always piques their interest and inspires them to strive harder. They were all students from Jingxiao Academy, and who knows, they might team up together in the future, so their attitude was naturally very friendly.
In the Devil's Forest instance.
Without pausing, Li ran and his group of 5 headed straight for the dungeon exit and left the dungeon. When farming dungeons in the wilderness, they always stay in the dungeon for a while to recover their stamina before leaving, ensuring they can handle any unexpected situations. Now that we're at the safe Jingxiao Academy, there's no need for that anymore. The dungeon environment is mostly terrible, with corpses everywhere, and a strong stench and bloody smell, far less comfortable than the dungeon hall.
If you really want to recover your stamina, you should meditate in the dungeon hall. After leaving the dungeon, the 5 did not rest.
They handed over their points and continued to grind the nightmare difficulty Devil Forest dungeon. If you're in good shape, you should naturally work hard to grind dungeons and level up. Although they were just 1 hour away from breaking the 1 hour mark, the 5 of them did not feel impatient and continued to steadily tackle the dungeon at their previous pace.
If you can break through, great. If you can't, it doesn't matter, because you won't lose or gain anything anyway.
About half an hour later, Li Ran killed a rotting grizzly bear and finally accumulated enough experience to reach level 22.
Name, Li Ran. Occupation, trainer.
Level, 22 0.03%.
Strength, 450 plus 50. Agility, 450 plus 80. Constitution, 910 plus 120. Spirit, 640 plus 50. Talent, Nurturing Contract Level 3, Unique.
Its extremely high base stats make it suitable as a boss in nightmare difficulty dungeons. Such significant growth cannot be achieved simply by upgrading, it is mainly due to nurturing. With each day of nurturing, Li Ran's various attributes can grow significantly.
With several days' worth of work combined, it's easy to boost a single attribute by dozens of points.
This is just the raw data. If you take into account the mechanisms Li Ran acquired through cultivation, it becomes even more outrageous. In terms of true strength, he is probably comparable to a level 30 epic level professional.
Chapter 83. An interesting profession, preparing to investigate Lin Yue. As Li Ran continued grinding monsters, he noticed that the rate at which the experience bar increased slowed down considerably as his level rose.
To reach level 23, you'll probably have to run the nightmare difficulty Devil's Forest dungeon 7 or 8 more times.
It's not much with a little effort, I can do it today.
Li Ran and his group of 5 didn't stop. They kept grinding the Devil's Forest dungeon from day to night, completing it 10 times in total. During this period, they naturally reduced the customs clearance time to less than an hour. This caused a stir among the students of Jingxiao Academy, who exclaimed that he was a prodigy. On his 10th entry into the dungeon, Li Ran finally accumulated enough experience to break through to his target level of 23. His base attributes naturally surged again, with strength and agility both exceeding 500, finally bringing him on par with a typical epic level professional. Its physique is even more outstanding, and it has already broken through the 1000 mark.
With Li Ran's current physical condition, even if he stands still, ordinary nightmare-type monsters cannot damage him at all.
Running 10 dungeons in a row will consume a lot of stamina.
Li Ran was alright.
His physique was exceptionally outstanding, and with the body of a cultivator, his condition hadn't declined much and was almost at full strength. Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying were carefully nurtured by Li Ran. Eating ham sausage and drinking milk every day gradually improved my physical strength, and I was able to keep going. Even after leaving the instance, he was only slightly sweaty, and his face still showed a calm and composed expression.
Lin Yue didn't have that much physical strength.
Her pretty face flushed red, her proud chest heaved, and even her breathing became a little rapid. After barely finishing the last dungeon run, Lin Yue's legs, tightly wrapped in white pantyhose, were already soaked with sweat, revealing a hint of pink. Her fair and slender legs trembled slightly, and even her walking became somewhat slow. Fortunately, Lin Yue only needs to provide buffs to the 4 people from the rear. She doesn't need to deal damage. Even though their condition has declined significantly, it doesn't affect their efficiency in clearing dungeons. Stepping out of the instance, Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief, a look of relief appearing on her pretty face, though a hint of joy and guilt lingered in her heart. After running the dungeon 10 times in a row, she naturally gained a lot, reaching level 22.
Leveling up 2 levels in a day is incredibly efficient. You definitely wouldn't be able to do that in a normal team. It's a pity she held us back, otherwise we could have continued. At this moment, Zhao Shuiying walked to Lin Yue's side, helped her up, and walked out of the dungeon hall side by side. The two were good friends before, and there's no distance between them now. Li Ran's heart stirred slightly as he looked at Lin Yue's weak state. It seems we need to investigate Lin Yue thoroughly and nurture her with nutritious food. Song Xie originally had very poor physical strength, but after receiving his training, her physical fitness gradually improved. Now, I can barely withstand the explosive damage caused by time stop, and I don't faint from exhaustion so easily. He originally wanted to wait for Lin Yue to take the initiative to request to conclude the contract, but now he could no longer wait. We must nurture Lin Yue properly. We can't let her become weak just from running a dungeon. If others saw this, they would think he was unwell, didn't have enough food, and hadn't fed Lin Yue properly. Having nurtured 3 beautiful flowers, Li Ran was now experienced and no longer clueless like he had been at the beginning. He could guess some of Lin Yue's thoughts. Lin Yue probably wasn't against it, otherwise she would have left the team long ago when he threw a party in front of her. I guess they have their own ideas, but they're just too embarrassed to bring them up. Composing themselves, Li Ran and his group of 5 left the dungeon hall. It's great to be at Jingxia Academy. You don't have to go far to get back to your cozy villa to sleep, unlike when you're in the wilderness and have to sleep in a dungeon world. The food is freshly prepared, not pre-made food stored in the inventory. Such a comfortable environment naturally allows them to recover their strength better, ensuring they have enough energy to run dungeons every day. Walking down the street, I could hear people around me talking. They were all young faces, full of energy. Clearly, it wasn't just them. Other students from this cohort also came to Jingxia Academy. Everyone knows that Jingxia Academy is a good institution, so most students naturally rushed here as soon as the semester started. Although unintentional, Li Ran's exceptional hearing allowed him to overhear the conversation. It's nothing more than deciding which test takers are the best, whose classes are the most advantageous, which dungeons offer the easiest experience gain, and the optimal strategies for conquering dungeons. During this period, the name he heard most often was his own. The prodigy who conquered the world and became the number 1 in the country is naturally a hot topic this year, and many people want to befriend him. In addition, I heard about several interesting professions. For example, there is a professional who has awakened to the S-level spacewalker, who is said to be able to teleport instantly and is extremely agile, making him impossible for ordinary people to hit. Given such a powerful ability, Li Ran's first thought was naturally to copy it to make up for his lack of mobility. The Planeswalker's necklace may be nice, but it is ultimately an external object and cannot compare to one's own abilities. Unfortunately, he didn't know the other person at all, not even whether the other person was male or female, so copying was out of the question. There are also some good professions. For example, alchemists who can turn lead into gold and create powerful alchemical golems. Druids who can transform into various animals and harness the power of nature, necromancers who can enslave the dead and manipulate souls. They are all at least S rank, and there are many epic rank professionals among them. After all, it is the top university in the country, and there are no weaklings who can get in. Such a variety of novel professions naturally aroused Li Ran's great interest. He felt a surge of positivity, looked at the 4 beauties walking beside him, and prepared for battle. Not long after, the 5 returned to the soundproof luxury villa. During this time, Li Ran also went to the canteen next to the residential area and brought back some food. To be honest, it lives up to its reputation as the canteen of Jingxia University. The quality is indeed high. The menu is extensive, and each dish looks great and tastes absolutely delicious. The price wasn't expensive either. The meal for 5 professionals only cost 500 Dixia coins, which translates to just a few points per person. Professionals are highly skilled, so their appetites are naturally larger than those of ordinary people. You can get a full meal for just a few points, which is very cheap. I've heard there are other, more upscale canteens that specialize in selling food made from special ingredients that has beneficial effects, but you have to use points to buy it. Dixia coins won't work. If given the chance, Li Ran would like to try it out. He has nearly 230,000 points in his account, enough for him to use for a long time. He naturally didn't want to miss out on this novel food that could provide benefits. After eating and drinking to your heart's content, it's time to go to sleep. Lin Yue walked alone to the innermost room, while Li Ran led Gun Yanqi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying into the master bedroom and closed the door. It's time to keep working hard. Looking at the three women, each with their own unique figure, Li Ran felt a surge of positive energy. The nurturer's mark on the three women's lower abdomen suddenly lit up, emitting a faint reddish-purple glow through their clothing. With the sensory amplification and sensory sharing effects activated, Li Ran no longer hesitated and immediately began to work hard. Having absorbed a great deal of experience during the day, it's time to absorb some valuable insights at night. Simply upgrading him is not enough, it doesn't showcase his advantages as a trainer. Chapter 84 Lin Yue becomes a new player in Gold Miner. Meanwhile, in Lin Yue's bedroom. While Li Ran was working hard, Lin Yue was lying on a soft bed, covered with a warm quilt, trying to recover her strength. She was exhausted after spending the entire day grinding dungeons and fighting monsters for almost 10 hours. After finishing her meal, she took a quick shower, took off her sweat-soaked clothes and white pantyhose, and changed into a loose white bathrobe. Feeling the warmth of the blankets, Lin Yue slowly closed her beautiful eyes, and her breathing gradually became steady. Her body relaxed, and her fair and slender legs were casually put together and placed straight on the bed. Suddenly, a loud noise came through the doors and windows and reached Lin Yue's ears. The villa has a soundproofing system that prevents sound from reaching the outside, but the soundproofing inside the villa is not as strong. If the sound is loud enough, it can penetrate the barrier of walls. This voice belongs to Shuiying, Nianxi, and Xie. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Yue opened her beautiful eyes slightly, and the drowsiness that had just risen in her heart instantly dissipated. Her already rosy cheeks flushed even more. Li Ran's strength is simply too great, he can take on 3 opponents at once without being at a disadvantage. And the noises could be heard clearly from this distance, it's hard to imagine how intense it was inside. Having run dozens of dungeons together, Lin Yue had seen many grand scenes, but in essence, she was still a blank slate. What you learn from books is never as good as what you experience firsthand. Several days later, when Lin Yue heard Zhao Shuiying, Gun Yanqi, and Song Xia's instinctive shouts again, she still felt nervous. After a few days, the previous resistance had mostly subsided. The tension seems even greater than before. Luckily, I chose a bedroom that was relatively far away, otherwise the sound would probably have been even clearer. Lin Yue lay on the bed, her knees bent and pressed against her body, her hands hugging her calves, her mind wandering. She suddenly realized that Li Ran had never acted this way before. If the other person knows she is nearby, they will usually control the volume to ensure that the sound does not disturb her. Things have suddenly changed. Why are they doing this so openly and ostentatiously? Could it be that their real intentions are not what they seem, but rather? When you're alone late at night, listening to continuous, pleasant music, it's easy to start thinking about all sorts of random things. Although Lin Yue was innocent, she was not completely ignorant, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to protect herself for so long. On the contrary, because they are simple-minded, they are more prone to overthinking. She instinctively felt that Li Ran was deliberately showing off his outstanding strength as a man. This is laying the groundwork for future events, a prelude to some hype. Thinking this way, Lin Yue fell into her own imagined world. Time flew by unnoticed, and more than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. As expected of Li Ran, his stamina is unfathomable. Barely regaining her senses, Lin Yue heard the sound continuing and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She had naturally witnessed Li Ran's strength, he was like a Superman, able to go for more than 10 days without rest. It's only been a little over an hour, which is just to warm up. At this moment, Lin Yue suddenly noticed that she seemed to be instinctively affected, and unconsciously fell into desires related to Li Ran. Did I really do this? Lifting the warm, soft quilt, Lin Yue couldn't help but feel ashamed. She now feels like a child who has been caught doing something wrong, and is very embarrassed. Touching her slightly feverish head, Lin Yue suddenly stood up and left the sinful bed. She slipped her toes, which looked as tempting as cream candies, into a pair of adorable bunny slippers, and strolled around the room with her long, fair, and shapely legs. Lin Yue felt like she was sick and had a fever, her body temperature was much higher than usual. Moreover, I feel weaker than before, and I have little strength when I walk. I need to take walks to lower my body temperature so that I can recover quickly. We still have to grind dungeons tomorrow, so how can I cast blessings on my teammates if I don't rest and recover my stamina? She already dragged the team down today, and she doesn't want to continue being a burden like this. Oh, right, there seems to be a suitable treatment method.
After walking around the room for a while with unsteady steps, Lin Yue suddenly remembered that Zhao Shuiying had taught her some basic health knowledge before, specifically how to treat illnesses and fevers. When Li Ran wasn't around and she was sick with a fever, Zhao Shuiying seemed to treat herself in that way. She and Zhao Shuiying had a very good relationship. When Zhao Shuiying saw that she seemed to have the same problem, she carefully taught her the theoretical methods. She hadn't tried it before because she felt her physical condition was good enough. The body can recover on its own with just a little time. There's no need to treat illness and fever with that kind of method. Several days later, she is now in trouble and has finally come in handy.
Lin Yue took a deep breath, strode forward, and quickly returned to the bedside. She deeply understood the principle that knowledge gained from books is ultimately superficial. True understanding comes from practice. So once you've made up your mind, you can't hesitate anymore, you have to go for it. When the moment came, Lin Yue took several deep breaths.
Finally, I turned on the computer, recalling the scene of Li Ran carefully guiding me, and started playing a classic childhood game called Gold Miner. Lin Yue is naturally beautiful and never wears makeup or gets manicures like other girls, but she does trim her nails quite often. Each finger is completely natural, with fingertips as smooth as crescent moons, and long, white, and highly flexible knuckles. It's perfect for playing the single-player version of Gold Miner. Another hour or so passed. It's time to take a shower. Li Ran left the bedroom with a bath towel, heading to the luxurious bathroom at the end of the second floor, ready to take a long, hot shower. I spent the whole day running dungeons and defeating thousands of monsters. Although I wasn't particularly tired, I couldn't avoid sweating and felt sticky all over. You can't go without taking a good shower to relax. With the help of the Master Seal, Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying were easily dealt with by him. There were only 3 females. The reason he was able to persist was simply because he had been lenient with them in the past. Once he got serious and showed his true abilities as a trainer, he was just so, not good enough at all. No matter how strong or outstanding a female is, she can only obediently submit to him after meeting him. They might have a chance to defeat him on the battlefield, but on his home turf, no one can make a difference. With light steps, Li Ran quickly arrived at the bathroom door. He was about to go into the bathroom when he suddenly heard a sound like mining coming from Lin Yue's room. Although it was a minor injury, he was a level 23 professional and possessed the body of a cultivator. Other sounds are one thing, but sounds like this can't be hidden from his ears at all. I never imagined you were like this, Lin Yue. Li Ran's expression changed, and he couldn't help but think to himself. He heard Lin Yue repeating his name softly. Having spent so much time with Lin Yue, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation.
Chapter 85. The naughty kids who secretly mined were arrested on the spot.
In Li Ran's memory, Lin Yue had never shown any desire in this regard. The way she looked at him was quite normal, unlike the other 3 women who were so direct. Now it seems that his guess was correct. Lin Yue had only been suppressing herself. In reality, she already had her own ideas.
I listened to something louder than before today, and that's when it became apparent.
Gold Miner is an excellent and fun classic childhood game, but it still falls short compared to true AAA titles. Lin Yue has been playing the single-player version of Gold Miner, but she probably isn't getting real satisfaction from it. It will only lead to a vicious cycle, where people lose their judgment in the process of mining again and again. Becoming more and more addicted to these kinds of games seriously affects their physical and mental health.
Looks like it's my turn to make a move.
Li Ran felt that as an excellent mentor, he had an obligation to help Lin Yue get on the right path. Getting too caught up in the single-player version of Gold Miner won't do. You should play his masterpiece instead.
Li Ran wasn't in a hurry.
Instead, she headed to the bathroom as planned, intending to take a shower first. Lin Yue was a complete novice when it came to the game and had no experience.
Naturally, we can't treat them as casually as we would Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying. We must make thorough preparations before we can properly guide Lin Yue. Patience is essential when guiding game beginners.
Stepping into the bathroom, Li Ran skillfully removed her clothes and tossed them aside, revealing a perfect body that seemed to have been sculpted by a top artist. His muscles are perfectly defined, angular, symmetrical, and strong, exuding explosive power.
Some glistening liquid remained on the firm muscles, remnants of the fierce battle just now.
Even with Li Ran's strength, he still broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for this, Li Ran wouldn't have come to take a bath. Li Ran turned on the shower and began washing her hair and taking a shower. Wet your body, then apply shampoo and shower gel repeatedly, lathering up rich white bubbles. Li Ran waved his hands, vigorously rubbing his muscular body with such force that it seemed as if he wanted to rub off a layer of skin. Starting from the top of the head, the massage continues down to the heels, as if to cleanse the head and body thoroughly. Li Ran washed very carefully, but her speed was also quite fast.
In a few more minutes, it should be clean.
Let Lin Yue play the single-player game by herself for a while longer.
He will make his move soon. Meanwhile, in Lin Yue's bedroom,
Lin Yue remained seated on the edge of the bed, engrossed in playing the gold miner game. She had noticed that the loud noise had stopped and heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. She knew that Li Ran had most likely completed tonight's training. Despite knowing this, she didn't stop traveling. In just 1 hour, she had learned a lot of new knowledge, and her brain was a little overloaded. Just as Li Ran guessed, Lin Yue developed cognitive problems and began to doubt her own nature. She felt somewhat lost about herself, a little afraid of the unknown and new things, and also a little embarrassed. Her pretty face was filled with anxiety and unease, which she could only relieve by playing games. Suddenly, the sound of running water in the bathroom stopped. Then came the rustling sound of clothes being put on. Clearly, Li Ran had already finished showering. Soon after, the sound of footsteps could be heard. I stepped into the hallway and finally stopped at the bedroom door. Lin Yue's breath hitched, and her heart skipped a beat, afraid that Li Ran would find out.
But the actions during gameplay actually became a bit faster. In her mind, Lin Yue kept whispering Li Ran's name.
It seemed that only in this way could she feel at ease and relieve her anxiety.
Is this the explosion of suppressed emotions?
Outside the bedroom, Li Ran, dressed in a slightly thin nightgown, listened to the faint sounds coming from inside and felt a sense of surprise. He hadn't expected that Lin Yue, who seemed like a blank sheet of paper, would be so bold after her outburst, almost overturning his previous understanding of her. The old saying is really true: the more a person suppresses themselves, the stronger their desires become. Once they taste the sweetness, they will quickly fall into it and be unable to extricate themselves. There are many ready examples of people who studied diligently for more than 10 years, but after entering university, their personalities changed drastically. They suddenly became addicted to games and turned into useless people who knew nothing but playing games.
Lin Yue probably thought so too. Knock knock. Li Ran extended her right hand and gently knocked on the door. Now is the time for him to make his move.
As an excellent mentor, I must bring Lin Yue back on the right track and prevent her from making the same mistake again. Lin Yue's breathing suddenly stopped, her pupils contracted sharply, but her movements became even faster. She heard a knock on the door, but she wasn't going to answer. She planned to just pretend to be asleep and let it pass. She certainly wouldn't have been like this before. After coming into contact with the gold miners, she definitely became less obedient.
Is that so?
There was no response, and a hint of surprise flashed in Li Ran's eyes. Addicted to games, he wouldn't even open the door when he wasn't asleep. For bad kids who are already addicted, it is necessary to investigate for several days, spend some time on it, and carry out intensive treatment. Li Ran was confident in himself. With his excellent nurturing skills, he would surely be able to cure the disease within a few days. To restore Lin Yue to normal, to make her like before, no, even more obedient and docile than before. He was risking his career as a breeder. Failing to meet the deadline in a single day would be considered a disaster. Li Ran placed his hand on the doorknob and applied slight pressure.
Crunch, crunch.
The bedroom door made a heavy sound as it was slowly pushed open.
They did something wrong but didn't close the door. They lack awareness.
A hint of surprise flashed in Li Ran's eyes. He just tried it out, and to his surprise, he actually opened the door.
I was even thinking of using the planeswalker's necklace around my neck.
When he checked into the villa, he made a point of visiting every room to be on the safe side.
Bad kids must be educated.
Li Ran pushed the door open with all his might. He pointed at Lin Yue, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, his voice stern.
Li Ran.
Caught red-handed, Lin Yue's speech became incoherent, and she could barely speak clearly.
No. Don't look.
She was flustered and didn't know whether to cover the computer screen or her face. She was filled with regret. Because she was in a safe villa, she felt that nothing would happen, and subconsciously she didn't lock the door. I didn't think of it when I started playing the game, which led to the current situation.
Don't want to see? You've already done it, so don't be afraid of being seen.
Li Ran strode forward, grabbed Lin Yue's waving, fair hand, and with a serious expression, sternly reprimanded her. Children who are addicted to games like this need to be properly guided to get them back on the right track. Being too gentle won't do it. Will make you lose the dignity a breeder should have.
Li Ran.
Lin Yaoxiao's face was flushed, and her voice was slow and slurred with nervousness. This was the first time she had been treated so harshly by Li Ran. Before this, Li Ran had always treated her gently. Her secret has been exposed. It's unclear how Li Ran will treat her now. Maybe, perhaps. Lin Yue dared not think about it further. Chapter 86. A naughty child who craves punishment won't get his wish so easily. Lin Yue gazed at Li Ran's handsome face, her cheeks flushed, her mind in turmoil, devoid of her former composure. Deep down, she secretly longed to receive Li Ran's strictest guidance.
Just like Zhao Shuiying, Gu Nianxi, and Song Xie.
Playing online with two people is definitely more fun than playing offline by one person, as can be seen from the sounds Gu Nianxi and the others made. But she was a naughty girl who got caught secretly playing gold miner in her bedroom, and she had no face to make such a request. Fortunately, she was repeating Li Ran's name in her mind, so she shouldn't have been exposed yet, otherwise she really wouldn't know how to face Li Ran. Li Ran held Lin Yue's fair and delicate hand and found that it was sticky and covered in sweat. Clearly, Lin Yue had been secretly playing gold miner for a long time. It probably started while he was busy educating the other three women. A bad kid like you must be severely punished. Li Ran freed one hand and touched Lin Yue's sweat-dampened face, his voice full of authority.
Punishment, punishment.
Lin Yue's beautiful eyes were slightly open, her voice trembling, and she looked extremely nervous. This wasn't out of fear, but out of anticipation. Deep down, I felt a surge of excitement. She had witnessed Li Ran's punishments before. They were extremely severe, and just looking at them was frightening. The cane used to hit her was as thick as a steel bar, even thicker than her arm.
She once thought she couldn't possibly hold on. But if you can pull through, the rewards will be substantial.
Gu Nianxi and the other two have all made significant progress.
Gu Nianxi has risen to the extremely rare legendary level.
Zhao Shuiying, who was once only a level, has jumped to epic level, showing even greater potential than her. Now it was her turn, and she felt she was ready to withstand Li Ran's guidance.
Are you actually looking forward to being punished? How wicked. Li Ran saw through Lin Yue's little thoughts at a glance and couldn't help but grin.
This was the first time he had ever encountered a bad kid who was caught playing video games in secret but wasn't afraid of punishment. We must conduct a thorough investigation into Lin Yue and teach her a lesson.
Do you know what you did wrong?
Think carefully, and I will give you the punishment you want if you answer correctly. Li Ran slapped Lin Yue's plump, round buttocks, his words laced with amusement. Lin Yue wanted to punish him, so naturally he couldn't let the other party have his way so easily. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered teaching, but rather a reward.
Because.
Lin Yue blushed, her words stammering as if she were stuck in her throat, somewhat embarrassed. She found it difficult to admit the mistake she had made in front of Li Ran.
But if she doesn't admit her mistake, she can't accept the punishment.
After hesitating for a while, Lin Yue took a deep breath, looked up at Li Ran, made up her mind, and mustered up her courage to speak.
I shouldn't have secretly played gold miner, I shouldn't have.
After speaking at length, Lin Yue's face was rosy, her forehead was slightly sweaty, but her expression was somewhat relaxed. Suddenly, I felt as if the pressure in my heart had disappeared, and I was no longer as tense as before. It turns out that admitting your mistakes isn't that hard. It's just that she set limits for herself in her mind and never dared to let go and do it. Now that Li Ran has induced me to tell him everything, revealing everything about myself to him, it doesn't seem like a big deal anymore. This was her truest desire, and there was no need to hide it from Li Ran.
That's good, your attitude is very sincere.
Li Ran nodded slightly, a satisfied smile on his face. As expected, the most radical ones are conservatives like Lin Yue. Once they shed their innocent facade, they become even bolder than the radicals. Good thing, anyway, he'll make sure Lin Yue only acts like this in front of him. Once she steps out of that door, Lin Yue will be just like before.
Then, can I be punished?
Lin Yue smiled and mustered her courage to ask boldly.
Of course, no.
Li Ran stroked Lin Yue's head and chuckled. You dare to admit your mistakes, which proves that you are actually a good child.
How can I punish a good child? Ha! Upon hearing this, Lin Yue's smile froze.
She obediently did as instructed, but received nothing in return, which put her under immense pressure and left her feeling restless and unsatisfied. She gently rubbed her legs, trying to relieve the pressure, but it didn't work at all. Lin Yue's captivating eyes welled up with tears, and she gently bit her red lips, looking incredibly embarrassed and annoyed. She wanted to do it herself, but her fair hands were firmly held in Li Ran's hands, and she couldn't move them at all. Li Ran couldn't help but grin as he watched the scene.
To be honest, it's quite interesting to be hooked up with Lin Yue. Seeing her longing expression is undoubtedly a pleasure. However, judging from Lin Youwei's appearance, she was probably about to lose control, as her body was trembling. Then he would reluctantly teach the other person and try to meet their needs. After seeing so much, you should know what to do, right?
Li Ran gently patted Lin Youwei's round, perky buttocks and spoke calmly.
I know.
Upon hearing this, Lin Youwei's discomfort and unease vanished instantly. She smiled through her tears and nodded repeatedly. She never imagined that one day, she would feel genuinely happy because of a simple sentence from a boy. It felt like receiving guidance from Li Ran was an immense blessing, almost like being guided by a god. Li Ran is the god who controls everything about her. Li Ran released Lin Youwei's small hand, freeing her from restraint and letting her do as she pleased. Lin Youwei immediately stood up, knelt on the ground, and said with a smile on her rosy face, full of sincerity. Please, Li Ran, make a contract with me. After doing all this, Lin Youwei felt a little shy, but mostly joyful. A feeling of pleasure rises from the toes, rushes to the top of the head, and spreads throughout the whole body. She finally understood why Zhao Shuiying and the other two were willing to do such a thing. A woman dresses up for the man she loves. In front of Li Ran, no matter what she does or how humble she appears, she is very willing. Seeing Lin Youwei's performance, Li Ran felt pleased.
What could be more gratifying than having an innocent young girl willingly submit to him?
With a thought, he skillfully activated his talent and circulated his spiritual power, condensing a contract document inscribed with complex characters in his hand.
Still calling me classmate?
However, he did not rush to hand over the contract.
Instead, he looked at Lin Youwei and asked her with a smile. If we don't call him classmate, then what should we call him? Master? This is how Zhao Shuiying and her classmates referred to Li Ran. Although she could accept it, she felt something was missing. Lin Youwei fell into thought. She suddenly remembered that Li Ran had just called her a bad child, so it was possible. Although it was a little embarrassing to say, Lin Youwei bravely spoke up because she thought it was to make Li Ran happy. Dad. Chapter 87 Efforts must be made for education. Dad, I have met your requirements.
Please make a contract with me. After mustering the courage to speak, Lin Youwei became much bolder and once again made her request with sincere words. She knelt on the ground, looking extremely devout. She desperately wanted to enter into a contract that would bring them closer together.
Since you've put it that way, let's conclude the contract.
Li Ran looked at Lin Youwei with a smile, his voice gentle. Lin Youwei's performance surprised him. In order to conclude the contract, she even called him dad. It can only be said that the conservatives are much stronger than the radicals once they muster up the courage. Li Ran reached out and helped Lin Youwei up from the floor, handing her the newly formed nurturing contract. Lin Youwei didn't even look at the contents of the contract before decisively signing her name. Trusting Li Ran, she made no attempt to check the contract for any traps. Moreover, she already had 3 predecessors before she signed the contract. The next moment, the contract disappeared, turning into a dazzling light that merged into the two of them. The contract is established, and the two parties have formed the closest relationship in the world, sharing life and death. So this is the nurturing contract. Feeling the power of the contract, Lin Youwei looked at Li Ran with a deep joy in her eyes. With a wealth of information flooding her mind, she understood the specifics of the contract and knew exactly what to do.
Get ready to receive an education.
Looking at Lin Youwei, who was wearing white pajamas, Li Ran no longer suppressed his emotions. Lin Youwei had been secretly playing for a long time and had made ample preparations. Even if you've never played the online version before, you don't need to be as gentle as you would a complete beginner.
Okay.
Lin Youwei's lips curled up slightly, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with starlight.
She was ready. The qualified individual has remained within 10 meters of you for a sufficient period of time.
Generous growth acceleration rewards have been obtained, controllable skill masters hand level 1, and all other skills with the master prefix have been upgraded by 1 level. Gained the flower skill, divine blessing level 1. Looking at the system notification, Li Ran's lips curled up slightly. The rewards for nurturing newbies are always generous, even though Lin Youwei is only S rank, which is not as good as the other 3 girls he has already nurtured. However, the accelerated growth rewards are far greater than those from regular training. Not only did they gain the new breeder skill Breeder's Hand, but they also enhanced other breeder skills.
In addition, they also received exclusive buff skills for priests.
Of course, this is also related to his cultivation contract talent leveling up to level 3. If it were still a level 1 nurturing contract, no matter how hard he tried, he would never have received such a generous accelerated growth reward. Therefore, upgrading is still necessary, and we should continue to run dungeons as usual to make the nurturing contract stronger. A level 1 holy blessing increases the recipient's attributes by 5%. Although it can't compare to Lin Youwei's original version, it's still a good start, implying that his methods will become more diverse and that he will possess the abilities of a priest.
With one hand healing and the other dealing damage, you can easily defeat the monsters and leave them completely bewildered.
Level 1 Breeder's Hand can make Li Ran's fingers more flexible and easier to transmit mental energy. In other words, it will be easier for him to cast spells with both hands later on. Of course, there is also a hidden effect: the objects he touches will be aroused with the evil thoughts deep within his heart. It will be much easier for Li Ran to cultivate new suitable individuals in the future. With just a casual touch, he can make the eligible person have an opinion about him. With skills like the Source of the Breeder, he doesn't even need to speak to fast forward to forming a contract and easily subdue new suitable individuals. Composing himself, Li Ran focused on the present moment.
Meanwhile, the master bedroom is located in the middle of the second floor.
Hearing a loud noise from not far away, Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying all opened their eyes revealing strange looks. The three women, covered with blankets, lay casually on the bed and chatted idly. After spending a long time together and seeing each other at their most embarrassing moments, they had become very close and became the closest of sisters.
Therefore, it can be said that they can talk about anything. This voice should be Yue. Master is really amazing. I wonder how long Yue can last. After tonight, Yue will have truly integrated into this team.
It should have been done long ago, but the master just hasn't made a move yet. Yue has been stuck at S rank for a long time, but it should be reaching epic rank by now.
With Master S nurturing ability, one night should be enough.
The three women chatted casually, their eyes showing surprise, but their bodies remained obedient, making no unnecessary movements and staying quietly. Although they also had their own thoughts, this was Lin Youwei's first time, so the situation was different.
At such a crucial time, they naturally couldn't possibly go and disturb them. Even if you have ideas, you have to suppress them. They were simply happy about Lin Youwei joining them, and had no other thoughts. It's not like they're in a palace drama, they're all Li Ran's women, so naturally they won't argue with each other. With the master's abilities, even if many more people join, it won't take away much of the love. Moreover, this was Lin Youwei, whom they spent every day with.
They had long wanted each other to join them, so that their relationship could become closer. Since their master never took any action, they were too embarrassed to bring it up themselves. Suppressing their inner turmoil, the three women listened to the free but still pleasant music and chatted about topics between women. As expected of Sister Nianqi, she is truly amazing. She was able to get Master to the very back. Sister Shuiying, your snow-white skin is almost the same size as your head. It must be very uncomfortable for you to exercise. Little Sister Xia, there seems to be something dirty on your face. Let me remove it for you. Wait, what is this? Oh, so you actually ate behind our backs. I didn't steal any food. We were all together, how could I steal any food? That seems to be true. Sister Xia, you should be more careful next time you eat something, and don't take it out with you. Of course not. I wash and groom myself carefully every morning. At most, only my family can see it. The three women chatted, praising Li Ran's outstanding abilities in their conversation. In their eyes, Li Ran is a superman who can always persevere, be tenacious, and stick to his principles. Moreover, they possess extensive knowledge and a wide variety of sophisticated methods. Even with the three of them together, Li Ran could handle it with ease. As expected of their common master, he is handsome, powerful, and resourceful. Regardless of the type of female, once they come into contact with their master, they will likely instinctively feel reverence and be completely convinced of their master's authority. Chapter 88 Diligent Education Yields Abundant Rewards Revised. Time slips away quietly. Night had fallen, and a bright moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the earth. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Li Ran's impeccably sculpted physique. Call. Li Ran took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quickly composed himself. Looking at Lin Youwei beside him, his eyes revealed concern. He helped Lin Youwei up, showing unusual tenderness and concern. How are you feeling? With his current talent, he could easily train even an S-class professional to become a talent. After being educated for so long, Lin Youwei's abilities should have improved considerably. He has probably become an epic-level priest. Thank you, Dad. I've broken through to the epic level. Lin Youwei smiled sweetly, her voice gentle. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Li Ran was filled with deep respect and admiration. Although Li Ran's education was strict, the rewards for persevering were extremely rich. After just a few hours of hard work, she rose from an S-rank priest to an epic rank priest, achieving a feat that others might not be able to accomplish in a lifetime. Not only did it gain more outstanding basic attributes, but its healing ability was also greatly improved, and it also learned several new skills. No wonder Nianxi, Shuiying, and Xia are always clinging to Li Ran. Li Ran's abilities are so strong that they are incredibly attractive to anyone who wants to break through their limitations. Dad, what should we do next? Lin Yue looked at Li Ran, her voice gentle. Let me help you recover first. Look at you, you're exhausted. I just learned a spell that can help you restore your strength. Li Ran smiled slightly, circulated his mental energy, and raised his hand to release healing magic. A holy light surrounded Lin Yue, helping her recover quickly. After several hours of effort, Lin Yue broke through to the epic level, and Li Ran's gains were naturally not small either. This healing spell is called Emergence Surge, and it helps the recipient recover by consuming the caster's own mental energy. Currently, it's only at level 1, so the effect isn't very strong. It can only heal minor injuries at most. However, Li Ran's abundant mental energy allowed him to still achieve outstanding results even after investing a large amount of mental energy. Relying on the body of a cultivator, Li Ran can also restore his spiritual power through cultivation, and a perpetual motion machine is faintly taking shape. After casting Energy Surge, Li Ran then cast Divine Blessing on Lin Yue, increasing her various attributes to ensure she had enough vitality. Thank you, Dad. Feeling the warmth of her body, Lin Yu smiled and expressed her gratitude to Li Ran. She could feel her strength recovering rapidly, and she wasn't far from returning to normal. Lin Yue was not surprised that Li Ran could use the skills she possessed. After all, Li Ran can also use the skills of the 3 seniors. She had already entered into a training contract with Li Ran and spent some time with him, so it was normal for him to learn her skills. After verbally expressing her gratitude, Lin Yue also took action to continue expressing her thanks to Li Ran. Time passed quickly, and dawn broke in the blink of an eye. Gentle sunlight streamed into the room through the windows. The light reflected on Li Ran's energetic face brought a sense of warmth. Comfortable. Li Ran took a deep breath and stretched gently. She then stood up and got out of bed very quietly. All her movements were exceptionally light, and she didn't make a sound. Lin Yue was lying beside her, breathing steadily, her pretty face rosy, sleeping peacefully. He's just a newbie in the industry, and his skills aren't up to par. Even though Li Ran spent a lot of mental energy to cast Divine Blessing and Emergence Surge on Lin Yue, he was still unable to keep her going. Lin Yue stubbornly insisted that she was still able to do it and didn't need to rest at all. But he did not do as Lin Yue wanted. Li Ran didn't know how she could say such tough words with such soft lips. He simply used his authority as an elder to order Lin Yue to rest in a forceful tone. Lin Yue reluctantly went to rest, but she hasn't woken up yet and is still fast asleep. This shows how much physical exertion was required. If we had listened to Lin Yue, we probably wouldn't have needed to run dungeons today. Composing himself, Li Ran quietly left the bedroom and began his normal washing and grooming routine, pondering what kind of breakfast he should prepare. I heard that you need to reach at least level 50 to have the opportunity to practice abstaining from food and survive without needing any. With their current strength, they still need to eat normally. Otherwise, I really won't have the energy to grind dungeons. With the body of a cultivator, he was alright. He could obtain the energy needed for survival through cultivation, which was equivalent to eating. But Gu Nianxi, Lin Yue, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying are not suitable. After washing up, Li Ran went to the canteen next to the residential area to buy breakfast as usual. With a convenient inventory system, buying breakfast is not troublesome. Even if you need to prepare food for 5 people, you can bring enough food at once. Under the surprised gaze of the cafeteria staff, Li Ran packed a large amount of food into his inventory in batches and completed the payment at the same time. Although it cost over 1,000 yuan, it was nothing to Li Ran. It was not even a drop in the ocean. He can easily earn more money by farming materials in high-level dungeons. Selling just one piece of silver-grade equipment would be enough for him to eat this kind of food for a year. A professional like him might not be anything special at Jingxia Academy, but in the outside world, he would be considered a pillar of society, so it's impossible for him to lack money for basic food. After buying the food, Li Ran was about to leave when a voice suddenly called out to him. "Hello, are you Li Ran?" Li Ran turned his head and looked in the direction from which the sound came, and found a tall girl with delicate features, wearing a black uniform and black stockings. The trainer's eye instincts kicked in, and detailed information about the girl was compiled. Her name is Lu Yalan, she is 18 years old, her awakened profession is spacewalker, she is 1.70 meters tall, weighs 55 kilograms, has a charm of 96, and has zero experience. It doesn't have many weaknesses, but there are a few that emit an unusually strong red light, which is obviously the area that will deal the most damage when attacked. The information I most want to know right now is why Li Ran is so strong, and that his favorite food is moose cake. As the eye of the trainer is upgraded time and time again, the information that Li Ran can obtain becomes extremely rich. With just one glance, Li Ran had already grasped the general situation of the other party.
It's me. What can I do for you? Li Ran answered calmly. I was actually quite happy.
He was just thinking about how to befriend that space traveler when the other party took the initiative to come to him.
That's the benefit of being famous, isn't it? When you are strong enough, countless people will try to befriend you.
If Li Ran hadn't been the national champion this year, things certainly wouldn't have turned out this way.
Chapter 89. Can't we even shake hands? Three little gluttons who just want breakfast. My name is Lu Yalan.
I'm the 5th-ranked student in the main combat force of this year's class in Shanlin Province.
My profession is a space traveler. Would you mind getting to know me?
Lu Yalan extended her fair and slender right hand and smiled slightly at Li Ran. When she went out to buy breakfast, she happened to see a figure she had only seen on the screen but had always remembered, so she went up to say hello.
Unexpectedly, it really was the other party.
At their first meeting, she had a very good impression of Li Ran. He was even more pleasing to the eye than she had imagined. Perhaps because of this, she subconsciously broke the boundaries she had set for herself and reached out her hand to the boy for the first time. She knew Li Ran's name like the thunder in her ears. It should be said that almost every candidate in this year's cohort knows the name Li Ran. Despite being a weak and low-level trainer, he rose against all odds and eventually became the number one in the country. What is most commendable is that Li Ran came from a poor family and had no one to help him, so he had to rely on himself. Such examples of ordinary people achieving success against all odds naturally resonate with people. She had developed a strong interest in Li Ran as soon as the exam results came out. Since we've met, I naturally want to get to know him and build a good relationship.
If you can learn some methods to become stronger from the other person, that would be extremely beneficial.
Li Ran, as a trainer, has managed to grow and develop, so he must have a lot of experience in how to become stronger.
Of course, no problem.
Li Ran gently grasped Lu Yalan's outstretched right hand, looked into Lu Yalan's captivating eyes like those of a phoenix, and nodded with a smile.
Various capabilities are quietly activated, subtly influencing the other party. Then
Lu Yalan was about to invite Li Ran to sit down when she suddenly stopped talking. A strange sensation arose in her body, causing her thoughts to pause. Lu Yalan's heart trembled slightly, not knowing what had happened.
Suddenly, a warm current flowed through her body, giving her a tingling sensation like being electrocuted.
Her female instincts finally made her realize what had happened.
No way.
Feeling the warmth of Li Ran's palm, Lu Yalan's expression changed slightly, and a blush quietly rose. The tingling sensation in her palms made her thoughts chaotic.
She's clearly not that kind of person.
It was just a handshake, why am I so flustered?
What's wrong, Lu Yalan?
Li Ran looked at Lu Yalan, grasped her fair and slender right hand, and took a step forward unintentionally, his face showing concern. As Li Ran's body grew stronger, his energy also became more and more vigorous. With such a large amount of energy accumulating in his body, Li Ran's desires naturally became stronger than those of the average person. With the added benefits of skills such as the brain of a nursery, Li Ran's desire for nurturing has only grown stronger day by day. It's only because Li Ran has a strong enough will that he has become a ruthless bulldozer.
I stay in my bedroom all day and don't even do dungeons anymore.
Even so, his views on females are changing. If necessary, he wouldn't mind using some unconventional methods. The result is the same anyway, he just skipped the unnecessary small talk and fast-forwarded a bit.
No. It's nothing.
Looking at Li Ran, who had already approached, Lu Yalan's breathing became increasingly rapid. At such a close distance, it almost completely filled her field of vision. All she could see was Li Ran's incredibly handsome face. She could smell the special scent emanating from Li Ran, and even feel his body temperature. The closer Li Ran got, the more chaotic her thoughts became. My brain felt like it had short-circuited due to a fever, making it completely incapable of thinking about anything. If you put a pot of water on her head, it would probably be bubbling and steaming by now. Looking at Li Ran's concerned expression, Lu Yalan felt her heart pounding in her chest. She knew clearly that things couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, she might lose control and behave in a less ladylike manner.
I'm sorry, let's talk again next time. I have something to do, so I'll have to go now.
Lu Yalan spoke hurriedly, finishing what she wanted to say at a very fast pace. Immediately with a thought, his spatial abilities suddenly erupted, and he vanished from the spot.
So this is what a space traveler is like? What a convenient ability.
Li Ran watched this scene, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. Such a powerful ability should naturally be copied. The skills from the Breeders series truly live up to their reputation for being highly effective against females. At the current pace, I estimate that I'll be able to win Lu Yalan over when we meet again.
Of course, this is also likely related to Lu Yalan's complete lack of experience. Anyone with even a little experience wouldn't give up after just a handshake.
After this little incident, several more enthusiastic students, both boys and girls, gathered around and tried to greet him. Li Ran glanced at it and found no suitable target. He waved goodbye, then with a thought, activated the Planeswalker's necklace and vanished on the spot. His time is precious, and he has no intention of wasting it on unqualified individuals.
In an elegantly decorated bedroom,
Lu Yalan teleported back and collapsed to the ground, her long, slender, fair legs limply crossed. His face was ruddy, his chest heaving, and he was breathing heavily without realizing it. It took quite a while before I finally recovered. Lu Yalan steadied her breathing, recalling the scene of her encounter with Li Ran just now. Just when I thought it was nothing serious, that strange feeling started to resurface. This left Lu Yalan feeling extremely confused. Lu Yalan quickly stopped thinking, walked to the wardrobe, and prepared to change into a new pair of panties. The original one was dirty and sticky, and it would be very uncomfortable to wear.
Phew, it's finally back to normal. Wearing the new clothes and feeling the refreshing coolness, Lu Yalan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she could teleport back home without having to walk away. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll make a fool of myself in front of Li Ran. She gave off such a frivolous impression from the first meeting. I wonder what Li Ran will think of her. The current situation, while having some issues, is still acceptable. Lu Yalan didn't think about anything else, she just felt that she had been suppressing her feelings for too long. She is, after all, a female, so it's normal for her to have feelings for someone as capable and handsome as Li Ran. Composing herself, Lu Yalan changed her entire outfit, regrouped, and headed towards the dungeon hall. She needs to play some dungeons to distract herself. Staying at home all the time will only lead to more overthinking and dwelling on that meeting. At the same time, Li Ran successfully returned to the villa. It wasn't in the bedroom, but in the lobby on the first floor. The bedroom environment is not suitable for eating breakfast. It's easy to get the floor and bed dirty and attract bugs. Without emerging them, Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying strode downstairs with their long, slender legs. Since they were at home, the three women were still wearing thin pajamas, showing off their slender figures. Lin Yue wasn't there, she was probably still sleeping. Li Ran didn't call Lin Yue.
Instead, he opened his inventory, took out the breakfast he had packed from the cafeteria, and placed it on the table.
Master, I'd like to eat something else. I want to drink milk. I want to eat.
The three women looked at Li Ran with faint smiles on their faces and their beautiful eyes sparkling.
Sigh, I just can't do anything with you guys.
Li Ran sighed, looking at the three women with a hint of helplessness. In the end, he brought out his treasured food.
Chapter 90 Early Birds Eat Breakfast.
Lin Yue was still sleeping, while Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying had already started eating breakfast. Steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, eggs, and some pastries filled a large table. Although it's not as visually striking as a feast of meat and fish, it's substantial enough to be perfect for breakfast. Because they got up early and had plenty of time, the three women were able to enjoy some special delicacies that Li Ran had carefully prepared for them.
Thank you for your hospitality, Li Ran. Thank you, Li Ran, for preparing breakfast for us. Thanks to Li Ran, we are able to improve ourselves. After Mimi finished her hearty breakfast, the three women expressed their sincere gratitude to Li Ran. Even Gu Nianqi was no exception. She was completely devoid of her former aloofness and nobility, resembling a docile kitten. It's hard to imagine that the person displaying such a respectful expression is actually the legendary Five Thunder Celestial Master, who is currently ranked second in Yunhai Province and possesses formidable strength. Li Ran waved his hand, merely grinning, without saying anything more. Having gone through so much, he has become accustomed to this unusual way of getting along. Both parties can feel the joy they have, so there's no need to pretend to be unhappy.
As a nurturer, he should rightfully be in a position of absolute leadership when faced with these lovely girls. If you really tell Gu Nianqi and the other two not to do this, they will feel sad instead. I wonder if I did something wrong that made him dislike me. After enjoying a pleasant breakfast, Lin Yue finally arrived late. Wearing a thin white nightgown, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and came down from the second floor. Her stunning figure was casually displayed, but Lin Yue didn't seem to care much. One night was enough for her to grow and transform. Since everyone at home is my closest relative, I don't need to care about these things. At this point, the three women had finished expressing their gratitude and stood up. Hearing footsteps behind them, they all turned around and looked at Lin Yue, who was dressed in thin clothes, and a hint of joy appeared on their pretty faces. They walked over to Lin Yue and asked her about her condition with concern, their words tinged with friendly teasing. I never expected that you, Yue, would have such a treasure hidden away. It feels even bigger than Sister Nianqi's. I never expected that Yue could make such a loud sound, it's really surprising. He said he didn't want to receive an education before, but now he seems to be doing quite well. Faced with the concern of the three seniors, Lin Yue felt extremely embarrassed, her face flushed. She thought she had grown a lot and could accept Li Ran's help with ease, which was a big step forward. But he still felt a little shy in the face of the three women's words. It seems she still has a long way to go before she can truly grow into a companion who can get along harmoniously with everyone. Alright, let Yue come over for breakfast. You can continue eating if you want. Seeing this, Li Ran waved his hand, signaling the three girls to behave themselves and come over to eat breakfast. The three women were naturally overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. After teasing Lin Yue one last time, she walked lightly to Li Ran. Lin Yue glanced at the special breakfast the three girls were eating, a hint of envy in her eyes. This food looks absolutely delicious. To be honest, she really wanted to eat it too. Unfortunately, Li Ran probably won't allow it. Given her current physical condition, she can only eat these ordinary foods and try to fill her stomach as quickly as possible. After spending a lot of time together, she also knew that Li Ran cared a lot about their health. Lin Yue picked up the fresh steamed buns on the table and ate her breakfast with great elegance, her movements appearing very ladylike. In comparison, Gu Nianqi and the others did not eat as gracefully. Seeing this, Li Ran didn't say much, but his lips curled up slightly, and his eyes showed a hint of pride. The fact that Gu Nianqi and the others reacted this way proves that the food he prepared perfectly suited their tastes and touched their hearts. This is recognition of his hard work, so how could he possibly feel dissatisfied? The more seriously Gu Nianqi and the others ate, the happier he became. About an hour later, everyone finally finished their breakfast. With a storage compartment, it's easy to collect leftovers and clean up the mess. Then, the group went to the restroom to freshen up. Since you're going out, you should be well prepared and make sure there are no problems with your appearance that would be noticed by others. After washing up a bit, making sure there was no dirt on my face or clothes, and no bad breath, I made sure my breath was clean. The group then set off, leaving the villa and heading towards the dungeon hall. Fortunately, they got up early, and although they spent almost 2 hours fussing around at home, it was still not 9 o'clock. They have plenty of time to grind dungeons and level up. Jingxia Academy offers courses that teach common basic knowledge and skills training, but they won't start anytime soon. Even at the beginning, not all students are required to listen. The assessment at Jingxia Academy focuses more on practical performance. If one's practical skills are lacking, even the strongest theoretical knowledge is nothing more than empty talk. Most students spend their time and energy figuring out how to complete the game. Even after school officially starts, Li Ran and his friends will still have enough time to train and grind dungeons. Upon arriving at the dungeon hall, one finds several people whispering to each other at the entrance. The arrival of a large number of new players has brought a new vibrancy to the dungeon, making it no longer as quiet as before. For most people, it doesn't really have much of an impact. After all, most of the time is spent in the dungeon, and you only stay in the dungeon hall for a few minutes, which is nothing. Ignoring the figures who were talking, Li Ran and his group of 5 headed straight into the dungeon hall. No one came up to greet them, but some people glanced at them with surprise in their eyes. Bringing 4 pretty girls is nothing special after all, this is Jingxia Academy, full of talented people. It's quite rare to find someone who can team up with 4 exceptionally talented girls who are good looking and could get into the prestigious Jingxia Academy to run a dungeon. Seeing Li Ran's incredibly handsome face, the people around him smiled with relief. So he was the national champion this year, no wonder he has such talent. Although there was some envy and jealousy, there was more admiration than jealousy. After all, the strength of being the number 1 in the country was beyond doubt.
That's the benefit of being famous wherever you go, most people will greet you with a smile. Even if you do something unconventional, someone will help you explain it.
When Li Ran and his group of 5 arrived at the dungeon hall, they did not choose to run the Devil's Forest dungeon they had previously run, but instead chose a different target. The Devil's Forest dungeon has a level restriction of 1823, making it a definitely low-level dungeon. They are all level 22 or 23 professionals now, so naturally they should be tackling more difficult challenges.
Chapter 91, Running dungeons is important, but going to school is even more important. Given Li Ran and his group's current level, the most suitable dungeon is the Ant Cave dungeon.
The level 22 dungeon has a level restriction of 21 to 25 for entry.
These details show that the Academy has very strict entry-level requirements for each instance.
This ensures that students can grow normally, without encountering overly difficult dungeons too early, and without being overwhelmed by high-level players, thus preventing them from climbing the leaderboards.
Li Ran touched the dungeon entrance and naturally chose Nightmare difficulty.
He would like to experience the Hell difficulty if it were available, but unfortunately, he would only have a chance to encounter it at least at level 30.
Each person still needs 50 points. Although the dungeon level has increased, the number of points required has not increased. All 5 people handed in their points and then disappeared from the spot. The next moment, the 5 of them arrived in a cave. A gentle breeze blew by, bringing cool air and a faint rustling sound.
It sounds a bit like something is being gnawed on. It's a little scary. The cave was dimly lit, but fortunately, all 5 of them were professionals with excellent eyesight, so they didn't have to worry about not being able to see. Lin Yue waved her delicate white hand, gripped the staff tightly, and cast a divine blessing.
A holy light appeared, illuminating the dark cave and giving power to the other 4. Yue's blessing ability has improved again. With this power, it will be much easier to conquer dungeons.
Feeling the surging power contained in the blessing, Gu Nianqi's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but smile and praise him. She could sense that this blessing was much stronger than before, something that couldn't be achieved through a simple upgrade. Clearly, Lin Yue is already an epic-level priest.
Indeed, I feel full of energy. Yue is amazing. Yue is not the same Yue it used to be.
Song Xie and Zhao Shuiying also parted their red lips slightly, not holding back their praise. No, it's all thanks to Dad's good teaching. Lin Yue waved her hand, her attitude humble, and she was not complacent because of it. As soon as she spoke, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. She didn't seem to be talking about Li Ran just now, but rather, her father. She said it like that in front of the other girls. It was a completely subconscious act, almost like an instinct. Lin Yue blushed slightly, feeling extremely ashamed. The 3 women, upon hearing this, merely wore mischievous smiles and did not expose him directly. As early as last night, they already knew that Lin Yue called Li Ran dad. At the time, she kept saying that she wasn't a good daughter. Let Li Ran thoroughly investigate her elementary school, even if it means investigating until he dies.
It's just a matter of what to call someone right now, so it's not a big deal.
They also addressed Li Ran as master, just like they would address him as father. Ignoring the little incident, Li Ran was carefully observing his surroundings and taking in the environment. All around were solid rock walls, with only a narrow passage that could barely accommodate 6 people side by side, and no one knew where it led. The rock face was covered with small holes, some as small as a thumb, others large enough to fit a head. The sound of wind whistling through the hole, along with the crawling of ants, sent chills down one's spine.
Without a doubt, this is the world of ants. Li Ran was not afraid.
Feeling the power of the divine blessing, he strode out of the safe zone and activated his positioning eye.
No matter how complex the terrain, it was nothing to him.
With his location pinpointed, he has no chance of being ambushed. The next moment, countless eye-shaped markings appeared, almost completely blocking the passage ahead.
It's hard to imagine just how many ants are in the copy.
Li Ran was not surprised. Ants are known for their sheer numbers, so a few more is normal. More is actually better, because it means that a single ant is not very strong, and so many ants can provide a huge amount of experience. Soon, ants smelled the scent and rushed towards Li Ran and his group of 5. There wasn't just one, but nearly 10.
Li Ran was prepared.
He immediately activated the eye of the cultivator, instantly seeing through their weaknesses. He then gathered lightning in his palm and used the 5 thunder technique to thoroughly deal with them. Just as Li Ran had expected, a single ant was not very strong in combat. Although ant shells are hard and can effectively defend against physical attacks, they are not very resistant to magical attacks.
In just one encounter, he easily defeated it.
Slaying a level 21 red fire ant results in split experience while in a team, granting plus 3,600 experience. Team leader Li Ran obtained 4 ant shells. Kill a level 22 black bullet ant experience is split equally in a team, plus 4,200 experience. Team leader Li Ran obtained 5 ant shells. Several notification messages appeared, and Li Ran's lips curled up slightly. Although these ants weren't very strong, they provided a lot of experience. Add to that the sheer number of monsters far exceeding that of ordinary dungeons. This ant cave dungeon is definitely a leveling paradise. The experience gained from clearing this dungeon is several times that of the Devil's Forest dungeon. After a few tries, I should be able to level up. Composing himself, Li Ran continued forward. At this moment, the 4 women also caught up, ready for battle. As they moved forward, the 5 encountered more ants, which they successfully dealt with. It can be noticed that the ant monster is unusually agile, with strong and powerful legs, and can climb hard rock walls at will. Often, they lurk at the top of the cave, patiently waiting for their prey to approach. It was insidious, but not at all to Li Ran and his group. With the location sensor in place, Li Ran and his group of 5 were like having full view vision. Before even reaching a place where they could be ambushed, they already knew that ants were hiding at the top of the cave. A mere sneak attack is utterly meaningless. As they ventured deeper into the cave, smaller ants began to emerge from the surrounding rock walls from time to time. Each ant was less than the size of a fist, so they didn't look very appealing. Li Ran checked the attributes using the Celestial Master's Eye. Little ant. Level, 20. Strength, 150. Agility, 100. Physical fitness, 150. Spirit, 50. Skills, none. It was indeed weak and frail, far inferior to a nightmare monster of the same level, and could be easily dealt with. Although there were a few more, it was nothing. All 5 of them were skilled at group attacks, and the aftershocks they casually unleashed could easily take care of the little ants. There's no need to target it specifically, it's easier than kicking a stray dog to death. Kill a level 20 ant experience is split equally in a team, plus 300 experience. Kill a level 20 ant experience is split equally in a team, plus 300 experience. The little ants don't give much experience, far less than monsters of the same level, but every little bit adds up and it's still a gain. As we delved deeper into the instance, several forks in the road appeared. Fortunately, with Gun Yinchi around, and relying on their powerful talent of being guided by the Heavenly Master, the 5 of them always stay on the right path. After a smooth journey, the 5 of them finally arrived at the end of the dungeon after about an hour and a half. Using their locator, they could see that there were still quite a few monsters on some side paths, but Li Ran and his group were too lazy to clear them out. Only clear out the monsters you encounter along the way to ensure efficient experience gain. Taking a longer route to clear the area may yield higher profits, but it also wastes more time. Entering a dungeon once only grants 50 points, so there's no need to waste precious time trying to save them. If the record is broken, the points spent will be returned. Chapter 92, Time stopped, electricizing the Ant Queen, sending her to Ascension. At the end of the dungeon was a huge cavern, its entrance sealed by a black, viscous substance that was extremely hard. It is probably secreted by ordinary ants to protect their queen and the newborn ants born from her. Zhao Shuiying stepped forward, brandishing her blood-stained blade, and slashed at the viscous substance. The effect was remarkable, it was very easy to cut a gash. Each time Zhao Shuiying kills an ant, she absorbs its life force and attaches a portion of that energy to her sword. It increases attack damage and has additional properties, much like an enchantment. Cutting into these substances made by ants, from which they share the same origin, is naturally effective. Zhao Shuiying swiftly wielded her long sword, and in just a few seconds, she had cleared a passage large enough for several people to pass through. At this moment, the final boss of the dungeon was revealed to the 5 people. It was an enormous ant, as big as a small mountain. It was unusually plump, like a prehistoric beast, greedily devouring the food offered by ordinary ants. 8 ant legs, as thick as stone pillars, lay flat, seemingly unused for a long time and somewhat degenerated. Its carapace is jet black and hard, gleaming with a metallic sheen. It's easy to imagine that if an attack hits it, it will most likely cause no real pain or discomfort. As Li Ran and his group of 5 entered, the giant ant queen noticed them and let out a piercing scream. Immediately, several ants with mandibles as sharp as steel and robust bodies crawled down from the top of the cave and attacked Li Ran and his group of 5. With a thought, Li Ran used time stop, and in an instant, everything fell still. The Celestial Master's Eye and the Breeder's Eye were activated together, allowing Li Ran to see the data of the giant ant queen.
Ant Queen Nightmare type boss level monster. Level 25. Strength 800. Agility 250. Constitution 1600. Spirit 500. Skills: Carapace Hardening, Acid Breath, Piercing Scream. Its physique is even superior to that of the dragon snake and the black tortoise, and its strength is extremely powerful, but correspondingly, its agility is relatively low. As it appears, they have been spending a lot of time in the cave waiting to be fed by ordinary ants, focusing only on reproducing, and their mobility has become extremely poor. The Ant Queen is also female, although she looks a bit strange, but her gender is obvious. Liran activated the trainer's traits, allowing all skills to exert additional effects. All of the Ant Queen's weaknesses were exposed to Liran. Almost instantly, he discovered the Ant Queen's weakness. The Queen Ant's shell is hard, like an alloy, but it still has weaknesses. Her abdomen, which is close to the ground, is relatively weak, making her attacks particularly effective. Ordinary professionals can't do that, since they can't approach the Ant Queen at will and can only attack from a distance. Liran's ability to stop and help is incredibly easy. He activated the Planeswalker's necklace, instantly appearing beneath the Ant Queen, and then placed his hands on her abdomen. A surge of electricity erupted, flowing from Liran's palm and impacting the Ant Queen's abdomen. The electric current passed through the weak point and instantly flowed throughout the Ant Queen's entire body, frantically attacking every weak point of the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen's entire abdomen was filled with electric current, emanating a terrifying aura. Once it breaks out, it will definitely cause horrific damage. Liran could sense that the Ant Queen's abdomen contained a large number of ant eggs. If these eggs were allowed to hatch, another wave of monsters would emerge. Most people would probably break out in a cold sweat if they encountered this. The more you fight, the more monsters appear. You simply can't defeat them all. Fortunately, the moment he activated the time stop function, everything was already over. The 20-second time stop ended, and time began to flow again. Rumble. Gah! A violent electric current erupted throughout the Ant Queen's body, instantly electrocuting her until she was utterly terrified and let out a painful scream. Large amounts of corrosive saliva flowed from the giant mouth, and as soon as it dripped onto the ground, it made a sizzling corrosion sound, and the hard ground was instantly corroded. One can imagine what would happen if it dripped onto a person. The hard carapace cracked inch by inch, and electric arcs kept gushing out, almost covering the Ant Queen's entire body. The enormous Ant Queen became a breeding ground for thunder and lightning. It lasted only a little over 10 seconds before being completely overwhelmed by the lightning and its soul departed for the heavens. Meanwhile, Gu Nianqi and her companions launched their own attacks, easily eliminating several of the Ant Queen's guard ants. The four women were not surprised to see Liran defeat the Ant Queen so easily. Most of them had personally experienced Liran's time-stopping ability, so they naturally knew how powerful it was. In other words, Liran held back and didn't use his full strength against them. Otherwise, their performance probably wouldn't be much better than the Ant Queen's. Even so, my mind went completely blank, and I almost fainted. It took me a long time to recover. Defeat the level 25 Ant Queen experience is split equally in a team plus 100,000 experience. Captain Liran obtains a silver tier weapon, the Ant Queen Sword. Obtained 1 intermediate monster core. Ant Queen Sword Silver Tier, Strength plus 40, Constitution plus 40, Attacks inflict corrosive armor penetration effect, can be equipped by level 20 and above. Although it is also a silver tier weapon, the Ant Queen Sword provides more attributes than a typical silver tier weapon. Liran did not hesitate and gave it to Zhao Shuiying directly. Of the 5, only Zhao Shuiying specializes in melee combat, so this weapon will be most effective when given to her. Moreover, their friendship was profound, like that of Guan Zhong and Bao Shuya. If this is considered stingy, then it's a bit unreasonable. Zhao Shuiying smiled and gave Liran a hug, expressing her gratitude through her actions. However, since she was busy with the dungeon run, she quickly let go and didn't keep bothering Liran. Liran felt a surge of positivity, but he didn't do much more, turning instead to check his own experience progress. He was determined to do the right thing at the right time and had no intention of interfering with his own upgrade plan. When I entered the dungeon, the experience was less than 3%, but now it's 33%. Such a wealth of experience can be obtained even before the entire instance has been completely cleared. This dungeon is really good, it's perfect for leveling up. This time it took a long time, a full hour and 33 minutes, so I couldn't break the record. The highest record for this dungeon is 1 hour and 23 minutes on Nightmare difficulty. Liran and his team were a bit short of that. However, Liran wasn't in a hurry.
He would continue playing normally and break the record soon.
He certainly wouldn't miss out on the points reward for breaking the record. Once outside the instance, there weren't many people around. Most people have probably already entered the instance. However, a few students still cast admiring glances at them.
Although they didn't break the record, Li Ran and his team's time was enough to get them on the list, ranking third, which is quite a prominent position.
Wow, that's impressive. You made the list on your first time entering a dungeon. His strength is truly undeniable, he's incredibly strong.
The group was generous with their praise. The Nightmare level and Cave Dungeon offers a lot of experience and materials, but it is also very difficult. It's not easy to even pass the level on your first try, let alone make it onto the leaderboard.
Li Ran was able to do it, and naturally, he earned their respect. In Chapter 93, once a trainer reaches level 25, what should they be taught?
Li Ran and his group of 5 ignored the praise and continued to grind the Ant Cave Dungeon at their own pace. Although with their strength, they are more than capable of clearing even higher level dungeons. But Li Ran already knew that the speed of experience gain was not directly related to the dungeon level. The level 22 Ant Cave Dungeon and the level 20 Devil Forest Dungeon are only 2 levels apart, but the total experience gained is nearly 3 times greater, and the efficiency is nearly twice as much. As they become more familiar with each other, this gap will widen. As things stand, farming the Ant Cave Dungeon yields the greatest rewards, so there's no need to switch dungeons. After submitting their points, Li Ran and his group of 5 were once again teleported to the instance world. At this rate, he'll likely reach level 25 today, taking his strength to the next level. With such a clear incentive in front of him, he was naturally highly motivated.
On their second entry into the dungeon, Li Ran and his group of 5 progressed much faster.
After Lin Yue bestowed her blessings upon everyone, they immediately began their actions. They kept advancing through the complex passages, eliminating all the monsters blocking their way, without ever stopping. With experience, they knew how to deal with ants more quickly and without wasting time choosing the right path.
In order to maintain high efficiency in gaining experience, they did not take detours to hunt monsters hidden in corners.
With all these factors combined, the 5 of them reached the end of the dungeon in just over an hour.
Although the rewards per instance have decreased, the speed has increased.
For them, it was undoubtedly a good deal. Zhao Shuiying cleaved open the sealed gate with a single sword strike, and the final boss, the Ant Queen, reappeared.
Li Ran skillfully activated Time Stop, easily electrocuting the Ant Queen until her soul flew away.
Li Ran was a bit too authoritative when it came to dealing with females. Even with her exceptional physique, the Ant Queen couldn't withstand Li Ran's burst of power once all her weaknesses were exposed. As the Ant Queen fell, congratulatory voices rang out as expected. Setting a new record in the Ant Cave Dungeon will reward each team member with 1,000 points, which cannot be obtained repeatedly. The record for this instance has been broken.
Shall we release the team information? Note, this will not affect reward acquisition. Breaking the record with ease.
Upon hearing the voice, Li Ran's lips curled up slightly. Running dungeons costs points, and as others progress, their points will inevitably decrease, forcing them to take on quests to make a living. But for them, running dungeons is actually a way to earn points. They completed numerous dungeons over 2 days, gaining a massive amount of experience.
Instead of decreasing, their points actually increased. Li Ran did not hesitate and still chose not to announce it. Whether it's announced or not doesn't really matter.
Jingxia Academy only has so many students, a little thought will tell you who broke the record. Li Ran chose to hide it simply out of habit. Once they exited the instance, the people around them were once again filled with admiration. Breaking the record on the second try, there's no way to see its potential.
The speed at which they've become familiar with the dungeon is truly astounding. I hope it won't break the 1 hour mark again this time. That's amazing. What are we going to do if we come after them?
They guessed that Li Ran and his group of 5 would break the record, but they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The 5 representatives, including Li Ran, are not only highly capable, but also have outstanding learning abilities, quickly learning from their mistakes and making improvements.
This ability is extremely valuable in complex battlefields. Keep up the good work.
Li Ran did not stop, paid 50 points, and entered the Ant Cave instance again.
The 4 women also paid points and entered the instance together.
Under Li Ran's careful guidance, their physical fitness has been continuously improving. Even the weakest Lin Yue wouldn't get tired after just 2 high-intensity dungeon runs.
Maintaining this for a whole day is not a problem. Nighttime, the dungeon hall. Level 25 achieved.
With a satisfied smile, Li Ran strode out of the dungeon entrance.
After nearly 10 hours, I finally reached level 25. Its constitution is almost at 1,300 points, which is not much different from that of a nightmare-type boss of the same level.
Strength and agility also reached 600 points, and physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people.
One punch can shatter even a wall made of steel.
When running at full speed, it can even reach the speed of sound.
In my previous life, I could have stopped eating beef. Even by today's standards, it would be considered quite good. In some smaller cities, that would be enough to make someone a local tyrant. After all, he is officially level 25, but in terms of strength, even an A-level professional who has reached level 40 might not be able to defeat him. With continued training, his potential will be even greater. Although the highest level of career potential is the legendary level, the god level is elusive and no one has ever reached it. However, this doesn't mean that he can't continue to grow after reaching the legendary level. He can still grow, and the amount of growth will be the same as before. As long as the quality of cultivation does not decrease, he can become infinitely stronger. It's just that it's not as obvious as it was at the lower level. The university was still bustling at night, with many people working hard.
Li Ran was in a very pleasant mood as he walked back to the villa. In just 2 days, he leveled up from level 21 to level 25. This is because he didn't focus on upgrading at full speed, but instead devoted a lot of time to nurturing. I have to say, life is much more exciting now than it was in high school. During high school, he buried himself in his studies and exercised every day, without enjoying life at all, and his grades were not very good in the end.
If the hidden talent hadn't been awakened, it would probably be useless.
Now, we train them every day and play with them in different ways, and their strength continues to improve at an extremely fast pace, which is incredibly comfortable. Speaking of high school, Li Ran was somewhat looking forward to the knowledge that Jingxia Academy would impart. In high school, Li Ran learned some general basic knowledge. Even though he studied very hard, he still didn't understand much about the situation after awakening. The school doesn't know what type of profession you'll become after you awaken, whether it's combat, support, or life skills. Therefore, the content taught is very conventional. Only by changing to a combat-oriented class will you have more access to the knowledge of combat-oriented professions. The same applies to auxiliary functions. Some support classes, such as priests and clerics, also need to participate in combat.
Alchemists and alchemists, on the other hand, might never enter a dungeon in their entire lives.
There are significant knowledge barriers between different professions. In 2 days, Jingxia Academy will officially begin teaching. Li Ran was quite curious about how he, as a trainer, would be taught. His profession has changed. He is no longer the same as a typical trainer. While pondering, Li Ran saw a familiar face, Lu Yalan, the space traveler he had met that morning. She seemed to have changed her clothes. She looked much more conservative, not even showing a bit of her legs.
He was chatting and laughing with 2 pretty girls.
Li Ran glanced at them and found that both girls were 90 points charming. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but she wasn't bad looking either. Lu Yalan also saw Li Ran, and her breath caught in her throat. She lowered her head and dared not greet him. Seeing this, Li Ran walked past with a normal expression.
He hadn't expected that just shaking hands would make Lu Yalan react like this. It seemed a bit too innocent.
But he wasn't in a hurry. It was only the beginning of the semester, and there was plenty of time ahead.
Sooner or later, they will be able to investigate Lu Yalan. Chapter 94. Let's take a bath together. Yalan, what's wrong? Why is your face red?
Upon noticing Lu Yalan's unusual behavior, Jiang Chanxian and Meng Qingyan, who were standing beside her, were inevitably puzzled.
No. It's nothing. Lu Yalan took a deep breath, waved her hand, and forced a calm demeanor.
She never expected that just shaking hands would have such a powerful impact, still affecting her to this day. Just seeing Li Ran reminded her of what happened that morning, and her body reacted instinctively. Fortunately, Li Ran didn't come over to say hello, otherwise she would have used teleportation to run away again.
Jiang Chanxian and Meng Qingyan exchanged a glance, both seeing a rather amused expression in each other's eyes.
Without a doubt, Lu Yalan must have encountered something, most likely related to the group of 5 who had just walked by.
However, instead of asking directly, they feigned concern and subtly tried to extract information from Lu Yalan. Oh, that's good. I thought Yalan was that age too. They knew Lu Yalan's personality. She was too direct, and they didn't know if she might just teleport away. Lu Yalan awakened the extremely rare profession of spacewalker, whose mobility is top-notch, to say the least.
When tackling dungeons, I can always outmaneuver the monsters and defeat many powerful monsters without taking any damage. If they encounter danger, they can be moved to a safe place instantly.
It's nothing, I just happened to run into someone I know. Lu Yalan suppressed her inner turmoil and answered with a calm expression.
Although Li Ran was extremely charming, it caused her body to react instinctively. But he's too popular with women, he's surrounded by 4 incredibly beautiful girls. She felt that she probably wouldn't have any deep interactions with the other person, at most just a brief exchange.
If you keep a calm mindset, you won't be so nervous. Oh. I see.
Jiang Qianqian and Meng Qingyan nodded slightly, their words carrying a hint of teasing. They realized that their guess was correct.
It's nothing.
Lu Yalan chuckled softly and strode towards the dungeon hall with her long, slender legs.
After dinner, they should continue grinding in the dungeon.
The dungeon resources at Jingxia Academy are excellent, far superior to those in her previous city.
If she seizes the opportunity, she can grow rapidly. Moreover, the dungeon will allow her to quickly forget about Li Ran. New. Seeing this, Jiang Qianqian and Meng Qingyan quickly followed.
Although we don't know what Lu Yalan was thinking, she seems to be really alright now.
Unfortunately, they also wanted to know who could make Lu Yalan so shy.
It seems there's no chance now.
In a luxury villa with built-in soundproofing.
After returning home, Li Ran and his group of 5 did not rush to eat dinner. Instead, they went to the bathroom to take a long, refreshing shower. After a long day of work in the dungeon, everyone was sweating a lot and needed a good wash. The bathroom is big enough that 5 people can shower together without having to wait in line.
Phew, that feels good. A hot bath is just what I need.
Li Ran lay in the warm bathtub, looking up at the bathroom ceiling, letting the warm water flow over his body, looking content. After finishing the dungeon and soaking in the water for a while, I felt all the fatigue I had accumulated in my body completely disappear. Even if he played all night, he wouldn't feel tired. Through the hazy mist, 4 stunningly beautiful women with distinct styles, perfect figures, and exceptional looks and temperament could be vaguely seen. 4 women were bathing in warm water, diligently washing their impeccably clean bodies, their playful noises filling the entire bathroom.
Amidst laughter and cheerful conversation, Lin Yue seemed to be infected by the lively atmosphere.
No longer as shy as before, she chatted generously with her 3 sisters, creating a harmonious and joyful scene. Zhao Shuiying was naturally very welcoming, and looked at Lin Yue, who had completely integrated into the team, with a relieved smile in her eyes. Finally, they've reached this point, and the person she once swore to protect has also joined them. She no longer needs to bear any psychological pressure and can openly serve Lord Li Ran alongside Lin Yue.
Gu Nianqi and Song Xie exchanged a smile, both looking relaxed.
A team with no barriers like this is very rare, allowing each member to fully utilize their abilities. Other teams might argue about money or other factors to some extent, but they never do. After all, the team leader is Lord Li Ran, and they are willing to dedicate everything to her. As long as Li Ran is around, they can not only unleash their full potential, but even exceed it. Looking at Gu Nianqi, Lin Yue, and Zhao Shuiying's impressive figures, and then at her own, Song Xie didn't feel inferior. Instead, she naturally interacted with the 3 women. Her figure is already quite good, it's just that Gu Nianqi and the others are too amazing. To put it another way, she has a lot of room for growth and a higher ceiling. Moreover, with Lord Li Ran's help, she is constantly getting stronger and is not much different from Zhao Shuiying. This kind of enjoyment of gradual cultivation is something that Lord Li Ran has probably only experienced with her, which is clearly a differentiated advantage. Thinking of this, Song Xie straightened her chest, looking very confident. Gu Nianqi, Lin Yue, and Zhao Shuiying smiled gently as they helped each other clean the hard-to-reach fair backs, getting along harmoniously. They showered each other with compliments, praising each other's figures and skin, without any competitive behavior. They're all sisters, and their body shapes aren't that different, so there's no need to argue about it.
It's quite a nice view.
Li Ran watched this scene with a calm expression, only a slight smile playing on his lips. He's seen it all, and his mind is incredibly strong. He wouldn't avoid eye contact just because of this little situation. Enjoying the beautiful scenery made him feel happy and inspired him to work hard and be positive. His current strength is only considered mid-level, not yet at the level of those top experts. To improve one's life, one needs to cultivate oneself more diligently. Not in a hurry, Li Ran sat peacefully in the bath, enjoying the rare tranquility. He can fight whenever he wants, he can choose a favorite opponent and have a thrilling battle whenever he wants. But this break is only a short time, so if you don't make the most of it, you'll miss it forever. A few minutes later, Song Xie finished washing her body first and, with her fair and slender legs, headed straight for the bath. Having just taken a hot shower, Song Sia's fair face had a slight blush, making her look rather alluring. When Song Sia sneaked away, Gu Nianqi and Zhao Shuiying both smiled faintly and didn't say anything. With the mark left by Lord Li Ran, everything about the three of them is connected.
It doesn't matter who comes first, they'll still have the same feeling.
Lin Yaoxiao's face flushed slightly, and she looked regretful. The feeling of battle was deeply imprinted in her mind.
Having tasted the sweetness, she actually wanted to have a battle right away.
Unfortunately, due to last night's battle, my body needs to be thoroughly cleaned up, so I can't go very fast.
Chapter 95, helping to clean the places you can't reach.
As Li Ran watched Song Sia walk towards him, his eyes lit up, a hint of a smile in them. After a brief wash, Song Sia's body had become fair and clean, and the bloodstains and dirt had disappeared. Her hair was smooth and black, her skin was as white as snow, with a hint of pink under the dim light of the bathroom. Like a flower quietly blooming in the sunlight, it is incredibly moving and breathtakingly beautiful. Song Sia stood by the bathtub, her legs straight, her dark and captivating eyes fixed on Lord Li Ran, awaiting his instructions. Although she felt that Lord Li Ran would agree, she dared not act rashly until he officially spoke. If Lord Li Ran wants to be alone now, she can only stand there.
Want me to help you take a bath? Then come over here.
Li Ran remained calm, and his words betrayed no emotion. Upon hearing this, Song Sia immediately and obediently stepped into the bath with her bare, snow-white feet and came to stand in front of Li Ran. Looking up at Li Ran with that stunningly beautiful face, she waited quietly for his next instruction. Li Ran turned on the shower, took out a towel that had been prepared beforehand, and began to help Song Sia clean the places she couldn't reach. Warm tap water gushed from the showerhead, adding a new symphony to the already noisy bathroom.
Li Ran wasn't actually completely clean, she just rinsed off a little before taking a bath.
But there's no rush. Once Gu Nianqi and the others have finished showering, they will naturally come to help him clean his body.
As for now, let's help Song Sia clean up first.
The warm water wet Song Sia's long, black, lustrous hair, and water droplets slid down her snow-white lower back, like dewdrops on lotus leaves in the morning, dripping into the clear, bright bath. Li Ran reached out, and warm water flowed from his fingertips, washing over his smooth and soft back. His hands can summon incredibly powerful lightning, are stained with the blood of countless monsters, and have killed many powerful opponents. But even in times like these, they can still return to normalcy and provide help to their own people.
Throughout the entire process, Song Sia was like a perfectly sculpted sculpture, so obedient it was almost unbelievable.
She simply smiled faintly, sat quietly, and let Li Ran do as he pleased. Those dark eyes always reflected Li Ran's figure, as if in her world there was nothing else but Li Ran.
Li Ran remained calm as he waved a towel, diligently washing Song Sia's body. It was cleaned thoroughly, inside and out.
While washing Song Sia's body, large expanses of her snow-white and delicate skin inevitably came into view, stirring ripples in Li Ran's heart. Li Ran was already used to it, but a slight sense of vigilance arose within him. He immediately put on a serious expression, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and quickened his washing movements. While Li Ran was focused on washing, Gu Nianqi, Lin Yue, and Zhao Shuiying had also washed themselves briefly. They stepped onto the two men's sides with their bare, snow-white feet and helped them wash. With their help, Li Ran found the cleaning process much easier and faster than before. With the help of the three women, the stains on his body were quickly washed away. Lin Yue held a towel, waving her fair and delicate hands, and used all her strength to rub Li Ran's back, which had a perfect line like a marble statue. It's very hard, like steel, and it's not easy to rub off a layer of mud. Sweat beaded on Lin Yue's smooth forehead. She had used almost all her strength to barely clean it. Gu Nianqi and Zhao Shuiying were not idle either. They took the already turned-on showerheads and brought warm tap water to everyone. She would occasionally extend her slender hand to offer assistance to the group. With the 5 people working together, the cleaning was completed in a short time. When the last trace of impurity was washed away from her body, Song Sia felt as if she had been completely renewed. With a smile on his face and his eyes shining brightly, he looked extremely energetic.
After Song Sia finished showering, Lin Yue couldn't wait to suggest that she also wanted Li Ran's help.
She had just helped Li Ran clean her back, which was difficult for her to reach, and now it was Li Ran's turn to clean hers. She had been helping Li Ran clean up, and her 2 fair and delicate arms were a little weak, so she needed to get something in return. Gu Nianqi and Zhao Shuiying watched this scene with a slight upturn of their lips and a glint in their eyes, but they did not say anything. Although they didn't put in much effort, they have already received the appropriate reward and are not prepared to ask for more. They were somewhat surprised that Lin Yue was willing to muster the courage to make a request, but more than anything, they admired and wished her well.
It's time for dinner.
Li Ran waved his hand, refusing with a hint of helplessness. He would be willing, but now is clearly not the time. After spending the whole day playing dungeons, they came back and immediately took a shower. They hadn't had dinner yet, and their stomachs were empty. Soaking in a bath for a long time, constantly in contact with warm water, causes blood vessels to dilate and blood flow to increase. If I stay here any longer, my brain might go blank, my vision might blur, and I might faint in the bathtub.
With his cultivator's body, he didn't feel anything, but Lin Yue and Song Siye clearly couldn't reach his level. All right. Lin Yue looked regretful after hearing this.
It seems her request will have to be postponed for a while longer. Fortunately, the night was still long, and after dinner, she would still have enough time to fulfill her wish. Li Ran stepped out of the bath, then opened his inventory and changed into a loose black t-shirt, concealing his muscular physique.
Lin Yue changed into a white lace dress.
Although it was a bit conservative, her pure and sweet temperament was even more charming. Song Siye, wrapped in a white bathrobe that revealed her fair and delicate collarbone, walked out of the bathroom with an air of confidence. Gu Nianqi and Zhao Shuiying both changed into thin black lace lingerie and walked briskly out of the bathroom with their long, slender, fair legs. In their own villa, with no outsiders around, the group dressed casually, unlike their more conservative attire in public. With their physical condition, they could be perfectly fine even naked, without worrying about getting sick or feverish like ordinary people. But that lacks aesthetic appeal, it's just plain white and somewhat monotonous.
Wearing some clothes as a backdrop will enhance the overall feel.
Upon arriving at the lobby on the first floor, Li Ran sat on the sofa, opened his inventory, and placed the food he had prepared one by one on the dining table. They were all purchased from the university cafeteria, so they were fresh enough and tasted excellent. The food had just been taken out when it emitted an enticing aroma, making one's mouth water. There were no particularly greasy foods, just normal foods that were rich in energy and could effectively replenish physical strength. Lin Yue sat down in her assigned spot, opened her cherry-like mouth, and waved her fair hands as she tried to pick up the food from the table. She wanted to fill her stomach quickly so she could be the first to taste Mr. Li Ran's special dish before everyone else. Chapter 96 teaches the gluttonous hamster the correct way to eat. When Gu Nianqi and Zhao Shuiying saw this scene, they couldn't help but exchange a glance, and saw a hint of a smile in each other's eyes.
Lin Yue has always been very proper when eating dinner, so this is the first time she has shown such obvious eagerness, which is quite interesting.
It seems they really want to fill their stomachs as soon as possible so they can be the first to eat the most delicious food. They didn't show it, remaining calm and composed as they reached out to take food from the table and ate their dinner slowly and deliberately. Her movements were incredibly elegant, exuding the air of a wealthy young lady. The two women sat beside Li Ran, occasionally reaching out their delicate hands to affectionately place food near Li Ran's mouth. Li Ran opened his mouth and ate the delicious food, enjoying being fed by Gu Nianqi and Zhao Shuiying, looking relaxed. Having such a big meal after a shower is truly delightful and can greatly restore one's energy and spirit. Lin Yue lowered her head and focused on eating her dinner. In just over 10 minutes, she was about 7/10 full. Lin Yue was not a glutton. As a priest, she usually only needed to cast blessings on her teammates from the rear, and her energy consumption was not as high as those who fought monsters at the front.
It's normal to have a smaller appetite than the others present.
Lin Yue stood up, her red lips slightly parted, and her dark, captivating eyes shone brightly as she stared intently at Li Ran. She didn't say anything, but her meaning was very clear. Li Ran nodded slightly, agreeing to Lin Yue's request. Lin Yue's lips curled up slightly, and a hint of joy bloomed on her fair and delicate face. Under the bright lights of the hall, she looked like a blooming flower. Without hesitation, she immediately reached out her delicate little hand and picked up the most delicious food placed on the table. They opened their bright red, juicy cherry-like mouths and couldn't wait to taste them. Li Ran ate his dinner normally, occasionally glancing at Lin Yue. The food was carefully prepared by him, and he washed it many times to ensure it was absolutely clean. The taste was also excellent, and it was unforgettable after just one bite. But precisely because of this, he needs to keep a close eye on Lin Yue to prevent her from accidentally eating too much. If you accidentally eat too much and get an upset stomach, that would be a real problem. It might be impossible to run dungeons normally for several days. Even without Lin Yue, they can still level up normally, just at a slower pace. The problem is that Lin Yue's level will fall behind as a result, and she will not be able to keep up with their progress. They are a team, so naturally they can't leave Lin Yue behind to level up on her own. If you can't eat, don't force yourself. Looking at Lin Yue's embarrassed appearance, Li Ran couldn't help but shake his head and reveal a somewhat helpless smile. At this moment, Lin Youwei's cheeks were bulging, like a little hamster that had swallowed a lot of grain and stored it in the cheek pouches on both sides of its mouth, which looked rather cute. Even though she had already eaten a lot and hadn't finished digesting, Lin Youwei was still trying to eat more. Her gluttonous appearance was no different from that of a hamster. Lin Youwei's face flushed red, and beads of sweat appeared on her smooth forehead, continuously sliding down her upturned nose and delicate chin, gathering into streams at her snow-white collarbone. On its smooth neck, its throat moved constantly, and the sound of it swallowing food with difficulty was unusually clear, as if even breathing was a little difficult. It's clear that eating was really hard work. You really don't need to work so hard, no one's going to take it from you. Seeing Lin Youwei looking completely exhausted, Li Ran felt helpless and reached out to press on her soft, fragrant shoulder, trying to stop her. He was really afraid that if he wasn't careful, Lin Youwei would eat herself to death. It would be quite funny if someone ate themselves to death because the food was so delicious. Lin Youwei had no choice but to stop, looking at the food on the table, her beautiful eyes still filled with a hint of reluctance. Seeing this, Li Ran sighed and spoke with great helplessness, gently telling Lin Youwei about another healthy and harmless way to eat. It's okay if you can't eat it all at once, you can lick it slowly with your tongue, just like eating ice cream. If you don't rush and eat slowly, you'll eventually finish all the ice cream. If you're too hasty and eat all the ice cream at once, you might actually harm yourself due to the ice cream's temperature, causing severe stomach pain. After hearing this, Lin Youwei nodded obediently, a look of understanding or not understanding appearing on her fair and rosy face. She reached out her delicate hand again and picked up the food placed on the table. She then opened her rosy lips and stuck out her pink tongue. Based on the knowledge Li Ran had imparted, she showed great patience and began to lick slowly and deliberately. Upon seeing this, Li Ran nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. As a professional who was able to get into Jingxia Academy, Lin Youwei's comprehension was indeed quite high. He only verbally imparted some experience, and Lin Youwei had already mastered the core skills. Eating slowly like this is much healthier than wolfing it down like before. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry about Lin Youwei accidentally overeating herself. Turning his gaze away, Li Ran continued to focus on eating his dinner. Lin Youwei was already full, but he was far from full. He wouldn't be able to eat his fill unless he ate seriously for at least an hour. It wasn't that he lacked the food to regain his strength, it was mainly that his stomach felt empty and he felt a bit uncomfortable. He needed to fill his stomach before he could concentrate on his work. Time flew by, and several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Li Ran and the others ate dinner for a long time. The main problem was that we spent too much time in the dungeon and used up a lot of stamina, so everyone was extremely hungry. It took a long time to feed everyone. After dinner, it was time to go to bed. Call. Li Ran took a deep breath, rubbed his slightly sore eyes, raised his right hand, circulated his spiritual power, and cast a cleansing spell to prepare to clean the hall. After eating for so long, the hall has naturally become messy and needs to be cleaned. The cleansing magic was something Li Ran learned from Lin Youwei. Its original purpose seemed to be to cleanse the body, remove stains from clothes, ensure the body is clean, and reduce the risk of infection. It's a convenient skill when you don't have time to manage your own battlefield. It works just as well for cleaning. With Li Ran's current strength, he only needs to make a slight move to clean the entire hall. A holy light emanated from Li Ran's palm, enveloping the entire hall. Under the influence of this sacred power, the stubborn stains and watermarks quickly disappeared, revealing the original appearance of all the items. In just over 10 seconds, the hall, which would normally take a long time to clean, was transformed into a brand new space. Magic has changed lives, that's for sure. Withdrawing his right hand, Li Ran took a step forward, preparing to go upstairs to his bedroom and get a good night's sleep. At this moment, 4 stunningly beautiful women with distinct styles followed. Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Lin Youwei walked beside Li Ran, obediently following him and showing affection. Zhao Shuiying walked ahead of Li Ran and happily ate her bento. Chapter 97, Working on the Move, Cleaning the Warehouse, Purchasing Supplies. The ascent was not fast. Since Zhao Shuiying was walking in front, Li Ran needed to keep an eye on her at all times. Fortunately, Zhao Shuiying was obedient enough that Li Ran only needed to support her slender waist to keep her steady and move forward steadily. Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Lin Youwei followed beside him, extending their hands without hesitation to contribute their meager strength. With the 5 of them working together, even the complex staircase only required a little more time. After a few minutes, the 5 of them finally returned to the bedroom located in the center of the 2nd floor. Pushing open the bedroom door, Zhao Shuiying felt a great sense of relief and quickly walked to the soft bed with her long, slender, fair legs. Li Ran followed closely behind and they arrived at the bedside together. Gu Nianqi and Song Xie did not hesitate and stepped into the house side by side with their delicate, snow-white feet. Lin Yue stood at the bedroom door, looking at the cozy bedroom in front of her, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Hidden in pink bunny slippers, her toes, as close together as cream candies, curled slightly. Her fair hand caressed her chest, her heart filled with hesitation. Seeing that Lin Yue had not entered the house, Li Ran turned around to check the situation. Seeing this, he beckoned with his finger, chuckled, and spoke to Lin Yue in a relaxed tone. He did not use his absolute authority as a trainer, but spoke to me gently and kindly, like a friend. There's no need to overthink it, just follow your heart's truest thoughts. Given our relationship, whatever decision you make, no one will say anything. Hearing these sincere words, Lin Yue smiled slightly. A moment of defensiveness set in, and she stepped lightly into the house. That's true. We've already showered together as a group of 5, so there's not much difference now compared to back then. There's no need to be embarrassed. It's about time to rest. Li Ran lay flat on the bed, her head resting on a soft pillow, her hands supporting her head, peacefully enjoying the tranquil and beautiful night. Four stunningly beautiful women with distinct personalities were there to comfort him. The 4 distinct fragrances blended together, like the fresh scent of earth and flowers after a rain, which made Li Ran feel happy. What countless people dream of is nothing more than an ordinary daily routine for Li Ran. Early morning. Gentle sunlight streamed through the window and fell on his shoulders. Li Ran slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the 4 girls lay quietly on the bed, their smiles serene, sleeping peacefully. Li Ran took a deep breath and, without making a sound, gently pushed away Lin Yue, who was pressing down on him. Presumably because she had just joined, Lin Yue was much more clingy than the other 3 girls, constantly entwining herself with him, even wanting to sleep close together. Making sure he didn't wake Lin Yue, Li Ran activated his mental energy and the traveler's necklace, instantly disappearing from his spot. As Li Ran disappeared, Lin Yue frowned slightly, and a hint of disappointment instinctively showed on her quiet and pretty face. Although she was in a semi-conscious state and not fully awake, Li Ran's departure still made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Upon arriving at the washroom, Li Ran began her normal washing and grooming routine. There are things to do at night, and there are things to do during the day. Now that it's dawn, he naturally can't stay in bed any longer and has to get started on leveling up by grinding dungeons. The Ant Cave dungeon is great, but it's restricted to level 25 or higher, which he's about to surpass. We need to find another suitable instance so that he can maintain rapid leveling. Yesterday, while getting food, I overheard the cafeteria lady mention that Jingxia Academy has a dedicated communication channel, and he could check it out. After tidying himself up, Li Ran activated the traveler's necklace and teleported to the cafeteria. At this time, the cafeteria had only just opened. Steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and other foods were still steaming hot and fragrant. Li Ran skillfully went to one of the windows and began to buy the food he needed. Because Li Ran always bought a lot of food every time he came, he quickly became familiar with the cafeteria ladies. When the other party saw him arrive, they immediately began to place the food on the window. Those who specialize in this have ample experience and work incredibly fast, setting up many stalls in a short time. During this time, Li Ran smiled and chatted with the cafeteria ladies, gleaning a lot of useful information from them. Although the cafeteria auntie is just a life skills professional and her level isn't very high, she has worked in the cafeteria for many years and has a good understanding of the situation at Jingxia Academy. After buying breakfast, Li Ran followed the other party's instructions and went to the exchange of Jingxia Academy to purchase some necessities. The Jingxia Academy exchange functions similarly to the official trading hall established by the Great Xia Kingdom. They can accept or post tasks, and buy or recycle materials, but in addition to these, there are some things unique to Jingxia Academy. After a moment's thought, Li Ran decided to sell the equipment he had accumulated that he no longer needed. He also sold some materials. They were all basic materials that anyone with money could buy. Since we don't need to keep them, we might as well sell them for money and free up enough space in our inventory. Although his inventory is already large enough with his current strength, it will still be filled up one day if he doesn't organize it properly. I sold all the bronze level equipment I had accumulated, along with some unused silver level equipment and some materials. After clearing out his inventory, Li Ran's savings instantly increased by nearly 7 million, enough to buy a decent villa. They mainly farm high difficulty dungeons, which yields a lot of equipment each time, naturally increasing their earnings. After selling the equipment, Li Ran opened the shop list and checked the items he needed. Jingxia Academy has quite a few good things, including life recovery potions and mental energy recovery potions.
Intermediate life potion can be used to heal injuries, suitable for levels below 40, 1 hour cooldown.
Intermediate mental elixir can be used to restore mental energy, suitable for levels below 41-hour cooldown.
One bottle costs 5,000 DCA coins and can quickly restore one's condition. However, it has a cooling effect, so it cannot be consumed continuously.
It is okay to drink it multiple times in a short period of time, but the effect will diminish rapidly.
For Li Ran, it was quite a dilemma.
With the body and blood of a nurturer, he has no shortage of energy.
After nurturing Lin Yue,
He no longer lacked treatment options. However, Li Ran still bought 20 bottles of each as backup, spending 200,000 yuan.
he may not need it, but he can't be without it. Keeping some medicine on hand is good for emergencies.
In addition, Li Ran also bought 20 bottles of intermediate level antidote, each costing 5,000 yuan, for a total of 100,000 yuan. I spent 300,000 yuan just by buying a few things.
Professionals earn money quickly, but they also spend it just as fast.
Thankfully, Li Ran doesn't need to take drugs, otherwise the money he earns probably wouldn't be enough to buy medicine. After browsing the product list for a while, Li Ran found what he really wanted to buy. The exclusive communicator for Jingxia Academy can only be purchased with points, and each one costs 200 points. It looks like a watch and is very convenient to wear on the wrist, making it an essential item for every student.
Chapter 98 Professional Tournament, Gift Giving and Returning Gifts.
Li Ran had enough points to buy 5 communicators in one go, one for each of the 4 people at home who were still sleeping. Since we're going to buy it, everyone should buy it together. He can't possibly favor one over the other. After purchasing the necessary items, Li Ran activated the Planeswalker's necklace and teleported back to the villa's lobby. It has to be said that the biggest gain from becoming number 1 in the country was this traveler's necklace. It was so convenient and saved him a lot of useless travel time.
This solidified Li Ran's idea of nurturing Lu Yalan.
If a spatial accessory with so many limitations could have such an effect, its spatial abilities must be even stronger.
Copying it will greatly enhance his strength.
Sitting on the soft sofa, Li Ran finally put a communicator on his wrist and began to study how to use it. The communicator was activated, and a white light swept across the body, seemingly identifying information. After a while, the light faded, and a pale blue, semi-transparent screen appeared before our eyes. It's similar to the system panel, only the content displayed is different. Some forums are similar, with messages popping up one after another, taking up the entire screen. Li Ran glanced at them and found that most of the topics were about daily life and were not very interesting. It also has a search function, which allows you to quickly retrieve the content you want to find. Li Ran entered the keywords and quickly found a message about basic strategies for various dungeons, published by the Academic Affairs Office of Jingxia Academy, which required 10 points to read. It seems that even knowledge requires payment at Jingxia Academy, and without points, it's really difficult to get by. 10 points wasn't expensive, so Li Ran decisively chose to pay.
The next moment, a large amount of information popped up.
Li Ran focused his attention, swiped the screen, and quickly browsed the content. As Li Ran grew stronger, his mind became increasingly clear, his thinking became incredibly sharp, and his learning efficiency was far faster than when he was still unawakened. A flood of information rushed into his mind, which he quickly summarized and integrated, organizing it into useful or useless pieces of information and storing it in his memory palace. In just a few minutes, Li Ran learned the general information about each dungeon in the dungeon hall and knew which dungeon to tackle next. With a plan in mind, Li Ran relaxed and began browsing the information displayed on his communicator. Most of the information was indeed boring, but there were some useful posts with a wealth of information that could greatly make up for Li Ran's lack of professional common sense. These are valuable pieces of knowledge that he couldn't access in high school, and now they're right in front of him without any cost. It truly lives up to its reputation as a prestigious academy in Beijing. It's full of talented and knowledgeable individuals who are eager to share their knowledge. At that moment, Li Ran caught sight of a very interesting post.
The 100th Professional Player Tournament will be held in the Great Xia Kingdom.
The professionals competition, a grand event specifically for young people from various countries, has been held 99 times, and this year marks its 100th edition. It is held every 4 years and has a history of 400 years. As the host country, the Great Xia Kingdom held an unprecedentedly grand event this time. Registration won't officially begin for another month, and the competition is estimated to start in 2 months, but promotion has already begun.
Below the post, numerous students expressed their eagerness, excitement, and joy. Looks like it's time for me to make my move again. The prizes for this competition are so generous, better than ever before.
Prize hunter, making your grand entrance, I'll reluctantly take first place. Li Ran glanced at the published rules and smiled. The competition is divided into individual competitions, team competitions, and challenge competitions, and the participants are differentiated by level. The minimum level is 31 to participate, and each level is divided into 10 intervals. Having just enrolled, he thought this competition would be nothing more than a formality, but he never expected to have a chance to shine. Prepare well, and you'll be able to show your skills in 2 months.
Composing himself, Li Ran looked at other posts.
There was still more than a month before registration, so there was no need to rush. Not long after, accompanied by a light-hearted commotion, for stunningly beautiful women with distinct styles, dressed in revealing outfits, descended from the second floor. After all, we're at home, and there are no outsiders, so there's nothing wrong with dressing lightly. All 4 women looked radiant. Their beautiful faces were fair and rosy, like white jade, and full of youthful vitality. Clearly, under Li Ran's careful nurturing, the 4 girls are growing up healthily. After spending the night together, the 4 women seemed to have become closer, chatting freely about topics typical of girls. Lin Yue blushed slightly, but instead of hiding away, she engaged in serious conversation, clearly already immersed in the conversation. Li Ran turned off the communicator, smiled, waved his right hand, and quickly placed the prepared breakfast on the table. Instantly, white mist rose, and an enticing aroma wafted out, gradually filling the entire hall. Lin Yue's eyes lit up, and she strode quickly toward the dining table with her beautifully shaped, long, and shapely legs. Faintly visible were some red marks on her rounded thighs and graceful neck, perhaps from mosquito bites. In this weather, mosquitoes are indeed frequently seen. Lin Yue sat down next to Li Ran, and eagerly reached out her delicate hand to pick up a bowl of white porridge and a steamed bun from the table. She opened her cherry-like mouth and began to savor the food with great elegance. Last night, in order to enjoy Li Ran's special dish, she ate a little less.
I've also used up a lot of energy, so I'm really hungry now.
Seeing this, Gu Nianxi, Song Xia, and Zhao Shuiying exchanged glances and quickly stepped onto the sofa. She leaned against Li Ran's side, her soft body pressed tightly against him. Looking at the 4 beauties with eyes like spring water and faces like peach blossoms, Li Ran's lips curled up slightly, and he felt happy. Living such a life every day naturally brings physical and mental comfort, free from worries, and even makes one feel like their lifespan has been extended. Without hesitation, Li Ran smiled and took out a communicator from his inventory, handing it to Gu Nianxi. For you. Li Ran felt it was unfair to give the gift to anyone first, so he decided to arrange it according to the order in which they received the training.
Thanks.
Looking at the items Li Ran handed over, Gu Nianxi's beautiful eyes lit up, radiating a brilliant light. She extended her fair, jade-like right hand and carefully accepted the communicator.
The moment their palms touched, Gu Nianxi's slender fingers curled slightly, tightly gripping Li Ran's hand, and she could clearly feel the warmth emanating from his palm. Gu Nianxi leaned forward slightly, her eyes reflecting Li Ran's handsome face. Without saying much, she opened her bright red lips and planted a deep kiss on them. Li Ran responded warmly with a slight smile. He gave a gift and received a nice return gift. After a long while, their lips parted. Gu Nianxi stood up, her chest rising and falling slightly, her breathing a little erratic. She smoothed her long, flowing hair and quickly regained her composure. He then turned his head away as if nothing had happened and began eating his breakfast normally. However, judging from her slightly rosy and glistening earlobes, she was not as calm as she appeared. Chapter 99, Butterflies Kiss Flowers, let's continue farming dungeons.
Li Ran took a deep breath and quickly regulated her breathing. It was just a passionate kiss with his current experience, it wouldn't have a deep impact on him. Before him stood 3 stunningly beautiful women who hadn't received any gifts, their large, captivating eyes filled with anticipation.
Li Ran looked relaxed and took out another communicator from his inventory, handing it to Song Xia. A look of astonishing joy bloomed on Song Xia's pretty face. She stretched out her fair and slender hands, her 10 jade-like fingers held together, and accepted the gift with great care. Although it's just an ordinary watch, the feeling it evokes can be completely different depending on who gives it as a gift. Thank you, Lord Li Ran.
Song Xia quickly put the communicator on her slender wrist, a beautiful smile curving her lips, her words filled with excitement. She leaned down, opened her bright red lips, looked at Li Ran, and gave him a deep kiss. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Ran's eyes, but it vanished in an instant, turning into a faint smile. He had expected Song Xia to kiss him on the cheek, but she didn't. But it's not bad. Having spent so much time together, he had come to know the circumstances of each eligible candidate. He could sense that Song Xia was about to break through to the legendary level, just like Gu Nianxi, and now it was time to work harder. The legendary magic archer's base attributes should increase significantly, and they will also master many powerful new skills, further enhancing the overall strength of their team. Li Ran reached out his left hand and gently stroked Song Xia's long, smooth, black hair, his eyes relaxed, as if he were petting a well-behaved kitten. After relaxing for a while, Li Ran looked at Zhao Shuiying, who was standing to the side with her lips pursed and her eyes filled with anxiety, and took out another communicator.
Thank you, sir.
The unease in Zhao Shuiying's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by obvious joy. She reached out her slender hand and grasped the somewhat inexpensive gift. After carefully putting it away, Zhao Shuiying reached out to the table and picked up a delicate pastry. She parted her red lips slightly, revealing 2 rows of clean, even teeth, and gently bit into the pastry, leaving 2 shallow tooth marks. With the pastry still in her mouth, Zhao Shuiying turned to look at Li Ran's handsome face and leaned down. Li Ran smiled slightly and responded calmly. After giving 3 gifts and receiving 3 return gifts, Li Ran was in a very good mood. He looked at Lin Yue, who was the last one left, and a flash of white light appeared in his hand, revealing the last communicator. Lin Yue was eating her breakfast in small bites, her fair face showing a calm and composed demeanor, as if she didn't care about what was happening at the moment. Unfortunately, the way she kept glancing at Li Ran betrayed her. As it turned out, she cared much more than she showed. Everyone else has received a gift from Li Ran, except her.
If things stop here, she will definitely.
Fortunately, the next moment, a finely crafted watch appeared in Li Ran's palm. Lin Yue's gaze froze, her heart skipped a beat, her eyebrows arched, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. She hurriedly got up and came to Li Ran, extending her fair and delicate hand to accept this rare gift with great care.
Thanks.
Lin Yue's beautiful eyes sparkled as she leaned down and, like a chick pecking at rice, gave the other person a quick kiss on the cheek. The 3 seniors all gave their own ways of expressing their gratitude, and she couldn't think of anything new, so she could only send her own heartfelt thanks. If it were the old her, she might not have been able to convey even this simple sentiment. Fortunately, after so much time, she has matured and is no longer so worried about this. All 4 gifts had been delivered.
Li Ran cleared his throat and gave a brief introduction on how to use the communicator.
The method was not difficult to use with the intelligence of the 4 girls who were able to get into the Jingxiao Academy. They mastered it very easily.
Alright, let's eat breakfast.
After giving his instructions, Li Ran spoke casually, picked up the food on the table, and put it into his mouth. The 4 women also opened their red lips, reached out and picked up their respective foods, and savored them attentively. Song Xia ate with particular care, her throat bobbing up and down along her fair, swan-like neck, making clear swallowing sounds. She would occasionally reach out and smooth her hair to prevent it from blocking her view. Seeing this, Li Ran would occasionally raise his hand to gently stroke Song Xia's head to help her eat.
Breakfast is simple, unlike dinner which is more substantial. Li Ran and his group of 5 ate for over an hour before they were all full.
After quickly cleaning up the leftovers, Li Ran channeled his mental energy and raised his hand to cast a cleaning spell. A dazzling white light swept across, and the entire first-floor lobby was quickly transformed.
These actions caused Lin Yue's eyes to flicker slightly.
This was clearly the magic she mastered first, but Li Ran's proficiency has already subtly surpassed hers. No wonder he's the father she herself acknowledged. He's truly amazing. Li Ran strode towards the washroom, preparing to make some final touches.
Song Xia wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, revealing a satisfied expression, and quickly followed after her.
After the 5 of them had fully rested and changed into elegant clothes, they left the villa. Despite it being early, many people were already inside the dungeon hall. It remained as quiet as ever, and even the sounds of conversation were very faint. Everyone tacitly maintained a tacit understanding, preserving that refreshing tranquility. Li Ran strode towards the level 22 ant cave instance. Based on the information he gathered, this instance is indeed very efficient at gaining experience. He was still prepared to run the dungeon before he completely lost his eligibility to enter. Upon arriving at the dungeon entrance, Li Ran paid 50 points and chose nightmare difficulty again. A short while later, he and the 4 women disappeared from the spot. Upon arriving at the gloomy ant cave, Lin Yue waved her staff, which emitted a holy and warm light. The light enveloped Li Ran, warming his body cells and giving him unparalleled power. The divine blessing of level 10 or higher cast by an epic level priest contains enough power to increase Li Ran's physical attributes by 25%. Coupled with its duration of half an hour, it truly lived up to its name as a sacred blessing. Li Ran took a step out of the safe zone, activated his positioning eye, and rushed towards several eye markers in the distance. Lightning erupted from Li Ran's hand, and the 5 thunder technique surged forth, unleashing terrifying power. The body of one ant was instantly charred, emitting a pungent aroma. The lightning did not stop there, it traveled to the other ants, connecting them all together. Then a burst of lightning erupted, and all the ants were burned to ashes. Their hard shells offered them absolutely no protection. Li Ran learned a skill called multiple arrows from Song Xia, and combined with his own understanding of the five thunder technique, he unlocked an ability called current conduction. Although it consumes more mental energy, each of his five thunder techniques will have new variations.
Chapter 100, Constant Growth, Constant Strengthening.
Many of the skills Li Ran possesses come from different professions, some of which seem useless and don't fit his own profession. Just like multiple arrows, a signature skill of archer classes, its effectiveness is completely lost if you don't shoot arrows.
But as long as you are willing to explore, you can still discover new possibilities.
As you acquire more skills, you'll discover more possibilities, leading to a further improvement in your abilities. Of course, this requires a significant investment of time. Fortunately, with the support of the nurturer's brain, Li Ran was able to engage in deep soul-to-soul communication with Gu Nianqi and the others through nurturing, gaining a continuous stream of inspiration.
Perhaps completing one training session gave him a new idea.
Walking through the anthill, Li Ran was at the very front of the group. Watching the swarm of ants rushing towards him, he concentrated and continuously cast the five thunder technique. White arcs of electricity, radiating terrifying power, danced on the ants, forming delicate white lines that connected them together. Those first struck by the electric arc were instantly burned to a crisp and collapsed to the ground, powerless. And those ants that were caught in the crossfire could not escape being baptized by thunder. Only a lucky few managed to escape unscathed.
The power of a single five thunderbolts technique has its limits.
After being transmitted multiple times, the remaining power is naturally insufficient to kill the ants that follow.
However, it's not a big problem. If one shot isn't enough, we can just use the five thunder technique again.
Li Ran led the way, with the four women assisting him from the side, and they practically swept through the enemy lines. In just over 40 minutes, the five of them had reached the end of the dungeon. Even the weakest of the five is an epic-level professional in a typical team, that would make them the absolute core of the team. With such impressive overall strength, it would be strange if they weren't quick at conquering the map. Zhao Shuiying stepped forward, flicked her wrist, and swung her long sword with incredible speed.
Whoosh!
A sharp whooshing sound rang out, followed by bursts of crimson sword energy. The walls blocking the way were quickly sliced open like tofu, revealing a spacious interior. Sheathing her long sword, Zhao Shuiying remained calm, a gentle breeze caressing her face as her smooth, high ponytail swayed casually.
The Ant Queen is just ahead.
Zhao Shuiying did not move forward, but stood aside, turned to look at Li Ran, and showed an expectant look on her face. Gu Nianqi, Song Xia, and Lin Yue did the same, and did not act rashly. With Li Ran's strength, he could easily kill the Ant Queen, so there was no need for them to go in and cause trouble. With a thought, Li Ran triggered the time stop. Everything around them stopped flowing, and even the giant Ant Queen could not escape. Her abdomen stopped moving, and a pitch-black ant floated in mid-air, covered in foul-smelling slime, clearly newly born.
Without hesitation, Li Ran activated the Planeswalker's necklace and instantly appeared in front of the Ant Queen.
Lightning flowed in his palm, and a violent current surged into the Ant Queen's body, occupying all the key weak points and turning her body into a breeding ground for accumulated lightning. Having killed the Ant Queen more than 10 times, Li Ran had already gained experience and knew how to defeat her with the least amount of force and the fastest speed.
Time flowed on again, and amidst the surging electric arcs, the Ant Queen let out a heart-wrenching wail.
In just a few seconds, the enormous body was burned to charcoal, emitting a strange aroma. Behind her, Gu Nianqi raised her hand and pointed, unleashing a burst of compressed and refined lightning that formed a straight beam of light that shot towards a mutated ant climbing above the cave.
Whoosh!
The lightning struck in an instant, shattering the hard carapace on the mutated ant's head and creating a hole the size of a thumb, from which dark green blood flowed out. Through the hole, it can be seen that the mutated ant's head has been pierced through. Unlike Li Ran's ever-expanding and highly aggressive thunder, Gu Nianqi's five thunder technique was much more restrained.
But its power should not be underestimated. A single finger can instantly subdue an enemy.
Song Xia also raised her jade hand, drew her bow, aimed at the mutated ants, and swiftly shot out a sharp magical arrow. The arrow spun as it shot out, tracing a graceful purple path through the air and emitting a series of whooshing sounds.
Put!
The thick carapace was instantly pierced, a clear hole was torn open in the chest, and dark green blood and fragments of internal organs spurted out before it collapsed to the ground with a thud. In a short while, the Ant Queen guards hiding in the cave were all eliminated by the combined efforts of the group. Through continuous training and dungeon runs, not only Li Ran is growing, but the four women are also growing rapidly. Compared to when they took the college entrance examination, everyone's abilities have improved significantly. As the dungeon exit appeared, Li Ran and his group of 5 smiled and stepped out. Despite reducing the clearance time to 50 minutes, it did not attract much attention. Yesterday, Li Ran and his group of 5 had already broken the 1-hour mark, and today they simply deepened their efforts a bit further.
It'll be a little over 40 minutes. Anyone who comes later probably shouldn't even think about it. The entire team is probably full of monsters, with absolutely no weaknesses. 100 years from now, this record will probably still be here. Several exclamations filled with emotion. Li Ran and his group of 5 didn't pay any attention, each paid 50 points, and continued to farm the ant cave dungeon. Based on the current rate of experience gain, reaching level 26 today should be no problem. Reaching level 27 is quite difficult. It's impossible unless you spend the entire day leveling up. This is normal. As your level increases, the leveling speed will naturally slow down. Some advanced professionals may not be able to level up even once every 10 days or half a month. Li Ran can now guarantee at least 1 level per day, which is already considered fast. The 5 of them kept farming the ant cave dungeon, gaining experience while also constantly refining their combat skills to ensure they would do even better next time they entered the dungeon. In a place like Jingxia Academy with a strong academic atmosphere, without any distractions, they can devote themselves wholeheartedly and continuously improve. Before we knew it, it was afternoon. Several hours later, after killing yet another monster, Li Ran finally accumulated enough experience to level up to level 26. The base attributes increased by more than 300 points in total, resulting in a significant boost in strength. However, correspondingly, once they leave, they will no longer be able to run the ant cave instance. Li Ran has already found a new instance, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Before long, the 5 of them arrived at the end of the dungeon once again. With a moment of lightning, the Ant Queen was instantly electrocuted and her soul was scattered, while the guards were also swiftly killed. A blue vortex, signifying the completion of the dungeon, appeared, and Li Ran and his group of 5 stepped out of the instance. At this point, Li Ran and Gu Nianqi had reached level 26, while Song Xia, Lin Yue, and Zhao Shuiying were all at level 25. And everyone has a full set of silver-level equipment. With their current strength, they could even challenge those large-scale dungeons. At the same level, large-scale dungeons are significantly more difficult than normal dungeons. The dungeon world is larger, and more people can enter. A typical dungeon can only accommodate a team of up to 6 people, while a large-scale dungeon can support 20 or even 40 people entering at the same time. Of course, if you have the skill, you can also solo it. Chapter 101 Spider Cave Dungeon, another dungeon record is about to fall. Li Ran did not plan to start farming large-scale dungeons right now. While larger dungeons offer greater rewards, they also take longer to complete. Not only does killing monsters take time, but traveling takes even more time, since the dungeon world has become larger and has many more twists and turns. It's easy to find yourself in the awkward situation of spending 5 minutes killing monsters but half an hour traveling. If the strategy doesn't go smoothly, you might not be able to get out of the dungeon for several days. Most professionals wouldn't care, but he's prepared to dedicate half his time to training. He wasted all his time in dungeons, which reduced the time available for nurturing, completely squandering his advantages as a nurturer. He planned to wait until he had finished training Lu Yalan and obtained spatial abilities before going to tackle large-scale dungeons. At that time, even a large instance wouldn't affect him. Composing himself, Li Ran strode forward, leading the 4 women toward a dungeon entrance not far away. The level 25 Spider Cave Dungeon has a level restriction of 24 to 28. The terrain is similar to the Ant Cave Dungeon, except that the main monsters in the dungeon are spiders. It's also a great place to level up. As long as you have a strong enough area of effect attack, the large number of spider monsters in the dungeon will instantly turn into experience points. It was undoubtedly the perfect fit for the 5 of them. Each person still gets 50 points. Similar to the class system, dungeons in the dungeon hall are only reclassified every 10 levels. You have to wait until level 31 for the points required to enter the dungeon to increase. After skillfully selecting the nightmare difficulty, Li Ran and his group of 5 entered the dungeon. Like the Ant Cave instance, it appears in a dimly lit cave with a sinister atmosphere, where the rustling sound of spiders crawling echoes. Compared to ant nests, the cave was filled with sticky white spider webs that obstructed the view. Fortunately, with the locator, Li Ran could directly pinpoint the monster's location, making him fearless of any sneak attacks. Lin Yue took a deep breath, her fair and rosy face showing a hint of composure.
She raised her hand and waved her staff, as usual casting a divine blessing on Li Ran. Under her father's careful guidance, her physical fitness has been continuously improving and is much stronger than before. Even after playing dungeons for several hours, my stamina is still at a good level. She is no longer a burden like before. Enveloped in a holy white light, Li Ran felt a powerful surge within him, and his strength increased significantly. He reached out and patted Lin Yue's head, a slight smile playing on his lips. After Lin Yue became an epic-level priest, clearing dungeons became much easier than before. Lin Yue smiled gently, letting Li Ran's warm hand stroke her head, her heart filled with warmth. It feels really good to be praised by your loved one. It was as sweet as eating a cream candy. She quickly waved her staff, casting blessings on Gu Nianqi, Jia Shuiying, and Song Siye as well. At this moment, Li Ran had already taken a step and was the first to step out of the safe area that was only a few meters wide. Passing through that invisible membrane, the true state of the spider cave was revealed to Li Ran. A faint smell of blood filled the air, and a rustling sound came from the wind, as if something was being gnawed on. In the distance, numerous scarlet eyes lit up and rushed toward Li Ran. Li Ran activated his location tracking ability and instantly pinpointed the locations of the monsters. Pale lightning coalesced in his hand, illuminating the dim cave, indicating that he was ready for battle. Before long, several spider monsters came into view. Its head had several scarlet eyes lined up side by side, gleaming eerily in the dark cave. A pair of enormous fangs opened and closed repeatedly, with some remnants of flesh and blood still visible, a sight that was enough to make one's heart tremble. It has 8 long, slender spider legs, covered with sharp, backward-pointing hairs like steel knives. If you get scratched, you will definitely suffer considerable damage. As expected of a spider monster, the sense of oppression it brings is much stronger than that of other animals. Li Ran remained calm, simply waving his hand to unleash the surging lightning. Having experienced countless battles, I am no longer the weak person I once was. The spider monster was merely ugly and could not possibly evoke any emotion in him. Sizzle! Thunder surged forth, illuminating the entire dark cave and foreshadowing the impending doom of the spider monsters. Violet arcs of electricity slammed into the spider monsters, leaping and crackling. The next moment, the spider monsters were burned to a crisp, emitting a rich aroma of meat. Slay a level 24 Crimson Spider. Experience is split equally in a party. Plus 5,400 experience. Team leader Li Ran obtained 4 spider silks. Slay a level 25 Black Widow Spider. Experience is split equally if you are in a party. Plus 6,000 experience. Team leader Li Ran has obtained 1 spider gland. Messages kept popping up, informing Li Ran that he had made some progress. Li Ran's lips curled up slightly, and he was in a good mood. He gained a lot of experience as soon as he entered, which is really good. It's a great place to level up. Li Ran strode forward and continued walking. Gu Nianqi followed with her long, shapely legs, her expression calm, showing no concern for the spider monster's corpse. She's not the delicate little girl type, she's not afraid of spiders at all. Song Siye and Jia Shuiying did not stop either, and quickly followed, wielding their weapons and beginning to clear out the monsters they encountered on the way. Lin Yue stepped forward, looking at the spider monster lying on the ground, a hint of tension appearing in her eyes. She gently bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and with a slight tightening of her fair hands, she gripped the staff. Hearing the sounds of killing coming from not far away, he hesitated for only a moment before making up his mind to follow. There's nothing to be afraid of. She's in a top-tier team that can easily overcome any difficulty. And Dad is there too. No matter what kind of monster it was destroyed in an instant. Lin Yue took long, slender steps and quickly arrived at Jia Shuiying's side. Jia Shuiying, dressed in an exquisite black uniform, was swinging her fair right hand, constantly brandishing her long sword, unleashing wave after wave of blood-red sword energy to attack the spider monster in the distance. As her strength continued to improve, Jia Shuiying also acquired ranged attack methods. Although it's not very powerful, it's barely enough to clear out mobs. Of course, she mainly played the role of a protector, ensuring Lin Yue's safety and preventing any surprise attacks from behind. With their combined strength, the 5 of them were virtually unstoppable, encountering no difficulties whatsoever. The only problem wasn't that spiders like to lurk on the ceiling and ambush people, but rather the spider webs all around. Spider webs are strong, tough, and extremely sticky. One can easily get entangled if not careful. Even using swords and knives to slash at it had little effect. Fortunately, Gu Nianqi's lightning technique was so skillful that she could easily use lightning to create fire, burning all the spider webs away. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to handle.
Inside the dungeon hall.
Seeing Li Ran and his group of 5 enter the spider cave instance, some of those who enjoyed watching the spectacle had a glint in their eyes.
A familiar group of 5, are they going to break the record again? Sigh, Li Ran is here. Another dungeon record is about to be lost.
The spider cave dungeon offers good experience and drops a lot of materials.
You have good taste.
If I hadn't already surpassed level 28, I would also like to continue playing.
He's probably already read the guide and knows how to level up quickly. Chapter 102 Unrivaled Dungeon, Let the World Feel the Thunder.
The 5 of them were unstoppable, easily defeating the spider monsters blocking their path and continuing to advance deeper into the dungeon. The spider cave instance is very large, with numerous branching paths and hundreds of small caves, forming a maze-like world. Unlike regular dungeons, the path and monster distribution change each time you enter a dungeon.
Empiricism is useful, but not as absolute as in other versions.
Fortunately, Li Ran's team had considerable navigational skills and were not afraid of complex terrain. At each fork in the road, Gu Nianqi would stand out and calmly look at the several dark passages. With the help of her hidden talent, she can determine which path is most advantageous for them with just a glance.
Thanks to Sister Nianqi, we never get lost. Song Xie smiled and walked affectionately beside Gu Nianqi, sparing no praise.
She would never have behaved like this more than 10 days ago. At that time, she regarded Gu Nianqi as someone she had to surpass, and she always had a sense of pride in her heart. However, after meeting Lord Li Ran, she has changed a lot, and her former arrogance has long since disappeared. She and Gu Nianqi were on the same path, serving the same master, and they were not in competition with each other, so their relationship naturally improved. Zhao Shuiying and Lin Yuwei also parted their red lips slightly, their mouths full of sincere praise.
And that's exactly what happened.
After joining this team, they never experienced the frustration of getting lost again. No matter how complex the terrain, Gu Nianqi could always find the right path to ensure their smooth journey. A faint smile appeared on Gu Nianqi's exquisite face as she calmly accepted the situation. The team was unusually relaxed, with no pressure whatsoever from challenging the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon.
The level 25 Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon was no match for the 5 of them. Just over an hour after entering the dungeon, Li Ran and his group of 5 cleared the entire dungeon and arrived at the path leading to the end of the dungeon. There are still some small caves around that haven't been cleared, and by using the locator, we can see that there are still quite a few monsters there. However, they are not prepared to waste that time. Ahead was a large passageway, the entrance sealed off by a thick spider web, like a white wall. Zhao Shuiying stepped forward and swiftly swung her blood-stained longsword, unleashing a series of sword shadows. Large sections of the spiderweb were cut open, revealing some gaps. But the next second, they stuck together again. Spider webs are extremely tough and difficult to cut, as they are often intertwined with fibers. It's not that Zhao Shuiying's damage output isn't high enough, it's just that she's really not suitable. She could cut the spider web, but she couldn't completely remove it, it still blocked her way. It will probably take a few minutes to clear a large enough passage. Let me do it. Gu Nianqi spoke calmly, then raised her delicate hand. Thunder burst forth in her palm, illuminating the entire passageway. Instead of launching the lightning, he gathered it in his palm, continuously accumulating power. The lightning quickly turned into an extreme pure white, radiating a terrifying temperature that even distorted the air. Gu Nianqi stepped forward and placed her palm on the spider web. The next moment, the dense spider web burst into flames, bursting forth with dazzling light. In just a few seconds, the huge spider web, tens of centimeters thick, was burned to ashes, revealing the road ahead. Well done. Li Ran smiled and strode into the passageway. Gu Nianqi is not only capable, but also very capable. She is indeed a rare and wonderful girl. The 4 women followed Li Ran into the passage. After passing through the passage, we finally arrived at the end of the instance. Inside a massive cave, numerous enormous spiderwebs hang, and the final boss lies quietly atop them, its many scarlet eyes slightly open. This is a giant spider, as big as a detached villa. The 8 spider legs were slender and long, gleaming with a metallic luster, and as sharp as steel knives. The abdomen was covered with strange patterns, exuding a seductive aura. Just one glance was enough to make one feel as if their soul was being sucked in. As the 5 entered, the giant spider had already spotted Li Ran and his group. Meanwhile, small spiders crawled out of the holes in the surrounding walls. It is not large in size, but it is exceptionally agile and incredibly fast. Clearly, this dungeon requires you to fight off annoying little spiders while quickly defeating the final boss. Li Ran glanced at the giant spider, a look of regret on his face. Spider Queen Nightmare type boss level monster. Level 28. Strength 750. Agility 800. Constitution 1800. Spirit 1000. Skills: spider web binding, deadly breath, enchanting voice. Her name is Spider Queen, and she is clearly female. Its strength is quite good, meeting the stats expected of a level 28 nightmare type boss creature. It would definitely be a tough opponent for most professionals. It would probably take at least half an hour to resolve this easily. Unfortunately, like the Ant Queen, it is not a humanoid creature. Otherwise, if I were to electrify him, he might react differently and become somewhat interested. In this situation, the only option left is to use a time stop attack, leaving the opponent disappointed and forced to leave the game. With a thought from Li Ran, everything around him instantly stopped. The patterns on the Spider Queen's abdomen still radiate light, as if possessing endless charm that can captivate people. Unfortunately, Li Ran was completely unaffected. He was skilled in seduction and could easily turn an inexperienced girl into a docile and obedient female, so why would he fail here? Li Ran raised his right hand and casually snapped his fingers. Then, thunder lingered at the top of the cave, emitting a series of low rumbles. It struck down in an instant, hitting the Spider Queen and causing her body to crackle with electricity. The cave was large enough to give Li Ran just the right amount of space to unleash his lightning power. Li Ran unleashed his firepower with unrestrained abandon, as if his mental energy was inexhaustible, causing the entire cave to be filled with lightning. Those numerous tiny spiders, which would be a huge headache for most professionals, became the bridge connecting to lightning. Each one crackled with electricity, weaving a massive lightning net amidst surging arcs. The Spider Queen is located at the center of the power grid, covered by a dense network of electric arcs. Just looking at it is enough to make one's heart tremble. Good. Looking at the world enveloped in lightning, Li Ran's lips curled up slightly. With his current strength, ordinary monsters simply cannot withstand him and would be easily killed. These are the only dungeon bosses he can withstand a little longer, allowing him to test his skills. Each time he faces a boss, he tries new ideas and constantly improves his combat skills. Naturally, their strength is also constantly growing. He certainly couldn't have done this before, but now he does it with ease. They could turn the tables and use those little spiders to launch a major attack on the Spider Queen. Time flows on again. Rumble. A thunderous roar erupted, turning the entire world pure white and creating a beautiful scene. Under the baptism of thunder, all was silent. The little spiders turned to ashes in an instant. The Spider Queen also passed away sadly after a few screams. Chapter 103, Cultivating Song Xie into a legendary level. The thunder dissipated, and all was calm. What followed was a dense barrage of system notifications that almost completely filled Li Ran's field of vision. Defeat the level 28 Spider Queen. Experience is split equally in a party. Plus 160,000 experience. Captain Li Ran obtains a silver tier weapon, the Spider Queen Dagger. Obtains Spider Queen's Crystal Core 1. Spider Queen Dagger Silver Tier, Agility plus 50, Constitution plus 50, attacks poison the target, damage doubled when backstabbing, can be equipped by level 25 and above. Li Ran glanced at the experience bar and found that it had increased significantly. When entering the instance, it was only 1%, but now it has reached 18%. At this rate, I can level up after running the dungeon 5 more times. Each session lasts for an hour or more, with a maximum of a little over 6 hours. It's probably too late today, but I'll definitely reach level 27 tomorrow, and there's hope for level 28 as well. Composing himself, Li Ran strode toward the dungeon exit. Behind her, Song Xie watched the breathtaking scene, her beautiful eyes shining with a unique light. Looking at the tall figure not far away, my respect for him grew even stronger. Lord Li Ran is getting stronger and stronger, not only in terms of strength, but also in the precision of his control over that strength. It seems that nothing in this world can stump the other party. Gu Nianxi opened her beautiful eyes slightly, a hint of surprise in them. She gazed at her fair right hand, recalling the scene from just now, her mind racing with thoughts. Honestly, she couldn't have done that move just now. With her mastery of the 5 thunder technique, although she could disperse the thunder, she could not achieve such precise and elegant coordination. Li Ran's 5 thunder technique was obtained from her, but he has already forged his own path. The 5 left the instance and then entered the Spider Cave instance. On their second run through the dungeon, Li Ran and his team broke the record. The original record was 1 hour and 15 minutes, but they shortened it to 1 hour and 10 minutes. Naturally, he received another 1,000 points as a reward.
Including the previous ones, they have already obtained 3,000 points from the dungeon. After grinding through dungeons for several days, their points not only didn't decrease, but actually increased.
The dazzling light screen attracted the attention of some people. Breaking records always arouses curiosity and surprise. Another record has been broken so quickly? It really is them again.
Another record has been lost.
Breaking a record in one day is truly terrifying. The copy logs have become a place for them to farm points.
Li Ran and his group of 5 ignored the gossip and continued to grind the dungeon at their own pace. I refreshed it 3 times, and only stopped when it got dark.
After glancing at the time, Li Ran led the 4 women toward the villa.
With their current strength, they are not particularly tired. Even Lin Yue only had a rosy complexion and her chest rose and fell slightly. She wasn't sweating profusely like before. However, there are things to do at night, and in terms of priority, they are even more important than upgrading. We certainly can't waste time on dungeons. Back home, after a quick shower, the 5 of them went to the living room, sat on the sofa, and prepared to have dinner. With a wave of his hand, Li Ran caused a flash of white light to appear, and plates of exquisite food appeared on the table.
Lord Li Ran, I'd like to eat more. I feel like I'm very close to breaking through.
Song Xia leaned against Li Ran, her eyes filled with hope. Although more sisters are eating together, and each meal takes longer. It used to take a little over an hour to eat, but now it takes 2 hours and you still might not be full. But she makes progress every day, and her potential continues to steadily increase, just one step away from becoming a legendary figure. Li Ran looked around, glanced at the other 3 women, and spoke calmly.
Eat if you want, we're all family, it's okay.
Breaking through to the legendary level is indeed a big deal, and Gu Nianxi, Zhao Shuiying, and Lin Yue have no objections. Gu Nianxi looked at Song Xia quietly, her eyes, which were always calm as autumn water, slightly narrowed, with a hint of encouragement. Zhao Shuiying glanced at the food in front of Li Ran, sensing her own potential, and pondered when she would break through. She and Song Xia are not far apart in age, and it will probably happen in the next few days. Lin Yue pursed her red lips, stretched out her fair little hand, picked up the food on the table, and quietly began to eat her dinner. To be honest, she also wanted to eat more to fill the void in her heart. But she also knew what was important and what was urgent, and right now it was indeed time to let Song Xia enjoy the food alone. She will probably have such a day in the future, and at that time, Song Xia will probably make the same decision. Given their relationship, there's no need for them to argue over gains or losses on a particular day.
Thank you everyone.
Seeing this scene, Song Xia's face blossomed into a bright smile. Everyone is so kind to let her enjoy the food all by herself. She certainly couldn't let everyone down. She had to work hard and strive to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible.
2 hours is too long. Seize every moment.
Without hesitation, Song Xia took out 2 hair ties from her inventory, stretched out her delicate hand, and tied up her freshly washed hair, which still had some water droplets on it. They were tied on both sides, forming a pair of long, slender pigtails. You must concentrate when eating, and you can't let your hair block your vision. Furthermore, the twin tails also have another function. They can effectively regulate her state and speed up her eating. Song Xia got up from the sofa, her fair and slender legs moving lightly as she walked to Li Ran. Her slender figure blocked some of the light, casting a faint shadow on her.
Thank you, Lord Li Ran.
Song Xia bent down slightly, leaned forward, and brought her bright face close to Li Ran's eyes, smiling at him with her long eyelashes fluttering. The white light accentuated her delicate jawline and sparkling eyes.
It's okay, eat well, don't feel pressured.
Li Ran spoke softly, raising his hand to pat Song Xia's head, his tone carrying a hint of comfort. It's not good to eat alone, but Gu Nianxi, Lin Yue, and Zhao Shuiying will understand.
He didn't want Song Xia to put too much pressure on herself just to end her monopolizing of food as soon as possible. No matter how hard you try, the human body has its limits, and you can't speed up your eating all at once. Okay. Song Xia nodded obediently, suppressing the complex emotions in her heart.
Now is not the time for her to overthink things.
She immediately turned around, facing the dining table with her back to Li Ran, and skillfully picked up the food on the table with her slender hand, and began to eat.
Li Ran took a deep breath, her eyes filled with a hint of softness. After finishing all the miscellaneous tasks, it was time for him to eat. He spread his legs slightly, leaned forward, and lifted half of his body off the sofa to get closer to the dining table. He reached out and picked up the food on the table, put it in his mouth, and slowly chewed it. I just took a shower, and I feel all warm and cozy. It's the perfect time to eat. I must say, this villa is really nice. The sofa is soft and comfortable, and the carpet is incredibly soft. Keep your bare feet away from the cold floor to ensure they stay warm enough. Even without shoes, it's incredibly comfortable. It tastes good.
Li Ran was in a good mood while eating dinner.
The steak tonight was very tender, perfectly seasoned, and juicy. One bite, and your entire taste buds are filled with the rich juice. Paired with that incredibly tender pork rib, it's an absolute treat.
Chapter 104 is indeed a top-notch chef.
Call. While eating dinner, Li Ran took a deep breath and a smile appeared on her lips. I don't know how much effort Song Xie put in behind the scenes, but her cooking skills are indeed quite good now, much better than when she first started. It's safe to say that this is the most delicious steak he's had in a while. Tender and juicy, with an exceptionally firm texture, every bite brings immense satisfaction, allowing you to experience ultimate pleasure that comes from the very soul. It's beyond words, it's a delicious food that seems otherworldly. Even the pork chops prepared by Lin Yue, despite having extra ingredients, were still not cooked properly. Li Ran couldn't help but speed up her eating, waving her chopsticks and constantly picking up pieces of meat from the table.
The steak doesn't require chewing, it bursts open in your mouth on its own. Warm juices sizzle as they overflow from the steak, filling the mouth, satisfying the taste buds, and bringing a unique experience. Li Ran ate her dinner without stopping for a moment.
At the same time, he also spared some attention to Song Xie's situation.
Song Xie prepared for a long time and made such delicious food.
He naturally wouldn't just focus on eating and forget to prepare a gift for the chef. Song Xie was in the kitchen, stretching out her fair and slender arms, swaying her graceful figure as she prepared a sumptuous dinner. Her delicate twin ponytails hung down on both sides, swaying constantly with her body movements. Beads of glistening sweat appeared on her smooth forehead, trickling down her pert nose and delicate jawline, dripping onto the soft carpet.
Cooking is indeed a physically demanding job, it's very tiring.
Fortunately, Song Xie was already a highly skilled professional with physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, allowing her to persevere until all dinners were prepared. Seeing Song Xie working so hard, Li Ran felt a tremor in his heart and became even more determined to eat well. The chef has put in so much effort, how could he, as a diner, possibly let down such a kind gesture?
While eating dinner, Li Ran's mind was racing, and soon an idea struck him. What gift should he give to Song Xie? It was a generous gift, perfectly matching Song Xie's inner thoughts. He was certain that Song Xie would be very happy to receive the gift. It's not the right time yet.
He'll wait until Song Xie finishes her last dinner, then personally slip the gift into her arms. They did not give Song Xie a chance to feign refusal. Time passed, night deepened, and a bright moon hung high in the sky.
In the villa's lobby,
Li Ran sat on the sofa, still trying to eat her dinner. It wasn't that I wasn't full, it was mainly because this was Song Xie's heartfelt gesture. Even though he was already full, he was prepared to continue eating, wanting to finish his plate. By this time, Gu Nianxi, Lin Yue, and Zhao Shuiying had all finished eating. She reached out her slender hand, picked up a clean white tissue from the table, and elegantly wiped her red lips.
After finishing their formal dinner, they didn't rush to leave.
Instead, they picked up the food on the table, strode with their shapely, long legs, and headed to the kitchen to inquire about Song Xie's condition. They had finished dinner, but Song Xie, the chef, had been so busy cooking that she hadn't eaten a single bite yet.
They are a family, how could they just stand by and watch Song Xie cook on an empty stomach?
Gu Nianxi, Lin Yue, and Zhao Shuiying brought food to Song Xie's side, helping her eat dinner while she was busy cooking.
Come on, Xie, eat this cake.
It's packed with sugar and will help you replenish your energy. You must be starving after cooking for so long, eat more.
Don't worry, there's plenty of food. You'll definitely have enough to eat.
Song Xie trembled slightly, and a thin layer of mist welled up in her beautiful eyes, almost blurring her vision. Her emotion was overflowing. She ate the food her three sisters fed her, swaying her slender figure as she worked even harder to prepare dinner. Li Ran watched this heartwarming scene, a slight smile playing on his lips, and a unique light shining in his dark eyes. Such a harmonious and supportive atmosphere is exactly what a warm family needs. There were no arguments, no jealousy, everyone worked together towards a common goal. It perfectly hit his weak spot.
He absolutely loves this warm and harmonious life.
The night was deep, and the bright moon hung in the center.
It casts a bright white light upon the earth. In the villa's lobby, after tireless efforts, it all finally came to an end. Call. Li Ran took a deep breath, circulated his mental energy, raised his right hand, and released a cleansing spell.
In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in warm white light. All the stains and watermarks caused by various reasons were purified under the white light, and all the utensils returned to their original state. A faint fragrance filled the air, making people feel relaxed and happy. The villa has returned to its original charm, and the environment is indeed quite nice. After finishing all this, Li Ran turned to look at Song Siye, whose face was flushed and who was panting, and asked about her condition. "How was it? Are you satisfied with the gift?" Song Siye finished preparing the Last Supper. As promised, he presented the other party with several generous gifts. "Thank you, Lord Li Ran. I have broken through to the legendary level." Song Siye felt the abundant power flowing through her body, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Despite feeling tired, she took a deep breath, knelt on the carpet, and sincerely expressed her gratitude to Li Ran. His breathing was a little rapid, but the excitement in his words was unmistakable. Lord Li Ran's gift was indeed effective, containing powerful energy that helped her break through the barrier from epic to legendary level. She is now a legendary professional in the eyes of ordinary people, someone they can hardly reach. Looking at Song Siye's tired face, Li Ran did not hesitate and naturally placed his hand on her delicate shoulder. The mental energy is activated, releasing a vitality surge that helps the other person relieve fatigue and restore physical strength. "Lord Li Ran, I've acquired 2 new skills, and my base attributes have increased by almost half." Song Siye smiled sweetly and spoke softly as she shared her gains with Li Ran without reservation. After becoming a legendary magic archer, she indeed gained a lot, and felt that the world was somewhat different. As your gaze shifts, you can see the flow of those invisible forces in the air. "I have also gained a deeper understanding of the essence of skills, and I can integrate many skills into my instincts and use them spontaneously. With careful study, you might even be able to learn new skills on your own, instead of having to wait for upgrades to unlock them as before." Despite this, she remained humble without becoming arrogant. When facing Li Ran, she was extremely docile, not seeing herself as a legendary professional, but as a well-behaved kitten. "Good." Li Ran listened to Song Siye's description and couldn't help but nod slightly, showing his appreciation. The legendary magic archer is indeed incredibly powerful. Putting aside everything else, its outstanding basic attributes alone are enough to surpass most epic level classes. The deficiency of poor physical condition has also been somewhat compensated for. In terms of physical attributes, he is even comparable to an A-rank blood swordsman of the same level. That's the allure of a legendary class. Chapter 105 is truly a delightful thing, the thoughts of the women. The newly acquired short-range movement skill significantly enhances self-preservation capabilities. Magical Leap Level 1, instantly teleport to a location within sight, a distance not exceeding 100 meters. Although the displacement distance is not long, it is enough to avoid the risk of being approached. In addition, there's Shadow Body, which grants immunity to damage. It's safe to say that as long as you're careful, you're unlikely to get hurt. There is also a large area damage skill, which makes up for the lack of area of effect damage. Heavenly Arrow Rain Level 1 locks onto an area, showering it with a rain of magical arrows for 6 seconds. Similar to the thunderous roar of the heavens that Gun Yanxi possessed, except that the thunder and lightning rain was replaced by a rain of arrows. Its range, power, and duration are all excellent. It's more than enough for clearing out mobs. It can also deal significant damage when used to attack large-scale bosses. Li Ran was already looking forward to the scene after he copied these skills. Their strength will definitely improve significantly. Li Ran smiled slightly, reached out and placed his hand on Song Siye's slender waist, helping her up from the carpet. Song Siye didn't stand on ceremony and sat on Li Ran's lap, stretching out her arms to hug Li Ran's neck. Her bright eyes were fixed on Li Ran, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she exhaled a few breaths, trying to regulate her breathing. She was indeed quite tired after playing the game all day. Nestled in Lord Li Ran's arms, feeling that warmth, I was able to recover well. Congratulations. As Gun Yanxi watched the scene, a faint smile appeared on her cold and beautiful face, and her voice was soft. Song Siye's breakthrough to the legendary level is a good thing no matter how you look at it. Zhao Shuiying stared with her large, watery eyes at the spot where Song Siye and Li Ran were touching, a hint of envy showing on her pretty, spirited face. Sigh, she also longs to break through to the legendary level as soon as possible, just like Song Siye. Unfortunately, she hasn't accumulated enough experience and her potential is somewhat lacking. It's estimated that it will take a few more days before there's a chance to become a legendary blood swordsman. Composing herself, Zhao Shuiying parted her red lips slightly and smiled as she said, "Congratulations on breaking through to the legendary level." She wasn't jealous, after all. Song Siye had been in contact with Lord Li Ran earlier than her, so it was only natural that she broke through first. With Lord Li Ran's guidance, I will eventually reach the legendary level, so there's no need to rush. Lin Yue smiled sweetly, looked at Song Xie who had a happy face, and offered her congratulations. Her bright and charming eyes were not focused on the point of contact like Gu Nianqi and Zhao Shuiying's, but rather on Song Xie's lower abdomen.
On Song Xie's lower abdomen, a beautiful mark was emitting a faint red glow, carrying a unique allure. It was carved by Lord Li Ran himself and possesses extremely magical power. Gu Nianqi and Zhao Shuiying also have similar marks, but the patterns on the marks are different. This mark connects the feelings of the three people. Not just now, but ever since the mark was made. She was the only one excluded, as if she had been left out. She wanted to find an opportunity to have Lord Li Ran leave a similar mark on her. Lin Yue licked her red lips and secretly made up her mind. Li Ran was unaware of Lin Yue's thoughts, otherwise, he would have definitely said, "You should have just brought it up directly. It's just carving a mark, it won't take much time." He already had this idea, but he was afraid that Lin Yue wouldn't be able to accept it right away. Call. After a brief moment of tenderness, Li Ran took a deep breath, stood up from the sofa, and strode towards the master bedroom on the second floor. After working so hard for so long, it's time to go to sleep. School officially starts tomorrow, so I'm going to be quite busy. Song Xie still had her arms around Li Ran's neck, clinging to him like an octopus. Gu Nianqi watched the scene without saying anything, but simply followed along with Li Ran, her long, slender legs carrying her. Song Xie has worked so hard for so long, it's no big deal for her to rest for a while. She just doesn't want to walk, which is normal. She sometimes has similar thoughts. Since Lord Li Ran had no objections, she didn't need to say anything more. Zhao Shuiying and Lin Yue exchanged a glance, both seeing envy in each other's eyes. They didn't say much, just took a deep breath and silently followed. Today is a great day for Song Xie to break through to the legendary level, so it's not a big deal to let the other party have it. When they break through to the legendary level, they will receive the same or even better treatment. Back in the bedroom, Li Ran went straight to the soft bed and lay down. Time to sleep. Early morning. The vibrant sunlight streamed through the curtains, bringing a sense of warmth. Li Ran opened his eyes, feeling the abundant power within his body, a faint smile on his face. It has to be said that compared to normal professions, he has a huge advantage with the nurturing contract. You can gain experience and level up during the day, and you can still get growth acceleration rewards at night. He gets stronger day and night, and his growth rate naturally far surpasses that of other professionals. Composing himself, Li Ran pushed away Lin Yue, who was pressing down on him. Just like yesterday morning, Lin Yue clung to him and wouldn't let go, even wanting to sleep close together. Making sure he didn't wake Lin Yue, Li Ran activated his mental energy and the traveler's necklace, instantly disappearing from his spot. Upon entering the bathroom, Li Ran turned on the tap, grabbed a towel, and got to work. Today marks the first day of classes at Jingxia Academy, officially the start of the new semester. Naturally, we need to be prepared. After quickly tidying up his appearance, Li Ran activated the traveler's necklace and headed to the cafeteria. After a busy period, everything has finally been taken care of. Sitting on the soft sofa, Li Ran didn't rush to set out the food. Instead, he turned on his communicator and started browsing the information uploaded by other students. The 4 women have just woken up and it will take them some time to recover, so there's no need to rush. Compared to yesterday, more new students are uploading posts to the forum today. They have probably already adapted to life at Jingxia University. Li Ran didn't post anything, he was simply browsing information and collecting interesting intelligence. After this period of hard work, his knowledge has broadened considerably, and he is no longer the poor boy from the countryside. Not long after, 4 stunningly beautiful women with exquisite makeup and distinct styles came down from upstairs. Zhao Shuiying was dressed particularly exquisitely, her long, smooth black hair tied together with a hair tie into a high ponytail. Wearing a thin white shirt, her slender figure was on full display. Her legs were fair and jade-like, perhaps due to exercise. Her thighs were round and well-proportioned, and her calves were long and straight, full of beauty. Her fair and rosy face was adorned with light makeup, which did not overshadow her features but served as an embellishment. It accentuated that stunningly beautiful face with its slightly heroic air. Her eyes, as captivating as rubies, sparkled and shone with dazzling light. He looked radiant and full of youthful energy. Chapter 106. How should we repay this kindness? Zhao Shuiying's striking appearance speaks volumes about her intentions. Clearly, she was still somewhat moved after seeing Song Xie break through to the legendary level. I also hope to break through to the legendary level soon. Gu Nianqi, Song Xie, and Lin Yue looked at Zhao Shuiying with encouraging eyes. They naturally knew what Zhao Shuiying was thinking, and didn't think there was anything wrong with doing so. It's normal to want to become stronger, they all have similar thoughts.
Although Lin Yue felt it was a bit of a pity, she was willing to take a step back for the sake of her good friend Zhao Shuiying. Once Zhao Shuiying breaks through to the legendary level, she will naturally have more time to herself. Speaking of which, Zhao Shuiying's fresh and elegant outfit was also an idea suggested by the women. They gave Zhao Shuiying some suggestions to help her dress up more attractively. All four women are naturally beautiful, stunning even without makeup, and rarely have any knowledge about dressing up. After meeting Li Ran, they took the initiative to start studying, but they were still a bit lacking. It's not that they're not good at learning, or that they lack comprehension, it's just that they're usually either grinding dungeons or nurturing others, so they basically don't have much free time. The four of them worked together, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, which led to the Zhao Shuiying we know today. Li Ran watched this scene, a glint of light shining in his eyes.
It's really nice to see this scene when you wake up in the morning. This made him feel positive and motivated. Li Ran was not in a hurry.
Instead, he waved his right hand and placed the prepared breakfast on the table.
No matter what you want to do, you have to eat first. Only when you are well fed and warm can you have the energy to do other things.
One by one, exquisite breakfast dishes appeared, still steaming with white vapor, looking incredibly fresh.
Before long, the hall was filled with the aroma of food.
Zhao Shuiying's appetite was whetted. She strode past her three sisters with her long, slender, fair legs and quickly sat down on the sofa. She turned to look at Li Ran, her beautiful, ruby-like eyes sparkling, and a longing appeared on her delicate face.
Eat if you want, I can tell you've been waiting for a long time.
Li Ran chuckled softly, reached out and grasped Zhao Shuiying's striking high ponytail, letting it sway casually, his eyes full of tenderness. He was always very generous to a young girl who wanted to have a full meal. Even if you start eating without asking his opinion, he won't refuse.
They just wanted to have enough to eat, what's wrong with that?
Zhao Shuiying nodded, bent down slightly, faced the dining table, and stretched out her fair, lotus-root-like arms. 5 slender, white fingers clenched slightly as she picked up the food laid out on the table. Smelling the enticing aroma of the food, Zhao Shuiying took a deep breath, opened her bright red lips, and took a bite. Seeing that Zhao Shuiying had overcome her hesitation and started eating breakfast seriously, Li Ran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Call.
A faint smile appeared on her lips.
A complex emotion, a mixture of joy and pride, welled up within me. Helping a girl in distress is indeed a joyful and pleasant thing to do.
After confirming that everything was all right, Li Ran turned to the dining table, picked up the food, and began to eat breakfast. While eating breakfast, Li Ran would occasionally glance at Zhao Shuiying to observe her eating habits. Zhao Shuiying's throat bobbed as she tried to swallow her food. His face was rosy, and beads of sweat glistened on his smooth forehead, making him appear somewhat strained.
It's not bad, though. It's better than Lin Yue, and it doesn't make him choke.
Noticing Li Ran's gaze, Zhao Shuiying reluctantly raised her head, her crimson eyes, brimming with tears, filled with gratitude. Their eyes met, and Li Ran smiled slightly, her voice soft.
It's okay, keep eating, don't worry about me.
Seeing Li Ran looking at her with a gentle expression and hearing his kind words, Zhao Shuiying lowered her head and ate her breakfast even more diligently. She would occasionally look up at Li Ran, her eyes filled with gratitude. Lord Li Ran gave her food and helped her grow stronger, enabling her to grow from an A-rank blood swordsman into an epic-rank professional. His grades were so outstanding that he could even get into the top-ranked university in the country, Jingxia University. Such kindness is so great that even if she were to be treated like a slave for life, it wouldn't be too much for her. As a result, Lord Li Ran didn't want anything, he just wanted her to eat well. She couldn't think of any other good way to repay such a kind and benevolent person. All I can do is eat breakfast properly every day and try my best not to let down Lord Li Ran's kindness. Zhao Shuiying stuck out her pink tongue and kept licking the food, trying to swallow it completely. These were all carefully prepared by Lord Li Ran, and not a single bit can be wasted. Saliva kept being secreted from her mouth, helping Zhao Shuiying digest her food. Li Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his hand and gently stroked Zhao Shuiying's head to help her relax.
Eating attentively is a good thing, but you shouldn't be too hasty. That would be bad if it caused injury. As Lin Yue ate her breakfast, she saw this scene, her beautiful eyes filled with longing and a touch of envy. Lord Li Ran is always so gentle, both to her and to the other sisters. That's probably why she's so infatuated with him. Gu Nianqi and Song Xia ate breakfast as usual, with faint smiles on their faces. Such a heartwarming scene touched their hearts. He wished he could switch places with Zhao Shuiying. Breakfast was very enjoyable and ended before 8 o'clock. Li Ran took a deep breath, raised his right hand as usual, and cast a cleansing spell.
A holy light enveloped the house, and in an instant, everything was cleaned up. With Li Ran's current strength, even if he cleans the entire house, his mental power will not decrease much. A few breaths are enough to recover. After doing all this, Li Ran stood up and calmly walked towards the washroom. Zhao Shuiying stood up, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, and showed a satisfied expression before quickly following after him. The three women remained seated on the sofa, patiently waiting for the two men to finish tidying up. After thoroughly repairing and ensuring there were no mistakes, the five of them finally stepped out of the villa. The five of them were not in a hurry as they walked along the road. It's still early, there's still some time before class starts. Moreover, the courses at Jingxiao Academy are very flexible, and attendance is not mandatory for everyone. If you have your own plans, you don't even have to go. As long as the student performs well in the final assessment of each term, the academy will not make things difficult for them. Li Ran was somewhat expectant because it was Jingxiao Academy, and its reputation spoke for itself. You should definitely attend the first class to get a feel for the atmosphere. Even if it doesn't increase your knowledge, you can at least meet more interesting and qualified people through this. Most students should be able to attend the first class, it's a rare opportunity. On the way to the lecture venue, you can see many young faces. They chatted with each other, their faces beaming with youthful smiles. Excitement is inevitable when attending the first class at the university. Li Ran and his four companions, looking calm and composed, arrived in front of an exceptionally magnificent large building. This is where they have their classes. Chapter 107. Someone wants to ask me about the special features of a trainer? As he approached the building's entrance and was about to step inside, a beam of white light appeared and swept over Li Ran. Identity confirmed. Li Ran, a first-year combat student and professional trainer. Proceeding will teleport you to the corresponding classroom. A cold, emotionless voice entered Li Ran's ears, instructing him on how to enter the classroom. After these few days, Jingxiao Academy has completed the classification of students based on information such as their profession and practical performance. It must be said that Jingxiao Academy truly lives up to its reputation as the top university in the country. Even the way you enter the classroom is unique. You can enter directly via teleportation, there's no need to search room by room yourself. See you at noon. Upon hearing the prompt, Lin Youwei's pretty face showed a hint of regret. She waved her delicate white hand and said goodbye to Li Ran and the three women. As a support-type priest, she naturally couldn't attend combat-type courses. Fortunately, they didn't plan to attend classes all the time, they were just there to experience the atmosphere. Otherwise, she would have to be separated from her father for a period of time every day, which she really couldn't bear. See you at home at noon. Li Ran waved his hand and watched Lin Youwei leave. Only after Lin Youwei's figure disappeared did Li Ran lead the three women through the gate. A flash of white light, and Li Ran vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in a brightly lit corridor. Before me stood a closed door. Li Ran turned around and found that the three women were gone. I don't know if it was like in the Tower of Trials, or I was teleported to a separate space. Or perhaps it's because the profession of trainer is somewhat special that his teaching content differs from that of the three women. Without hesitation, Li Ran reached out and pushed open the tightly locked door. What appeared before me was an ordinary lecture hall, shaped like a fan. Several students were already seated in the front seats. Li Ran glanced at them and found that they were all normal combat-type professions, unlike his trainer who was special. So it's possible that he and Gun Yanqi weren't assigned to the same classroom. With so many students in one cohort, that's certainly a possibility. Li Ran activated the Master's Seal, sharing the vision of the three women. He discovered that it was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. The four of them were assigned to different classrooms. Li Ran casually found a seat at the back and sat down, pondering various skill combinations while waiting for his mentor to arrive. He spent so much time nurturing them every day, and through soul resonance, he learned a lot from Gun Yanqi and the others. There's a lot stuck in my mind that I haven't dealt with yet. Now is a good time to organize. As time went by, more and more students entered the classroom through the back door. There weren't many people, the total number was less than 40. The large classroom seemed somewhat empty. Li Ran glanced around and found that the trainees were all good-looking. If converted into charm, they would probably score 80 points. That's normal. As professionals level up, they gain extraordinary powers, and their life essence undergoes a transformation. It's impossible for them to look bad. Unfortunately, none of them were outstanding enough to meet his standards for cultivation. Not long after, the mentor arrived. He was a middle-aged man dressed in black, with a resolute face and taut muscles, exuding an extraordinary aura. The middle-aged man stood on the podium, his gaze sweeping across the classroom, briefly confirming the situation. He didn't call out names, but instead introduced himself, while simultaneously activating a purple magic crystal ball on the podium. The middle-aged man's name was Zhao Xingtian. He was a level 73 Qigong master who had served in the military and participated in the Abyss battlefield. The scars on his face were left from his battles with monsters in the Abyss. At this point, a hint of pride appeared on Zhao Xingtian's face. Clearly, this is not just a simple scar for him, but a source of pride. It is a great honor to fight to protect our home from the invasion of the Abyss. The magic crystal ball glowed, displaying scenes of Zhao Xingtian's battles, corroborating his story. The trainees listened to Zhao Xingtian's story with great interest. Li Ran was the same. He had heard of the Abyss, where bloodthirsty monsters would continuously emerge. The eerie aura emanating from the Abyss can affect normal creatures, turning them into bloodthirsty monsters. The world has become what it is today, and the Abyss plays a significant role in that. Next, Zhao Xingtian continued discussing other related knowledge, following up on the topic of the Abyss. Li Ran adopted a serious expression and listened attentively. As expected of a prestigious university, the course content is extremely interesting and can greatly broaden one's horizons. Unlike in high school, where they only taught basic knowledge. As he shared his knowledge, Zhao Xingtian also mentioned what he would be teaching later. It includes analysis of various skills for different professions and their practical applications. The distribution of dungeons of all levels worldwide, the classification of bosses, and various strategies for defeating them. The situation in the Abyss, the types of abyssal monsters, precautions, and so on will all be explained in detail. However, he wasn't the only one, there were other mentors as well. He can't teach so many aspects by himself. At this time, Li Ran also learned from the other party that in addition to the tutor's lectures, knowledge could also be obtained from the university's library. The only difference is that the tutor's lectures are free, while the knowledge in the library is paid. If you have enough points, you can spend money to quickly learn various kinds of knowledge. If you build a good relationship with your advisor, you can even get private lessons from them. Although the instructors at Jingxiao Academy are usually very busy, they will generally help students who ask questions. The class ended quickly, but Zhao Xingtian continued to enthusiastically share various kinds of knowledge. The entire morning was Zhao Xingtian's teaching time. Li Ran listened attentively at first, but became somewhat lazy towards the end. It wasn't that Zhao Xingtian's teaching was ineffective, it was just that he had already heard about some of the content elsewhere. Since it's a lecture for a large number of students, the explanations will be quite detailed. Compared to self-study, it's a bit slower. To quickly acquire a large amount of knowledge, you still need to go to the library to find books. After the two classes ended, Zhao Xingtian paused and signaled to the students that they could take a short break. Li Ran stood up, preparing to take this opportunity to leave. He decided to go to the library to see if he could quickly acquire knowledge. Zhao Xingtian suddenly appeared behind him, patted him on the shoulder, and called out to him. Li Ran, right? Li Ran nodded slightly, looking puzzled. I don't know what Zhao Xingtian wanted with him. If he wants to leave, Zhao Xingtian should have no reason to stop him. Zhao Xingtian did not play the riddle-maker and instead made his words clear. Someone is looking for you and wants to ask you some questions about your profession. I suggest you go there, he's a very important person. As he spoke, a hint of longing appeared on Zhao Xingtian's resolute face. Li Ran had exceptional insight and could tell at a glance that this was not just simple longing, but rather a deep-seated, hidden affection. I wonder who this person is that could inspire such a reaction from a lecturer at Jingxiao Academy, who was in class in 1973. With Zhao Xingtian's strength and status, he is a prominent figure not only in the Great Xia Kingdom but also in the entire world. He was naturally very interested in anyone who could elicit such an expression from Zhao Xingtian. Chapter 108: The Mysterious and Powerful Valkyrie. Li Ran didn't rush to leave. Instead, he stared at Zhao Xingtian with his bright, dark eyes, looking at him expectantly. We hope the other party can reveal more information. Let me give you a brief explanation so you won't be unaware of the situation. Seeing Li Ran's expression, Zhao Xingtian coughed lightly, smiled, and patiently began to explain. This gentle demeanor makes it impossible to tell that he was once a fierce warrior who fought on the battlefield of the Abyss. The surrounding students noticed what was happening and turned to look at them with curiosity. I don't know what that boy did to make a level 73 expert act like that. Unfortunately, they couldn't hear what Zhao Xingtian and the boy were saying at all, as if they were blocked by some invisible force. Zhao Xingtian's explanation was not detailed, and even somewhat vague,
with a hint of nervousness in his voice.
However, a lot can still be inferred from those fragmented words. The other party's name is Bai Juanlian, a powerful Valkyrie who once roamed the Abyss battlefield, reaping demons at will. He had saved Zhao Xingtian's life by chance, and that heroic figure was deeply imprinted in Zhao Xingtian's mind, making him yearn for it. He recently returned from the Abyss battlefield and found a place to go into seclusion, seemingly focusing on how to advance further. I heard that the profession of this year's top national scorer is somewhat unusual, and I'm quite interested, so I'd like to learn more about it. After talking for a while, Zhao Xingtian realized that it was almost time, so he stopped and put a piece of white crystal into Li Ran's hand.
Since you have an idea, take this. You should know how to use it, it can give you a ride.
Li Ran accepted the teleportation crystal, nodded slightly, and expressed his gratitude to Zhao Xingtian.
Having a teleportation stone is convenient, saving him time traveling. Alright, you can go now. I need to continue my class.
Zhao Xingtian patted Li Ran on the shoulder one last time, then turned and walked towards the podium. Jingxia Academy has a very open teaching style and does not restrict students' initiative. In previous years, there were even students who didn't come for an entire semester, and they still had no problems. Li Ran put away the teleportation stone, took a step, and left the lecture hall. As soon as I stepped out of the classroom, a white light swept over me, and a cold voice rang out again.
Li Ran did not stop and was teleported back to the main entrance of the building.
After leaving, Li Ran did not hesitate to activate the Planeswalker's necklace and return to the villa. I tidied things up a bit to make sure there were no problems. Li Ran then took out the white teleportation stone and chose to activate it. When meeting important figures, one must naturally make ample preparations. The teleportation stone lit up, but Li Ran remained in the room and was not teleported immediately. A few seconds later, he disappeared from the spot. The surroundings remained completely quiet. A faint, pleasant fragrance filled the air. It's an ordinary courtyard, surrounded by dark green bamboo and a few white flowers. It's a very quiet and peaceful environment, and it looks very comfortable. Li Ran could sense that this place was still within the Jingxia Academy, but it seemed impossible to reach it by ordinary means. It seems that only with the permission of the space's owner can one enter this world. It's somewhat like the Tower of Trials, with its main body existing independently in a certain space.
It's quite good, it ensures absolute peace and tranquility, and you won't be disturbed by anyone.
Li Ran was somewhat interested. Once his strength improves, he will also create such a space so that he can come here when he is resting.
No matter how you play, no one will bother you.
As I pondered, a clear and melodious sound rang out. The voice was incredibly pleasant, making one feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze.
Li Ran, right? Come in.
After hearing this, Li Ran took a step forward and pushed open the courtyard gate. A quiet courtyard came into view, along with a woman who looked very young. The woman was very beautiful, with exquisite and stunning features. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her eyebrows like distant mountains. Her hair was smooth and black, and her pretty face was fair and radiant, shimmering with a captivating glow. Dressed in flowing white robes, she exuded an otherworldly and transcendent aura, her temperament ethereal and serene, making it difficult to describe in words. She seemed like a fairy from the heavens who had accidentally fallen to earth. Gazing at the courtyard gate, his expression remained calm and composed, his eyes serene, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Looking at this ethereal scene, Li Ran's professional instincts kicked in, and he subconsciously activated the breeder's eye. Even with his discerning eye, he couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful she truly was, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen.
Although it doesn't quite match his image of the Valkyrie. Something unexpected happened.
The breeder's eye, which is usually infallible, seems to have malfunctioned. The opponent seems to have no weaknesses at all, and there isn't even a single noticeable red dot on their body. Even the data is somewhat incomplete. Only information such as name, age, experience, and charm is displayed, everything else is gibberish and cannot be clearly seen.
Looking at the few remaining data points, a hint of surprise appeared in Li Ran's eyes. I thought the Valkyrie who gallops across the Abyss battlefield would be some elderly auntie. I didn't expect her to be so young, she's almost 30. Given the long lifespan that advanced professionals can have, it wouldn't be wrong to say they've just reached adulthood. Therefore, the other party must be exceptionally talented. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such strength at such a young age and be revered as a Valkyrie. Although the aunt is fine, younger women are definitely better.
As I pondered, the clear and ethereal voice rang out again.
Don't use your appraisal skills on everyone you meet, it's very impolite. There was still no emotional fluctuation, it seemed to be just simple advice.
Li Ran nodded, a hint of embarrassment on her face, as if she knew she had made a mistake.
Li Ran felt a sense of relief.
It seems he has quite a lot of talent. Even with Bai Julian's strength, she could only sense that he used an appraisal technique, but she didn't know what type of appraisal technique he used. After Bai Julian finished speaking, she closed her soft red lips again.
For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the courtyard. Ms. Bai, is there something you need from me? Li Ran took a deep breath and spoke out of curiosity, breaking the silence.
He didn't know how to address Bai Julian, but calling him teacher should be fine.
Your profession is quite interesting, I'd like to learn more about it.
Bai Julian parted her red lips slightly, her voice ethereal. Without any pretense or prevarication, he directly stated his thoughts. Her attitude was unusually gentle, without any arrogance befitting someone in a superior position. Even though the person in front of her could be completely manipulated by her, she still maintained a considerable level of composure.
Don't worry, I'll just ask you a few simple questions, I won't do anything to you.
You will receive appropriate compensation once everything is over.
As she spoke, Bai Julian took out a piece of white paper and pointed it towards the sky.
Several golden characters appeared on the paper, emitting a dazzling light. The white paper then disappeared, turning into a stream of light that merged into Bai Julian's body.
Li Ran could sense that it seemed to be some kind of restriction, used to limit Bai Julian's various behaviors. To ensure that Bai Julian would not reveal any of his information and would not cause him any harm. In the sky, lightning seemed to flash, witnessing the birth of the restriction.
Perhaps because it was in an isolated space, the lightning quickly disappeared and did not descend. Li Ran looked at Bai Julian, his eyes full of surprise. Instead of imposing restrictions on him, you're putting restrictions on yourself. This sincerity is perhaps a bit too much.
Chapter 109: The Secret Teaching of the Valkyrie.
Bai Julian didn't explain much, but simply turned to look at Li Ran. Her eyes, as captivating as autumn waters, remained calm, seemingly devoid of even curiosity. He clearly had doubts when he called Li Ran over, but he didn't express them.
It's impossible to tell what Bai Julian is thinking.
Bai Julian sat upright on an ordinary wooden chair, her long legs pressed together without any gap. Her slender waist was straight, and her fair hands were placed on her legs, with her white jade-like fingers slightly closed, making her look very dignified and impeccable. She looked Li Ran up and down, a glint in her eyes. Although she had heard some information about Li Ran, she was still somewhat surprised to see him in person. It's truly unexpected that a child who has awakened to become an E-level trainer has grown to this extent in just over 10 days. Even with her abilities, she couldn't discern Li Ran's true background. All we know is that the opponent's level is good, their base attributes are very high, and their potential is estimated to be legendary. One could vaguely sense that he had mastered many skills, far exceeding those of other professionals of the same level.
Incredibly mysterious, exceptionally outstanding, and possessing a unique charm.
Only in this way would it be worth her personally inquiring about it. With her current strength, she can no longer become stronger simply by fighting monsters and gaining experience. We need to find inspiration from other places.
Bai Julian looked at Li Ran, and Li Ran also slightly opened his eyes, secretly observing Bai Julian. He couldn't help but feel a little curious. Although Bai Julian appears aloof, she is actually quite easy to get along with. She doesn't look like a Valkyrie who has killed countless people at all. I wonder how Bai Julian performs on the battlefield. I imagine it will be quite different from how she is now. Those fair, jade-like hands were probably stained with the blood of demons. As he pondered, Bai Julian's ethereal voice rang out once more. Can you demonstrate some of your skills?
Bai Julian looked at Li Ran, her voice soft. Strangely enough, when she is with other men, no matter how outstanding they are, she doesn't feel anything and always has a cold expression. But when faced with the handsome young man in front of her, her attitude softened considerably. She noticed the problem the moment she saw Li Ran. After checking for a while, no abnormalities were found. Perhaps the young man in front of her truly suited her taste.
Okay.
Li Ran nodded, slightly raised his right hand, and circulated his spiritual power, preparing to demonstrate the 5 Thunder technique. He has a wide range of skills, so demonstrating some of them shouldn't be too difficult for him. He naturally dared not use the skills from the trainer series. The trainers I can only be somewhat effective, and other skills are probably about the same. It's unlikely to be as effective as when facing other girls. The passive effects like the source of the cultivator are probably still in effect.
Although Bai Julian didn't realize it, he didn't plan to actively enhance the effects. It will gradually take effect and subtly influence Bai Julian. An opponent of this strength is not someone who can be easily defeated.
He channeled his spiritual energy, and a wisp of electricity appeared in his palm, radiating astonishing power. Li Ran did not stop, but devoted more mental energy to continuously accumulating strength. With his current strength, he has already reached a certain level of mastery over the Five Thunder technique. Even with a significant investment of mental energy, one can still ensure the stability of the electric arc and prevent it from harming oneself.
Li Ran raised his right index finger and casually released lightning into the sky.
Accompanied by a muffled rumble, bright lightning flowers bloomed.
Bai Juanlian watched this scene, a faint light appearing in her beautiful eyes.
She could clearly feel the power contained in Li Ran's palm. It was nothing to her, but for a young person who was only at level 26, it was a bit too outstanding.
Moreover, Li Ran's control over lightning was extremely precise, unlike that of a young man who had only recently awakened.
If Li Ran possesses this level of proficiency in other skills as well, then it would be even more terrifying. This indicates that Li Ran's comprehension has reached a certain level.
Not bad, but still a little lacking.
Bai Juanlian parted her red lips slightly and spoke softly.
He praised Li Ran's performance and also gave him some pointers.
Although her awakened profession has little to do with thunder magic, with her perspective, she is still more than capable of guiding Li Ran.
Thank you, Teacher Bai.
Upon hearing this, Li Ran's eyes gleamed, and he nodded sincerely. Hearing Bai Juanlian's words, he felt as if the clouds had parted and the sun had shone through, and his mind was suddenly enlightened.
Many questions that I didn't understand before have been answered.
His mastery of the Five Thunder technique has improved significantly. As expected of a Valkyrie who can dominate the battlefield of the abyss, just this brief guidance alone made today's trip worthwhile.
But today's gains are clearly not limited to this. Besides the reward Bai Juanlian had promised, he wanted more.
Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, he would showcase most of his skills, try to squeeze every last drop out of Bai Juanlian, and improve his cultivation. This is a thoughtful lesson from a powerful Valkyrie, something that cannot be simply measured in money.
Even if most people go to great lengths to beg, they probably wouldn't get this opportunity.
Without hesitation, Li Ran channeled his spiritual power, raised his right hand, and unleashed another, even more violent thunder technique, thunderous roar of the azure sky. With Bai Juanlian's strength, no matter how much commotion he causes, he should be able to stop it and ensure that the courtyard is not disturbed. Given this, he naturally had to do his utmost and try his best to demonstrate all sorts of methods. In an instant, the calm sky suddenly darkened.
Dark thunderclouds appeared in the sky, and amidst flashes of lightning, muffled sounds rang out intermittently. The entire courtyard seemed to change color because of the thunder.
Bai Juanlian watched Li Ran's performance quietly, a glimmer of light appearing in her calm, watery eyes under the reflection of the lightning. She quickly analyzed Li Ran's performance, exploring the deeper underlying reasons. The skill Li Ran used was nothing special in her eyes, its power was just so-so. The power of her casual strike far surpasses this. But Li Ran, as a cultivator, possesses various amazing skills, and she is very interested in the meaning behind them. If one can grasp even a fraction of it, one should gain a considerable amount. Soon, Li Ran finished demonstrating his second skill. Pale lightning bolts fell continuously, attempting to cleanse the entire world, yet they did not harm the courtyard in the slightest. It was as if some unseen force had prevented everything from happening. Bai Juanlian sat quietly, her hands resting on her fair and plump thighs, as if she hadn't done anything. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice calm and even, and she patiently gave Li Ran some pointers.
Li Ran thanked him repeatedly and continued to demonstrate the new skill.
The vast array of skills he possesses could all be revolutionized today. Besides the ultimate trump card of stopping time and the unorthodox skills of the trainer series, even hypnosis and invisibility can be used.
After spending this time together, he had pretty much figured out Bai Juanlian's personality. As long as he informs Bai Juanlian of the effects of hypnosis in advance, Bai Juanlian should have no objection and would be happy to accompany him in the test. I wonder what will happen when hypnosis is used against Bai Juanlian. Chapter 110 Hypnotic Valkyrie.
As time passed, Li Ran tested many skills.
Naturally, the gains were also enormous.
The Five Thunder technique's improvement is extremely significant, but placed here, it can only be considered average. The advanced abilities are mostly related to Golden Light Spell and Blood Frenzy. Bai Juanlian was highly skilled in this area, and with just a few casual pointers, Li Ran benefited greatly. The Golden Light Spell became even more solid, so even if a missile were to hit him, it probably wouldn't hurt him in the slightest. At the same time, they learned the skill of projecting outwards, no longer limiting themselves to themselves, but able to project outwards to protect others. Blood frenzy can stimulate one's potential more deeply, resulting in a more significant boost, while the side effects become smaller. At the same time, other skills have also been significantly improved. Apart from skills like Positioning Eye and Celestial Eye, which have little room for improvement and remain unchanged, all other skills have become stronger than before. At this moment, Li Ran also realized it.
It wasn't just Bai Juanlian's excellent teaching that played a significant role, his own accumulated knowledge also contributed greatly.
If he didn't acquire enough knowledge from Gu Nianxi and the others through nurturing, no matter how well Bai Juanlian taught him, he wouldn't be able to understand it. The reason he has made such great progress is largely due to Bai Juanlian's guidance, which has helped him digest all the knowledge he has accumulated over the years.
To continue making progress, we must continue our investigations and constantly accumulate knowledge.
Bai Juanlian gazed at the handsome young man not far away, her eyes sparkling like autumn water.
It must be said that Li Ran's comprehension is truly outstanding. Although her teaching style is simple and easy to understand, it's not something everyone can learn.
Li Ran not only learns the skills, but also quickly applies them to other situations, showcasing even more outstanding abilities. All I can say is that he truly deserves to be the top student in the country. He is indeed quite capable.
It's a promising talent that can be nurtured.
Perhaps because of this, her gaze towards Li Ran softened, unlike the cold and distant look she had at the beginning. Li Ran composed himself and looked at Bai Juanlian, a slightly respectful smile on his warm, spring-like face. The rehearsal has been going on for so long, more than an hour has passed since he arrived in this courtyard. Over such a long period of time, his abilities have probably played a significant role. No matter how powerful or aloof Bai Juanlian is, she is still a female and will be instinctively affected by his passive skills. The longer it goes on, the deeper the effect, and the gentler one's attitude towards him becomes. Li Ran could sense that Bai Juanlian's attitude towards him had become much gentler. Unlike before, he showed no emotional fluctuation whatsoever, like an iceberg that never melts. As things stand, even if he accidentally makes a mistake, he should be fine. Thinking this, Li Ran smiled slightly, preparing to demonstrate his mastery of hypnosis to Bai Juanlian. As an outstanding trainer, it would be a lie to say that he had no thoughts when he encountered such an excellent candidate as Bai Juanlian. He had to admit that he really wanted to investigate Bai Juanlian and paint this iceberg with his own colors. This was his original goal, otherwise, there would have been no need for him to come here. Of course, the effects of hypnosis must be explained in advance. The consequences of using it secretly and being discovered are completely different from using it openly. With Bai Juanlian's strength, he didn't think he could hide his little tricks from the other party. Hypnosis? Upon hearing Li Ran's description, Bai Juanlian's eyes remained calm, and her beautiful face showed little emotional fluctuation. She nodded slightly, indicating that Li Ran could display whatever he wanted. Just as Li Ran thought, Bai Juanlian didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It is estimated that in Bai Juanlian's eyes, this is just a simple illusion with some control effects. With her strength, even as the one being affected, she wouldn't be affected. This was her confidence as a Valkyrie. She couldn't possibly be controlled by a young junior who was only level 26. She subconsciously felt it was nothing. Since she had already given Li Ran a lot of guidance, she didn't intend to refuse this request. Please look into my eyes. Li Ran smiled slightly, his words filled with respect. Although with his expertise in hypnosis, he could hypnotize a person with just words. But the impact of words is not as great as the exchange of glances. If the other party is willing to cooperate, eye contact is naturally the best option. If possible, physical contact naturally has the most profound and intense impact. However, that would be too offensive, and even if it were brought up, Bai Juanlian would most likely not agree. Bai Juanlian looked into Li Ran's eyes, just as Li Ran had suggested. She had seen Li Ran's eyes before. They were very clear, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with them. However, this time, something changed. What kind of eyes were those? Clear, pitch black, deep, with a certain alluring charm. Like a calm vortex, it draws you in unconsciously, making you feel as if your thoughts are about to disappear. Bai Juanlian instinctively sensed something was amiss. Li Ran's eyes were completely different from before, carrying a strong sense of aggression that made people subconsciously want to submit and obey his commands. Even her eternally unwavering heart showed a slight fluctuation. Her heart beat quick and slightly, causing her proud chest to rise and fall almost imperceptibly. For some reason, even though she sensed something was wrong, she instinctively didn't want to look away, let alone stop Li Ran. Perhaps she didn't even notice this unusual occurrence. As a Valkyrie, she has her own pride. They had only just made eye contact. Li Ran probably hadn't officially used hypnosis yet.
If she says no now, wouldn't that mean she can't even withstand the skills used by Li Ran, a junior? That would be so embarrassing. Even if they want to stop, Li Ran has to take the initiative to speak. Li Ran was unaware of Bai Julian's inner thoughts. He was now focused, channeling all his mental energy into the hypnosis technique. His eyes displayed a rapidly spinning vortex, possessing an extremely strong allure. Li Ran swore that he had never used hypnosis so seriously before. Faced with this extremely important opportunity, he instinctively unleashed his full power. At this time, his skill in hypnosis was also constantly improving. After all, the target was a Valkyrie whose strength far surpassed his own, so even though Bai Julian actively cooperated, the pressure was still considerable. Pressure became his motivation, helping him to continuously improve his hypnosis techniques. Li Ran did not give any overly suggestive hints. The suggestion he gave Bai Julian only rendered her completely immobile and unable to control her body. Although it may seem impolite, it's normal to make such a suggestion when facing a monster. For Bai Julian, it should just be a simple control skill. Of course, in addition to this hint, he also exerted another very subtle hint. It wasn't anything profound, it simply planted a seed in Bai Julian's mind, making her find him more agreeable and preventing her from actively letting him leave. Chapter 111 Valkyrie's Heartbeat. With skills like the Source of the Nurturer, as long as Li Ran stays by Bai Julian's side, even if he does nothing, Bai Julian will gradually fall for him and develop feelings for him. What he's doing now is simply accelerating this process, making Bai Julian develop feelings for him more quickly. Li Ran gazed into Bai Julian's captivating eyes, which were as clear as autumn water, and his own eyes shone with a mesmerizing light. He didn't know how much Bai Julian had been affected, nor did he know what the other party was really thinking. But since the other party didn't stop him, he didn't intend to stop on his own. The longer it lasts, the more obvious the effect will be, and the more beneficial it will be for him. Bai Julian looked into Li Ran's clear and bright eyes, her beautiful face still calm and fair as jade, as if she had no emotional fluctuations. She could feel that some kind of thought had entered her mind, making it somewhat difficult for her to control her body. Although it only takes a single thought to dispel such an idea. But this is enough to demonstrate just how excellent Li Ran's hypnosis skills are. Even someone as capable as her would be affected, let alone others. Although he is only level 26, in a real fight, Li Ran should be able to defeat a level 40 professional, or even higher. With outstanding basic stats and extremely comprehensive skills, it completely breaks the limitations of conventional professions. Inviting Li Ran to take the test was definitely the right thing to do. It can bring her some insights. Seeing that Li Ran was still using hypnosis, Bai Julian gave up the idea of removing the interference and let Li Ran watch over her. The opponent doesn't seem to have used their full strength yet, so she'll wait a little longer. It won't make a difference if it takes a little more time. Li Ran looked at Bai Julian and tried to activate the hypnosis technique. Suddenly, he felt a clearing in his mind. It seems that some kind of limitation has been broken, and new knowledge has emerged in my mind. Hypnosis has been upgraded again, breaking through certain boundaries. It seemed to have become second nature to him. Every movement he made had a hypnotic effect. Even if the skill of hypnosis suddenly disappeared, it would still not affect him. This must be an extremely profound level of understanding. He had experienced this firsthand with Jiang Huaixia, the governor of Yunhai province. The opponent has integrated skills like appraisal into their instincts, and can unleash them with a single thought. Despite being only level 26, he already possessed remarkably high abilities. After a moment of reflection and a thorough understanding of the changes, he should be able to integrate other skills into his instincts, leading to a leap in his strength. This trip here has been very rewarding. Undistracted by this, Li Ran kept his eyes fixed on Bai Julian's bright and captivating eyes, exerting his influence. With the biggest reward right in front of him, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Bai Julian subconsciously bit her alluring red lips, her eyes brimming with tears, and her chest heaving slightly. She suddenly felt that many complex thoughts were flooding her mind, interfering with her thoughts and affecting her actions. Even something as simple as moving a finger now seems extremely difficult. She needs to clear all these thoughts from her mind before she can return to normal. This level of control was completely beyond her expectations. Li Ran is perhaps a little too outstanding. Once they grow up, they will definitely be able to stand at the top of the world. His achievements may surpass hers. With a thought, Bai Julian cleared away all those complicated thoughts, allowing everything to return to calm. She didn't notice, or rather, she subconsciously ignored it. A certain thought still lingered in her long dormant heart, stirring up a few ripples. You are very good.
Bai Juanlian looked at Li Ran, her cool eyes gleaming with a unique light. Her red lips parted slightly, uttering a clear and melodious sound.
So far, Li Ran is the first person to receive such praise from her.
Li Ran's performance did exceed her expectations, forcing her to terminate the test voluntarily.
If she continues to be influenced by hypnosis, she might really lose control. Even if it was only for a moment, it was still unacceptable to her.
Li Ran smiled slightly and accepted Bai Juanlian's praise.
I felt a little regretful.
If this continues, it might actually influence Bai Juanlian, making this proud Valkyrie willingly submit to him.
Wait, what is this?
At this moment, Li Ran suddenly made a surprising discovery.
His breeder's eye seems to have returned to normal. All the previously hidden information about Bai Juanlian has now surfaced.
Even the red light, which represents weakness, appeared in several instances. Not many, only appearing near a wound on Bai Juanlian's inner thigh, perhaps the only wound on Bai Juanlian that bleeds. He only glanced at it briefly, without lingering his gaze there. My brain raced, memorizing every detail about Bai Juanlian, including her true thoughts, preferences, and favorite foods. With this valuable information, it's only a matter of time before he wins over Bai Juanlian. As he pondered, Bai Juanlian's incomparably beautiful and ethereal voice came through the window.
You can make your request.
Li Ran looked at Bai Juanlian and found that the other party was looking at him with a gaze he had never seen before. It was bright and beautiful, like the first melting of snow in spring. It seems that although the hypnosis was interrupted, it still had an effect, planting something in Bai Juanlian's icy heart.
If I encounter any problems in my cultivation, may I still ask you for guidance?
Li Ran smiled slightly, revealing a warm smile like a spring breeze. Bai Juanlian was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise appearing on her beautiful face.
Can. Bai Juanlian spoke calmly, her voice still melodious, but now gentler than before. Any other requests?
Perhaps because she had taken the initiative to terminate the test, even though it was a normal exchange, she still felt that she owed Li Ran something. Subconsciously, I wanted to take better care of Li Ran. Li Ran stared at Bai Juanlian's aloof and slender figure, and fell silent for a moment.
Given his limited perspective, I really don't know what could help him.
What he wanted most was something he simply couldn't express.
Even if he actually got his hands on it, he might not be able to eat it. The difference in strength is real. Even if Bai Juanlian stood still, he might not be able to break through Bai Juanlian's defenses.
Even if you wield an imperial arms and launch a fierce attack on Bai Juanlian's weakest point, you might not be able to penetrate it. Just like how mortals cannot break through the defenses of fairies.
Unless Bai Juanlian actively cooperates, suppresses her strength, and softens her body. But that's simply impossible. It's impossible, at least for now. Here, I'll give this to you.
Seeing Li Ran fall silent, Bai Juanlian pursed her red lips and spoke softly. She slightly raised her jade-like arm, which was as white and tender as a lotus root, and with a wave of her hand, a ring inlaid with a pure white gemstone appeared. With this, you can come into this world anytime, anywhere. The ring moved on its own without any wind, slowly floating to Li Ran's front.
Li Ran took the ring and instantly understood its purpose.
Similar to a teleportation stone, but without limits on the number of uses or distance, and can only be used by one person at a time. Just as Bai Juanlian said, no matter where he is, he can come to this world. It can not only be used to visit Bai Juanlian, but it is also a very powerful trump card for survival.
As long as the space isn't completely sealed off, he won't be in any trouble, no matter what. If we encounter real danger, we can call Bai Juanlian over instantly.
These are extremely precious items, and their value cannot be simply measured by their monetary worth.
Chapter 112 Knowledge Explosion, Fiercely Confronting Lin Yue. Thank you, Teacher Bai.
Li Ran bowed slightly and nodded emphatically, her voice filled with joy. Unlike the previous white teleportation stone, this ring allows for instant teleportation without confirmation or delay. Moreover, it has a binding effect once worn, it cannot be taken away by others, and even if taken, it cannot be used. The fact that he was given such a precious prop proves that his efforts were not in vain and that he had indeed won Bai Juanlian's heart.
Bai Juanlian waved her hand, a faint smile on her beautiful face.
Bathed in sunlight, it radiates a bright glow, resembling a beautiful painting. For some reason, she was in a great mood today, smiling more than she had in the past year.
Maybe it's because I finally ran pleasing to the eye. Even that ring was given away.
It not only allows Li Ran to visit her at will, but also has other functions.
Teacher Bai, I have a few more skills that I haven't shown yet.
After expressing his gratitude, Li Ran changed the subject and prepared to continue using skills such as invisibility.
I definitely won't be able to eat Bai Juanlian today.
However, it is necessary to spend a little more time to solidify the goodwill that has just been built up.
Moreover, Bai Juanlian is indeed capable, and her guidance can truly help him improve his cultivation. Can. Bai Juanlian nodded slightly. She had intended to see him off, but since Li Ran was so eager to learn, she didn't want to disappoint him.
Upon hearing this, Li Ran immediately smiled and began to demonstrate his other skills.
They spent a long time together. Having absorbed enough knowledge from Bai Juanlian, Li Ran smiled contentedly and prepared to leave.
By this time, he had mastered all the skills and his strength had made a leap forward. Although it's still level 26 and its basic attributes haven't changed, in actual combat it's far superior to its previous self. Before leaving, Li Ran asked one last question. I can sense that some skills have become instinctive and can be used with just a thought.
How can I further develop them?
He estimated that it would take him a long time to figure out this kind of problem on his own. With the Valkyrie Bai Juanlian providing meticulous instruction, a lot of trouble can be saved.
Given Bai Juanlian's personality, there's no need to worry about her doing anything to him. Going to other people might not yield the same level of instruction as Bai Juanlian. Excellent.
Bai Juanlian's expression froze, her smile captivating, and a unique light shone in her beautiful eyes.
She hadn't expected Li Ran to be so exceptionally talented.
Li Ran has reached a level that even level 70 professionals may not be able to achieve.
The reason is not complicated, it means that this skill is completely yours now. There are many ways to further deepen your understanding, the simplest being repeated practice. Bai Juanlian spoke softly, her tone steady, full of gentleness and patience.
Generally speaking, the skills a professional can master are limited, as if there is some kind of invisible skill bar that limits the number of skills a professional can master. In the later stages, no matter how hard you try, you can't learn any more skills. Only by integrating existing skills into one's instincts, like Li Ran, can one absorb new skills. Reaching such a level so early means that Li Ran's future is bright. They can improve their strength indefinitely and will not encounter obstacles like other professionals. Li Ran listened attentively, his mind filled with insights. After a long while, Bai Juanlian stopped, pursed her red lips, and spoke softly.
That's about it. Keep up the good work.
Li Ran nodded emphatically and expressed his gratitude to Bai Juanlian. Li Ran took a step forward, preparing to leave the courtyard. Suddenly, a very crucial question came to mind.
He couldn't help but turn his head. By the way, how do I leave this place? Just think about it silently in your mind.
Bai Juanlian chuckled softly, a bright smile spreading across her face. Like a delicate white flower blooming atop a snow-capped mountain, it possesses a unique charm.
Goodbye.
Li Ran nodded slightly, thinking to himself that he was about to leave, and waved goodbye to Bai Juanlian. A flash of white light appeared before my eyes. The next moment, he found himself back in the villa. I stood in the same spot as before, next to the sofa in the lobby. Li Ran sat down and, feeling the abundance of knowledge in his mind, a slight smile appeared on his lips.
I had a great day, I learned a lot.
When I have some time later, I can go into the dungeon and practice, and see how much stronger I become. As I was pondering, I heard the sound of the villa door opening.
Lin Yue stepped in.
She was alone, there were no other sisters behind her.
Lin Yue was dressed in very conservative clothes, revealing not a single physical feature.
Upon seeing Li Ran, her beautiful eyes, as captivating as spring water, shone with a bright light.
She walked briskly towards Li Ran with light steps. Let's go to the bedroom and talk slowly.
Li Ran's eyes lit up, a clear smile spread across his face, and his voice betrayed his excitement.
He took Lin Yue's fair and delicate hand and got up to walk towards the master bedroom on the second floor.
When he was with Bai Juanlian, he forcibly suppressed all his desires in order to make everything go smoothly, and acted unusually innocent. Now that he's back at the villa, all the pent-up thoughts in his mind suddenly burst forth, unleashing an astonishing power that fills his body.
Simply put, he's very angry right now.
Lin Yue's return came at just the right time, helping him to release the fire in his heart. Led by Li Ran, Lin Yue showed no resistance and obediently followed, a bright smile on her pretty face. Feeling the warmth from her palm, Lin Yue's mind wandered. Coming home early has its advantages, it allows me to enjoy my dad's love all to myself.
Soon, the two returned to the master bedroom on the second floor.
Li Ran sat on the edge of the bed, smiling as he looked at Lin Yue, showing no sign of urgency. Although he had a burning passion in his heart, he was willing to wait a little longer in order to do his best. Lin Yue stood in front of the full-length mirror, waving her fair and slender arms as she dressed herself up. She took off her originally conservative clothes and, following Li Ran's orders, quickly changed into a pure and innocent sailor uniform.
She wore a blue and white striped blouse with a large neckline and a red bow.
Below is an absurdly short dark blue pleated skirt that barely covers the top of the thighs.
There's a bit too little fabric.
Lin Yue unconsciously tugged at her skirt, trying to cover her long, beautiful legs that were completely exposed to the air. She would never dress like this in public.
Fortunately, there is only one viewer she likes right now.
Good. Li Ran sat on the edge of the bed, a smile in her eyes, holding a pair of pure white silk stockings in her hand. He was prepared to take this final step himself.
Come over.
Li Ran patted his thigh.
Lin Yue obediently sat down.
Li Ran reached out and stroked Lin Yue's fair and smooth legs, and personally helped her put on the white stockings. It must be said that these legs are indeed incredibly exquisite, like a perfect work of art meticulously sculpted by a top sculptor. It's no exaggeration to say that he could play with those legs for a year. Lin Yue's pretty face flushed, her eyes were like spring water, and she was as serene as a peach blossom, waiting for Li Ran to help her change her clothes. Chapter 113, illustrating the white flowers with my color. As the white stockings were pulled up from her ankles, tightly wrapping around Lin Yue's supple, straight calves and plump thighs, a captivating beauty was created.
White silk represents purity and holiness.
When this sacred white was worn by a priestess with a pure heart and outstanding figure, it perfectly accentuated her unique divine aura. It makes one want to break this pure white and dye it with their own color. Li Ran stood up and took a step back, fully appreciating the masterpiece before him. The tight-fitting sailor uniform top couldn't contain Lin Yue's exceptionally well-developed and enviable figure at all.
The breathtaking curves of her chest stretched the fabric taut, as if the buttons might burst open at any moment.
With each breath, the bow at her neckline trembled slightly, like a ripe fruit being forced into an unripe peel, creating an extreme tension. Beneath the pleated skirt was her naturally beautiful, perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Her waist was slender as a willow branch, while her hips were round and perky, creating a beautiful curve in her short skirt. As she moved, her skirt swayed, revealing glimpses of her thighs, which were tightly wrapped in white, sparking endless imagination. What's most amazing is her legs. The tight white stockings hugged her long, slender legs, accentuating their full, fleshy curves. Further down, a pair of white silk-clad feet stepped onto the carpet. Her ankles were slender, and the instep arched in an elegant curve. Her toes curled slightly inside the white stockings, like tempting cream candies, exuding an indescribable cuteness.
It's really quite good. Li Ran's Adam's apple bobbed, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh, feeling a surge of spiritual energy in his mind. Are you satisfied with this outfit?
Lin Yue shyly brought her legs together. The slightly immature outfit made her feel a little uncomfortable.
Yet, she felt a strange electric shock under Li Ran's burning gaze. Satisfaction is more beautiful than any scenery in the world. Li Ran took a deep breath, a faint smile playing on her lips.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yue smiled sweetly, her heart filled with a warm feeling, sweeter than honey.
The last remaining doubts vanished without a trace.
Outside, she is a pure and holy priestess, but at this moment, she is just a girl who longs to be loved.
The timing is perfect, do what you want to do.
Li Ran gazed at the bright sunshine outside the window, her voice calm.
Such a beautiful day, what a wonderful time. Lin Yue nodded slightly, quickly understanding Li Ran's meaning.
She looked at Li Ran, her eyes filled with tenderness.
Everything she has belongs to the greatest father. She was willing to give up anything, not just dignity, as long as he was happy.
Lin Yue slowly raised her jade-like hand, gathered her smooth, black hair, and casually tied it behind her head with a hairband, outlining a ponytail like a rain, revealing her slender and elegant neck like a swan.
Then, in this bright and cozy bedroom,
the epic-level priest, dressed in a sailor uniform and with white stockings covering his legs, slowly bent his knees and knelt on the soft carpet.
At noon, at the villa gate. The sun shines brightly, casting its warm rays upon the earth. The light shone on three very different and stunningly beautiful girls. Phew! I'm finally back. Song Xie stood in front of the door, her eyes smiling, and her pretty face flushed slightly. After strolling around the university campus, I returned to the villa and was finally able to see my beloved owner again.
Beside them, Gu Nianqi and Zhao Shuiying exchanged a glance, both seeing a smile in each other's eyes. After being separated from their master for a while, they realized just how much they longed for him. When they returned, they bought a sumptuous meal and prepared a special gift, which they believed would make their owner very happy. Without hesitation, the three women pushed open the villa door and stepped into the warm and luxurious hall. The three women had smiles in their eyes, unable to hide their excitement. However, the moment they stepped inside the villa, a captivatingly alluring voice, clearly penetrating the ears of the three women through the thick walls. The smiles on the three women's faces froze instantly. The three of them seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. That voice, is it Lin Yue? Lin Yue, who was usually as pure as a white flower, with a certain sacredness, and spoke softly and gently? Zhao Shuiying's eyes were full of surprise, as if some beautiful things in her mind had suddenly shattered. Gu Nianqi sighed, a helpless smile appearing between her brows. She had considered that the most conservative Lin Yue might change, but she hadn't expected her to change so quickly. In just a few days, she has grown from being shy to being like this now. It was still daytime, and they were already singing at the top of their lungs. Thankfully, the villa had a soundproof shield, otherwise, such a beautiful sound would have definitely caused a tremor if it had been transmitted. Song Xie took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, and walked rashly towards the master bedroom on the second floor. If it were the proud woman she used to be, she would never have been able to tolerate it. But now, she's willing to give way a little. She is now a legendary magic archer, far surpassing her former strength. As a senior, she felt it was perfectly acceptable to let Lin Yue, a junior who had not yet matured, eat more. Humph, she's quite experienced now. Song Xie stood with her hands on her slender waist, her eyes full of confidence and composure. Ignoring the beautiful singing, Song Xie lightly lifted her heel and pulled her jade-like feet, which were tightly wrapped in white socks, out of her small leather shoes, and put on a pair of cute pink bunny slippers. With light steps, I walked towards the bathroom located in the lobby on the first floor. Since Lord Li Ran was busy, she didn't intend to disturb him. Take a nice shower, enjoy a delicious lunch, and then have some extra dessert. She just happened to have prepared a very attractive outfit, which she would definitely need to wear later. Gu Nianqi and Zhao Shuiying exchanged a glance, then lifted their feet, changed into suitable slippers, and followed Song Xie's footsteps. In the bathroom, the three women smiled, their faces showing genuine affection, as they carefully washed their already flawless, fair bodies. As highly skilled professionals, they have almost transcended the mortal realm, their bodies possessing no flaws whatsoever. Her hair was smooth and black, and her skin was as white and tender as snow, with not a single pore visible. She exudes a faint, fresh, feminine fragrance that is incredibly alluring. Beautiful and melodious singing could be heard from time to time, which made the three girls laugh. These kinds of fun things will be discussed with Lin Yue in detail after the event. It will definitely be very interesting. The bathroom, filled with steam, was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Li Ran grinned, gazing at the beautiful woman lying on the bed before him, her eyes filled with a satisfied smile. Lin Yue truly lives up to her reputation as an epic-level priest. Her ability to soothe people's hearts is exceptional. In less than an hour, his anger subsided considerably. However, looking at Lin Yue's pretty face, which was as red as a ripe apple, a new wave of anger surged up. As expected of a pure and holy priest, they are truly captivating. Chapter 114, Marking the Clerics with my mark. An extreme sense of contrast. Lin Yue looked up at Li Ran, a thin layer of mist rising in her beautiful eyes. She pursed her soft red lips and spoke softly, her voice as melodious as a lark's. Daddy. I want one too. His voice was broken and he seemed a little embarrassed. Li Ran looked at Lin Yue's performance with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I wonder what Lin Yue wants to ask. But whatever it is, he will try his best to satisfy it. After all, Lin Yue is a well-behaved, obedient, and very capable child. Lin Yue took a deep breath, biting her red lips tightly with her silver teeth, as if she had made up her mind. I want the same mark as Sister Gu and the others. Li Ran's expression changed slightly, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He thought Lin Yue was struggling with something, but it turned out to be this. It wasn't a difficult task, he could accomplish it easily. To be honest, he's the one who actually made the profit. The engraving of the Nurturer's seal signifies that Lin Yue will truly serve him as her master and entrust everything to him. They built a closer relationship than before. He was supposed to bring it up at a suitable time, but Lin Yue brought it up first. Are you sure? Li Ran smiled slightly, his words carrying a hint of inquiry. He naturally wanted to confirm this to make sure the other party was sincere. I'm sure. Lin Yue lowered her head, nodded emphatically, her red lips slightly parted, her words carrying a hint of determination. Now that she had already said it, she naturally couldn't back down halfway. Li Ran grinned, not in a hurry, but continued to ask patiently.
All right, where do you want the mark engraved?
Now his strength has leaped forward, and he is no longer simply using the skill of the breeder's mark as before. Naturally, there are more options available, and there's no need to have the mark engraved in a fixed position. This, here, just like Sister Gu and the others. Lin Yue's eyes were like spring water, her face flushed like peach blossoms, and her voice was somewhat shy. Without the slightest hesitation, she decisively raised her delicate hand and pointed to her exquisitely sculpted abdomen, which was free of any excess fat.
Good.
Li Ran smiled slightly, clearing the jumbled thoughts from his mind, focusing his attention, and circulating his mental energy. The body's energy is mobilized and integrated, giving it a mysterious aura. A surge of pure energy gathered in his palm, mixed with a trace of soul power, and flowed toward his slender index finger. With Bai Julian's careful guidance and his outstanding comprehension, his various skills improved rapidly. With his current strength, he can now inscribe even more profound nurture master marks at will.
His fingers gently stroked Lin Yue's lower abdomen, skimming across it swiftly like a dragonfly skimming the water, leaving some peculiar mark on it.
The sensation of fingertips gliding across her skin was clearly transmitted into her mind, and Lin Yue couldn't help but widen her watery eyes. She could sense that as the mark was made, a more intimate relationship was quietly being established. A kind of overwhelming, domineering, magical energy flowed into her body and seeped into her soul through Li Ran's fingertips. Lin Yue did not resist, on the contrary, she was very compliant and allowed the energy to flow through her body. This energy did not harm her, it simply intertwined slowly with her soul, gradually taking control of everything she possessed. She clearly felt that her body no longer belonged solely to herself, but rather to a higher dominator. Compared to the signing of the training contract, the influence of the trainer's seal is undoubtedly much deeper, clearly illustrating the difference in status. Her thinking remained unaffected, she was still the same person she always was. It's also possible that she was slightly influenced, but it just happened to coincide with her true inner thoughts. She is willing to give everything for the person in front of her and consider their needs wholeheartedly. Before long, a complex and exquisitely detailed mark appeared on her lower abdomen.
It emits a faint pinkish glow, carrying a captivating quality.
When mixed with Lin Yue's own pure and sacred temperament, it creates an extreme contrast, as if one's worldview has collapsed. The pure clergy were marked with a mysterious mark representing subordination, and from then on no longer belonged to themselves.
It's truly eye-catching and makes you not want to look away. Good.
Li Ran's pupils contracted slightly, his throat bobbed involuntarily, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an astonishing arc. It's a beautiful sight to behold just by looking at it. The thought that I had carved this mark myself filled me with an indescribable joy and pride.
Li Ran was not in a hurry. He took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and spoke in a deep voice. Your clothes are all dirty. You should change into a clean set. It's uncomfortable to wear them like this. Do you still have that set of priest equipment from before? Despite Li Ran's best efforts to restrain himself, his voice still trembled slightly, revealing an undisguised excitement. Exist. Lin Yue nodded, a bright smile blooming on her pretty face, like a white flower blooming in spring. She naturally knew what that meant. The clothes are indeed a bit dirty and need to be changed. Lin Yue swiftly removed her white silk stockings and wet clothes with a gentle wave of her hand. With a thought, a ray of light enveloped her entire body, and the equipment belonging to a priest quietly appeared. A very classic set of clerical attire. Unlike the more interesting attire of unconventional clergy, it appears unusually conservative, revealing no distinctive features whatsoever. The main color is white, with gold patterns representing holiness carved in various places. On her head was a small white top hat with gold trim, which just covered her small head. Her long, black hair cascaded down to her waist, making her exquisitely fair face even more captivating. Her upper body was covered by a wide, thick white robe that reached her heels, trimmed with gold and engraved with cross-shaped patterns. It completely concealed Lin Yue's stunning figure, revealing not a single feature. Although it appears somewhat conservative, it only accentuates that sacred quality even more. The lower body should have been a simple pair of white trousers, but now it has been replaced with a pair of white stockings. It didn't go past the knees, tightly wrapping around the fair thighs. A pair of plump, fleshy legs were faintly visible through the gaps in the long robe. Lin Yue doesn't usually eat much, so it's hard to imagine how she developed such a healthy body. It's like a miracle from the creator. Since they were indoors, Lin Yue did not change her shoes. A pair of jade-like feet, tightly encased in white socks, lay across the soft mattress,
their fair skin tinged with a hint of pink, making them incredibly adorable. The clothes were very clean, and when Lin Yue wore them, they gave off an indescribable sense of purity and sanctity.
Very good.
Li Ran's eyes lit up as he watched this scene, feeling an uncontrollable surge of spiritual energy within his body.
This outfit is clearly very conservative and lacks any particular interest. It's far less direct than the sailor suit from before.
But it stirred his emotions and brought a genuine smile to his face.
Chapter 115, Suppressing the Unyielding Cleric.
Li Ran slightly raised his hand, activating the effect of the Nurturer's seal. The next moment, a unique mark suddenly lit up, emitting a pink glow. Through the extremely conservative clerical robes, it slowly reveals itself in a subtle and ambiguous way.
Somewhat hazy, somewhat eerie, this contrasts sharply with Lin Yue's ethereal and holy aura. It is indeed excellent.
Li Ran admired the masterpiece before him, a slight smile playing on his lips.
I'm glad you're satisfied.
Lin Yue raised her delicate hand and touched the glowing mark through her clothes. Although she felt a little ashamed, she was also inexplicably excited. Li Ran took a deep breath, his eyes filled with calm. It wasn't that he was indifferent, rather, he had suppressed his emotions to the extreme.
If you touch his body, you can feel the intense heat, like a volcano about to erupt. Now that I've changed into these clothes, I need to show the proper attitude.
Li Ran's Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice trembled slightly.
Clear. Lin Yue nodded.
With her intelligence, she could naturally understand the meaning behind Li Ran's words. She gently touched her chest, calmed her rapidly beating heart, and regulated her breathing. The obedient look in her eyes had vanished without her noticing, and her delicate face remained perfectly calm. Her fair legs were slightly crossed, and she sat upright on the bed, her slender waist straight, exuding an indescribable sense of purity. Lin Yue looked at Li Ran, her captivating eyes calm and still, revealing no emotion whatsoever. She pursed her alluring red lips and spoke softly, her words filled with unwavering resolve and a hint of contempt for evil. I am a clergyman, a person protected by the gods, and my resolve will never waver no matter what hardships I may suffer.
As a priestess, Lin Yue's performance can be described as extremely outstanding.
Even when she was still at the S rank, she already possessed a pure heart and was highly skilled in using various divine blessings. Upon reaching the epic level, this sense of holiness intensified, giving her already perfect body an indescribable charm. She was always with Li Ran, and acted very obediently and submissively, never revealing any sense of purity or sanctity. Currently, suppressing her docile demeanor, she appears somewhat ethereal, exuding a unique quality that seems to cleanse the soul.
Is that so?
Li Ran's lips curled into a startling smile, emitting a wicked grin like that of a villain.
He no longer suppressed himself and stepped forward to Lin Yue.
They were prepared to use the most cruel punishments to force Lin Yue, this clergyman, to submit.
Gurgle. Lin Yue's pupils contracted sharply, and she couldn't help but swallow.
The extremely intimidating instruments of torture almost completely filled her field of vision. The gentle sunlight streamed through the window, casting a distinct shadow on her fair and pretty face. Lin Yue suppressed the restlessness in her heart, biting her red lips tightly, her pretty face filled with indomitable spirit and determination.
Today, the priestess Lin Yue embodies justice and fights against evil. The lobby on the first floor, in a spacious bathroom.
The steam filled the air, enveloping the entire bathroom in a hazy atmosphere. The water cascaded down, and Zhao Shuiying swung her jade-like hands, carefully washing her fair and jade-like body. She was very serious and meticulous, without the slightest distraction. It cleanses every inch of the body until it is crystal clear. In order to present Lord Li Ran with a satisfactory gift, she had to do everything perfectly and could not slack off in the slightest. Behind her, Gu Nianqi and Song Siye, holding towels, swung their delicate hands to help Zhao Shuiying clean her back, which was difficult for her to reach. The two women wore gentle smiles on their beautiful faces, their eyes sparkling, and their attitudes were serious. The three of them each prepared a gift. Since they are gifts, they should not be given together. The two showed their humility by letting Zhao Shuiying, who had not yet become a legendary professional, present the gift first. With the help of gifts, it shouldn't be long before I reach the legendary level. Sister Shuiying has a great figure, no wonder she's been working out all the time.
Perfect, needs no embellishment.
Gu Nianqi and Song Siye wiped the perfectly white waist before them, their mouths full of praise.
This is not just flattery, but a fact. Given Gu Nianqi and Song Siye's personalities, they would rarely lie to comfort others.
Zhao Shuiying already had a great figure, and after becoming a professional and coming into contact with extraordinary power, her figure became even more outstanding. After receiving Li Ran's care, her skin became even whiter and more flawless, far surpassing that of ordinary women.
Sister Gu and Siye also have great figures.
Zhao Shuiying blushed slightly and spoke softly, praising Gu Nianqi and Song Siye in return. The three lived together peacefully, without any estrangement, and were very close.
The dimly lit bathroom was filled with an extremely joyful atmosphere. Just then, a change quietly occurred.
Zhao Shuiying instinctively sensed something was wrong and instinctively let out a soft groan. His words were soft, completely lacking his usual determination and composure. She could feel that something had changed in her body, that some void had been filled. A similar sound rang in my ears, soft, melodious, and incredibly pleasant. Zhao Shuiying turned her head and noticed that the expressions on Song Siye and Gu Nianqi's faces had both changed slightly, no longer showing their previous composure. The three women exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of understanding in the other's eyes.
It was no coincidence that all three of them experienced the same abnormality. It's obvious that the owner is doing something.
The three women lowered their heads slightly and noticed that the mark on the other person's lower abdomen lit up, emitting a faint pink glow, exuding a unique charm.
It seems that even Yue has reached this stage.
I didn't expect Yue to progress so quickly, I really couldn't tell.
This is what they call a contrast, right? Who would have thought that such an innocent child would be so proactive?
The three women suppressed their inner turmoil, smiled faintly, and spoke with a hint of gentleness and teasing. Clearly, Lin Yue had also been marked and had truly joined them.
And it's highly likely that they requested it voluntarily. Given the master's personality, he would likely be considerate of Lin Yue's feelings and wouldn't bring it up so quickly.
The three women chatted for a while, then their tone became more serious, their breathing became rapid, and they were no longer as composed as before.
Influenced by the mark, they naturally cannot be the same as before.
The three women pursed their red lips, knowing that now was not the time to talk. So they stopped talking and focused on their own business. Zhao Shuiying sat by the bathtub, swinging her legs, her eyes shining brightly, her mind racing with thoughts, lost in her own world.
Song Siye and Gu Nianqi stepped barefoot into the warm bath.
Sitting in the bathtub, her fair and slender legs were casually stretched out, feeling the warmth of the water, and a comfortable expression appeared on her beautiful face.
They relaxed and savored the feeling, their eyes shining with a unique brilliance.